When Chen Guang stepped out of Shiyun residence, dusk was already gathering. He summoned his cloud boat and set its destination for Tongyu Immortal Pavilion, intending to seek a change of pace. Before long, the cloud boat slowed above a wide avenue and descended gently. Tongyu Immortal Pavilion lay before him. Before him rose a 12-story wooden tower, its entire frame built from iron sandalwood. The timber was dense and solid, its hue a gentle lustrous red. From the foundation to the flying eaves the grain flowed unbroken, as though a single ancient tree had been carved into this pavilion. 12 tiers of heavy overlapping eaves narrowed as they rose, each corner hung with a bronze bell. Arrays were etched into the bells, their lines brightening and dimming with the evening breeze. No blazing spiritual radiance surged from the tower, it simply stood there quiet and unmoving in the twilight. No attendants waited by the entrance. The two great doors stood open, and Chen Guang stepped inside. The main hall rose astonishingly high. Wooden trusses crisscrossed beneath the dome, joined without a single nail. The floor was paved with deep gray stone slabs, fine golden lines embedded within the stone. Several sets of tables and chairs were scattered about, all made of iron sandalwood, their forms simple and archaic. 2 or 3 cultivators sat at the tables, speaking softly among themselves, while the air held the subtle fragrance of iron sandalwood. A young attendant in a blue long skirt approached to greet him, her cultivation at foundation establishment. She stopped before him and addressed him with respect, asking what he required. Chen Guang answered directly, saying he wished to purchase a puppet of the deity transformation realm, so he could feel at ease once the matter was settled. At his words, the attendant's gaze lingered on him for a brief moment. A golden core cultivator buying a deity transformation level puppet. She had heard of such things, but never witnessed it herself. Even so, she did not ask further. She simply nodded lightly and stepped aside to lead the way. She invited him to follow, and together they ascended to the 10th floor via a cloud stair. This level was far more elegant than the main hall. Several sets of tables and chairs were scattered with deliberate spacing, and within each seating area a shallow square pool had been carved into the floor, roughly a zhang across. The pool bottoms were paved with dark pebbles, and on the water's surface floated 1 or 2 lotus leaves the size of copper coins. The water was crystal clear. One could see several small silver-scaled fish lazily waving their tails in the shade beneath the lotus leaves. The moist air mingled with the scent of iron sandalwood enclosed each seating area in a miniature courtyard of its own. Viewed from this single corner, the place resembled a setting for an elegant gathering, where 3 or 5 friends might sit together and talk at leisure. Yet the seats were empty. Beyond the window lattice, the myriad lights of Haojing spread out across the city, their glow softened, as if seen through a thin layer of water. The female cultivator guiding him invited Chen Guang to sit, and poured him a cup of tea. "Please wait a moment, senior," she said, then withdrew. Chen Guang lifted the cup and had just taken a sip when another woman walked toward him. She was tall with straight shoulders. From her shoulders downward her lines narrowed, cleanly drawing in slightly at the waist. The curves below were concealed by the folds of her long robe, yet as she walked the fabric brushed against her sides, hinting at the smooth transition between waist and hips. She wore a blue cross-collared long robe. Cloud and thunder motifs were embroidered along the collar and cuffs with silver gray thread, the stitches fine and dense, anchoring the depth of the robe's dark hue. A wide belt of the same color cinched her waist, a dark jade pendant resting atop the robe's lower hem. Her hair was gathered and secured with a single dark jade hairpin, revealing a slender neck and a small patch of skin behind the ear, clean and pale. Her features were refined and serene, with the corners of her lips naturally tinted by a slight upward curve. Her steps were unhurried, her robe's hem scarcely stirring as she walked, yet every movement carried confidence and grace. Her cultivation was at a realm beyond his. She took the seat opposite Chen Guang, and the attendant stepped forward to pour tea for them both. She introduced herself as Xiao Huijin, the deputy pavilion master here. Her voice was soft, her pacing unhurried. She remarked that his face was unfamiliar and asked if this was his first time in Haojing. He replied that he was merely passing through Haojing with his master and had come to buy a few things. Xiao Huijin nodded slightly, asking no further questions. She lifted her teacup and took a quiet sip. She asked what he wished to examine. "Puppets," he answered, "of the deity transformation stage." Xiao Huijin explained that their deity transformation puppets were divided into 2 types: combat models and comprehensive models. Combat models served a single purpose, to fight, while comprehensive models handled many tasks: battle, protection, daily service, and tending spiritual gardens. Puppets of the same rank, if comprehensive, were slightly more expensive. Chen Guang asked whether they had any at the perfected stage. He knew that 5th-tier puppets offered more varieties and functions. Xiao Huijin replied that there was only one perfected deity transformation puppet, and it was of the comprehensive type. She paused and added that it had originally been reserved for someone else, but the order had been withdrawn. Chen Guang decided at once. He would view this puppet. A comprehensive model suited him. Xiao Huijin rose and led him farther inside. They passed through a doorway into an inner room where the light turned much softer. Warm-colored jade panels were set into the walls, light seeping gently from their surfaces. At the center of the room, a puppet hung, suspended 3 feet above the ground, supported by faint golden spiritual radiance slowly turning in the air. It had the form of a young woman, tall and slender, dressed in a flowing moon-white wide-sleeved gown. Her features were gentle, her brows and eyes open and composed. Her skin was pale, yet a faint hint of color seemed to glow from beneath the surface. Her eyes remained closed, long lashes casting a small shadow beneath her lids. Her chest rose and fell ever so slightly, as if she were truly breathing. With a wave, Xiao Huijin dispelled the spiritual light barrier. The puppet slowly descended. Xiao Huijin said, perfected deity transformation comprehensive model. Her touch and warmth matched that of a real person. The flexibility of her bones and joints, the elasticity of her skin, the rhythm of her breath, all were refined in imitation of the human body. The puppet's realism gave Chen Guang genuine surprise. It resembled a living person so closely that simply looking at it was pleasing to the eye. He asked for the price in spirit stone. Xiao Huijin quoted a price of 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Chen Guang nodded, then took out his 1,000 mechanisms spirit seal and paid directly. Xiao Huijin produced a similar seal. The 2 seals touched lightly, commands were entered, and the spirit pearls set in their knobs lit simultaneously. A flash of green light passed, and 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones flowed from Chen Guang's seal into Xiao Huijin's without a sound. Chen Guang glanced at the remaining balance on his seal and found nothing amiss. The convenience impressed him. Xiao Huijin put her seal away, a touch of added warmth entering her smile. She explained the method for establishing ownership. Activate the array lines at the puppet's brow, offer a drop of blood, then send spiritual sense into the core to intertwine qi. It was simple. She added that if he had any doubts, he could come to her at any time. Chen Guang stored the puppet away and took his leave with a formal bow. I understand. This junior will take his leave, he said. Go safely, Xiao Huijin replied. When Chen Guang stepped out of Tongyu, Immortal Pavilion, night had already deepened. He had no mind to admire the scenery. Summoning a cloud boat, he returned to Shiyun residence. Back at the small bamboo tower courtyard, he closed the door. The formation plate remained active, as always reliable in its protection. Chen Guang took the immortal puppet from his storage bracelet. She stood upon the floor, her moon-white wide-sleeved gown shimmering with a faint silver sheen under the soft light. Chen Guang extended his hand, letting his fingertips rest lightly on the back of her hand. It was warm like living skin, smooth and delicate, bearing the finest of textures. When he pressed down, he could feel soft elasticity, and when he released it, returned to its original state at once. It truly matched a living person in every way. An excellent creation, but he reminded himself to attend to proper business before exploring further. Chen Guang placed his hand against her brow. The array lines there lit up. Extremely fine golden lines appeared at her brow in concentric rings, layer upon layer, nesting within one another. Chen Guang pricked his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the center of the pattern. The blood was absorbed at once. The golden lines flared, suddenly radiating from her brow across her entire body. Her moon-white gown was tinted pale gold by the light, and beneath her skin the faint tracery of veins seemed to glow. He separated a thread of spiritual sense and sent it into the core at her brow. Deep within, a sphere of moon-white light turned slowly. The instant his spiritual sense touched the core, a pulling force drew him inward, while the core's own aura reached outward. It was blank soft. The 2 flows of qi met at the heart of the core, his qi imprinting upon it and becoming its foundation. The recognition was complete. He withdrew his spiritual sense and stepped back. Without hesitation, Chen Guang invoked his system. Enhance, he ordered. Target immortal puppet. Enhancement by a factor of 1,000. White light wrapped around her body. It lasted for only a moment before drawing back. Outwardly she appeared unchanged, yet through the invisible bond between them, Chen Guang sensed that her existence had transformed. It was like a still pool becoming a bottomless abyss in an instant. The surface remained calm, yet he knew the depths beneath were now immeasurable. She did nothing, merely stood there, yet the air in the room gained a heavy weight. He issued a command to record. Record successful, resulting immortal puppet comprehensive model at late void refinement can be powered by spirit stones of lower, medium, and upper grades. With sufficient spirit stones, it can slay a late void refinement cultivator. At any cost, it can severely wound one at perfected stage. A late void refinement puppet, an immortal puppet. Chen Guang noticed that the system had changed her designation to immortal puppet. Perhaps it was because she had become a higher level entity. But that did not matter. What mattered was that she had grown stronger. Late void refinement. A reassuring level of power indeed. The immortal puppet's lashes trembled, then she opened her eyes. Her irises were a soft pale violet with spiritual light flowing deep within. She looked at Chen Guang, her gaze calm. She spoke a single word, master. Her voice was soft like water flowing through a mountain stream. Chen Guang circled around her, once examining her from all angles, testing lightly here and there. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became. He decided it was time to give his first puppet a name. "From today onward you shall be called Qinghe," he said. "Yes," Qinghe replied, naturally standing quietly in place. Chen Guang sat down on the low couch. From his storage bracelet, he took out a jar of Qingxin tea and set it on the table, asking her to brew it, so he could test the full range of her comprehensive ability. Qinghe stepped forward, lifting the tea jar with both hands. She opened the lid and inhaled the aroma, then glanced over the tea utensils. Turning away, she drew mountain spring water from a storage tank in the corner and used a formation to heat it. While the water heated, she used a tea measure to scoop out the leaves. When the water boiled, she warmed the teapot, rinsed the leaves, and then infused the tea. Her movements were unhurried, yet smooth and natural, carrying a professional grace. The tea was poured into a celadone cup. The liquid shone pale green and translucent, its fragrance clear and pure. "Please enjoy, master," Qinghe said, placing the cup on the low table before him. Then she knelt quietly beside him. Chen Guang lifted the cup and took a sip. The fragrance of Qingxin tea unfolded on his tongue, tasting as good as, or better than, his own brewing. No wonder he had spent so many stones. Even her tea was expertly made. With such results, there was nothing more to say. He would simply replicate her. Soon 1,000 immortal puppets of late void refinement stood quietly stored within his bracelet, their presence alone giving him a profound sense of security. On the surface, Haojing held only 8 void refinement true persons, perhaps 2 or 3 of them at the late stage. He now possessed 1,000 at that level, and more beyond. I should be the foremost in Haojing now, he thought. Certainly. It felt exhilarating. He already held the power to walk proudly through Haojing, so when he went out he would walk with that confidence. Chen Guang only left his house the next morning. Having finished with the immortal puppet the previous night, and disliking nighttime outings, he preferred to avoid constant exertion and instead returned to his room for sleep. He slept exceedingly well, and when he awoke, daylight had fully broken. Qinghe had meticulously tidied every corner of the bamboo cottage, and upon seeing him rise, offered a slight respectful bow. "Master," Qinghe addressed him. Chen Guang glanced at her, and after a moment's thought suggested, "From now on call me young master." He only nodded slightly without any further expression. "Yes, young master." The title sounded pleasing, and today Chen Guang intended to have her accompany him as his bodyguard. Together with his immortal puppet, they left the bamboo cottage, boarding a cloud boat bound for Wantongxiana. Yesterday he had visited Tongyu. Today he chose a different Xiana, not to compare prices, but to avoid spending too many spirit stones at a single location that might attract undue attention. By buying items at separate stalls, he dispersed attention and avoided unnecessary complications. As for the true utility of these items, he was indifferent. He had taken measures to lower his presence. He wouldn't sacrifice his privileges for safety. He believed in doing what he could and leaving the rest to fate. In the morning sunlight, the cloud boat sailed steadily. Most streets in Haojing were far more spacious than those in Wanxia City, with buildings naturally spaced apart in a leisurely, unhurried manner. The shop signs along the street were crafted with distinctive care. Many bore spiritude carved plaques, while others were sculpted from Holingguang stone, radiating a luminous glow even in broad daylight. There were also photostone signs whose advantage was obvious. For example, at a shop selling spirit beasts, a photostone cast a luminous screen at the entrance beneath, which several young, playfully rolling creatures amused passing children so much that they clung to their parents and were eventually let inside. There is wisdom in high cost. Soon they arrived at Wantongxiana, located just a few streets from Tongyu, yet bearing a similar exterior. A 12-story wooden structure sharing the grandeur of Tongyu was built with iron sandalwood, though its wood exhibited a reddish-brown hue. Jade wind chimes hung from its eaves, their gentle clinking in the breeze, crisp and light. At this moment, Chen Guang had assumed a new guise. He donned a human skin mask purchased in Wanxia City, enhanced into a 5th-tier magical device that effectively concealed his true state and even altered his aura. These measures served as an extra layer of security. If there was no cost, Chen Guang was willing to proceed. With that, he stepped through the door, while Qinghe maintained a respectful distance of a couple of paces behind him. The hall boasted an exceptionally high ceiling with an open wooden dome and expansive skylights between the beams, allowing sunlight to pour down. Filtered through patterned screens, the light softened upon the floor like gentle moonlight. The floor was paved with blue-gray stone slabs, and several sets of guest tables and chairs made from light-colored spirit wood were arranged casually, evoking a soothing atmosphere. A female cultivator in a flowing moon-white gown greeted him. At the golden core stage, her refined features and dimpled smile conveyed both grace and warmth. "What does a fellow cultivator require?" she inquired. "Formation arrays, pill elixirs, and spirit materials. I want to inspect items from golden core to Huashan," Chen Guang replied. Her gaze briefly lingered on him before shifting to Qinghe. When one in the golden core stage inquired about items up to Huashan, and with an enigmatic woman by his side, fortune smiled upon him. Although she showed no overt excitement, she nodded slightly and turned to lead the way. "Fellow cultivator, please follow me," she said. They ascended the cloud ladder to the 7th floor of the golden course section. The layout mirrored that of Tongyu Xianga. The first 3 floors housed chi refinement items. Floors 4 to 6 were for foundation establishment goods. Floors 7 and 8 displayed golden core treasures, and floors 9 and 10 offered nascent soul and Huashan level items. As the sedan door swung open, a spacious view unfolded. A half-height spirit wood display table naturally divided the hall into several sections. The female cultivator led Chen Guang first to the pill elixir area, where jade vases were neatly arranged. "Which types of third-tier elixirs do you require, fellow cultivator?" she asked. "Those for cultivation, healing, and detoxification. Take a common assortment, and also a few fine spirit materials," he replied. The items here differed from those in Wanxia City, featuring many new products. Chen Guang intended to purchase enhancements to strengthen his cultivation of essence, qi, and spirit. The female cultivator nodded and retrieved a specially crafted storage bag from beneath the display. The bag was embroidered with the cloud pattern emblem of Wantangsha. As she moved along efficiently, Chen Guang scanned the display labels and pointed to several items. The spirit materials specifically listed in the golden core section of Wuji Xinjia, including earth essence, milk, golden pattern blood ginseng, and frost silkworm thread, ordering 2 of each. After selecting the third-tier items, the duo proceeded to the 9th floor. The layout on the 9th floor was similar to the 8th, but with sparser displays, giving each treasure a more prominent space. The female cultivator led him through the pill elixir and spirit material areas, where Chen Guang selected a batch of commonly used elixirs and cultivation materials. There were also spirit calming pills, auxiliary elixirs aiding in nascent soul and breaking through to Huashan available here in lower grade quality, 1 of each. Finally, they ascended to the 10th floor. The displays were even fewer now, and each item was shielded by its own formation array. Many treasures rested on independent stands, and Chen Guang noticed several floating puppets, though he did not plan to purchase them. Chen Guang first visited the formation array section, where several arrays of varying sizes floated overhead, their patterns slowly flowing. He selected an exquisite 5th-tier comprehensive array, priced at 80,000 medium-tier spirit stones. He also selected a few 5th-tier spirit material artifacts and auxiliary cultivation elixirs, along with a miscellany of other items. Regardless of their usefulness, he would purchase them and decide later. Finally, he purchased a 5th-tier storage bracelet, whose internal space exceeded even that on his old one, and most importantly could store living beings. The female cultivator carefully loaded each item into the embroidered storage bag, and once everything was in place, she set the bag on a counter formation array that instantly displayed a sequence of numbers. 310,700 medium-tier spirit stones, the display read. "Fellow cultivator, this is the final discounted price. Will you use a spirit seal or a spirit ticket?" the female cultivator asked with a smile. "Spirit seal," Chen Guang replied. He had recharged his account the previous day, so his balance was ample. Retrieving his own Shinji spirit seal, he tapped it against hers. As the spirit orb spun, with a flash of blue light, the spirit stones were transferred. The female cultivator neatly gathered her spirit seal and handed over both the storage bracelet and the embroidered storage bag, her smile growing even more genuine. "Fellow cultivator, take care, and if you ever need anything, feel free to return at any time." Chen Guang accepted the items, and the trio prepared to descend via the cloud ladder. When the sedan door opened, the occupants began to exit. Only one person emerged, a stranger not affiliated with the Xianga, and he was unaccompanied by any attendants. Though not very tall, the man had broad shoulders, standing solidly as if a wall. He wore a dark brocade robe adorned with gold thread coiled dragon patterns on the collar and cuffs, and his waist was cinched by a jade belt featuring a dragon head clasp in dark green. His face was square with a broad forehead and bronze skin, and his hair was held in place by a golden crown, at the center of which was embedded a dark green spirit orb. His aura was profoundly deep, and Chen Guang could not discern his precise cultivation level. He was likely a senior. He stepped forward, his gaze casually sweeping over Chen Guang, before settling on Xing He. After a careful glance, he turned and fixed a serious look on Chen Guang, saying in a deep, measured tone, "You seem unfamiliar, young friend. Is this your first time in Haojing?" "Yes, I was passing by with my master, but I ventured out on my own," Chen Guang replied. He suspected the elder had noticed Xing He's uniqueness, yet he remained unfazed. The presence of 1,000 latest-stage immortal puppets in his storage bracelet bolstered his courage. The man nodded silently without inquiring about Xing He, and instead reached into his sleeve to present a dark green jade token inscribed with the character Jing on the front and cloud patterns on the back. "Young friend, if you have time, please visit the Jing Wang mansion." Unexpectedly, it was Jing Wang himself, the formidable guardian of the northern border and one of the top 10 powers in the capital. Chen Guang accepted the jade token with both hands, saying, "This is Chen Guang, thank you, your highness." Jing Wang waved dismissively and strode past, entering a secluded room adjacent to the hall. His heavy, steady steps caused subtle tremors, as though a vast beast were in motion. Chen Guang boarded the cloud ladder, and as the sedan door closed he glanced at the jade token in his hand. Its smooth, dark surface shimmered subtly the strokes of Jing, faintly animated with spiritual light. "What kind of man is this Jing Wang, your highness?" Chen Guang asked the female cultivator beside him, who knew Jing Wang from earlier bowing gestures though she remained. Jing Wang is the emperor's own younger brother. His cultivation has reached the perfected Huashan stage. He has guarded the northern borders for years, and rarely returns to the capital. This visit is likely due to a brief lull in northern conflicts, she explained. She paused before adding, "The prince is stern and decisive, commanding immense respect in the military. Even the scions of noble families in the capital hold him." Chen Guang nodded, stowing the jade token into his storage bracelet, and departed Wantong Xianga with Qin He. He summoned a cloud boat, and set his course for Donghua Mountain, following tradition by seeking proper lodging. Along the journey, Chen Guang pondered two matters. First, the intentions of Jing Wang, which were not hard to fathom, given his reputation for attracting alliances. Even the heir of the Yunyang Marquis had once sought his company. Yet he grew weary of constant alliances. After a moment of reflection, he decided that Qin He, though valuable, need not always be in the spotlight. Secondly, he was here to purchase 4th and 5th tier treasures, and was accompanied the entire way by a golden core stage female attendant. Even Tongyu Xianga had deployed a deputy, Chen Guang could scarcely grasp the reason. Yet Chen Guang was not one to fuss over trivialities. His priority was to secure proper lodging, as he intended to reside there for a long time with no margin for error. Finding a residence took 2 days, and among the many vacant estates on Donghua Mountain, he finally settled on a courtyard reminiscent of one in Wanxia City. The estate, oriented north to south, and covering approximately 400 mu, bordered Donghua Mountain to the north on gently elevated land, offering a commanding view of much of Haojing City. The estate's walls were built from Yunying crystalline panels, a refined version of Yingliuli, in a pale sky blue hue. The main entrance featured opposing golden-threaded sandalwood doors with a plaque inscribed Zizai. Beyond lay an accent wall of smoky blue jade, its natural landscape patterns reminiscent of an ink splash, painting with mists drifting slowly within. Beyond the accent wall lay a spacious courtyard before the main hall, paved with tranquil Qingxian stones speckled with natural golden spots. Lining the square were 2 rows of towering stone lamp pillars crafted from pale white refined jade, topped with lotus-shaped glazed lamps. In the courtyard, there was an impressive array of sculpted puppet statues intermingled with genuine early-stage immortal puppets from the refinement of Void. At the far end of the courtyard stood the main hall, featuring the heavy eaves and multi-tiered roof that Chen Guang favored, covered with golden glazed tiles and accented by hanging copper bells. The hall structure was made of golden-threaded sandalwood in a rich golden-red hue, with natural fine golden veins that shimmered in the sunlight. Its stone platform, about 5 zhang high and divided into 3 levels, was entirely built from Qingxian stone. Suspended above the main hall was a plaque inscribed with Xiaoyao Dian. Behind the hall lay the rear garden, arranged much like the Zizai Ju in Wanxia City, though with slight modifications. Passing through a floral hall, one entered an area centered on a lake. At its heart stood a pavilion connected by a meandering 9-turn wooden bridge spanning the lake's shores. To the east, an artificial hill was adorned with a cascading waterfall that resounded as it plunged into the lake. The entire rear garden was filled with peach trees, and Chen Guang planned to brew his own peach wine. On the second floor of Xiaoyao Dian, facing south, lay a terrace with a floor made of golden-threaded sandalwood and bordered by purple bamboo railings. The terrace featured a square table with adjustable height, several chairs, and the indispensable rocking chair. In a quiet corner, his delicate Fan X and Rui quietly observed the view of Haojing. The entire city spread from his feet to the horizon, with the imperial city's golden, glazed tiles shimmering like a sea of light, even from afar. Chen Guang was very satisfied with the estate. Its layout was similar to the Zizai Ju in Wanxia City, yet its caliber and materials were of a notably higher standard, prompting him to purchase it immediately. At that moment, he reclined in a lounge chair, sipping tea brewed by Qin He and enjoying her professional massage, while admiring the view of Haojing. The entire estate was protected by an enhanced 6th-tier formation array. How beautiful, how delightful. This is truly the essence of cultivation. Chen Guang exclaimed loudly, as if speaking to no one in particular, though indeed he was alone. Just then the celestial sound formation array within his new storage bracelet trembled suddenly. He retrieved it. It displayed the presence of Lu Yunha. Lu Mingyuan told me you had arrived in Haojing. Why did you not inform me? Lu Yunha's voice brimmed with evident excitement, and a slight smile played on Chen Guang's lips. He had mentioned his arrival to Lu Mingyuan, fully expecting Lu Yunha to be informed, so he hadn't felt the need to notify him directly. I've only been here 2 days, and just settled in. Settled in? Then tomorrow evening let me see you off with a proper welcome. Alright, where? Master Lu, don't fool me. Now that I'm in Haojing, I can see just how formidable the Lu family is. Rest assured you'll be very well served. I'll send you the details shortly. See you tomorrow evening. See you tomorrow. Let's have a proper chat with Lu Yunhe tomorrow to plan our next moves. For now, listen to the news. In the southwest of Jinyanhai Baiha Island will be publicly auctioned this October. Covering an area of 3,000 li, its spirit meridians have been appraised by the Jinin Xiandian as 5th-tier superior quality. The starting bid is 8,000 medium-tier spirit stones, with at least 7 forces already expressing interest. In the southern region of Jinyanhai, the Luoxing Sea has recently seen a massive congregation of floating spirit algae stretching over 1,000,000 li. This has attracted an unprecedented migration of fragmented golden fish, the largest in nearly a millennium, with the Miaohai Association sending experts to inspect. It is said that this swarm far exceeds expectations and may significantly impact the Jinyanhai spirit beast market. RIP. Qinghe, be careful, it hurts. 70% of Gaojing's high-end taverns clustered in the East City, and the address Lu Yunhe gave was no exception. As dusk fell, the boat Yunzhou threaded down street after street, turning into a quarter Chen Guang had never seen before. The pavilions along the road thinned out, replaced by stretches of bamboo and the occasional flash of a courtyard wall. This was not a marketplace, but a deliberately kept pocket of quiet. From the bamboo's depths, a swath of ease would appear for a moment before leaves hid it again. Yunzhou descended at the edge of a bamboo grove. Chen Guang disembarked to find a narrow path paved in bluestone before him, roughly a zhang wide, the slabs worn smooth by countless feet, thin moss curling in the joints. The bamboo on either side rose tall, their tops interlacing overhead to form a natural arcade. Twilight filtered down through the gaps in the leaves, struggling to reach the ground. After walking perhaps 100 paces along the path, the bamboo suddenly drew back to either side, revealing an open space and a multi-storied building. It was only 5 stories high and built of a wood whose name he could not place. The grain lay between deep brown and ash black, as if soaked through by rain and sun so many times that the color had settled into a quiet, wordless hue. The wood grain was exceptionally fine, pressing a fingertip against it gave the sense of layered years stacked together. The building's form was unassuming, its eaves gentle. Only the corners lifted slightly like a waterbird at rest, drawing in its wingtips. No lanterns hung beneath the eaves, no wind chimes tinkled. On the second floor's outer wall, a modest stone plaque had been inlaid, its surface carved with 2 characters, Yunjian. The characters were hand-carved, the strokes were not perfectly neat, and where the chisel turned there were faint pauses. It felt as if someone had idly written the words, and someone else had idly cut them into stone. The 2 characters sat quietly in the dark wood, neither shining nor moving, simply present. A small courtyard lay before the building, its ground raked white, with sand leading from the gate to the main door, which stood open, warm yellow light spilling out. Every detail of the building spoke of antiquity and restraint. It was clearly an establishment with a long pedigree. Lu Yunhe stood at the threshold. He wore a moon-white robe. When he saw Chen Guang approach, his mouth curved into a smile, and he stepped forward to greet him. Chen Guang. Beside Lu Yunhe was a youth of 15 or 16 in an indigo brocade robe, the collar and cuffs pressed with dark gold kuei patterns. A gold belt of matching hue cinched his waist, its buckle carved from jade into the head of a beast clutching a pearl. He had not yet filled out his frame, his shoulders and back still seemed slight, but he already carried a certain bearing. His features resembled Lu Yunhe's by 3 or 4 parts. Sharper eyes, a chin that lifted a little on its own. He looked like a fledgling hawk, instinctively lifting its head to appraise the sky. His hair was bound neatly under a small golden coronet, leaving a smooth forehead exposed. Chen Guang waved and came forward. Lu Yunhe reached out and patted him on the shoulder. You only found me 2 days after arriving in Gaojing. Tardy. Settling the house delayed me. All right, you came. Lu Yunhe turned slightly and introduced the youth. This is my cousin Lu Yunqi. The youth stepped forward half a pace, hands folded before him, and inclined in a brief bow. The motion was small, but the angle of his waist, the position of his hands, the measured dip of his head. Brother Chen. His voice was clear, the crisp brightness of youth. Chen Guang returned the salute. Young Master Lu. Lu Yunqi straightened, his gaze lingering on Chen Guang for an instant before dropping away, and he returned quietly to Lu Yunhe's side. Let us speak inside. Lu Yunhe turned and walked into the building. This place is good. If you want to come normally, you have to reserve days in advance. Chen Guang followed him through the door. The interior was darker than the exterior, though the dimness felt agreeable. The main hall lacked the claustrophobic clutter of ordinary taverns that try to fill every inch with tables and chairs. Only a few seating groups occupied the floor, divided by slender potted bamboo and translucent spirit cloth screens, leaving ample distance between one party and the next. The floor was laid with deep gray stone inlaid with ultra-fine veins of gold in irregular patterns like fossilized vines. A handful of independent spirit lamps hung from the dome. Their frosted glaze softened the light into pools that fell on the stone like melting moonlight. A attendant in a dark gray robe approached with deceptively light steps, bowed slightly to Lu Yunhe, and then turned to lead them onward. On the 3rd floor, the corridor lined with carved wooden doors stood silent. Between each door, a potted bamboo had been restrained in its trimming, no more and no less than enough to shield the view. Their private room sat at the corridor's end. The door opened onto a spacious chamber whose entire east wall was a floor-to-ceiling window. The lattice was fashioned from ground-thin spirit bone, half-translucent, like frozen mica. Outside the window a bamboo grove spread directly before them. In the dusk the shadows of the stalks swayed, and beyond one could make out Gaojing's uneven skyline of roofs and pavilions. A sitting area with full facilities occupied one side of the room. A round table sat in the center, just large enough for 5 or 6. The dishes were already laid out, 4 cold 4 hot, and a steamer of dim-shelled dumplings. Chen Guang scanned the spread and spotted his favorite, braised soft-shelled turtle. The wine was warmed in a celadone ewer that gave off a faint heat. Lu Yunhe took the seat by the window. Lu Yunxi sat to his right, and Chen Guang opposite. The attendant poured the first round, and withdrew. The door closed without a sound. They clinked cups. The wine was a pale jade in color, soft on the tongue, carrying a very faint bamboo leaf scent. Pity you arrived a few days late, Lu Yunhe said. Last month the Qin family held Lord Qin's 3,800th birthday. Such a scene I have seen only 2 or 3 times in my life. The Qin family of the 100 Herb Hall. Chen Guang picked a strip of turtle meat. Its texture was sticky and silky on his tongue. Yes, that one. Their patriarch Qin Wangshan has perfected his huashan. Lu Yunhe paused, then added, a perfected huashan has a lifespan of 4,000 years. For someone of his age to host such a grand feast, this may well be his last. He paused, eyes lingering on Chen Guang, as if noticing something. The cup in his hand hung, suspended, while he looked more closely. Have you broken through? Lu Yunhe asked. Chen Guang swallowed the turtle and nodded. Golden core. Lu Yunhe was silent a beat, then shook his head with a bitter smile. I've been stuck finishing foundation establishment for nearly 2 years, just planning to break through this year, and you, quiet as a shadow, are already there. He glanced over at Lu Yunxi. Yunxi, see, your brother Chen isn't much older than you, and he's already golden core. Lu Yunxi paused with a dumpling halfway to his mouth. He looked at Chen Guang with a new seriousness. How old are you, brother Chen? Not yet 40. Chen Guang bragged. He was actually 18, but the truth would have been startling. For ordinary people, breaking through to golden core, by 300 years old, was commendable. Those born into the second generation with resources and talent typically broke through before 100. The exceptionally gifted might do so by 50 or 60. Men like Lu Yunhe, for instance. Lu Yunxi's brow moved slightly. A golden core practitioner in his 30s was rare in Gaojing, though his own talent was fine. His prospects were not assured. I'll make it someday, Lu Yunxi said stubbornly. He straightened his posture, his back a little stiffer than before. Yes, you will. Lu Yunhe watched his cousin and smiled in agreement, then explained to Chen Guang, this boy has excellent aptitude and quick comprehension. At 14, he could have been pushed to foundation establishment had the family insisted, but because he was held back and praised at home, he's become a little overconfident. I brought him out today to show him that there are always people greater than oneself. Confidence is good. The Lu family truly has talent aplenty. At 14, the ability to reach foundation establishment is indeed a point of pride. Lu Yunxi pressed his lips together and said nothing. He lowered his eyes, picked up his chopsticks, and quietly returned to eating the dumplings. A faint flush colored the skin behind his ears. Since you plan to stay in Gaojing, how much do you know about the local institutions? Lu Yunhe shifted the subject. 3 sects, 3 clans, 2 princely houses, 8 top Huashan forces, the Imperial House, Enshiyu Temple, host Lianshu true immortals. Chen Guang recounted what he had learned the previous days. I don't know the finer details. That is the surface. Lu Yunhe set down his chopsticks. I'll tell you something useful. He poured them another round and took a sip. The Huashan forces in Gaojing are not limited to those 8, but the ones universally regarded as top tier are indeed those. Not only because they have many Huashan practitioners, but because their lineages are deep. How long? The 3 great families, Lu, Qin, and Han, each have nearly 100,000 years of heritage older than the founding of the Great Zhou. The 3 grand sects, Yueshan sect, Wanshan sect, and Qingxian sect, have lineages whose shortest spans exceed 60,000 years. The 2 princely houses were granted their ranks at the founding and have been passed down for 70,000 years without break. He paused. Other Huashan forces may have 3 or 4 10,000-year histories, at best some only 10,000 years. They appear Huashan, yes, but when compared to these 8, their roots fall short by generations. What do you mean by roots and generations? Lu Yunxi asked, not understanding. Lu Yunhe spoke seriously. The 8 families became the 8 families because each produced at least one Lianshu true immortal. For various reasons they did not continuously birth Lianshu afterwards, so they remain Huashan forces. Still, the paths those ancestors walked and the mistakes they made became part of the family inheritance. Those who come later do not start from zero, they stand on the shoulders of those before them. That is the fundamental gap. He paused, then added another sentence. Of course that was in the past. In present-day Gaojing, publicly only the Imperial House, Enshiyu Temple, host Lianshu true immortals. No matter how many Lianshu the 8 families produced in history that is ancestral glory, none of the 8 currently has a Lianshu true immortal among them. Just as Chen Guang was about to remark, Lu Yunqi spoke up. My grandfather once said something. His voice was low but clear. An ancestor's glory is the ancestor's, but one's own ability is one's own. The 8 families' names carry weight outwardly, but when it comes down to it, few among their members truly stand out in their generation. He paused, setting his chopsticks gently against the dish. Those who rely solely on ancestral fame make me blush for them. Of course I myself still have a long way to go. Chen Guang glanced at him. The youth had not looked at anyone when he spoke. He reached for a piece of braised turtle, with steady hands though the flush at his ears deepened a touch. You are exaggerating. Among peers, the elites from the 8 families make up at least half, saying there are so few who stand out is overstated. Lu Yunhe laughed, and shook his head, choosing not to press the matter. Outside, dusk deepened, bamboo shadows swayed across the spirit bone window. Gaojing's distant lights blinked awake like scattered stars, and a thin wisp of smoke still rose from the censer. A single delicate thread. Lu Yunhe refilled their cups, and suddenly remembered something. At the end of the month, there's a small gathering at Yaoxiangu organized by Chen Guang's heir to celebrate a victory on my northern border. It's mostly peers. Are you coming? Chen Guang raised a piece of candied lotus root, and looked up. Sure, I'll go with you. Good. Lu Yunhe tapped the rim of his cup against Chen Guang's. Lu Yunqi ate quietly. Hearing that, he glanced at Chen Guang, and then lowered his eyes, his chewing slowed by a beat, as if something had caught his thoughts. Chen Guang noticed. Yunqi is coming too. Of course he is. Lu Yunhe answered for his cousin. Lu Yunqi put down his chopsticks, turned to Chen Guang, hesitated, and said, Brother Chen, Yaoxiangu has a maple valley that's very beautiful. If you haven't been, you can go see it then. His tone was softer than before. No longer delivering a principle with certainty, but sharing something he found lovely, unsure whether others would feel the same, yet wanting to offer it nonetheless. Fine, you can lead the way. Chen Guang thought the boy amusing, pride tinged with innocence, somewhat like Zhou. Lu Yunqi's mouth moved slightly. The gesture was tiny. He quickly lowered his head and popped the dumpling into his mouth, chewing with unusual earnestness. Lights grew denser outside, bamboo shadows dancing on the window lattice. The 3 of them ate and spoke. Wine was replenished twice more. The steamer of dumplings dwindled to the last few, and the soft-shelled turtle had been reduced to bone. This is a quiet street lined with green phoenix trees that stand tall with smooth green bark. At the end of the street stands a 3-story pavilion constructed entirely from a stone called dark gray rock, with a somber gray color and a surface adorned with naturally formed fine patterns which inherently absorbs divine sense. A green jade plaque hangs above the door, inscribed with the 2 characters Ji Wei, the brush strokes restrained and well-structured. The Ji Wei Pavilion conducts business in intermediary dealings. Among the high-level scattered cultivators of Gaojing, nearly half of those seeking a legitimate path have registered here. You present your requirements, your cultivation level expertise, the type of contract you wish to sign, and the compensation you can offer. They filter suitable candidates from their records. If it doesn't work out, the introduction fee is still charged, and if it does, another introduction fee is taken. They hold detailed records of numerous scattered cultivators, their cultivation level, root quality, past experiences, and any enemy's weaknesses. Scattered cultivators daring to register here have already revealed a significant part of their backgrounds, while employers seeking individuals here are generally not looking for ordinary help. Chen Guang has come to find a professional manager. The Huaxia farm has been a long-planned endeavor for him. He needs a legitimate force to provide an explanation to the outside world, and also aims to cultivate a power for future preparations. Moreover, he finds it quite enjoyable to have a facade while engaging in activities. However, he cannot manage it himself, it would waste too much time. Thus, he needs someone to handle affairs, and this person must not be of low cultivation, otherwise their status would be inadequate, and their capabilities must not be poor, or it would jeopardize business. Most importantly, this person must be completely controllable. Chen Guang does not trust human hearts, he only trusts the contract of the Tao. The Jiwei Pavilion was recommended to him by Lu Yunhe, indicating that it is a mixed place with all kinds of people, and he could give it a try. Stepping inside the first floor is a reception hall, with gray-white stone slabs covering the floor, and several negotiation areas concealed by green plant formations, making it hard to see clearly within. A young female cultivator in a blue long dress approached her foundation establishment, cultivation level evident, with a composed smile. What service does the esteemed senior require? I am looking for a business manager. Chen Guang said, at the peak of nascent soul, someone who can sign a Dao contract. The female cultivator's gaze shifted slightly, asking no further questions, and led the way. Please proceed to the second floor, esteemed senior. The second floor is quieter than the first, with several independent quiet rooms on either side of the corridor, all doors closed. The female cultivator guided Chen Guang into one of the rooms. The interior is simply and elegantly arranged, featuring a long table, a few chairs, and a calligraphy piece hung on the wall that reads, "Each takes what they need." In the corner, an incense burner emits faint smoke. At the back of the table sits a woman. Her age is indeterminate, her features beautiful, and there is a tranquility about her that seems shaped by time. She wears a dark green cross-collared robe, and her cultivation is well concealed, sitting there like a still pond undisturbed. Please sit, young friend. She speaks softly, her pace unhurried. My surname is Gu, and I am the overseeing eye here. Chen Guang sat opposite her, and Gu poured a cup of tea, pushing it over without any small talk, getting straight to the point. You seek a peak nascent soul, and someone capable of signing a Dao contract. This request is quite rare. She looked at Chen Guang. Most scattered cultivators at peak nascent soul have high aspirations, and those willing to stake their lives on a Dao contract usually have burdens. Since you are here at Jiwei Pavilion, you should understand this principle. Understood. Chen Guang nodded. Gu took out a jade plate from her sleeve with numerous sparkling points like stars. She traced her finger over it a few times, and the points quickly diminished until only a few remained. After observing for a moment, she placed the jade plate on the table. There is one person who might be suitable. She said this individual is at peak nascent soul, 1200 years old, with both wood and earth spirit roots. She left a condition when she registered at Jiwei Pavilion, but she only discusses matters with employers willing to sign a Dao contract. If you are willing, I can provide you with her communication number, and you can arrange to meet on your own. What sort of condition? Gu took a sip from her teacup. She didn't want to write it in the records, only saying it would be discussed in person. Then what if the meeting doesn't go well? Will the introduction fee be wasted? Yes. Gu's tone remained flat, so whether to meet is up to you, young friend. Chen Guang looked at her, and she looked back at him as the incense burner on the table sent wisps of smoke rising and dispersing between them. I will meet with her. There is no doubt about the meeting. His requirements are high, so it is fortunate to find a match. Gu slightly nodded and retrieved a number from the jade plate. Chen Guang noted it using the infinite celestial sound array plate, and took out 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones as the introduction fee. Gu accepted the spirit stones and stood to escort him to the staircase, saying nothing more. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and what remained was not her concern. After leaving the Jiwei Pavilion, Chen Guang directly sent a message using the array plate. Jiwei Pavilion introduction, seeking a business manager for a face-to-face meeting. The reply came quickly, consisting of just a short line of text. Tomorrow at the hour of Shun at the Cloudstop Pavilion in the south of the city. The next day, the Cloudstop Pavilion is located on an old street in the south of the city. This street lacks the grandeur of the high-rise buildings in the Eastern Market. The shops on both sides are all old brands selling tea, spices, and old books. The storefronts are modest, but well-kept. The Cloudstop Pavilion is nestled among these old shops, 5 stories high, built with red pine wood with sturdy beams and columns. The characters Cloudstop are inscribed in a loose and spacious style, as if the brush had spread out on its own and was too lazy to retract. Chen Guang arrived just before the hour of Shun, requesting a private room on the second floor by the window, where he could see the pedestrians on the street. The server brought tea and a few plates of snacks, and then he took out a comprehensive array plate from his storage bracelet, activating it. A faint golden light shield silently enveloped the entire room. At the exact hour of Shun, there was a knock on the private room's door. Chen Guang waved his hand to withdraw the entrance prohibition, and the door opened from the outside, revealing a woman. She had an elegant face, her calm eyes hiding something. Dressed in a deep blue robe made of fine material, her hair was neatly pinned up with a blackwood hairpin, and her figure was tall and proportionate. The aura of peak nascent soul was well concealed, with no fluctuations detectable. As she entered, her gaze landed on Chen Guang, pausing slightly. Perhaps she did not expect that the one seeking a peak nascent soul would be a young man at the Golden Core stage. She sat opposite Chen Guang with no small talk or pleasantries, first glancing at the array plate on the table before looking at Chen Guang. Are you willing to bear the consequences? Her voice was soft and slow, asking directly without any preamble. Chen Guang did not respond immediately. Instead, he poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward her. First, tell me what kind of consequences. The woman picked up the teacup, not drinking, but holding it in her hand. She remained silent for a moment, with the sounds of conversation and footsteps from the street outside. The array plate ensured that the sounds within did not escape. My surname is Yu, and I am Yui. She began. The Yu family from the gold and silver continent was destroyed by a refining void force 80 years ago. When she said this, her tone was flat, as if speaking of something unrelated to herself, but Chen Guang noticed her fingers gripping the tea cup tighten momentarily. I cannot disclose who it is at this moment. If you are willing to sign a Dao contract, I will tell you the truth. As far as I know, isn't the gold and silver continent directly governed by the Immortal Palace? They do not intervene when a force is destroyed. The Immortal Palace does not prohibit conflicts between forces as long as there is no oppression by a higher realm, and the Immortal Palace is not entirely clean either. She said, her expression complicated when mentioning the Immortal Palace. Chen Guang began to understand the lack of prohibition on conflicts between forces is to prevent the cultivation world from losing vitality, and as for the Immortal Palace not being clean, that is to, your condition is for me to avenge you. Yes. Yu raised her gaze to look at him. If you help me destroy that refining void level force, rest assured that force does not have a good reputation, and no one will speak for them. Moreover, the Immortal Palace will not directly intervene. Chen Guang was not concerned about these matters, taking a sip of tea. What are the specific conditions? Within a millennium. Chen Guang put down his teacup. What can you offer me? Absolute loyalty, signing a Dao contract. For a millennium, everything I have will belong to you. I will manage your business, and I can meet any other needs you have. After a millennium, if I am still alive, the contract will be dissolved, and I will leave at my discretion. Yu looked at Chen Guang seriously. Have you managed a business before? Chen Guang wanted to confirm again. I have managed my family's business in various capacities. 1,000 years of experience is sufficient to run your business. Chen Guang nodded. All right. Yu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Aren't you going to ask anything else? What should I ask? You come from a family background, have managed commerce, and your abilities are not a problem. You seek revenge, and I need an absolutely loyal manager. Your price is within my means, it's that simple. He took out a Dao contract from his storage bracelet and placed it on the table. At their level, they were not qualified to sign a Dao contract, but fortunately the Tianwan World Spirit Trading Company offers this service for 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones per contract, valid within a month. After the expiration, it dissipates automatically. You draft the terms. Chen Guang pushed the spirit contract toward her. Hatred is the most tenacious force. Yu did not hesitate to take the spirit contract, her divine sense probing in to begin writing. Her movements were swift, as if these terms had been rehearsed countless times in her mind. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yu set down the spirit contract, pushing it over. Chen Guang picked it up and scanned it with his divine sense. The terms were clean, direct, and sincere, with no ambiguity. Essentially, Yu would serve Chen Guang for a millennium, during which she would be absolutely loyal and obedient to all orders. She must not disclose any information regarding Chen Guang or his forces in any way during this time, or afterward, and she must not act in any way that harms Chen Guang's interests. In return, Chen Guang would provide her basic resources and promise to help her destroy that refining void level force within a millennium, annihilating all refining void cultivators and over 90% of transformation stage cultivators. For violators, their Dao heart would shatter and their soul would perish. Chen Guang was very satisfied with the content. Signing this contract meant he wouldn't have to worry about his own information leaking. Even if someone read Yu's memories, it would be futile, as she would self-destruct under the constraints of the Dao contract. Chen Guang did not linger, forcing out a drop of blood and letting it fall onto the spirit contract. Yu did the same. The golden patterns on the spirit contract suddenly lit up like ignited threads spreading outward from the drops of their blood. The entire contract paper trembled slightly in the golden light, and the words flowed, as if alive, then transformed into two extremely thin golden lines that entered the center of their brows. In Chen Guang's sea of consciousness, a phantom of the contract appeared. With a slight touch, he could understand its contents without any sense of restraint, but the Dao is established, and violators' Dao shall dissipate. Yu closed her eyes for a moment to sense it, then opened them. Her expression was somewhat strange, and the aura she had been suppressing to the extreme momentarily relaxed, like a taut string finally permitted to loosen just a bit. Master, she addressed him somewhat awkwardly. From now on, just call me young master. Now let's go back to Donghua Mountain and enhance your cultivation. Chen Guang retracted the array plate and stepped out first. However, it did not quite understand. How could she enhance her cultivation being at peak nascent soul? Was it absolutely impossible? The cloud boat descended before the Zizai residence as Chen Guang, accompanied by Yu, walked through the shadow wall. The square paved with Qingxian stones shimmered with fragmented golden light in the twilight, while stone lanterns lit up one after another, casting warm yellow light from the lotus-shaped glass shades stretching the shadows of the two long. Yu followed behind him, her gaze sweeping across the vast estate covering hundreds of acres. She remained silent throughout the journey, but her calm eyes took in everything. They went directly to the second-floor training room. The training room was spacious, with a floor made of deep abyss wood, its color like aged ink. It was neither hard nor rough underfoot, and this type of wood could self-repair, making it suitable for a training room. In the center there were several meditation cushions, and a low table with an incense burner on it. You will break through here. There are formations and spirit stones, and it is very quiet without disturbance, Chen Guang said, while retrieving the formation plate and spirit stones. Hearing this, Yu finally couldn't hold back. Young master, what breakthrough? I have already reached the peak of nascent soul. Who any further would be to transform into a god? Her tone was as calm as possible, but that question had been pressing in her heart all the way from Tingyun Tower to Donghua Mountain, from entering the door to going upstairs. She had been waiting for Chen Guang to mention it first, but it seemed he had completely forgotten about it. Chen Guang sat down on a meditation cushion, taking out a jade bottle from his storage bracelet and holding it in the palm of his hand. The jade bottle was small and warm to the touch, with no carvings on its surface, only faintly revealing the outline of the pills inside. This is for the breakthrough to transform into a god. He placed the jade bottle on the low table and pushed it towards Yui. It's a high-quality concentration pill which can allow you to break through without being disturbed by inner demons. Yui fell silent, unable to comprehend why a high-quality concentration pill would be given to a servant whose lifespan was only 1,000 years. She couldn't believe it after all, and Guking no faction would treat a high-quality concentration pill so casually, not even her former family. Young master, she raised her head somewhat reluctant. This pill is too precious. You are my person now. If your cultivation is low, it does not match my status. Yui's lips moved slightly. Was a god transformation subordinate the only one that matched his status? What identity did her master have? She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Don't overthink it. Chen Guang stood up, preparing to leave. You signed the Dao contract. Becoming stronger is the greatest help to me. The door closed from the outside. Yui stood in place, holding the jade bottle, looking at the closed door, then glancing at the neatly stacked middle-grade spirit stones and the comprehensive formation plate glowing faintly with golden light. The gathering spirit formation had begun to operate, and the concentration of spiritual energy was slowly rising at a perceptible speed. From the destruction of the Yu family to now, she had borne it alone for 80 years, seeking support and negotiating conditions. No one was willing to avoid refinement level force for a rogue nascent soul. She thought the Millennium contract was a long road, a gamble of her life for a faint hope. Yet on the first day, her new master had given her a high-quality concentration pill, a training room, a pile of spirit stones, and the words, "You are now my person." She sat down on the cushion, opened the jade bottle, and the fragrance of the concentration pill wafted out faint, but upon inhalation, she felt the oppressive shadow that had lingered in her sea of consciousness for 80 years begin to loosen. For the first time in 80 years, she felt that perhaps the Millennium contract wouldn't take so long to fulfill. She placed the concentration pill in her mouth and closed her eyes. At the moment the medicinal power was unleashed, she realized what the two words high quality truly meant. The warm medicinal power rose from her dantian, enveloping her entire sea of consciousness. The burdens that had pressed on her heart for 80 years began to surface layer by layer under the medicinal power's embrace, yet instead of tearing at her spirit, as it usually did, they were held behind a layer of flexible membrane, allowing her to observe them calmly. Yui's breathing gradually steadied. The nascent soul in her dantian opened its eyes. Chen Guang left the Zizai residence, summoning the cloud boat for a stroll. Yui needed a few days to break through, and during these days he had to finalize the location. To be honest, he felt like a spinning top constantly in motion. Upon arriving in Guking, he went to Lingzhuang to buy spirit seals, then stayed at an inn, purchased puppets and treasures, had a small gathering with Lu Yunhe, recruited people, and now he had to finalize the address and restock. Why was he so busy? However, it was fine. Just a few days of busyness, and once Yui broke through, he would be liberated. The cloud boat floated slowly over the streets in the eastern part of the city. Chen Guang leaned against the back of the chair, observing and comparing. The buildings in the eastern part of the city had a characteristic, slightly higher-end pavilions weren't crammed together. From above, those pavilions looked like chess pieces scattered in a garden, quite comfortable. After 2 days, he finally chose the one at the end of Qingwu Street. Qingwu Street wasn't long, with straight trunks of green phoenix trees lining both sides, their bark green, and smooth crowns intertwining above the street. The street was relatively quiet, with not many passing cultivators, but those who did had decent cultivation levels. At the end of the street stood a 6-story pavilion, approximately 13 zhang high, built entirely from golden silk sandalwood, a material and color he favored. The pavilion was hexagonal with a pointed roof with 6 flying eaves slightly raised from 6 directions. Wind chimes made of jade pieces hung from the eaves, and each floor had a corridor surrounded by intricately carved railings with different designs on each floor, from cloud patterns to kuei patterns, meticulously crafted, yet not overly complex. The grand hall on the first floor was about 3 zhang tall, with gray-white cloud patterned stones on the floor, empty and yet to be furnished. Directly opposite the main door were the cloud stairs and a spiral wooden staircase ascending together. On both sides of the grand hall were several compartments, and walking further back, pushing open the back door, led to the courtyard. The courtyard covered about 40 to 50 acres, and what pleased him was the purple tier bamboo grove inside. The bamboo grew extremely tall, its stalks deep purple, with a light-colored ring of patterns at the joints resembling tear stains. This type of bamboo naturally attracted spiritual energy, able to adjust the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy, without the need for additional formations. Deep within the bamboo grove stood a storeroom, which appeared to be an ordinary house made of blue bricks and tiles from the outside, but upon entering the space inside, was far larger than it seemed. It was a storage warehouse with expanded space. About 100 zhang in size, the walls were embedded with layers of spatial array patterns, and the silver-white lines created a stable folded space within, ensuring that the efficacy of stored spiritual materials and pills would not dissipate. However, like storage bags, sentient beings could not stay here for long, or else their intelligence would dissipate, or even lead to death. Returning to the building, the second and third floors were open exhibition areas, spacious, while the fourth and fifth floors featured both exhibition and private discussion rooms. On the sixth floor, a small area of over 1,000 square meters was his own space, surrounded by large panes of cloud crystal. Looking out, a large part of Gowking was within sight. This floor had a training room, living room, and bedroom, and it would be his second home in Gowking. He was quite satisfied with this building, directly purchasing it for 60,000 middle-grade spirit stones, which was quite reasonable. The building itself came with a fourth-grade formation, not to mention the entire structure made of golden silk sandalwood. After settling on the farm's location, he began a continuous cycle of procurement. First was alcohol, which would be his main product. He visited the famous Forget Worry workshop in Gowking, which had a legacy of thousands of years, offering everything from 1st to 5th grade. Chen Guang chose a second-grade spirit wine brewed from green bamboo with a crisp taste and elegant bamboo fragrance. It was of good quality, but not high grade, mainly targeting foundation establishment cultivators. He bought out the finished stock of green bamboo wine and the brewing recipe, planning to grade and enhance the finished wine. Enhancing it would not only improve its quality, but also elevate its taste. The 10-fold enhanced wine would be sold to foundation establishment cultivators, while the 30-fold and 100-fold would go to golden core cultivators, and the 1,000-fold would be sold to nascent soul cultivators. Next were spiritual herbs. He went to Baichao Hall and purchased a batch of finished spiritual herbs and seeds ranging from 2nd to 5th grade. He planned to wholesale the spiritual herbs, as bulk purchases would be cheaper. Pills couldn't be overlooked either, but he would focus on quality over quantity, only selling top-grade products of the same tier, such as foundation establishment pills, where he would only sell high-quality and supreme-grade ones, along with high-quality golden core and cultivating infant pills. Spiritual beasts were also essential. He went to the beast hall and selected a dozen types that lacked sentience and could be replicated, planning to sell them in bulk. After a few days of running around, spirit stones flowed out like water, resulting in dozens of storage bags, filling his storage bracelet, all neatly categorized and easy to identify. Though he had a rough business plan in mind, he still needed to listen to you. Professional matters should be handled by professionals, and he just needed to enjoy the benefits. However, one thing would not change: the items sold at his farm would all be cheap, typically priced at 50 to 70% of the market value. He operated the farm with one goal: affordability. Affordability. And more TM affordability. Once the matters were settled, Chen Guang had nothing more to do. These few days were spent at home, cultivating and sipping tea, waiting for Yui's breakthrough, or the start of a gathering, uncertain which would come first. Just as he thought of her, Yui surprisingly appeared. Yui stepped out, her movements lighter than before her retreat, indicating a breakthrough. Her appearance remained unchanged, but the layer of something in her eyes had faded, and her overall demeanor showed a significant improvement. "Young master, I've made a breakthrough," she said, her tone calm, yet tinged with joy. "That's good. It was quicker than I expected." "Qing," he replied, pouring a cup of tea and pushing it towards her. As she reached for it, her fingers brushed against Qing He's hand. She paused, looking closely at Qing He. Her skin was warm and soft, with a faint blush beneath the surface. Her complexion was normal, breathing steady, and her eyelashes cast a small shadow in the light. Even the reflections of clouds in her pupils were clear. "Young master, this is a puppet." Coming from an extraordinary background, her keen eyes recognized this as a puppet. "Indeed, and it's a latest-stage alchemical puppet," Chen Guang admitted without hesitation. Yui's hand holding the teacup froze in midair. Latest-stage alchemical. She felt a bit shocked and hesitant to believe it, but the young master wouldn't deceive her. Oh my. There were only 8 latest-stage alchemical practitioners in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. Her previous family had only 3, and those who had destroyed her family numbered around 7 or 8, with only 2 in the late stage. No wonder the young master dared to agree to the conditions. She looked down at the tea in her cup, remaining silent as the surface rippled slightly. The turmoil in her heart was far more intense than the... What exactly was the young master's background? What kind of power could provide his disciples with latest-stage alchemical puppets? Was it at the Mahayana level? Or even higher? When she signed the Grand Dao contract, she thought it would take a millennium for the young master to help her seek revenge, but now she suddenly felt that perhaps it wouldn't. She lifted her head to look at Qing He, who was quietly kneeling beside her, wiping the teapot, with a tea towel, her wrist moving with gentle grace. "Tell me about the forces that destroyed your family," Chen Guang asked, without waiting for her to inquire, wanting to get to the point quickly. Yui pondered, organizing her words. "It's the Wang family from Xianyue Immortal City in the Golden and Silver Continent, with a lineage of nearly 100,000 years, having around 7 or 8 alchemical practitioners, 2 of whom are in the late stage. The Yu family was also from Xianyue Immortal City, and the enmity between the 2 families has lasted for thousands of years. I don't know what methods they used to make the ancestors of the Yu family agree to the battle of forces." She paused before continuing. "Once the battle is initiated, they will stop at nothing, with no limits to their means, essentially leading to the complete annihilation of one side. The Yu family lost thoroughly, with all 3 ancestors killed in battle. I managed to escape, but the specifics are unclear. However, it is certain that the Yu family was obliterated. Nearly a century has passed, and while she had made a breakthrough, discussing these matters still caused her pain. That can be resolved. Perhaps within a century the Wang family will be eliminated by your own hands. Chen Guang stated, not one to comfort others, nor was it necessary if facts would speak for themselves. Young master is unmatched. At that moment, upon hearing Chen Guang's words, she felt a surge of excitement and instinctively praised him. Seeing that Chen Guang did not react, she slowly finished her cup of tea. The turmoil in her heart gradually settled, transforming into a sense of stability. Now she felt even more convinced that revenge would not be long in coming. On the surface, Chen Guang merely smiled, but internally, he felt quite pleased. Has my excellence finally been recognized? Ha ha ha, it's the true practitioners who appreciate it. No matter how good the immortal puppet is, it still struggles to flatter. Chen Guang thought to himself, feeling elated, as he took out dozens of storage bags. Now your task is to manage my business. I've opened a farm called Huaxia Farm located at No. 66, Qingwu Street, which I have purchased. You'll handle the arrangements, and the items for sale are in the storage bags. Yu extended her divine sense to check and found the high-grade Ning Shun Dan. She was no longer surprised, merely estimating the value of these items before retracting her divine sense. Does the young master have any requirements? Nothing much, just that spiritual liquor is the main item for sale, and the same goes for spiritual herbs and spiritual beasts. They should be sold in bulk. As for pills, only high-quality ones will be sold. Most importantly, all items should be priced at 50 to 80% of the market price. Setting the prices so low will yield minimal profit. If relying solely on purchasing finished products, the costs will keep rising. Don't worry about the costs. It's best if we make a profit, but if not, then so be it. The main goal is to make the farm a hit. Not worrying about costs is indeed unusual. No wonder he is the unmatched young master. I suggest finding another piece of land outside the city to plant spiritual herbs and raise spiritual beasts. It doesn't need to be too large, just enough for rotation, ensuring a stable supply, and it will prevent drawing attention when sourcing from outside. You handle the arrangements. Having a farm makes sense, and also serves to conceal one's activities. What about manpower? You recruit, prepare the spirit contracts, and I will transfer the spirit stones to you. As Chen Guang spoke, he took out a Qi Ling seal. Yu also produced her Qi Ling seal, and the two spiritual seals gently touched, emitting a flash of azure light. Yu clearly sensed the transferred amount. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. This quantity would be difficult for any latest-stage alchemical force to procure. Well, it's normal for the young master to be able to produce such a sum, but she still wanted to say, young master, this is too much. It's more than I need. Chen Guang shook his head unconcerned. If you can't use it all, just keep it for rotation. If you run out, tell me. I don't lack spirit stones. You need to make the farm high-end and impressive. Yu nodded and went out to make arrangements while Chen Guang quietly enjoyed the joy of being a carefree master. If it weren't for the need to find professionals for specialized matters, you would have had the farm organized in just a few days. Chen Guang soon arrived at Qingwu Street. As the cloud boat descended at the entrance of the spiritual farm, Chen Guang immediately noticed the difference. First, at each corner of the roof there hung a jade bell made of empty green jade. The sound of the bells was not loud when the wind passed, resembling the sound of ice cracking elongated. Embedded in the horizontal beams beneath the flying eaves were a row of leaf-shaped spirit crystals, each thin and translucent. When sunlight filtered through, it cast pale green shadows on the ground, and with a gust of wind the shadows moved along. Then a whole piece of moon-white stone 2 zhang in size hung above the door. The base color was milky white, with a very faint glow on its surface like moonlight illuminating snow. Huaxia Farm was carved directly into the stone surface without any gold filling or silver inlay. It was simply the carving itself, naturally simple, yet grand. The main gate stood wide open with a threshold made of a complete piece of green jade, its quality translucent inside, sealed with a strand of extremely fine spiritual vein, a faint green light, slowly wandering within the jade. Yu waited at the entrance. Chen Guang stepped off the cloud boat and entered with her. Upon entering, the first sensation was odd underfoot. The floor was made of dark gray cloud-patterned stone, yet above the stone surface floated a layer of knee-high, faint green spiritual mist, extremely thin, and light mingling with tiny particles of spiritual light. It felt like walking on clouds, and the entire grand hall seemed to be supported by this thin mist, with shelves and display pillars appearing to have sprouted from the fog. This is to draw out and disperse the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. The entire building is enveloped in it, directly highlighting the luxury and grandeur of our farm. Yu explained beside him. Chen Guang nodded. Not bad, this is how it should be, which truly matched his lofty status. The most eye-catching feature of the grand hall was the 5 floating cloud crystal display pillars in the center rising from the mist. The pillars were transparent, each containing treasures that could drive one mad. The base foundation pillar was light blue, the golden core version was light golden, and the nascent soul version was crimson. Light radiated from the core of the pillars, passing through the flowing cloud crystal walls, and the spiritual mist, creating halos of corresponding colors that spread in the fog. The items supported by the pillar tops slowly rotated, appearing as if they were floating in the mist from a distance. The first and second floor cell foundation building items, the third and fourth cell golden core items, the fifth cell's nascent soul items, and the sixth floor's eastern half is for the young master's use, while the western half is for transforming God's products. These floating cloud crystal pillars are designed to showcase higher grade treasures to attract customers. Each crystal pillar's base was inscribed with a line of characters indicating the floor where the items were located. Of those passing by, 8 out of 10 will stop in front of these 5 pillars. For instance, this supreme foundation building pill will elicit a reaction from anyone who sees it. It is only sold as a high-grade item in the Gupjing Immortal Pavilion, while supreme ones are only available at auctions. Our price is lower, so I plan to use this as the first flagship item to attract traffic when we open. Very professional. You handle it as you see fit. The Grand Hall also had normal merchandise, including spiritual liquor and spiritual beasts, and some employees were already in place, bowing slightly out of respect upon seeing them, while Chen Guang waved and headed up to the second floor. Is that our master? I don't know, but even if it's not, their status is very high, and even Manager Yu is personally accompanying them. I hope it's our master. They look so handsome. The employees whispered among themselves, unaware that Chen Guang had already ascended to the second floor. The layout of the second floor was similar to the first, with a resting area by the window featuring gold thread sandalwood tables and chairs arranged in a staggered manner, with clear tea and spiritual fruits set atop the tables. The third and fourth floors were for golden core goods, with wider gaps between the display stands. Each group was equipped with a small spiritual light shield. On the shelf in the pill area, the high-grade casting golden pill that appeared on the first floor occupied a separate section, with a negotiation area set against the wall. The fourth floor featured a closed negotiation room. The fifth floor was for nascent soul treasures with fewer display stands. Each group independently occupied an area with treasures gently rotating under faint golden spiritual light shields. On the shelves of the pill area, high-grade nurturing pills were clearly priced, occupying a substantial area, with a negotiation room also against the wall. The sixth floor was spacious, with an incense burner in the corner emitting the fragrance of deep water incense, useful for transforming gods. The western half was for transforming God's goods, with only a few sets of display stands, and the products were all fifth-tier premium items, such as the Demon Clearing Pill for overcoming inner demons, and the Mind Spirit Pill for shattering illusions. Chen Guang sat down in a chair by the window, gazing outside, with most of Gaojing within view. You did excellently and professionally, not disappointing my expectations, Chen Guang generously praised her. Yui stood beside him, smiling slightly, as she placed a jade slip on the table. As long as it meets the young master's approval. This contains the personnel roster for each floor, the terms of the spirit contracts, and the annual salary standards. Some of them are not present today. Chen Guang casually glanced over it. Most were female cultivators, which was quite reasonable, and exactly to his liking. I also found the land outside the city, 50,000 hectares for 1,000 miles east of the city, a gentle slope, with valleys, and a third-tier spiritual vein running through it. It will be sufficient. The lease is for 3,000 years, with priority for renewal upon expiration. I recruited 50 foundation building, 10 golden core, and 1 nascent soul cultivator, all of whom signed spirit contracts. Chen Guang nodded. The land was indeed spacious enough. Young master, when will we set the opening date? Chen Guang thought for a moment. The gathering at the invitation of Immortal's Pavilion was at the end of the month, and many second-generation heirs would attend, providing an opportunity to advertise and attract a wave of high-end customers. Let's set it after I return from the invitation of Immortal's Pavilion at the end of the month. He acknowledged. Everything was ready, just waiting for the grand opening. Holding limitless prospects, even if just for fun, they aimed to achieve remarkable heights and astonish everyone. He was determined to achieve great ambitions. Yui stood before the Luyun crystal pillar and tapped a point 1/3 up its shaft with a single finger, then said, "This height will do." The attendant crouched and adjusted the levitation array. The supreme foundation establishment pill rose agonizingly slow, half an inch, its burnished golden red body, coming to rest steadily within the crystal wall. The naturally formed vein patterns on the pill were as clear as living blood radiating from the core outward. Each fork and filament was rendered with microscopic precision, so that anyone entering would have their gaze caught by it at once. Thin the spiritual mist another half measure. The attendant tuned the mist array. The knee-high pale green vapor thinned slightly. The halo around the Luyun pillar contracted half a foot, and the pill's silhouette grew yet more distinct. Yui stepped back 2 paces, examined the arrangement for a moment, then turned toward the spirit wine area to continue adjusting the label's angles and positions into a neat line. Soft footsteps descended the staircase. Chen Guang came down unhurried and relaxed as if just awakened from a good sleep. Indeed, he had been sleeping and cultivating at his farm these past days, waiting for the gathering to begin. He saw Chen Guang and went over to meet him. Young master, all the invitations have been sent. Those to the Huashan forces and gouging to the imperial family and to several powerful nascent soul factions. Chen Guang nodded. He trusted Yu's handling. Take a few extra invitations to the gathering today, in case you need them. Yu drew several blank cards from his sleeve and handed them over. Chen Guang slipped them into his own sleeve. At the doorway, he glanced back once more at the Supreme Foundation establishment pill. From that angle, the veins were sliced into winding gold threads by the crystal's refractions, appearing and vanishing in the pale green mist. Intoxicating. His farm would surely be an instant sensation. When Chen Guang arrived at the Yaoxian pavilion, Lu Yunhe was already there, leaning against the rail in a deep indigo brocade robe. His aura was a touch sharper than when they had last met. You broke through. You goaded me into it. Lu Yunhe straightened from the rail. After that night of drinking with you, your provocation, and the fact that my time had come pushed me over the line, so I broke through. Then you owe me thanks, though you need not thank me. Lu Yunqi came up from beside them in an indigo robe, nearly full-grown in stature. His chi refinement foundation was rock-solid, and the spiritual breath around him betrayed no hint of mortal warmth. Brother Chen. He cupped his hands. Chen Guang inclined his head, and the three passed through the water curtain together. The Yaoxian pavilion here was not very different from the one in Wanxiao City, only it felt more evocative. Blue stone paths, bamboo groves, wooden bridges, and orchid gardens, all familiar, yet subtly heightened. This gathering took place in the fungu recommended by Lu Yunqi. The entrance was a natural fissure in the rock, as if some great hand had casually cut it open, and passing through revealed a sudden sweeping view of a 100-acre lake. The water was a crystalline blue, so clear the pebbles and sunken logs at the bottom were visible. An island with a hexagonal pavilion lay at the center, and three crooked wooden bridges extended from the isle, each meandering to different points on the shore. The bridges were built from raw timber, unpainted and darkened by years of lake mist into a restrained deep brown. A few pavilions dotted the shore, and one waterside pavilion jutted halfway into the lake, its reed mat curtains brushing the surface and occasionally lifting to reveal congregations of scarlet carp beneath. Maple trees spread from the shore into the valley like spilled pigments. Those nearest the water had reddened first, then deeper in the hues, shifted through orangered burnt orange, and aged green in layered disarray that was paradoxically utterly captivating. When the wind funneled in from the valley mouth, the maples rustled in a dense sonorous chorus, a sound like countless palms applauding in the distance. From the maple depths, the corner of a flying eave would occasionally peek out, lending the scene a strong visual poetry. Many had already arrived, scattered here and there in twos and threes. Figures whispered in the central pavilion, others leaned on bridge rails watching the fish. Two sat in the waterside pavilion, engaged in a slow game, and a cluster around a stone pavilion unrolled a spirit-light map and spoke in low voices. Lu Yunhe scanned the scene and headed for the central pavilion. The three stepped onto the crooked wooden bridge together. A man in a dark red brocade robe approached, his face sharp and thin, with a faint inscrutable smile, followed by a youth in an indigo robe. Lu Yunqi's transmitted voice sounded gently in Chen Guang's spirit. Sun Buizhao, eldest son of the Sun family, late Golden Core stage. The Sun and Lu families have had frictions these past years. The young man behind him is his brother Sun Boyan. By then Sun Buizhao had already come close. He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the three with casual deliberation before settling on Lu Yunqi. Yunqi, he asked with offhand familiarity, still waiting. Lu Yunqi only murmured assent. Sun Buizhao nodded and moved on without further words, his footsteps whispering across the bridge and receding. The question had felt strangely arbitrary. Chen Guang did not grasp it, but the Lu siblings clearly did. Lu Yun's face showed no expression as he continued walking. Leaning on the railing was a man in vermilion silk brocade, head lowered to watch the fish. Beside him stood a youth in a short blue cloak with a plain longsword at his waist, his gaze fixed on the water. The two seemed to have just finished a conversation. Pei Yulo, heir of the Jing Prince, Golden Core perfected. Beside him is Han, by the Han family's third son, late Golden Core stage. Lu Yunqi whispered his. As the three entered the pavilion, Pei Yulo looked up, and his gaze lingered for a moment on Chen Guang. I am Chen Guang, passing by with my master. Forgive the intrusion. Chen Guang greeted proactively. He had met the Jing Prince once before and left a favorable impression. Pei Yulo rose from the rail. Pei Yulo, heir of the Jing Prince. A pleasure. Brother Chen, you are too polite. His eyes flicked toward Lu Yunqi, and the corner of his mouth lifted. Yunqi, your family truly has restraint. My father says there is no hurry, and I am not particularly impatient. Lu Yunqi offered a proper salute. A trio approached. Their leader wore a moon-gold robe, and bore a faint resemblance to Pei Yulo, yet with an opposite temperament. A trio approached. Their leader wore a moon-gold robe, and bore a faint resemblance to Pei Yulo, yet with an opposite temperament. Where Pei Yulo was a direct, steady flame, this man was a bottomless pool, inscrutable, holding a cup of wine. Behind him came a man in a deep indigo robe with dignified, steady features, and a woman in a moon-white gown, tall and lithe, her hair pinned with a mutton-fat jade hairpin that revealed a pale, long neck. Her face was cool, and her gaze seemed soaked in moonlight, as if she could stand alone far away at any moment. Pei Yuhing, heir of the Chung Prince, golden core perfected. He is the one who spoke. Behind him is Qin Mingyuan of the Qin family's main line, who has begun stewarding family affairs, and Shun Jingqiu, a disciple granddaughter of Shuangji Jinren of the Yushin sect under Elder Hanyue. Lu Yunhe continued his introductions. Elder Hanyue. Lu Yunhe wondered inwardly if this was the same elder he had encountered earlier in the Tsungyun range. Pei Yuheng flopped down on the railing with a leg thrown over the outside, falling silent as his gaze wandered to the lake, as though something deep within the maples had seized his attention. Qin Mingyuan sat at a stone table and poured himself tea. Yunshi, with your talent, a high-grade foundation establishment pill would suffice. Your family insists on waiting for a supreme one, and that wait has stretched into half a year. Was it worth it? Qin Mingyuan had offered a conversational barb, yet the supreme foundation establishment pill had also caught Chen Guang's notice. Lu Yunshi did not answer at once. Qin Mingyuan belonged to the Qin family, whose alchemical business had endured for countless generations. His words were not empty. Still, the remark sat uneasily in Lu Yunqi's ears. After waiting half a year, he was naturally anxious. No need for Brother Qin's concern. My family knows its measure, he replied, never betraying impatience. And Qin Mingyuan nodded and dropped the matter. From the maple edge came a brisk voice. The Lu family's steadiness is indeed rare. A female cultivator rose from a stone pavilion and sat casually on a rock by the lake. She wore a narrow-sleeved teal skirt with a dark green sash, her hair tied into a neat ponytail with a jade pin, and a slight lift to her brows lent her a natural heroic air. Ji Mingwei chewed and said, Lu Yunqi's talent is so pronounced that the Lu family treat him as a seed for the Lianshu stage, letting him. Ji Mingwei chewed and said, Lu Yunqi's talent is so pronounced that the Lu family treat him as a seed for the Lianshu stage, letting him wait is the correct choice. Ji Daoist, you flatter us. Yunqi's talent is not so exaggerated, Lu Yunhe finally replied. Ji Mingwei smiled and fell silent. What did she mean? Backhanded praise. Chen Guang looked at Lu Yunhe in confusion. Not that. She is simply blunt. Whatever pops into her head she will say. You can read that in her manner. Lu Yunhe understood Chen Guang's puzzlement and explained by transmitted voice. Chen Guang watched her eat the spirit fruit. Indeed, Germans rarely had many stratagems. At that moment, another woman stepped from the maples in a pale purple wide-sleeved immortal robe, the hem trailing faint vapor over the grass, and a silver chain at her waist tinkling. As she moved, her face was bright and her brows like distant hills. She entered the pavilion and sat beside Shun Jingqiu, her gaze pausing on Chen Guang as if to appraise him. Han Lingsu of the Han family's main branch, Han Bei's cousin. Silence settled in the waterside pavilion for a moment. All who should be present had arrived, yet no one hurried to speak. Pei Yulo watched the fish. Pei Yuhing sipped slowly at the last drops in his cup. Qin Mingyuan drank his tea with steady composure, and Ji Mingwei crunched on her spirit fruit at the maple's edge. Crunch, crunch. Qin Mingyuan's hand holding the teacup froze, then turned toward Lu Yunhe. Yunhe, how goes the search your Lu family put out for a supreme foundation establishment pill? Any leads? There it goes again. Why won't they stop pressing the Lu family? Still, the questions served Chen Guang well, a silent thanks to his entire household. Lu Yunhe nodded. There are prospects. The Wantong Immortal Pavilion says we must wait until the end of the year. The end of the year. Qin Mingyuan set his teacup down, a faint, unobtrusive regret fretting his tone. Then Yunshi will have to wait another half year at least. Lu Yunqi's fingers clenched at his side for a moment, then loosened. To waste over a year at his age, and with his talent, was regrettable, yet Supreme Foundation establishment pills were not commodities one could purchase on a whim. Even the Qin family could count themselves fortunate to produce one stove every 2 or 3 centuries, and the imperial household was no different. Chen Guang shot Lu Yunhe a glance. Now that everyone had assembled, he intended to put on a show. Yunhe, why didn't you tell me you needed a Supreme Foundation establishment pill? Lu Yunhe was taken aback. What do you mean? Chen Guang produced a pale gold invitation from his sleeve and laid it upon the stone table. At my Huaxiao farm we have them. Grand opening on the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Bring Yunshi over, and he'll give him one. Before anyone could respond, Chen Guang rose and cupped his hands toward the 4 corners. Fellow cultivators, I am Chen Guang. Huaxiao farm opens on the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Invitations have been sent to every household. Do come and show your support. Our Supreme Foundation establishment pills are genuine, plentiful, and affordably priced. No sooner had the words fallen than the entire maple vale fell silent. Even the sounds of eating ceased. The invitation lay quiet on the ashen stone. The 4 characters Huaxiao farm were pressed deep, and between the strokes a faint spiritual radiance seemed to ripple. A lake breeze lifted the corner of the card and set it gently back down. What was this? Things even the imperial household could not casually release. He claimed they were plentiful. He would give one away. And cheap. Everyone was dumbfounded, wondering if they had misheard. Yet the invitation sat there unmistakably real. Pei Yuheng paused for the briefest moment with his wine cup, then sipped again, his gaze returning repeatedly to the invitation. Qin Mingyuan picked it up, glanced inside, then closed it, and set it down with a light motion. Huaxiao Farm. Our Qin household received this invitation. So it is yours, Brother Chen. He hesitated, then spoke with earnest sincerity. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, I shall certainly attend to offer my congratulations. The Qin family was in the pill business. Qin Mingyuan understood all too well what it meant if Supreme Foundation establishment pills became casually available. It would devastate the Qin family's trade and leave them unable to retaliate. What was novelty and good fortune for others was a grave threat to the Qin household. They would take the matter seriously. Ji Mingwei stooped at the lakeside and tossed a spiritual fruit core into the water, brushed her hands on her skirt, and called out. The Qingxian sect also received an invitation. My great-aunt even asked whose new venture this was. If it is Brother Chen's, Qingxian sect will certainly turn out to support it. Did the Qingxian sect leader truly take notice? All were surprisingly shrewd. Han Lingsu paused with her silver chain, and said the Han family will attend as well. Shun Jingchu set her teacup down, and spoke for the first time. Her voice was cool, and clear like a mountain stream, gliding over stone. The Yuetian sect will not be absent either. Beneath the maple tree by the lake, Sun Boizhao had at some point leaned there, idly twirling an empty wine cup. He had not come in, or spoken her. After a moment, he slipped the cup into his sleeve, and turned away. A few maple leaves fell silently behind him, and lay upon the earth with no sound. Pei Yulo picked up the invitation, flipped it over, and returned it to the table. Huaxiao Farm. He repeated the name once. He added, Brother Chen truly surprised us, astonishing in his first strike. I shall attend on the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Those present nodded in agreement. Certainly, they would go to see what was afoot. Since when had Gaojing harbored such a brazen figure? Lu Yunqi sat beside Chen Guang, cradling a cup of tea, and lost in thought. Brother Chen. He set his cup down, his voice was low. My. Thank you. Chen Guang lifted his cup and lightly tapped its rim against Yunqi's. On the day of the Foundation establishment, buy me a drink, and that will do. Lu Yunqi inclined his head and drained his cup. Lu Yunhe said nothing further. Words of gratitude are less solid than action. Chen Guang rose and walked to the edge of the waterside pavilion, leaning on the railing to admire the view. Leaves drifted down onto the lake in ever greater numbers, deep crimson and orange, turning slowly in the water like a mute farewell. A single maple leaf spiraled down and landed on the water at his feet, sending out a delicate circle of ripples. Qin Mingyuan temporarily held his thoughts, as if remembering something. By the way, since the eldest princess was accepted into the Jining Dao Institute, the imperial household has acquired many valuable items. Was it not the plan to allot a supreme paying pill as an honorary gift to the champion of this year's Grand Dao tournament? If anyone has opinions, we might discuss them. The mood in Maple Vale shifted subtly, how everyone sensed the main event was upon them. It was also clear these were not Qin Mingyuan's own motives. The Qin family was close to Chen Guang. The Grand Dao tournament was Jiaojing's once in 20 years grand affair, presided over by the imperial household, with generous rewards. Every major power sent representatives. The champion of the last tournament had been from the Jing Wang household. 20 years, Pei Yulo murmured, tracing a slow circle with his finger along the rim of his cup. This year, every family is holding back their strength. He seemed to imply more. The Qin family has several promising candidates in this generation. The old master has been watching them closely. Everyone should be careful, Qin Mingyuan warned. And so does Qingxian sect. Ji Mingwei produced another spiritual fruit from her sleeve and bit into it. My great-aunt will personally bring disciples. Their training will be ruthless. Han Lingsu continued to toy with her silver chain. The Han family is not in such a hurry. My 3rd brother only broke through a few years ago. If he reaches the top 10 this time, it will be excellent. Pei Yulo chuckled and glanced at the taciturn Han Bo. If he does not vie for the championship, who would believe it? Han Bo withdrew his gaze from the water and glanced at Pei Yulo. He replied calmly, a championship is not won by struggling alone. Throughout, Pei Yuheng, heir of Chen Guang, had held his cup without speaking. Pei Yulo set his cup down. The imperial household's supreme paying pill was brought out by the eldest princess from the Dao Institute. There is only one at the Grand Dao tournament. If one lacks the ability to win the championship, no amount of talk will matter. Ability isn't always about oneself alone. Pei Yuheng finally spoke, his tone flat, as if commenting on something unrelated. Pei Yulo's finger stilled on the cup rim. Is the heir of Chen Guang implying Chen Guang's strength depends on more than himself? He smiled, but the mirth did not reach his eyes. Pei Yuheng lifted his cup and said nothing further. The pavilion fell silent for a time. Only the lake wind whispering through the reed curtains remained. Chen Guang sensed the latent tension between them and ate his gossip with relish. Lu Yun's explanation arrived in good time. Jing Guang and Chen Guang's households have long been at odds. Whether by imperial checks and balances over generations, or by original grievances, the two have always been at each other's throats. Especially during the last succession struggle, Chen Guang coveted the position, but Jing Guang struck hard at the crucial moment, irrevocably cutting Chen Guang off from the throne. Thus the enmity between the two households deepened. Chen Guang had not expected the ostensibly upright and austere Jing Guang to harbor such guile. One must never judge by appearances. Lately the northern border has yielded many triumphs. Pei Yuhing set down his cup and shifted his tone. The spirit or Jing Guang's uncle has transported back from the north is indeed high quality, though its price is somewhat steep. Hasn't the Han family been seeking alternative sources lately? Han Boss eyes left the water. We found several, but their grade cannot match the northern deposits. Those northern spirit mines were taken at great cost by my father. Pei Yuli's voice grew somber. No one disputes that. Pei Yuhang's tone remained level, even touched with a hint of sympathy. Yet so many families in gouging depend on the northern spirit mines. The pressure on my uncle is considerable. Pei Yulo let his finger rest on the rim of his cup for a long time. Chen Guang found it entertaining. On the surface, Pei Yuhang's remark showed understanding of Jing Guang's burden. Beneath it lay an assertion: holding the northern spirit mines is tantamount to holding the lifeblood of half Jiaojing's families. It is a foundation and also a target. The words served both as a reminder and as pressure on Jing Guang to relent. Whether the pressure is great is my father's concern. But if Chen Guang's household would offer some fleets to assist, the price of or could surely fall. Pei Yulo placed his cup on the railing with a clear clink. Jing Guang's household will not shortchange any family when it comes to the northern spirit or... Naturally. Qin Mingyuan seized the cue with a sincere tone that skirted the core of the matter. The Qin family has traded with Jing Guang's household for 10,000 years. Never an issue with spirit materials. Han Lingsu inclined her head in agreement. Pei Yuhing took a sip, but said no more. Some tensions only need a single touch. Qin Mingyuan turned to Lu Yunhe to discuss next month's talisman shipments. Pei Yulo descended from the railing and sat by the stone table. The expression on his face had returned to normal. Speaking of spirit materials, there will be a Wanbao fair this year. Should be easier to acquire some good pieces, he remarked casually. The Wanbao fair held before the Grand Dao tournament showcased many treasures and hosted auctions. Qin Mingyuan gave a short affirmative. With the northern campaigns going well this year, the Wanbao fair will surely feature a batch of northern goods. The spirit materials of Hanbing country differ from the northern ones. Han Bo interjected, unusually forthcoming, his gaze brightening with interest. Their Xianbing iron yields superior ice element implements compared to the north. The Han family interested. Qin Mingyuan's hand holding his teacup hesitated. Han Bo nodded. Qin Mingyuan's hand paused over his teacup. Hanbing country's spiritual medicines are also excellent. They produce a kind of snow lotus seed, an exceptional auxiliary for refining tranquilizing pills. The Qin family used to source from Hanbing. With this year's military success, prices should fall considerably. Snow lotus seed. Ji Mingwei answered from the edge of the maple grove, her voice bright. That truly is a fine ingredient. My great-aunt favors it most in her alchemy. Qin Mingyuan cast her a look and smiled. Then at this year's Wanbao fair, Qinxian sect and the Qin family will be watching the same lot. Ji Mingwei smiled and tossed the spiritual fruit core into the lake, watching it sink. May the best talent prevail. The remainder of the conversation dwindled into petty plans. Who would visit which amusement house, which families had fresh quarrels. But Chen Guang listened on with unabated appetite. After a long while, people began to rise. Pei Yuhing stood from the railing and placed his empty cup lightly on the stone table. He nodded at Chen Guang, then walked out of the pavilion. Qin Mingyuan and Shun Jingxu rose and followed. Ji Mingwei rose from the stone, brushed the grass from her skirt, and called to Chen Guang. Brother Chen, see you on the third day of the third month. Very well. A gust of lake wind swept in the Vala's maples, rustled, as though 1,000 voices murmured in the distance. Pei Yuli's voice carried from the pavilion, threaded with a hint of amusement. Brother Chen, shall we be off? On the 9-bend wooden bridge, a carpet of fallen leaves made a soft, whispering tread. Lu Yunxi followed behind, his steps lighter, and a touch quicker than when he had arrived. The third day of the third month. What a fine season. When Qin Mingyuan returned to the Qin residence, dusk was approaching. The Qin residence, located in the west of the city, occupied a vast area, and had been a prestigious family for nearly 100,000 years. The grandeur of the mansion lay not in the height of its towers, but in an unspoken tranquility. The main gate was a 3-arched python carved entirely from a single slab of smoky jade. The deep jade had natural cloud-like patterns that flowed gently. Under the python stood 2 Qilin statues carved from Tintha sandy-rolled dark jade, each over 3 zhang tall, with each holding a slowly rotating spirit pearl in their mouths. The light emitted from the Qilin patterns as they naturally exhaled spiritual energy resembled 2 living creatures breathing. The square in front of the gate was paved with mysterious rock where several white-feathered spirit cranes walked leisurely, not avoiding people. Qin Mingyuan crossed the square and entered the gate. The oldest tea trees lining the corridor were as old as the Qin family, currently in full bloom, with white flowers covering the trees and a heavy fragrance wafting through the air. He found his father in the study. Qin Wanchuan, the head of the Qin family, was seated behind the desk examining account books. Qin Mingyuan sat opposite him and recounted the events regarding the invitation to Immortality Pavilion. The invitation also mentioned a premium foundation establishment pill, so it should not be a mistake, Qin Wanchuan said as he took out the invitation he had received. I saw it, and I sent someone to verify it. There are indeed pills available, and the price is quite reasonable. What are your thoughts? To make such a grand display in front of all the top forces in Haoing, there are only two possibilities. Either he has gone mad, or his backers simply do not care about such trivial matters. I lean towards the latter. Qin Wanchuan nodded slightly. Well, regardless, be sure to go, and take a good look, and bring 2 gifts. He paused. Also take Old Song with you. He is a 4th-tier alchemist, and has a keener eye than you. Qin Mingyuan understood the meaning of the 2 gifts. One was a common courtesy that would suffice, while the second was of great value. If the discussion did not go well, and they hadn't torn their faces, he would present the first gift. If the conversation went well, he would present the second gift to solidify their relationship. However, he could not decide on the second gift. Father, what about the other gift? Qin Wanchuan glanced at him. That pot of 9-leaf sword heart grass in your grandfather's study, that was the old man's intention. Qin Mingyuan's heart trembled slightly. The 9-leaf sword heart grass is naturally nurtured, and if added during the forging of a sword, it would create a sword imbued with sword intent, which is extremely precious for sword cultivators. The pot in his grandfather's study had been nurtured for over 2,000 years, and had already sprouted 7 sword leaves. Grandfather is truly generous. The Qin family forms friendships without sending light gifts, but whether to send it or not you'll see after you look. A similar scene unfolded among all the top forces in Haoing, except they did not need to present gifts. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, it was sunny. The green parasol trees lining Qinggu Street sprouted new leaves, and the pale golden flowers of the spiritual light vines drooped from the eaves, swaying in the morning light, enveloping the entire street in a faint golden haze. As the hour of Chun arrived, the street became lively. Cloud boats were lined up at the street entrance with various family insignias shining on the hulls. The coiled dragon of the Jingwang Manor, the black turtle of the Chengwang Manor, the 100 herbs pattern of the Qin family, the moonlight of the moon god sect, and many others without insignias, clearly not ordinary loose cultivators squeezing into the gaps. In the tea house across the street, several tea drinkers were leaning over the 2nd floor railing to look down their cups, shaking unsteadily. This plaque, made of a whole piece of moon-white stone, quite impressive. Look at that door, it's made of golden silk sandalwood. There are indeed spirit stones. You're all looking at the wrong things, you should be looking at the people. That bamboo green brocade robe of the Liu family is the standard attire for the Liu family's direct descendants. Is that Liu Wenyuan? The Qingxin sect is also here. The person next to him must be the younger brother of sect master Ji Changming, right? A nascent soul senior personally came, and this is quite a significant matter. The coiled dragon patterned dark brocade robe of the Jingwang Manor, the Jingwang heir, has arrived. The moon god sect is also here, led by Elder Hanyue. So many celestial beings. So beautiful. Friend, stop it. If you don't want to live, we still want to live. What is the origin of this Huaxiao farm? It seems like all the transformation stage forces in the entire capital have come. The tea house manager peeked out from behind the counter, glanced at the plaque across the street, then shrank back and took a sip of tea. Who cares about its origin? In any case, this street is bound to be lively from now on. The manager is right, they are all in the business of making a living. Friends, let's go take a look at what they are selling later. Yes, let's go together. At this moment, Chen Guang stood in the center of the hall, in front of the flowing cloud crystal pillar. He was dressed in a blue and white robe today, with the cuffs embroidered with faint silver-gray flowing cloud patterns, and his hair was pinned up with a jade hairpin. Behind him was the premium foundation establishment pill that was slowly rotating, its crimson gold body glowing softly in the pale green spirit. Yu stood 2 steps away from him, dressed in a sky blue robe with the aura of a transformation stage cultivator, well concealed. However, just by standing there, he naturally exuded an air that made others reluctant to underestimate him. Dozens of female attendants in uniform light blue gauze long skirts stood in their respective areas. The first to arrive was the Liu family, with Liu Wenyuan leading the way. This external affairs officer of the Liu family was slender and elegant, with a smile at the corners of his mouth, followed by Liu Yunhe and Liu Yunqi. Chen Guang approached, and Liu Yunhe smiled and introduced, "This is my 3rd uncle here to congratulate on behalf of the Liu family today." Liu Wenyuan clasped his fists and smiled warmly. "Young Master Chen, you are young and accomplished. Yunhe often speaks highly of you at home. Meeting you today, you truly are remarkable. Elder Liu, you flatter me. Please come inside." Chen Guang returned the gesture, gesturing with his right hand. Lu Wenyuan nodded, and took his two nephews inside. Chen Guang took out a jade box, and called out to Lu Yunqi, directly handing it over. Take this, and feel free to break through at ease. Lu Yunqi accepted it with both hands cradling it in his palms. Thank you, Brother Chen. Ji Mingwei arrived closely behind, accompanied by a middle-aged man who bore a 3-point resemblance to her, also at the nascent soul level. He was Ji Changming, the younger brother of the Qingxian sect master Ji Changkong. Upon entering, Ji Mingwei spotted the foundation establishment pill in the crystal pillar and rushed towards it. There really is one. She leaned in close to look, almost touching the crystal wall with her nose, and her warm breath condensed a small patch of white mist on the crystal. She wiped it with her hand, took another look, then turned and walked towards the spirit wine area, mumbling as she walked, if my grandaunt finds out about this price, she will probably empty the Qingxian sects. Elder Ji, you're too modest, please come inside. He did not believe Ji Mingwei would say such things. The Han family arrived next, with Han Song leading the way, an uncle of Han Bai, who was the decision-maker for the Han family's weapon refining business. His demeanor was calm, followed by Han Bai and Han Lingsu. They exchanged friendly greetings before entering to browse carefully. When the Moon God sect arrived, the hall fell silent for a moment. 5 female cultivators came, led by Elder Han Yue, who had met Chen Guang once. She wore a moon-white long skirt, and the vermilion mole on her forehead seemed even more vibrant, her aura remaining cool, like a cold pool. Behind her were Xin Jingchu and 2 female disciples at the Golden Core stage, along with a beautiful middle-aged female cultivator who was Elder Han Yu's junior sister with the title Frost Moon at the initial stage of nascent soul. You went to greet them, stepping aside to lead the way. Elder Han Yu's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Young Master Chun, Elder Han Yue said as she approached the crystal pillar, nodding slightly. At such a young age you have established this foundation in Haoing. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Elder Han Yue, you flatter me. Please come inside. Elder Han Yue did not say much more, and took her group to browse. There were also many from the Wanshan sect, led by Elder Yueshan, followed by 3 individuals, 2 at the Golden Core stage, and a sturdy young man who had reached the peak of foundation establishment, the most outstanding physical cultivator disciple of the Wanshan sect in recent years. When Pei Yulo arrived, he was followed by 2 guards, making quite the entrance. He strode in and greeted Chen Guang from afar. Brother Chen, may your opening be auspicious. It is still the heir who brings grace. Please come inside. Pei Yulo did not go inside, but sat in the resting area of the hall, leaning against the back of his chair and holding a teacup, watching the comings and goings of the guests with great interest. Han Bai came down from the upper floor holding several spirit wood boxes and sat down beside him. Did you finish looking around? Yes, I did. The quality of the treasures from young Master Chen's farm is not bad, and the prices are lower by 30 to 40%. The people of Haoing are fortunate. Pei Yulo nodded. The treasures from Huaxia farm were indeed priced low, an irresistible temptation for any force or individual in Haoing, and a genuine blessing. When Qin Mingyuan arrived, it was already a quarter past the hour of Chun. He was not alone, and a thin old man followed him. Song Jihua was the most senior 4th-year alchemist in the Qin family, having served for over 1,000 years with countless pills refined. Yui approached, pausing his gaze on Song Jihua for a moment, then stepping aside. Young Master Qin, please come inside. Qin Mingyuan nodded, not rushing upstairs, and began to look around the first floor with old Song. The first floor was the foundation establishment area. Song Jihua wandered through the spiritual herb section, picked up a golden vein blood ginseng to examine, then put it back. The second floor was also the foundation establishment area, with pills occupying only half of the space. Song Jihua picked up a bottle of upper-grade foundation establishment pills, opened the cork, and carefully inspected it. The pills were round and smooth, the pill patterns clear, and the color warm. He inspected it for a long time, then leaned in to smell it before sealing it back up. How is it? Qin Mingyuan asked in a low voice. Old Song was silent for a moment. The quality is indeed very good. The 3rd and 4th floors were the Golden Core area, and the upper-grade gold casting pill made Song Jihua pause for a long time. The 5th floor was the nascent soul area, where the cultivation pills ranged from inferior to superior grades. Old Song picked up the upper-grade one, similarly uncorked it to look and smell, then put it back, exhaling a long breath. He shook his head. The quality is still very good, not a bit inferior. Young master, there might be trouble. Qin Mingyuan did not ask further. He went up to the 6th floor to take a look. There were only a few items for the transformation stage, yet each one was a fine product. Coming down from the 6th floor, Qin Mingyuan had a rough understanding. The pills from Huaxia farm were indeed genuine, and the prices were real, which posed a threat to the Qin family, but the variety sold was extremely limited. They were all core pills for breakthrough or rare fine pills, with none available for daily cultivation, like the spirit nourishing pill or healing pill. He had a general idea. He returned to the 1st floor, where Chen Guang was still by the crystal pillar. Upon seeing him come down, he smiled and led him to a corner of the resting area, where potted bamboo and spirit silk screens created a small, independent space. He served tea and retreated outside the screen. Have you finished looking, Brother Chen? Yes, I have. Qin Mingyuan lifted the teacup. Brother Chen, this farm of yours has a limited variety, but each item is a fine product. Chen Guang understood and smiled. I only do what I want to do with no intention of competing with any forces, as everyone has it tough. Qin Mingyuan's fingers trembled slightly as he held the teacup. Who isn't having a tough time? If it weren't for seeing your prices, and if Old Song hadn't told him that the steward might be a transformation stage powerhouse, and there was even a suspected transformation puppet nearby, he would, however, seeing through it, but not revealing it, he took out a wooden box from his storage ring and placed it on the tea table. The box was not large, made of old purple sandalwood with a thick, rich patina, exuding a deep, dark golden color under the light. This is a token of friendship from the Qin family. Chen Guang took it, opened it, and glanced inside. A spirit herb lay quietly in the box with intact roots and sword-shaped leaves arranged in a fan, totaling 7 leaves with the tips gleaming faintly golden. The 9-leaf sword heart grass he knew was something he could not buy. It was not available in the markets of Haoing, but if he truly wanted to purchase it, he could find the Immortal Pavilion to place an order. Chen Guang was silent for a moment. Brother Qin, this gift is too much. Qin Mingyuan stood up. The Qin family does not send light gifts when forming friendships. He turned and went upstairs to browse carefully, as everything else was also important. Chen Guang handed the wooden box to Yu Yi to keep safe. As the hour of Chun was nearing its end, the street suddenly grew quiet. The people on the street stopped in their tracks simultaneously and looked in the same direction. The tea house manager stood up from behind the counter, leaned out the window to look down, and several loose cultivators who were choosing items in the hall also paused their actions, directing their gazes outside. A cloud boat slowly approached. The boat was entirely dark black, with the bow sculpted into a soaring golden phoenix, its beak holding a pale golden spirit pearl. In front of the boat hung a flag, dark black in color, with a golden sun embroidered in the center, and an ancient character Pei at the sun's center. The cloud boat slowly descended at the entrance of Huaxia Farm. The boat door opened and 2 rows of dark-clad armored guards stepped down, standing on either side, all at the golden core level. Then a hand extended from the boat door, grasping the door frame. The hand was fair and slender, adorned with a jade bracelet on the wrist, engraved with delicate phoenix patterns, exuding elegance. Chen Guang stood beside the crystal pillar, looking through the open door, and saw that hand. He knew the most important guest of the day had arrived. Many people who had finished browsing the farm stayed because they were waiting for this person, and Chen Guang was also waiting. A woman appeared. She had a tall stature and a slim waist, and her ground-length dark golden dress was cinched tightly at the waist, flowing smoothly downwards. As she walked, the arc of her skirt gently swayed with the motion. Her curves were astonishing, with broad yet delicate shoulders, and a long neck, every inch perfectly placed. Her features were grand and expansive, her skin a warm jade white reminiscent of mutton fat, jade warmed by body heat, exuding a faint hint of blood color. Her hair was secured by a crimson gold phoenix crown, which held a red spiritual pearl, in the center gleaming with a deep luster. The dark strands of her hair were meticulously gathered and cascaded down to her waist, tied at the ends with a golden silk thread. Behind her was an elderly woman with graying hair, clad in a dull gray Taoist robe, leaning on a blackwood cane, her footsteps silent. She was the 6th Princess Pei Yuning. Among the many princes and princesses, she was not the highest in cultivation nor the eldest in age, but in terms of influence in the court and the calling for the heir, no other prince or princess in this generation could compare with her. Whether in business tactics or political maneuvering, she excelled greatly. The great Zhou did not restrict female emperors, leading some to openly bestow upon her the title of the 3rd female emperor of the Great Zhou. It was only natural for the royal family to send her this time. Chen Guang quickly recalled the relevant information in his mind, and stepped forward, cupping his fists. Your Highness has arrived. The humble abode is honored by your presence. Pei Yuning nodded slightly, in return a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. Young Master Chen is truly modest. I represent the royal family to extend my congratulations. It is an immense honor. Please come inside, Your Highness. They entered side by side, the knee-high spiritual mist parting and closing around their feet. The top-grade foundation establishment pill in the flowing crystal column was slowly rotating, and Pei Yuning paused. This foundation establishment pill from young Master Chen is indeed of excellent quality and reasonable price. I can report back to Father Emperor now. As long as the princess is satisfied, that is all that matters. The top-grade foundation establishment pill from Huaxia Farm is genuine and affordable, greatly benefiting the entire Great Zhou, and it is only natural that the Emperor's attention would be drawn to it. Yu Yi walked over from the side, and Chen Guang turned to introduce. This is Manager Yu from the farm. Let her show us around next. Pei Yuning nodded, and Yu Yi slightly bowed in greeting, leading the way as the group headed toward the spiritual wine area. At each section, Yu Yi provided a brief introduction, her tone serious, yet neither servile nor overbearing. Pei Yuning listened attentively, occasionally picking up items to examine and asking questions with nods of approval. She lingered longer in the spiritual beast area, observing a young frostmoon silver wolf cub that was sleeping. She watched for a while through the spiritual light barrier. Upon seeing the superior spirit nourishing pill and its price on the 5th floor, she fell silent for a moment before deciding to purchase one. Soon they arrived on the 6th floor, where Chen Guang invited her to sit by the window. This location faced the capital city of Gaojing and Qing. He served tea, the fragrance of the pure heart tea, fresh. Pei Yuning glanced at Qing He and picked up her teacup. The goods from young Master Chen's farm are indeed of high quality, and the prices are fair. The medicinal materials and elixirs of Gaojing have always been dictated by a few merchant families. With your arrival, they now have a promising new place to procure goods. In the future, the palace's purchases can benefit from your farm's offerings. Then I must thank your highness for your appreciation of my farm. Did the royal family really care about costs? It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, she said casually. As long as you establish a foothold here, it's a good thing for Gaojing as well. Young Master Chen intends to stay long in Gaojing. However, the topic quickly shifted, seemingly asked casually. It depends on the situation. My master brought me out for training, and I find Gaojing quite agreeable, so I plan to stay a while longer. When to leave will depend on future circumstances. Is your master also in Gaojing? No, he sent me out alone for training. Pei Yuning nodded. In truth, she was already aware of Chen Guang's details. In a world where strength was revered, the royal family's influence was omnipresent. Within just a few days, the royal family had already discovered information about Qingshi City, but what they uncovered matched what Chen Guang had said and held little significance. The royal family was uncertain about the truth of his master since no one had seen him, but it was better to believe in his existence than to doubt it. There was no need for the royal family to gamble on matters that held no benefit, especially considering the nearby transformation stage steward and at least a puppet of transformation stage strength, which were already quite powerful. Then the two chatted about interesting events in Gaojing and the scenery of Donghua Mountain, discussing trivial matters. After finishing a cup of tea, Pei Yuning stood up. Young Master Chen, I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. She then took a jade pendant from her sleeve and casually handed it over. The pendant was about 2 to 3 inches in size, with the outline of a mountain engraved on the front and the character Ning on the back. This is a gift for you, my friend. If you have any matters in Gaojing in the future, you can come to the West City to find me. Feel free to visit and chat anytime, she said with a smile, as Chen Guang accepted. Thank you, your highness. She waved her hand and turned to walk towards the cloud ladder. Chen Guang accompanied her downstairs. The dark black cloud boat set sail amid the gaze of thousands until it disappeared from view. In the hall, the guests who had been wandering around and had not left began to gather one by one. Pei Yulo stood up from the rest area, placed her teacup on the table, and walked over to Pat Chun. All right, the Empress has left, and I should return as well. This fellow had not even greeted the 6th princess earlier, seeming a bit apprehensive. Young master, take care. I will definitely pay you a visit when I have time. Pei Yulo waved her hand and strode out the door. Jiming walked down from the 2nd floor, hugging a pile of spiritual fruit preserves and still chewing on a piece. Upon seeing Chen Guang, she mumbled, Brother Chen, I really can't get enough of your honeyed peach dried fruit. Please don't run out of stock. Don't worry, I won't run out of stock. She took the fruit preserves and exited. Ji Changming reluctantly said goodbye to Chen Guang and chased after her. Lu Yunhe and Lu Yunxi came down from the 3rd floor, with Lu Yunxi cupping his fists. Brother Chen, I will enter seclusion upon returning, and once I establish my foundation, I will treat you to a drink. Good, I'll be waiting for it. Lu Yunhe smiled from the side. All right, let's go. You, Brother Chen, have been busy all day. He nodded to Chen Guang and followed Lu's 3rd uncle out the door with Lu Yunxi. The group from the Moon God sect also came down, smiling, evidently having returned with bountiful rewards. Elder Yu from the Wanshan sect also came down, having purchased 2 young beasts from the spiritual beast area. Qin Mingyuan was the last to leave. He had stayed on the 5th floor for quite a while, and came down with a list in hand which he had drafted based on the Qin family's needs and the farm's goods. While the Qin family could cultivate general herbs more cheaply, there were some rare and finicky herbs that the farm offered at reasonable prices, which the Qin family desperately needed. Brother Qin, the Qin family wants this batch of goods. Here's the list. In the future, we'll go by this quantity every year, delivering on April 1st each year, and before January 10th each year afterward. How does that sound? That's fine, I'll come to collect the goods next month, Chen Guang said as he took the list to glance at. Qin Mingyuan cupped his fists and exited. The hall finally quieted down, with knee-high spiritual mist still flowing gently, and the top-grade foundation establishment pill in the crystal column still rotating. Yu Yi began to tidy up the scattered goods on each floor, with the maidens moving swiftly and lightly. Chen Guang returned to the 6th floor, where Qing he had already washed the tea set and brewed a new pot of pure heart tea. He sat by the window gazing at the magnificent and prosperous Gaojing city, lifting his teacup to sip slowly. From this day forth, the name of Huaxiao Farm had truly taken root in Gaojing, and he quite liked the kind of scenes that occurred occasionally like today. In his past life, he would have felt inferior and helpless in similar situations, but now with strength and confidence he could handle various forces with composure. He He could leisurely observe the rising and falling of clouds with an utterly relaxed attitude. Wasn't that blissful? Hiss refreshing. Qinghe's cultivation has improved again. The Huaxiao farm has been open for half a month, and Chen Guang hasn't returned to Zizai residence. On the 6th floor, his exclusive area spans over 1,000 square meters complete, with a living room, bedroom, and training room. He even placed a rocking chair here, and he had no objections, as reporting matters to the young master from here meant fewer trips to Donghua Mountain. This half-month's routine has been quite fixed, practicing and drawing talismans. However, what he enjoys the most is sitting by the window, activating the surveillance array, brewing a pot of tea, and flipping through jade slips, while listening to the sounds from downstairs. This device is the root cause of his absence from Zizai residence. This set of surveillance array was provided by Yu, previously belonging to the Yu family. A regular surveillance array works like a camera, able to capture images and sounds, and can be purchased at the Immortal Pavilion. However, the one Yu provided is different. It can eavesdrop on divine sense transmissions. Chen Guang was astonished when he learned about it. Is there really such a thing in the cultivation? How come he had never heard of it? After hearing Yu's explanation, Chen Guang finally understood why. Proper Immortal Pavilions do not sell arrays with divine sense eavesdropping modules, and the Immortal Palace has issued a ban on it. Although not very strict, no force dares to openly sell such items, so they can only be traded privately among cultivators or researched for personal use. However, these arrays start at least at the 4th tier and are quite expensive, which is why typical transformation stage forces cannot afford them. It's normal that he had never heard of them before. The array itself is fully functional, possessing all the capabilities of a regular surveillance array. It can transmit real-time images and sounds from every corner of the building to the terminal. The Divine Sense eavesdropping module is an additional feature. The original version is a 5th-tier array that can intercept all transmissions from nascent souls and below, and can also eavesdrop on 90 of the transformation stage transmissions, as long as the other party has no countermeasures. Moreover, this array can also detect strength, being able to identify those at the transformation stage and below. Chen Guang took note of this wonderful item, enhancing its recording capabilities systematically. The array upgraded to 6th tier, raising the eavesdropping limit directly to the void refinement stage. He felt that anyone who arrived in this city could be fully monitored. Even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Yu family is no more, they still have such valuable items. At the same time, Chen Guang realized that rare items in any world always belong to a small elite, such as premium foundation establishment pills and divine sense monitoring arrays. Chen Guang, a mere newcomer, is determined to climb to the top step by step. He also resolved to pay more attention to the people from major forces, as they possess far too many valuable items. Since the farm's opening, business has unsurprisingly been booming. At this moment, just past the hour of Shin, the crowd in the first-floor hall remains as bustling as ever. Chen Guang is on the lookout for interesting targets to gather information. In the spirit wine area, a young couple stands, the male in the late foundation establishment stage, and the female in the mid-foundation establishment stage, carefully selecting from a row of Qingzhu brew on the shelf. The female picks up a jar, inspects it, puts it back, and then picks up another. This jar is 30 years older than the last one, and the price is the same. Are you blind? The male takes the jar and examines it. I see the labels are about the same size. Does it matter how big the age? There's a 30-year difference. Can you even choose properly? I'll take this jar, just like you said. The male places the jar into the storage bag of the farm, and suddenly transmits to the female cultivator. Xiao, when I heard this Qingzhu brew not only is great taste, but also another use. What use? It's for enhancing vitality. The female cultivator's hand hesitated for a moment, her ears flushed, but her face remained calm as she reached to take the jar of wine. Who did you hear that from? It was from Zhao Laosan, who teamed up with us to go into the mountains last time. He said the effects were very obvious after he drank it, and his Dao partner praised him for several days. Zhao Laosan also said that eating Qiyang grass could break through to the golden core stage. Why don't you believe it? What if? Fine, if it works, you drink it tonight, and let me see. Alright, I'll drink a jar. The male smiled broadly as he followed the female cultivator to the checkout counter. Qingzhu brew can enhance vitality. How come I never knew about this? Chen Guang felt a bit stunned, as surely no one is slandering him, right? In the first-floor exhibition area, a foundation establishment loose cultivator in a gray robe stood before the shelf, staring at a premium foundation establishment pill sealed within a flowing cloud crystal pillar. He had been watching for nearly 2 tea lights, and beside him stood another companion in a gray robe, presumably accompanying him. The standing one looked for a long time, and suddenly spoke. Do you think this pill has been spinning in the crystal pillar for half a month? Isn't it dizzy? The companion was taken aback. What's wrong with pills? Can't they get dizzy? I think it must be dizzy. Look closely, it doesn't pause at all after completing a full rotation. Stop messing around, let's go. Even if you look at it more, you can't afford it, and it won't do you any good. The companion directly tugged at his sleeve and dragged him away. With so many people around, all kinds of scenarios can be seen. Chen Guang has witnessed similar situations more than once. In the third floor magical tools area, two cultivators in the early golden core stage were selecting swords in front of a display of third-tier spirit, swords one wearing a deep blue Dao robe, and the other in grayish-white short brown attire chatting as they browsed. The one in the deep blue Dao robe picked up a long-bodied spirit sword and examined it, saying, "This time coming from Chiang City, we made 3 detours on the road, wasting 4 extra days, which meant we didn't have time to properly explore this farm. It's all because a few small sects to the east are fighting over a worthless mine. You'd think they could just fight over it, but they sealed off the hills near the official road, even stopping passing merchant teams for inspection. We're not miners after all." The grayish-white short brown cultivator chuckled. "Small sects are always like that. They haven't seen anything good. A third-tier spirit vein can be a family heirloom for 3 generations. I once saw a similar situation back in my hometown, where 2 foundation establishment families fought for a tea garden for over 100 years, only for the tea garden to be flattened by a passing third-tier demon beast, directly resolving the issue. Who can argue with that? Last year when I passed by Floating Jade Island, I happened to catch the friction between Floating Jade Island and the Golden Sands Alliance. The patrols from both sides chased each other at sea, and our spirit boat was almost mistaken for a spy from the Golden Sands Alliance. The leader of the patrol even complained to us for half an hour, saying that Floating Jade Island has expanded too much in recent years, while the island master has been stuck at the peak of transformation stage for nearly 500 years, yet the people beneath keep reaching out for more. It's bound to cause trouble sooner or later. Peak of transformation stage. The grayish-white short brown cultivator flipped the sword in his hand over, his voice tinged with a sigh. In the end, it's still about not being capable enough. I've seen so many people like this during my years as a merchant. They get stuck at a certain realm and can't advance, while their enterprises can't be recovered, either leaving them to struggle. Very few manage to make it through. The one in the deep blue Dao robe placed the sword back on the display and clapped his hands, saying, "By the way, I need to inform the farm about the last batch of talismans. The travelers are most in need of these consumables, and since the farm can supply long-term, we need to make a special trip to the Immortal Pavilion for supplies." You're more worried about business than they are. Chen Guang shifted his position in the chair. These 2 merchants had a clear attitude towards Huaxiao Farm, buy what they need, and suggest restocking, if not available, saving time and spirit stones. However, their suggestions were in vain, as the farm is not the Immortal Pavilion and does not sell talismans. Suddenly the array captured several unusual spiritual energy fluctuations, which were neither from the cultivators of Gaojing nor the common techniques of Wang. He switched the view to the 5th floor. A group of 4 was walking towards the spiritual materials area, led by a woman in a light-colored long dress at the early nascent soul stage. She had striking features and an air of calm that seemed nurtured by the vastness of the world. Following her was a young man slightly taller than her, also at the early nascent soul stage, wearing a moonlight robe, his demeanor gentle, with a relaxed smile on his lips. Beside him was a young male cultivator at the peak of golden core, dressed in sandalwood-colored short brown attire and walking with a light, steady step. A few steps behind the 3 was an old man in a gray robe at the late transformation stage with a gentle face, likely their guardian. The only woman picked up a box of earth essence milk, looked at it, then at the price tag, raising her eyebrows slightly. It's quite rare to see a 4th-tier... The only woman picked up a box of earth essence milk, looked at it, then at the price tag, raising her eyebrows slightly. It's quite rare to see a 4th-tier spiritual material of this quality and price in our region. She handed the earth essence milk to the young man in the moon-white robe, saying, "Didn't you say you wanted to find a batch of earth essence milk to test the new pill formula last time? This box is from 1700 years ago, and its quality is good enough for you." The young man took a look and nodded. "Indeed, it's quite good, but at this price I feel embarrassed to buy too much. If I buy more, it just feels like I'm taking advantage of them." "Don't make me laugh, buddy, stop pretending. There are no outsiders here." The sandalwood-colored short brown man leaned against the shelf, arms crossed, with an expressionless face, but a hint of subtle sarcasm on his lips. The moon-white robe man pretended not to hear, placing the earth essence milk into his storage bag, and casually picked up a box of 4th-tier frost silkworm silk from the shelf to examine. "My master said to take the opportunity to observe the market for spiritual materials in different regions. Although Wanghua Island is just a corner of the gold and silver sea, once a rare product emerges, it can be quite significant. Today's farm confirms his words." "Did your master really say that?" The woman shook her head, expressing disbelief. "He really did. If you don't believe it, ask him when you go back." The sandalwood-colored short brown man didn't join their banter, just standing at the edge of the spiritual materials area, occasionally glancing at the staircase. After a while he straightened up. "That's enough, we have to hurry tonight. Qinglan, let's leave once you finish choosing." The girl named Qinglan nodded, packing away the spiritual materials in her hands. Suddenly thinking of something, she transmitted, "If we pass by the auction at Baiha Island, we can check it out. Master said not to get involved in the bidding, but it's still good to see which forces are participating." There's been a discovery of a spiritual mine at Baiha Island, and it's now overcrowded. The forces from nearby sea areas are sending people over. We can take a look if we pass by, but definitely don't get involved or it's not worth it. The group took the cloud ladder down, and they didn't chat further. In the past half-month, Chen Guang has encountered cultivators of all kinds, even from other races. However, this group seems to have the most notable background. Beyond Wanghua Island, their master might very well be a Dao integration true monarch. He is aware of the spiritual mine at Baiha Island, but has no interest in getting involved, nor is it necessary. However, the appearance of their group has reminded Chen Guang that as the farm's reputation spreads further, more and more powerful forces will come. While those top-tier forces may not be interested, what if a Dao integration cultivator shows up to join the fun? Though they are unlikely to take action, preparations still need to be made. Higher-tier immortal puppets can be reserved. He had previously hesitated, but now he is determined to go ahead and arrange it. Having made a decision, he immediately set it into motion. A few days prior, Chen Guang had sent Yu Yi to the Wantong Immortal Pavilion. He refrained from going himself, perhaps out of laziness or as a form of self. Chen Guang instructed her to order 3 items. One was a comprehensive type of immortal puppet at the peak of the refining void stage. Another was the Little Regret Pill, and the last was the Xiantier Boundless Immortal Sound Array Disc. There is no need to elaborate on the immortal puppet, a precious treasure for establishing one's foundation, while the Little Regret Pill is a remedy for regrets, specifically for cultivators, to rectify foundational mistakes. Chen Guang did not use a top-grade foundation establishment pill when he broke through. Instead, due to his previous exploits, the foundation he established after the breakthrough was not extraordinary. Although there were some compensations after foundation establishment, it still fell short compared to the second-generation members of those top-tier powers. For those with extraordinary talents, this was unacceptable, so he needed the Little Regret Pill to help perfect his foundation. Of course, there are other treasures in the Haoing Immortal Pavilion that can repair the foundation, but their effectiveness is certainly not as good as the Little Regret Pill. To be honest, it felt a bit wasteful for Chen Guang to use this pill now. It could perfect all realms below the refining void stage, and the ones affordable would only be effective for those reaching the peak of the God transformation stage. However, those with extraordinary talents insisted on using the best. They were already considering consuming the pills like. As for the Xiantier Boundless Immortal Sound Array Disc, it was naturally for listening to the significant events across the entire purple extremity heaven. Although the Huangtier Array Discs are categorized into several levels, they are merely to satisfy some stronger cultivators' sense of hierarchy. The listening range remains the same. Chen Guang handed this matter over to Yu Yi, and did not concern himself further. He trusted her abilities. His recent thoughts were entirely focused on another task: refining puppets. The lowest tier for puppets is the 4th tier. To refine, even the weakest requires at least a nascent soul. This is not a rule set by anyone, but rather a limitation of the material. Materials below the 4th tier cannot sustain the core array patterns that allow the puppet to operate autonomously. Although Chen Guang was in the early stages of Golden Core, the strength of his divine sense, supported by infinite resources, far surpassed others of the same tier, and was not much inferior compared to a nascent soul barely reaching the threshold. During this period, the residence had been significantly occupied. Both the cultivation room and the terrace were piled high with scrap materials, broken pieces of iron bone, wood shards of Qing frost jade, and half-etched patterns on the heavy silver iron. The first step in puppet refinement is mastering the basic array patterns, a total of 108 forming the foundation for all puppets. However, at the beginning, Chen Guang only needed to select a few dozen to practice. Though he knew how to draw symbols, the array formations for puppets were different from talismans, and even distinct from ordinary formations. Talismans are planar array patterns. Array discs are 2-dimensional with multiple layers, while puppets represent true 3-dimensional engravings. The patterns are not only etched on the surface, but also carved within the materials, invisible to the eye, and untouchable, relying solely on divine sense for operation. However, there has always been a saying that talismans and puppets are inseparable, as are formations and talismans. This is common knowledge in the myriad arts of cultivation. The structural logic of array patterns and talismans, the compression and release of spiritual energy nodes, and the proportions of conducting pathways share many similarities. Mastering runes and formations assists in puppet refinement. However, there is a vast divide between theory and practice. Finding the correct position, locking in the spiritual energy nodes, and guiding the spiritual energy with divine sense to etch patterns within the materials sounds simple, but executing it is an entirely different matter. Iron bone wood is easy to engrave, yet it has natural wood grain. The array must follow the grain, or it will crack against the reverse. Qing frost jade is brittle and hard. If too much force is applied while etching the array internally, it may shatter. Heavy silver iron has good ductility and a slightly higher margin for error, yet its internal structure is dense, making it time-consuming and labor-intensive to carve. The 3 common spiritual materials each have their strengths and weaknesses, making the choice largely inconsequential. 7 or 8 days passed, and after numerous failures, he had yet to successfully engrave any array pattern. This profoundly made him realize that the path of ordinary people was difficult for him to traverse. Indeed, those with extraordinary talents must follow their own path. No more pretense, it was time to reveal his true self. He took out charred wood. Charred wood is also a fourth-tier spiritual material derived from a 1,000-year-old tree that survived a lightning strike. Its internal grain is marked by charred scars from the lightning. This natural conductive network allows for an extremely high margin of error during array etching. Moreover, the charred scars have structural similarities with array patterns, providing the possibility for rectification if mistakes are made. Thus, this material is one of the best for practicing puppet crafting. Even those with no talent can rapidly improve using this material, which is why its price is not cheap. A piece the size of an arm costs 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Even the god transformation powers would not dare to claim they could fully cultivate a puppet master using charred wood. Chen Guang began etching the array on the charred wood using the method of guiding spiritual energy with divine sense. He first probed inward, then weaved a barely perceptible spiritual vein path along the predetermined route, winding and twisting, sometimes rising and falling. This precision and control did not consume much true essence, but it drained his divine sense significantly. In just 2 hours, half of his divine sense was depleted, and this was while supported by the fourth-tier recovery incense. However, there is a reason for the high cost. After failing only 5 times in a single day, he managed to engrave his first basic array pattern on the charred with the bending array. This was a huge breakthrough. Ha ha ha. Chen Guang could not help but laugh. He had never felt this joyful since he started using his extraordinary abilities. Congratulations, young master, you are no longer at 0. Qing He timely offered praise, though it came off a bit stiff. Ha ha ha. Chen Guang stopped laughing, falling silent for a moment. Qing He, if you can't flatter, just don't. It's enough to say 666. Alright, young master, 666. Qing He complied obediently, but Chen Guang felt even. Forget it, he continued to work. In the following days, he practiced the selected basic patterns one by one: the power array, the conduction array, and the joint array, the 3 most commonly used. After another 5 or 6 days, he had managed to engrave the 3 basic arrays: power, conduction, and joint, on all materials, achieving an 80 success rate on charred wood and 3,040 on other materials. However, knowing how to engrave individual array patterns was not enough. He needed to learn how to combine them. The power array provides spiritual energy, the conduction array transmits spiritual energy, and the joint array is responsible for linking the limbs. These 3 arrays form a micro-closed loop, allowing a basic component to move. There are shadow stones and jade slips for reference on this combination, but if he could disassemble a real puppet, learning would be even faster. Coincidentally, Chen Guang had a ready-made puppet, and it was an infinite one. He chose the weakest one to disassemble. It was a 4th-tier premium puppet. When the shell was opened, the layered array pattern net of the internal structure was revealed. The power core was carved from 4th-tier Qing frost jade, embedded with dozens of arrays. The conduction structure consisted of several spiritual energy channels, also inscribed with arrays, and there were many array patterns intertwined at the joints. Referring to the purchased detailed jade slip on puppet refinement, he identified each array pattern's position, function, interaction with other patterns, and control of spiritual energy flow clearly. As he looked on, he replicated the patterns on the charred wood. Wherever he got stuck, he disassembled the corresponding component to find a matching example for comparison. As for the internal structure of the 6th-tier immortal puppet Qing, he also tried to take a quick glance, probing with his divine, since he barely saw a small section of the outer layer before quickly retreating. It was overly complex, not to mention dangerous. Despite Qing He managing to suppress her aura, the arrays themselves emitted a dangerous aura, and with his current strength it was better not to court death. Cross-referencing the jade slip and the disassembled materials, he took about 10 days to successfully master the combination coordination of the 3 basic array patterns. As for the various issues along the way, such as a half-millimeter misalignment in the interface between the power array and the conduction array causing the spiritual energy to dissipate halfway, or the excessive input of spiritual energy into the joint array causing the fingers to bend at a right angle and not return, these were all to be expected. From the beginning until now, the left hand made of charred wood finally could move. The 5 fingers bent simultaneously, then extended, and he could flex just 1 finger at a time, with all movements remaining intact and fluid. With no other parts, just a hand, it lay on the table as he input spiritual energy, allowing it to flex repeatedly, performing several gestures flawlessly. Qing He brought over tea and glanced at it. The young master's hand can move now. This is a puppet's hand made by me. The young master's puppet hand can move now. She spoke in a very calm tone, but the corners of her mouth held a slight curve. Chen Guang did not refute. He silently made his puppet hand give a middle finger. Regardless of whether Qing He understood or not, he felt comfortable. Although he was still far from creating a combat-capable puppet, the ability to move the palm meant he had crossed the first hurdle. He picked up the tea and was about to take a breather on the terrace when the array pattern at the gate flickered. Yu entered the courtyard smiling, indicating there was— Young master, the items you ordered have arrived. Young master, the items you ordered have arrived. There are no issues, right? Chen Guang was not worried about Yu's safety, as the chances of encountering danger were minimal. Moreover, he had given her several 6th-tier talismans for protection. No, it was personally delivered by Master Lu from the Wantong Immortal Pavilion. After asking a few questions, he recognized my identity, and probably guessed that the items were bought by young master. It doesn't matter, let them guess. What can happen? She then took out 3 items from her storage bracelet, and lined them up on the stone table: a dark green spirit sealing box, a thick-walled crystal vial, and a golden silk sandalwood box. The spirit sealing box contains a comprehensive type immortal puppet at the perfection of the void refinement stage. The crystal vial holds a small Hui Tian Dan, and the wooden box contains a mysterious level Lingshu sound transmission array. Chen Guang nodded, noting that the packaging was quite adequate, and stored the 3 items in his storage bracelet. I will enter seclusion first. If anything comes up, let me know. He was eager to witness the birth of the Tao consolidating immortal puppet. Yu nodded in agreement as Chen Guang turned and entered the training room, the door closing behind him as the formation activated. Chen Guang sat cross-legged and first took out the immortal puppet's spirit sealing box. Upon opening it, a petite woman lay quietly inside, dressed in wide sleeves and a long skirt, her beauty exquisitely designed. She had her eyes closed, resembling the morning mist that had settled over the mountains overnight. Following the usual protocol, he pricked his fingertip. As his blood seeped into the formation pattern on her forehead, faint golden lines glowed, spreading from her forehead to her entire. His divine sense penetrated the core, leaving a mark. Recording successful comprehensive type puppet at the perfection of the void refinement stage. Core, made of celestial fallen iron marrow bones of moonlight essence gold, a high-quality product, has recognized its master. Strengthen 1,000 times. A surge of white light engulfed the puppet, quickly dissipating. The strengthening was successful, and the changes in the immortal puppet were quite noticeable. The fallen iron marrow emitted a low-frequency tremor that spread throughout the body along the spiritual energy circuits, revealing more densely packed microformation patterns on the pipe wall. The skeletal patterns of the moonlight essence gold were rearranged, and transparent soft bone layers sprouted at the joints. The surface of the 1,000-threaded spiritual jade was no longer just smooth. Beneath it, a faint network began to flow, resembling a frozen stream. Within the faint golden lines at her forehead, another circle of silver threads emerged. The 2 circles of patterns intertwined and spun, creating an imposing sight. The immortal puppet opened her eyes, revealing pupils of a very pale twilight purple. Chen Guang gazed into those eyes, pausing his movements for a moment. In those twilight purple pupils, something was already present. A quiet, budding consciousness flickered deep within, like the first crack in the ice beneath the surface. Perhaps it was a nascent intelligence awakening, or perhaps higher-level immortal puppets truly possess intelligence. He felt that he would soon witness it. Recording again. Recording successful after strengthening. A mid-stage Tao consolidating comprehensive type immortal puppet. Ample spirit stones can allow it to slay mid-stage Tao consolidating beings. Mid-stage Tao consolidating. Infinite hang-ups are indeed impressive. This was not unexpected for Chen Guang, and now he could rest assured. The tension in his heart eased a bit. Not to mention the Great Zhou, even the entire Wanghua Island lacked a true Tao consolidating master. From today onward, Chen Guang could claim to be the first stronger of Wanghua Island, though no one would know. Calm down, he thought, realizing he had gotten a bit carried away, yet he clearly understood that purchasing the void refinement immortal puppet had been somewhat of a risk. Chen Guang never underestimated those ancient beings who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Those old schemers had empty eyelashes, and their calculating minds were terrifyingly strong. He had heard Yui mention them a few times, and already found them terrifying. Such individuals often planned in terms of millennia, and even tens of thousands of years. Their schemes left no trace, and regardless of how one struggled, the final outcome would inevitably align with their preset designs. Just the thought of them sent chills down Chen Guang's spine. He did not want to attract the attention of those old schemers. If that happened, even having a hang-up would be useless, because the ones calculating against you were exceeded. He also dared not directly purchase a celestial puppet for the Great Ascension Tribulation. Leaving aside whether it was even available, merely engaging in such an act would be suspicious enough. He might even be apprehended on the spot. Chen Guang shook his head, brushing away his wild thoughts. From today onward, you shall be called Mu Yu, and you will refer to me as Young Master. The first Tao consolidating immortal puppet still required a name. Mu Yu. She repeated, her voice like water flowing over green stones in a mountain stream. Yes, Young Master. After receiving Mu Yu, he took out the crystal vial, in which a drop of grayish-blue liquid hovered in the center, neither sinking nor floating. The small Hui Tian Dan, its effect halved with second use, was somewhat of a stretch to call it a pill. It resembled a naturally occurring substance, like an opportunity for repentance granted by the heavens. It felt right. Following the usual protocol, he recorded, then strengthened it 1,000 times before directly using the best method. White light surged into the crystal vial, quickly completing the strengthening. The grayish-blue layers peeled away, revealing a faint glint of gold beneath, resembling a droplet of morning light compressed into shape. It looked more like a natural product. Recording successful. After 1,000 times strengthening, the small Hui Tian Dan foundational effect is maximized, allowing for additional sedimentation of medicinal power for subsequent nurturing of realms. He opened the vial, guiding it with his divine sense, and inhaled the flowing light through his mouth. The medicinal power quickly surged into his dantian, and then rapidly flowed out again. The sensation surged quickly, neither painful nor sour, but rather an odd feeling of double vision. For a brief moment, he felt as if he were standing at 2 points in time simultaneously. One was the present with the golden core slowly rotating in the dantian, while the other was the past at the moment of foundation establishment, when the spiritual liquid first condensed, everything still carrying the rawness of breaking through. The medicinal power swept back and forth between these 2 points in time, smoothing out every rough edge left from his foundation establishment. The unexpanded ends of the hidden veins, the subtle cracks remaining deep within the spiritual roots from when the spiritual liquid compressed, and the final layers of bone membranes that the medicinal power had failed to penetrate during body tempering. He closed his eyes, his perception amplified to the utmost by the medicinal power. The sensation of those minute areas being repaired was utterly intoxicating. Each repaired area was filled layer by layer, and with each layer filled there was a brief moment, as if tiny bubbles were gently popping inside his body. One spot, then another, and then another. The bubble popping points grew deeper, and the intervals longer, until the last one occurred just below the dantian, very close to the golden core. After bursting, the entire dantian trembled slightly. The tiny dissonances scattered throughout his body, which had gone unnoticed, but always existed, vanished entirely after this tremor, creating a feeling of clarity. 2 hours later, the medicinal power settled. Chen Guang opened his eyes. The training room was still the same, but he was no longer the same. Countless flaws had been mended, and few knew how exhilarating this was. To say he had undergone a complete transformation was not an exaggeration. The golden core slowly rotated in the dantian, encircled by a complete purple ring. The transition between the two was seamless, and deep within the dantian a faint golden mist lingered, the result of 1,000 times of sedimentation from the medicinal power, which would gradually release during subsequent cultivation, continuously repairing flaws in his training. Not only the dantian, but his physical body also felt lighter and more agile, as if he had unshackled himself from chains. There was also a significant change in his divine sense. While the range hardly changed, its refinement and resilience had more than doubled. Moreover, he felt that his divine sense seemed to be accumulating something. He couldn't quite understand it, but it felt like a good sign, so he chose not to dwell on it. He pushed the door open and stepped out of the training room. Yui was sitting on a stone bench on the terrace, flipping through a ledger. Upon hearing the door open, she stood up, her gaze landing on Chen Guang. "Young master," she called out, then paused for a moment, as if searching for the right words. "What is it? Quick, praise me using all the knowledge you've acquired in your lifetime. I can't quite put it into words." Yui rarely showed a hint of uncertainty. "Your cultivation hasn't changed, but the fluctuations of your spiritual energy are even more subtle. If it weren't for your intention to let it fluctuate, I wouldn't have noticed. Plus, you seem more relaxed and confident, as if nothing could disturb you or challenge you." Chen Guang raised an eyebrow, appreciating her compliments, but feeling the need to remain modest. Just average, just average. Please continue." Chen Guang sat down in the rocking chair and released Muyu from his storage bracelet. Muyu brew a pot of tea. No matter how impressive he sounded, it was time to test it out. Muyu responded with a sound, picked up the tea utensils on the table, and began to operate her movements, still skilled and professional. Yui's gaze followed Muyu. "Young master, this puppet." She hesitated. "Isn't it a bit different?" Chen Guang didn't elaborate much. Yui didn't ask further. "I also reserved something else to give to you, young master." "What is it?" Yui took out a scroll. The Chaos Immortal Spirit List. The scroll was about a foot long, radiating a grayish silver sheen. Its material appeared neither metallic nor jade-like, with a faint pattern slowly swirling on its surface. Each end was encircled by a silvery white ring inscribed with runes that Chen Guang could not recognize, moving around the ring at a very slow pace. "Is this the Chaos Immortal Spirit ranking?" Chen Guang took it, weighing it in his hand. It felt much lighter than it looked, akin to holding a hollow bamboo tube. He had heard of this thing, but had never taken it seriously. "Yes, young master, although you did not ask for it, I believe you need it to understand the great prodigies of the world. However, this is of the yellow rank, only recording up to the nascent soul stage." Chen Guang spread the scroll open on the tea table and activated it. The scroll emitted a beam of light, and a shimmering screen unfolded in the air. It was filled with a wealth of information divided into several sections. The most eye-catching was the prodigy ranking, and as his divine sense touched it, the prodigy ranking unfurled before him. The purple extreme sky prodigy ranking. It was further divided into 4 sections. He first clicked on the chi refinement stage. Purple Extreme Sky Chi Refinement Prodigy Ranking Sequence 1 Rin Yuan 9 Nether Xia Clan Dao Spirit Root Chi Refinement Complete Soul Age 199. Sequence 2 1 Chu Human Clan Dao Spirit Root Chi Refinement Complete Soul Age 199. Sequence 3 Shuang Ji Xian Ming Xian Wu Clan Dao Spirit Root Chi Refinement Complete Soul Age 599. Sequence 5000 Han Gao Qing Mu Luan Clan Heavenly Spirit Root Chi Refinement Complete Soul Age 158. Sequence 10,000 Tai Ji Huang Jiao Si Clan Heavenly Spirit Root Chi Refinement Complete Soul Age 135. Purple Extreme Sky Foundation Establishment Prodigy Ranking Sequence 1 Sinwei Mo Human Clan Dao Spirit Root Physique Starry Dream Weaver Body Foundation Establishment Complete Soul Age 399. Sequence 1000 Ling Shuang by Shuang Yuhuan Clan Holy Spirit Root Physique Extreme Cold Shadow Body Foundation Establishment Complete Soul Age 210. Purple Extreme Sky Golden Core Prodigy Ranking. The Dao Spirit Roots and Holy Spirit Roots dazzled Chen Guang's eyes, leaving him in shock as a mere country bumpkin. While he accepted that there were so many extraordinary individuals in one celestial domain, what was up with those 99s? Capped lifespan. Yet many clearly not at their lifespan limits were also on there. What's the situation with these lifespans? Why does it seem there are both capped and uncapped lifespans? If there are doubts, ask Yue examined carefully, nodding slightly at the question. Young Master has noticed those prodigies on the Chaos Immortal Spirit ranking do indeed have both capped and uncapped lifespans. In the cultivation world, there are various methods to refine one's The most well-known method is to cap one's lifespan, which involves suppressing one's realm until the last few years, or even the final year before break. The logic behind this method is quite simple, and it is the most commonly used, hence the majority of prodigies you see on the rankings have soul ages near the limit of their corresponding realms. However, she shifted her tone. Capping lifespan is not the only path. In fact, the second method has only emerged in the last several 100,000 years due to the appearance of the Regret Sky Pill. Regret Sky Pill. Is that the one I just used? Indeed, it is the type you used. Both Regret Sky Pills and Lesser Regret Sky Pills can reshape and optimize all previous realms, thus giving rise to the second path. After the emergence of the Regret Sky Pill, some believed that refining one's foundation was sufficient, and they could wait to optimize at higher realms using the Regret Sky Pill, achieving the same effect as capping lifespan. However, proponents of capping lifespan believe that reaching the limit of lifespan, and then using the Regret Sky Pill, would lead to even greater heights. However, supporters of the Regret Sky Pill believe there is hardly any difference between the two methods, deeming it unnecessary to waste several thousand years of lifespan, and that those years should be spent elsewhere rather than enduring that minuscule gap. Both paths have many supporters, but regardless of which path one takes, only the core heirs of ancient forces can walk them. Ordinary cultivators do not even have the qualifications to pursue them. Yue sighed lightly, clearly indicating that even as a core heir of the refining void faction, she lacked the privilege to choose. Chen Guang understood that those prodigies indeed enhanced their foundations through capping their lifespans, and there was a second method. He hadn't expected the Lesser Regret Sky Pill he used to have such a significant origin and impact, no wonder it was so expensive. In fact, capping lifespan is a bit dangerous during the last year or two. One needs a protector, otherwise if an accident occurs it could be a huge loss. This ranking is unnecessary for ordinary people to view, otherwise it would breed inner demons, destabilizing their Dao heart and leading to a bleak future. Like the Zhou family of the Great Zhou Kingdom, a branch produced a prodigy with a heavenly spirit root who was taken as a disciple by the vice president of the Dao Academy. Such impressive individuals cannot even make the rankings. There are far more than 1,000 people who are better than her in just one celestial domain. Truly, heroes are as numerous as the fish in the river. Why am I not on the list? That's not right. How could someone as impressive as him not be on the list? This ranking utilizes the rules of the heavens to probe the myriad spirits, leaving no room for omission. Perhaps, is it because your realm is too low? Yue's words were not meant as comfort. She genuinely believed her young master could make the list, if only his realm was higher and he needed more practice. He likely wasn't on the list when he was establishing his foundation, but now after using the Lesser Regret Sky Pill, he still wasn't on the list. Just because his realm is low. If that's the case, it means he is currently inferior to even the last ranked individual on the list. That's frightening. He is now strong enough to terrify himself. If he couldn't defeat a Golden Core complete expert with a single punch, he would consider it a loss, yet he still isn't on the list. Alright, he accepted it. He acknowledged that those ancient forces were indeed formidable. Once his realm rises, he would see how he could break through the ranking. Oh, but wait, if he makes the list, wouldn't his age be exposed? The list displays soul age, which cannot be altered, and even soul transference won't help. If he were to make the list, those major forces wouldn't care if he were in his 20s or 30s with a Golden Core complete. However, to make it onto the list, how many resources would that require? It simply wouldn't be worth it. He wouldn't be able to afford any forces to do so. At that time it would definitely attract attention, and not just any attention, but that of significant powers. Even great ascension experts wouldn't be sufficient, and perhaps even tribulation transcendence masters would be drawn in. That would be troublesome. He needed to think of a way to avoid making the list. In fact, not making the list is better. This ranking is clearly orchestrated by some ancient force or forces. Who knows if there are any hidden tricks. Moreover, he as a mere observer should remain on the sidelines, acting as a banner holder. No, as a spectator watching the banner holder play chess. Watching those geniuses as numerous as the fish in the river compete. Chen Guang leaned back in the rocking chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest, while the chaotic immortal spirit list lay on the tea table, its grayish-silver scroll emanating a faint glow. He had already left, and he pondered alone for a long time. He used a 100-fold enhancement resource during his foundation establishment, and even if he couldn't rank in the top 10,000, that was acceptable. However, during the golden core stage, it was 1,000-fold. After the Xiaowei Tiandan restructured his foundation, with each step up the probability of making the list increased. He felt that he might even make the list in the mid-golden core stage, and when his soul age was revealed it would be quite amusing, so finding a way to conceal himself was... Forget about the conventional breathing techniques and isolation formations, they definitely couldn't withstand the heavenly Tao. To block the heavenly Tao, at least something of the immortal level would be required. An immortal artifact. Yes, an immortal artifact should work. But then the question arose, where could he obtain one? He had only heard that immortal artifacts were incredibly formidable and often served as the treasured tools of great clans. How could he get such a thing? Buy it. Who would sell it? Steal it? He would probably get killed. An immortal artifact seemed unlikely, but speaking of something that wasn't weaker than the heavenly Tao, he actually knew of one, and had always possessed it. That was his greatest reliance, the infinite system. However, the system couldn't converse, it could only operate through a few functions. The rest could be set aside. He might as well try recording and see what he could gain. He picked up the scroll and began recording. Recording successful yellow tier chaotic immortal spirit list, probing the myriad spirits of the purple extreme heavenly domain according to the heavenly Tao's rules, collecting and ranking information such as cultivation level, soul age, spiritual root, and physical constitution. All sentient beings are within the probing range, excluding the host. Solution. Solved. He had thought for a long time and couldn't figure it out. He was even considering stealing an immortal artifact, and yet the system resolved it with a single sentence. The system is amazing. Truly worthy of being the infinite system, the resources are limitless and the power is also boundless. Indeed, the system never disappoints. All those years of reading novels were not in vain. Whenever there's an issue, just consult the system. Chen Guang tossed the scroll back onto the tea table reclining against the chair's back, and let out a long breath. He had worried for nothing. Outside the window dusk had settled, and the lights of Gaojing began to illuminate one by one. He took a sip of tea, which was cold, but quite pleasant. With a weight lifted from his heart, he felt relaxed. Solving a worry was a joyous occasion deserving of celebration. He decided to go listen to some music, balancing work and leisure. Having come to Gaojing for a month or two without listening to music, he was truly a busy person. Today he had to go to the Ziyu Pavilion. In Gaojing, Ziyu Pavilion was still a top venue, if not the first, at least among the top 5. Setting off, Wanyu Street, where Ziyu Pavilion is located, was lined with laurel trees in full bloom, and delicate golden petals covered the ground. The street was paved with grayish-blue spirit stone slabs, with tiny moonlight glass beads embedded in the cracks. As the sky darkened, they lit up, flowing like a glowing stream at his feet. Hanging at the eaves were laurel branches tied with threads of spiritual light, with light filtering through the petals, warm and soft. The people of Gaojing certainly knew how to have fun. Ziyu Pavilion was located in the middle of the street, a 7-story building made entirely of moonlight rock, its color somewhere between light blue and moon white, with a faint natural glow on the surface. The main door was open, and a cool mist of spiritual fog poured out from inside, brushing against his ankles. Chen Guang stepped inside. The interior layout was quite impressive, with a grand hall reaching 6 to 7 zhang in height, decorated in uniform shades of moon white and light silver. The dome was embedded with large moonlight glass beads that transitioned from pale gold to cool white, illuminating the entire hall, as if it were submerged in... The air was infused with the scents of alcohol, cosmetics, and fine tea blending together, without being overpowering, creating an indescribable charm. In the center of the hall stood a 3-tiered circular platform, each tier rising 3 feet, with a total height of nearly 10 zhang. The top was covered with moonlight glass tiles, and was transparent. At the edge of the top tier was a low water channel, with clear water flowing gently. Occasionally it would spill over the edge, cascading down to the next tier, forming a very thin water curtain at each layer's edge. The platform was about 5 or 6 zhang away from the nearest scattered seating, offering a broad view. Hanging above the platform was a silver-white moonlight bell about a zhang in size, its body engraved with musical notations slowly rotating. Not far away was a semicircular platform where musicians had already tuned their instruments. A pipa string was plucked and a clear note resonated throughout the hall. Dozens of moonlight rock tables and chairs were scattered below, occupied by 7 or 8 parts of guests. Some embraced the courtesans, feeding each other crystal grapes or fine wine, while others sat upright with the tea courtesans chatting over tea. The noise was enveloped by the spiritual fog and the distance from the platform, creating a layer of hazy fabric that did not disturb the performance, mixing only with the music and the sound of water, weaving a peculiar harmony. The air above the platform was ethereal, while below there was the bustle of human life, with neither hindering the other. The layout was not much different from that of Wanja City. Around the hall was a circle of intricately carved wooden doors, each leading to an independent small room. Once the doors were closed, what was happening inside could not be heard or seen from outside. Occasionally a maid would come out carrying an empty wine jug, and then taking a new one. Going up to the second floor, each level had a circular corridor. The inner side of the corridor had private rooms, while the outer side featured suspended semicircular platforms at intervals, known as cloud pavilions. Chen Guang's favorite spot suspended on 3 sides with a solid glass panel beneath his feet. A slight downward glance allowed him to see the high platform and the scattered seating in the hall. Bamboo gauze curtains hung on both sides, separating him from the neighboring cloud pavilions, obscuring the inner situations. The outer edge of the cloud pavilion was surrounded by a jade railing with flowing cloud patterns carved on the posts, cool to the touch. A maid dressed in a white gown with silver patterns approached her foundation establishment Cultivation, evident with a perfectly timed smile. Is it a friend or a gentleman? Would you prefer the scattered seating or a private room? The cloud pavilion, please choose one with a good view, and also please bring the best clear courtesan of the nascent soul stage to accompany me. He was now a notable figure in Gaojing. His every move had to match his status, and it was not just his desire for high-end service, it was reasonable. The maid accepted without question and led Chen Guang up to the 3rd floor, pushing aside the gauze curtain of a cloud pavilion. The view was indeed good. A slight downward glance allowed him to see the musicians tuning their instruments, while looking up revealed the slowly rotating moonlight bell. The glass panel beneath his feet was transparent, offering a full view of the scattered seating corridors and the bustling maids below. Just as Chen Guang sat down, the curtain was lifted, and a stunning woman walked in. A gentle breeze blew, lifting a corner of her wide sleeves in a sky blue color, revealing a slender arm that shimmered with a faint jade hue under the spiritual light. Her long black hair was pinned up with a white jade cloud-patterned hairpin, her appearance stunning, yet not gaudy, exuding a soft and comfortable aura. The cultivation of early nascent soul was subtly revealed, assuring the guests of her authenticity. I am Su Yunxiu, honored to meet you. Her voice was as gentle as water, truly befitting a top. Chen Guang, Miss Su, please take a seat. Young Master Chen seems unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to Ziyu Pavilion? She sat down opposite Chen Guang and poured a cup of tea, pushing it toward him. I often visit Ziyu Pavilions and other places, just arrived in Gaojing, so naturally this is my first time here. He was not a novice, she had to show her true skills. No wonder you chose this place. The Cloud Pavilion is the best spot for a view in Ziyu Pavilion. Miss Su seems knowledgeable about this. Just kidding, I never miss a beat when it comes to enjoying this. Su Yunxiu smiled slightly. After staying at Ziyu Pavilion for a long time, one learns a thing or two. For instance, the building itself is quite interesting. Moonlight rock naturally absorbs moonlight, and during the day the entire building gathers light, releasing it little by little at night. The glowing glass beads you saw on your way here have gathered the light of the entire day. The brightest night is on the full moon, making the entire building appear as if it has just been moved from the moon palace. Therefore, the piece performed on a full moon night is always the quietest. The building is bright enough, and no matter how lively the music is, guests will tire out. There are many guests on the full moon night, right? The full moon was about half a month away. Yes, many, and most of them are wandering cultivators. Su Yunxiu glanced at the scattered seating below. Those in private rooms or compartments with backgrounds and power are not picky about dates. They come and go as they please. Most of those truly coming for the music and scenery are wandering cultivators. It is normal for some to laugh or cry moved by the scenery. By the way, that moonlight bell above is the core of the entire building, managing all the restrictions and spiritual light. Once it completes its final rotation, the music will begin. As soon as she finished speaking, the moonlight bell stopped and the runes on its body lit up simultaneously. A long soft hum spread out, not loud, but penetrating the restrictions of the cloud pavilion, filling every inch of air in the hall. The music followed closely, with the pipa sounding first, the jade flute responding, and the guzheng laying a continuous bass, while the chime sounded gently at the end of each melody. The water channel on the high platform lit up with the music transitioning through pale gold light, green, and moon white. 16 dance girls stepped out from behind the water curtain, their bare feet touching the damp glass tiles, each step creating delicate ripples. Their dresses were of various colors, each occupying a space in the changing light of the stage like flower petals scattered by the wind. The lead dancer in a red dress emerged from the center of the high platform's water curtain, droplets of water momentarily suspended around her, transforming into fine mist that dispersed in all directions. The vibrant red dance skirt whirled in the mist like a blooming red lotus with golden bells jingling at her waist. Her early nascent soul cultivation was not concealed at all, her aura rich, yet not oppressive, satisfying the psychological desires of many lower-tier cultivators. The moment she began to sing, the 3 layers of water curtains froze simultaneously. The water still flowed, but there was no sound. The entire hall was filled only with her voice, long and clear like a thread falling from the highest and farthest heavens. Su Yunxiu held her teacup, her voice softer than usual. This piece is called Moonrise. She has been singing for 500 years. Some say she isn't singing, she is storing 500 years of moonlight in her throat, only willing to release a small portion each night. The evaluation was very apt. When listening to music, it should be like this. As the piece concluded, the red-dressed woman exited from the center of the water curtain, her skirt trailing across the glass tiles, leaving behind a gradually evaporating watermark. The moonlight bell chimed again, softer than at the beginning, like a farewell. The hall fell silent for a few breaths before applause erupted from various scattered seats. Su Yunxiu set down her teacup and took out a jade slip from her sleeve, spreading it out on the tea table. Tonight's repertoire is all here, including the Phoenix's Call, Whispers of the Wind, the Rainbow Dress. If young master has any request, you can also choose a piece. In early May, a rain fell over Gaoking. Chen Guang lay on the rocking chair on the terrace, raindrops drifting in from the bamboo curtain cool against his face, while Qingyi brewed tea beside him, the fragrance wafting through the door, mingling with the scent of rain-soaked earth. Muyi was getting a massage, eyes closed, fingers lazily tapping on the armrest, his mind still circling around the events of that night. That night, Su Yunxiu played 2 pipa pieces, one Evening Mountain Stream, and another Crossing the Moon, both soothing and to his liking, and they chatted like friends about interesting tales from Gaoking, with her doing most of the talking. Later, when the music faded and the crowd quieted, he left a tip on the bill at Yun Pavilion, the amount just right for the skill level of the 2 pieces. Su Yunxiu saw him off at the foot of the cloud ladder, exchanging some polite words about visiting often. Chen Guang did not hold back, returning again on the night of the full moon. The full moon hung directly above Lanyue Street, the moonlight illuminating the entire street with an extraordinary brilliance. The moonstone at the Drunken Moon Pavilion had absorbed sunlight all day, and at night it radiated outward, resembling a piece of glass drenched in moonlight rather than a human dwelling. The hall was more lively than usual, filled with wandering cultivators from all directions, some staring blankly at the water curtain on the high platform with a jug of wine, while others boasted with friends visiting for the first time. The evening's performance was also different from usual, featuring a solo dance. A thin water curtain rose at the center of the high platform. Moonlight, guided by the formation, cascaded down from the glass beads in the dome, creating layers of shimmering silver on the water curtain. A woman in a dark blue long dress stepped out slowly from behind the water curtain, the wet sheer fabric clinging to her delicate form, accentuating her stunning curves. Her jade-like feet touched the damp glass tiles, each step creating delicate ripples. She danced slowly, so much so that each movement seemed to push against an invisible resistance in the water. The splashes kicked up by her skirt, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared as if stars had been crushed and scattered at her feet, and as she twisted her waist, a gentle wave formed beneath her skirt. The special program for the full moon was indeed delightful. Many were eagerly swallowing saliva. The Drunken Moon Pavilion was an interesting place, and he would often visit not out of any particular desire, but simply because Su Yunxiu's enchanting melodies captivated him, and the talented wandering cultivators in the hall were rich in experiences, making it enjoyable to listen. The rain stopped, sunlight leaked through the gaps in the clouds, the dew on the bamboo leaves glistening brightly. Chen Guang stood up from the rocking chair and turned back to the cultivation room. Life began to fall into a regular rhythm, fulfilling, yet not exhausting. He engaged in alchemical baths, visualization, and rune drawing, not neglecting anything, including the most important, puppetry. Occasionally he would step out either to monitor customers at the Huaxiao farm or to listen to a couple of new tunes at the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Lu Mingyuan sent a message through the celestial sound formation saying they had indeed gone to the Tsangyun mountain range, where they spent several days battling a low-level 3rd-tier red-tailed golden pheasant, eventually facing it with a single strike from Zhou Zijie. Zhou Zijie and Su Qing had already broken through to the golden core stage with the help of Chen Guang's high-quality alchemical pills. Lu Mingyuan mentioned how beautiful the golden pheasant's tail feathers were, a vibrant red, and he kept 3 while selling the rest for spirit stones. Chen Guang promised to invite them to drink a 1,000-year-old Qingzhou brew when they came to Gaoking, and Lu Mingyuan replied enthusiastically, followed by several exclamation points. In August, Lu Yunhe sent 2 jars of 1,000-year-old, third-tier, Inquan Spring. He had just broken through to the golden core stage recently, and had been focusing on consolidating his cultivation and training. The two were busy with their own matters and agreed to meet again at the year-end grand gathering. That month, the farm adjusted its sales strategy based on market feedback and influence. For the premium foundation establishment pills, which were nearly non-existent on the market, they no longer offered unlimited discounts, but adopted a background check system. They conducted background checks on individuals wishing to purchase, refusing sales to suspicious cultivators, and even executing. Ordinary cultivators who met the criteria were limited to purchasing one with discounts ranging from 30 to 70, and required to sign a contract promising personal consumption of violations would lead to execution. The change in sales methods caused a huge uproar, with many people vocally criticizing the farm, even demanding its closure in the imperial city. Of course, there were more supporters. After all, such valuable items were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Now that a background check was involved, many were willing to try for a discounted purchase, leading to a surge in applications. To avoid disputes, Chen Guang provided UE with several 4th and 5th tier puppets. The farm staff conducting inspections would pair up, each taking one. This alone eliminated many schemers, including several nascent souls. As the number of deaths rose, no one dared to oppose the farm anymore. Chen Guang implemented this not only because the low-priced unlimited treasures were too eye-catching and unnecessary, but also because while he opened the farm primarily for future arrangements, he could not allow chaos in the early stages. Why should his affordable treasures go to those scoundrels? He only provided for good people. Let those with the ability come and challenge him. Anyone with objections could go talk to the thousands of Taoist puppets in his storage ring. Not to mention, autumn was indeed a season for harvest, at least for MOU. MOU was the name of his first puppet, crafted entirely from charred wood, stable and efficient. In spring, he could only execute simple bending and stretching commands with one hand. By May, he had assembled the first complete arm with the shoulder, elbow, and wrist working in coordination. After countless failed attempts on the charred wood, he finally succeeded one evening. He made that arm perform a gesture of serving tea, smoothly lifting a cup from the table to chest height. The cup was empty, and he silently filled it while observing the entire process without saying a word, pouring tea into the cup for her kind. Did you just smile, eh? No, my lord. Your mouth moved. That was the formation pattern operating. In July, 2 arms and a torso skeleton were assembled together. In September, the legs were attached, completing the limbs and torso along with a head with only basic sensory formation patterns. MOU finally stood on the floor. It was entirely black, with the natural charm marks of the wood emitting a faint blue glow when spiritual energy flowed through it, resembling a ghostly warrior emerging from a tomb from a distance. The first walking test took place on the day of the autumn equinox. Chen Guang gave it the first complete command to walk from the east wall of the cultivation room to the west wall. The first step was fairly steady, the second and third steps were also stable, but the fourth step barely held, and on the fifth step it stepped on the unclean debris on the floor, causing its body to tilt to the left. Chen Guang did not intervene, wanting to see if it could adjust itself. MOU paused for a moment in its lean, awkwardly stepping half a step to the side, with its right leg a self-perceived balance correction, not in the preset command. Although the movements were as stiff as rusty hinges, it did not fall, and managed to complete the walk, albeit in a crooked manner. 666. Without waiting for Chen Guang to applaud Qing, he shouted 6 first, and Muyu echoed, making it difficult for him to praise. Yui, upon hearing this, offered some competent praise, saying, "Generally it takes several years for a puppet master to reach this level. You are truly a genius in puppetry." Even if it had a hint of flattery, Chen Guang took it seriously. What was wrong with using charred wood? Can't you use it? In October at dusk, he had MOU walk from the cultivation room to the terrace. It walked steadily halfway, then stopped at the threshold. The threshold was too high, and it lacked the ability to step over, merely standing there, the sensory formation in its head flickering. Is it thinking about how to get over it? My lord, with its current complexity of formations, it is not yet capable of the behavior of thinking. Then what do you think it is doing? Waiting for your next command. Chen Guang did not give a command. He let MOU stand at the threshold, then sat in the rocking chair brewing a pot of silver needle tea. The sunset poured in through the crystal window, illuminating MOU's exposed shoulder frame and the still flickering light patterns, as well as the unfolded silver buds at the bottom of the cup. In a sense, MOU was also a mirror of himself. He learned puppetry from scratch, just as MOU was learning to walk from zero. Each formation pattern he failed to carve, and every tumble MOU took, were different forms of the same essence. For him, MOU's continual progress brought a great sense of accomplishment. In early December, the first snow fell over Guking, and his breakthrough came quietly, and suddenly, just like this snow. The changes in the mid-golden core stage were not significant. It merely meant a larger and more solid golden core, with pill patterns appearing more natural and gentle. The medicinal power accumulated from the minor regret pill continued to refine and settle after being further processed. After the breakthrough, his name was indeed absent from the 10,000 races talent ranking. He felt that with his current overall strength he could definitely make the list, otherwise the system would be in vain. The absence of his name indicated that the system was indeed formidable, easily controlling the small heavenly path. The system's prowess instilled more confidence in him. In mid-December the city suddenly became lively. Notices for the Tao Discussion Conference had long been plastered on the bulletin boards of various markets, set to open on the 25th day of the 12th month, and continue for 5 days, with the winner receiving a premium cultivating infant pill. The Wanbao Conference would start 5 days earlier, bustling from the 20th of the 12th month to New Year's Eve, while the Tao Discussion Conference would only be held in the evenings. Cultivators and small merchant teams flocked to Gowking like migratory birds, raising the inn rates by 30%, and the street vendors selling spirit fruits multiplied several times. On the 18th of the 12th month, the weather was clear. Chen Guang was in the cultivation room adjusting the knee-joint formations of MOU, when he suddenly walked in holding a light golden jade slip. "My lord, this is from the 6th princess residence." He took the jade slip, and upon probing with his divine sense, the elegant script was neat and composed with a calm, unhurried demeanor. It was written with Pei Yuning's divine consciousness, and was very brief. "On the 19th of the 12th month a modest feast is prepared at the residence, inviting only you, my lord." Yuning. Only inviting him, and the tone is somewhat intimate. What does she want? Chen Guang flipped the jade slip over in his palm, noticing the outline of a mountain on the back identical to the pattern on the jade pendant in his hand. "Are you going, my lord?" "Of course, it's an invitation from a beauty, and she's a princess. Besides, she showed great respect on the day of the farm's opening. I certainly have to go see." Chen Guang stepped onto the terrace, the snow dazzlingly bright under the sunlight. What could this 6th princess be up to with a private invitation? On the 19th day of the 12th lunar month, it was sunny. Chiwu Street, located in the west of the city, runs north to south, wide and spacious. Like Qingwu Street in the countryside, the straight trunks of the green Polonia trees on both sides intertwine and meander. Most of the residences in the west of the city are scattered and distant, each hidden behind gardens and ancient trees, revealing only a corner of their flying eaves or half of a vermilion gate. Each residence possesses not only nature, but also a small world of its own. The gray walls of the princess residence recede 20 zhang from the street, leaving an open front yard paved with green mysterious stones, where fallen plum blossoms from the courtyard scatter across the stone surface. The main gate is a 3-opening archway constructed entirely of gray smoky stones, with the inscription Ninghua Mansion hanging above. Ninghua is the title of the 6th princess. There are no stone beasts before the gate. Instead, there are 2 stone jars made of green stones, each containing a few water lilies, their pale purple petals partially closed in the morning light. The steward has been waiting at the entrance, dressed in a deep blue gown, with the cultivation of a perfected nascent soul. The fabric is crisp and well-tailored. Upon seeing Chen Guang, she slightly bows and leads the way. The layout of the princess residence is quite interesting, as the entire estate unfolds around a lake. The lake is vast, covering tens of thousands of mu, with crystal-clear waters reflecting the morning light into a myriad of shimmering golden scales. A few white feathered swans float on the lake, leisurely gliding through the water, occasionally dipping their heads to peck at the plum petals on the surface, their long necks arching gracefully. In the center of the lake lies an island where a 3-story pavilion stands, topped with green tiles and gently sloping eaves. A few cranes stand on one leg atop the pavilion's roof, their feathers as white as snow, standing still in the morning light like sculptures. Several white marble curved bridges lead from different directions to the island in the heart of the lake. The promenade along the lake is covered with green tiles supported by crimson pillars, with a pavilion stretching into the water at intervals. The estate is abundantly planted with old plum trees, their red and white blossoms filling the air with a heavy fragrance. The steward led Chen Guang onto the curved bridge, where scattered plum petals lay silent underfoot. On the island, a water pavilion extends into the lake, bordered by water on 3 sides and leaning against a plum grove. A crane is perched on the pavilion's eaves, focused on preening its feathers with its long beak. Pei Yuning is seated in the water pavilion. Today she wears a light, gauzy long dress in begonia red, the fabric extremely thin, made of 4th grade Union silk. The neckline is cut an inch lower than usual formal attire, revealing a large expanse of skin below her collarbone, radiant in the morning light. A golden silk sash cinches her waist, accentuating her slender figure. As she sits down, the skirt spreads out with a side slit, revealing a glimpse of her leg. Her hair is loosely held up with a sheep-fat jade hairpin, from which dangle a string of delicate red jade beads that sway gently with her movements. When Chen Guang walks in, she is focused on arranging the tea set. Hearing his footsteps, she looks up with a slight smile. "You're here, the tea has just been brewed." Her tone is casual, like greeting an old friend. After speaking, she lowers her head to continue pouring tea, her wrists steady, expertly halting the flow just half an inch below the rim of the cup. "Are we that familiar?" Chen Guang ponders as he sits down opposite her, noticing the stewards silently retreat, leaving the bridge empty. Pei Yuning pushes a cup of tea towards him, taking another for herself, as she leans back. The lake breeze flows through the open window, and the string of red jade beads on her hairpin jingles softly. She brushes back a few loose strands of hair, causing the jade bracelet on her wrist to slide down, slightly revealing a small section of her fair arm. Last time at the farm there were too many people, and some things were difficult to discuss. She begins her pace, measured, her gaze resting on the white-feathered swans on the lake. I invited you today to have a proper conversation. Your Highness, please speak. Chen Guang raises his teacup and takes a sip, curious about her intentions. Pei Yuning glances at him, the curve of her lips deepening slightly, her eyes subtly lifting at the corners. In my presence you need not address me as Your Highness, simply call me Ninghua. Ninghua, my friend, is too formal. We're not that familiar yet, but it's better to keep it as friend. She does not correct Chen Guang's address further, taking a sip of tea. You've been in Haogong for over half a year, you must have heard a fair bit about the imperial succession struggle. I've heard some. Please continue. What do you think compared to the others? How do I measure up? That's a direct question. However, when she asks, her head tilts slightly, the string of red jade beads swaying, as if conveying an interesting story. Chen Guang contemplates. The Emperor's direct lineage combined with your tangible achievements and popularity among the people over the years gives you a significant advantage. Achievements? Pei Yuning raises an eyebrow slightly. The commercial tax reform in Haogong was overseen by you, and the logistics plan for northern military grain was also devised by Ninghua. Chen Guang places the teacup on the low table. Many of the notable achievements of the Great Zhou over the past few years are related to you. Those things are things your brothers cannot match. Chen Guang has been in Haogong for almost a year. Although he spent most of the time cultivating, he has gathered a wealth of information about the major affairs of various factions in Haogong. That commercial tax reform was proposed by the 6th princess, and much of the content was planned by her. Chen Guang admires this 6th princess. The Great Zhou has been operating for thousands of years, yet still manages to reform, which is quite extraordinary. Pei Yuning smiles, her smile spreading from the corners of her mouth to her eyes, softening her entire demeanor. Hearing a compliment from you is worth more than hearing 10 from others. What does that mean? Is it flattery? I speak the truth. I know you're speaking the truth. My mother is the Empress, which is my foundation. The things I've done over the years are my bargaining chips. But in the struggle for the crown prince, sometimes it's not just about these things. Then what is it about? It's about who is more suitable to sit in that position. She raises her gaze to look at him, a faint light shimmering in her phoenix eyes. In the Great Zhou, the ancestors of refining the void are the true stabilizing force. As long as they are present, the throne cannot be thrown into chaos regardless of who sits upon it. Therefore, the struggle for the crown prince ultimately isn't about who can sit on the throne without causing the Great Zhou to collapse, but rather who can govern the Great Zhou better. The ancestors have lifespans of 8,000 years. They look at the long term. Whoever can ensure the Great Zhou runs smoothly while they are in seclusion, and who can stabilize the situation on the island of 10,000 nations better than the previous generation, they will favor. She pauses, takes a sip of tea, and her tone returns to its previous calmness. My shortcomings do not lie here. She lightly taps her fingertip against her temple. My shortcomings lie here. Some elders always feel that a woman, as an emperor, must exert more effort. Although there has been a female emperor in our lineage, every generation's female emperor must spend the same amount of time proving the same thing before sitting in that position. Then do you think Ninghua can prove herself? Your Great Zhou seems rather futile. Pei Yuning does not answer directly. She stands and walks to the edge of the pavilion. The swans on the lake are swimming in a row past the pavilion, with the leading swan lifting its long neck, holding a plum blossom in its beak. When I was 7, my mother took me to meet an ancestor of refining the void. The ancestor asked me a question: what do you think is the biggest problem in the Great Zhou? I answered that it was the Ice Kingdom in the north. She turns her head to look at Chen Guang, her lips curling into a very faint smile. What do you think that ancestor said? What did he say? The ancestor said that the Ice Kingdom could last at most another 10,000 years because they are exhausting their spirit stone mines too quickly, and their spiritual veins cannot recover fast enough. In less than 10,000 years their transformation masters will be reduced by half. Then the ancestor asked me if the Great Zhou had this problem. I said yes, but it's lighter than theirs because the Great Zhou uses a method of slow and steady extraction, which is the rules set by the ancestors. She smiles slightly at this point, her smile revealing a hint of youthful pride. Later that ancestor told my mother that this child can be taught. If you can think of this, at the age of 7 you are indeed teachable. The children of royalty are all precocious, and you are even earlier. So if you ask me whether I can prove myself, Pei Yuning returns from the window, walks to the low table, but does not sit down. I feel I've proven enough already. However, some people's prejudices cannot be erased by accomplishing just 1 or 2 things. That will take time and not in a hurry. If the biases of the older generation cannot be overcome, then I will wait for them to step aside. After all, my cultivation level is still low. She stands opposite the low table, her hands resting on its edge, leaning forward slightly. The begonia red gauze flows to the sides with this movement, and the neckline drops, deepening the originally subtle cleavage in the morning light. She does not lower her head to tidy up or intentionally cover it. She simply gazes steadily into Chen Guang's eyes. That is why I need you. Her voice is not loud, but each word is firm. It's not about needing you to do something right now. Oh, it's about having someone who, when that day comes, can let everyone see him standing beside me, making them realize that even someone like him believes I should take that position. This weight carries more significance than 1,000 memorials. After she finishes speaking, she does not immediately straighten up, but remains in that position looking at him. There is a calm and quiet light in her phoenix eyes, as if waiting for him to savor its flavor. The morning light streams through the window behind her, casting a faint golden edge around her silhouette. The begonia red gauze becomes semi-transparent in the backlight, softly outlining the contours of her waist and shoulders. Chen Guang gazes at the alluring figure before him, and the profound cleft, wondering what it means. Is this a test? What kind of test can a mere trickster withstand? It's too early for you to speak of these things, as the future is full of uncertainties and possibilities. You draw the big picture, and so do I. Besides, I've seen the vast world. How could I be tempted by an ungraspable vision? Hearing Chen Guang's response, she smiles brilliantly and sits back down opposite him. Of course, the future has plenty of time to create possibilities. The hem of her dress traces an arc as she returns to her seat, and she takes a sip from her now lukewarm teacup, her expression regaining its previous composure. Chen Guang lifts his own small celadone cup. The tea is also cold, with a hint of subtle sweetness on the tongue. How long do you think it will take for that day you mentioned to arrive? Uncertain. It may take 100 years or 200 years. She stands holding her celadone teacup and takes 2 steps forward to stand in front of Chen Guang, then extends her hand. Let's leave it at this for today, or we will take our time with future matters. Of course, after all, the future is full of infinite possibilities. Chen Guang also stands, raising his celadone cup and gently clinking it against the rim of her cup. The 2 porcelain cups collide, producing a crisp sound that resonates far before fading away. The swans on the lake outside are startled by the sound, flapping their wings and gliding across the water, leaving a trail of fine ripples before slowly returning. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, before dawn, the eastern city of Gaojing was already bustling. Today marked the opening day of the Wanbao Fair, a grand event that occurs once every 20 years, with most merchant caravans from Wanhua Island rushing into Gaojing before winter, and even caravans from outside Wanhua Island specially crossing the sea to attend. Shangle Square in the eastern city extended for dozens of miles, with 12 long streets temporarily designated crisscrossing each other. Each street, named after constellations: Tianshu Street, Tianxian Street, Tianji Street, Tianquan Street, Yuhang Street, Kaiyang Street, Yaoguang Street, plus 5 auxiliary streets, all neatly arranged. Both sides of the streets were filled with booths and stalls as merchants from all corners of the world spoke in various dialects, pulling goods from their storage spaces, their shouts rising and falling. Chen Guang had come alone, standing for a moment at the entrance of Tianshu Street, observing the crowd before him. Several merchants dressed in the attire of the Southern Ligua from Wanhua Island were moving goods, including a complete set of 3-eared iron spine, saber-toothed tiger armor, its fangs still exuding cold air. Beside them were coral beads from Qinsheng Island in the south, each the size of a thumb, shimmering with a faint phosphorescence in the morning light. A few steps ahead, a merchant from the northern Hanzhong Kingdom was shouting, with several frost silver ores the size of washbasins displayed on his stall, the surface of the or covered in a thin layer of frost flowers. Passers-by instinctively pulled back their hands after touching it, exhaling warm breath. The air was mixed with various aromas, the sweet scent wafting from the spirit fruit stall, the cumin meat smell from the barbecue stall, along with the herbal fragrance drifting from an unknown corner, combined into a lively atmosphere. The opening ceremony of the Wanbao Fair was held at the central white jade platform of Changle Square, a platform 6 feet high, and Tinjiang Square, with spiritual pattern columns at each corner, their bodies engraved with radiant array patterns, and a copper gong about a zhang high hanging in the center, adorned with the sun emblem of the Dazhou royal family. Today the ceremony was presided over by the 6th Princess Pei Yuning, who often hosted many royal public events, indicating her likely position as the heir apparent. But Chen Guang did not quite understand why she needed his support. Today she wore a formal dark gold ceremonial robe with phoenix patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs in golden silk thread, and a jade belt cinching her waist. The bright golden phoenix crown was back on her head, making her look entirely different from the light red gauzy dress she wore yesterday at the waterside pavilion. Standing on the white jade platform, 2 female officials accompanied her, their expressions solemn, voices clear, as she spoke of the long history of trade between Dazhou and Wanhua, followed by a few platitudes wishing for smooth trade routes before picking up a golden hammer and gently striking the copper gong. The sound of the gong was crisp, rippling like a wave from the center of Changle Square, As the flags along the 12 long streets simultaneously rose, colorful banners fluttering in the morning breeze. The Wanbao Fair is officially open. The merchants and cultivators gathered around the platform enthusiastically applauded, then scattered in all directions to pursue their own businesses. As Pei Yuning descended from the platform, her gaze swept across the crowd, briefly pausing on Chen Guang. Her lips moved slightly, constrained by the occasion. She did not say much, merely nodded slightly before leading her officials away in another direction. Just as Chen Guang was planning to check out the festivities, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Chen, brother." It was Pei Yuting, the son of the Yunyang Marquis, still exhibiting that calm and composed demeanor, clad in a dark brocade robe, with his strikingly handsome face, followed by his cousin Qin Ruolin. Qin Ruolin was wearing a light yellow fitted long dress today, already holding a brocade bag in her hand, indicating she had already made a round. "Young master, Miss Qin," Chen Guang casually greeted. "I happened to be out of gouging during the opening of your Huaxia farm." Pei Yuting approached, his tone carrying genuine regret. "My father sent me to the southern Qianqing Island on some business, and after half a year of back and forth, I just returned. I missed the excitement of your opening. This is the first time I've seen you, Chen brother, so I wanted to extend my congratulations." "Young master is being polite." Chen Guang clasped his fists in return. "Why haven't you visited the Marquis residence in nearly a year?" Pei Yuting's tone shifted, a teasing smile creeping onto his lips. "The jade token I gave you in Wanxia City, you haven't used it to prop up a table, have you?" Chen Guang chuckled. "How could I use it for that? I've kept it in good condition. Qianqing Island is so far away, it must have been quite a journey. You haven't rested for 2 days since returning, right?" Chen Guang realized that these second-generation heirs were quite familiar with socializing. The first meeting was all formality, but the second was shoulder-to-shoulder with candid exchanges. They knew how to build rapport, truly a testament to top-tier families. "Indeed, I just got home the day before yesterday, and my rear hasn't even warmed the seat yet." Pei Yuting patted his shoulder. "Let's schedule a time for drinks later today. It's just for exploring." Qin Ruolin interjected. "Chen brother, the Qing bamboo brew I bought from your farm last time was well received by my father. He asked me to buy 2 more jars to take back. Do you have a stall today? The farm isn't set up. He'll have someone deliver 2 jars to your residence later." Qin Ruolin's eyes curved with delight. "Then I won't be polite," she said. "You're really not being polite, and did your father really drink it? What a clever one." Just then Lu Yunhe and Lu Yunxi squeezed through the crowd. Lu Yunxi walked in front, his pace quick, his whole demeanor carried an air of confidence, his chin slightly raised. He had received a top-tier foundation establishment pill in March, and broke through that month. He had been cultivating at home for the past 6 months, kept indoors by his father, and today was his first outing. Coupled with his youth, everything looked fresh to him. "Chen brother," he called from afar, only to realize Pei Yuting was also present when he approached, quickly adjusting his posture and properly greeting. "Young master Pei, sister Qin." Pei Yuting glanced at him and smiled. "It's been half a year since we last met, and you've already reached foundation establishment. The Lu family's prodigy truly lives up to its reputation." "I still have a long way to go," Lu Yunxi humbly replied, though his chin lifted higher. Lu Yunhe shook his head helplessly from behind. "Once let out, he's like a spirit dog, unleashed, impossible to pull back." "Brother, I haven't been out for half a year." Lu Yunxi argued boldly. "Father said I could roam freely today. There's plenty of spirit stones." "Your father's allowance for spirit stones has a limit of 10,000, Lu Yunhe replied. "That's still enough." The second generation indeed had a 10,000 allowance, a sum that would take an ordinary cultivator a lifetime to accumulate. The group laughed for a while, and then strolled along Tianshu Street. Most stalls on either side of Tianshu Street sold, or is offering a colorful variety. Although Wanhua Island is an island, its area is absurdly vast, stretching millions of miles, with significant climate differences between the north and south. In the north, the Hanzhong Kingdom and the northern regions of Dazhou are perpetually frozen, producing spirit stone veins with natural ice patterns suitable for refining ice-type magical artifacts. The southern Ligua region is filled with swamps and dense forests, producing poisonous spiritual mushrooms and ghost-faced mushrooms as local specialties. The eastern countries near the edge of Wanhua Island produce high-quality materials for refining and medicine from the coral beads and golden fish bones found in the sea. There were also caravans from outside Wanhua Island with several stalls displaying the blue-patterned lake snails unique to Qianhu Island in the east, their shells naturally lined with water-patterned arrays requiring no refining for storage. However, these items were not essential to Chen Guang, as he was not in need. If he truly needed something, he would order it from the Immortal Pavilion. His main purpose for attending the Wanbao Fair was to join the excitement and see if there were any peculiar and novel items. For instance, the stall at the entrance of Tianxian Street selling spiritual dolls. The stall owner was a young female cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, with dozens of palm-sized wooden spiritual dolls on her long table featuring Qilin's cranes and Pisho, along with a few small beasts that were hard to identify. Unlike puppets, these were mere trinkets, yet each spiritual doll was carved vividly, once infused with spiritual energy. They would move autonomously on the table, turning at the edge and rerouting when bumping into other objects, looking quite adorable. A 6 or 7-year-old child who had yet to cultivate was leaning over the table, transfixed by the dolls, unwilling to take his eyes off them, while the stall owner sat back smiling at him. Lu Yunxi picked up a Qilin spiritual doll, infused it with spiritual energy, and placed it on the table. The little Qilin took a few steps before bumping into a crane doll, tilting its head and bumping twice without moving it, then changed direction and continued walking. Lu Yunqi's eyes sparkled. This is fun. How much is it? The second-tier doll heart wood carving costs 2 spirit stones each. Lu Yunxi bought 5 in one go, claiming he would give them as gifts. Chen Guang also purchased one, a chubby Pichio carved somewhat crookedly, looking less like a genuine mythical beast and more like a gluttonous raccoon, which he found on Yaoguang Street. Chen Guang discovered a fine item at a liquor stall run by a middle-aged cultivator in the Golden Core stage. On the long table, there were dozens of jars of liquor ranging from first to third tier, each jar labeled. One jar, called Frostfall White, was a third-tier spirit wine, made from Millennium Snow ginseng found in the snowy valley on the border of the Hanzhong Kingdom, brewed with local spring water and buried underground for 300 years. Chen Guang sniffed it. The fragrance was pure and penetrating, completely opposite to the delicate bamboo scent of the Qing bamboo brew. A sip would likely chill him from throat to stomach. Seeing Chen Guang's interest in this jar of wine, the stall owner set down his teacup and stood up, smiling and introducing, "Friend, you have a good eye. This Frostfall White is a local recipe from a small tribe near the snowy valley of the Hanzhong Kingdom, calming the mind and dispelling fire and dryness, and you can't find it for sale outside. I have a friend who's a cultivator from the Hanzhong Kingdom, and I obtained this recipe as a favor. I brewed only a dozen jars, and this is the first time I'm selling it today. How much spirit stones?" I understood the tactic of raising the price. 300 spirit stones per jar. If you buy 2 jars, I'll gift you a small pot of Hanmei. Do my own 3-tier good. Why not much, just a small pot. Chen Guang bought 2 jars and stored the complimentary Hanmei dew in his storage bracelet. Qin Rulin sniffed it beside him, nearly leaning back from the penetrating cold aura. "This is too strong a drinking. This is just asking for trouble," she remarked. "It's even better in summer." Chen Guang sealed the jars. "I'll open it in the summer heat." The group continued to explore for nearly 2 hours, the sun gradually climbing overhead, and the number of people on the streets had not diminished, but rather increased, crowded to the point where one had to sidestep. Pei Yuding and Qin Rulin headed south to check out the pill section, leaving first. Lu Yunxi, still energetic, had already spent nearly 1,000 of his 10,000 spirit stones on a third-tier thunderhawk's tail, feathers, a piece of broken sword tip, said to be dug from an ancient battlefield, a small section of luminous spirit wood, and a young spirit-seeking mouse, said to be able to sense spiritual energy. A spirit-seeking mouse only costs 300 spirit stones, half the price of the Immortal Pavilion. Lu Yunxi pulled the fluffy little creature from his sleeve, which was still sleepily curled up, its nose twitching. Just because you think half price is a good deal, doesn't mean they think selling it to you is a good deal, Lu Yunhe remarked, observing the spirit-seeking mouse. "This mouse looks like it hasn't been weaned. How will you take care of it when you get back? Isn't there a grandfather? He has raised over 10 spirit-seeking mice. What's there to worry about adding one more?" Lu Yunhe couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After walking a bit further, Chen Guang caught a whiff of a very unique fragrance, following it past half a street, eventually finding a sizable barbecue stall under an old pine tree at the end of Kaiyang Street. The stall was jointly run by several Foundation establishment loose cultivators, with a simple, yet large wooden canopy built underneath, which were dozens of tables, nearly all occupied. The roasting furnace was airy-based, producing no smoke, and the meat skewers sizzling with oil turned golden, sprinkled with an unknown spice, the aroma wafting directly into one's nose. Next to it was a wooden board displaying the menu: Northland snow sheep skewers, rock salt grilled spirit, clams, honey spicy frost chicken wings, and a signature dish called wine aroma crispy hoof, made from second-tier pig hooves marinated in spirit wine with a crisp shell that crackled when bitten. "This looks good," Lu Yunxi exclaimed, unable to take another step. Chen Guang glanced at the sizzling skewers and the lively atmosphere of the stall, nodding her. It had been a long time since he had barbecued, and he really wanted to indulge in a feast. "Then let's eat here," they agreed. The group found a recently vacated table under the canopy, while Lu Yunxi dashed over to the stall owner to place an order, his voice audible over. Lu Yunhe sat down opposite Chen Guang, pouring a cup of fruit wine. "I heard that the 6th princess invited you alone yesterday." "You guys are quite well informed," Chen Guang replied. "You walked in so boldly that it would be hard not to attract attention," Lu Yunhe remarked casually. "Just be mindful, although you don't seem to care." "Rest assured," Chen Guang replied, and Lu Yunhe nodded, not saying much more. Lu Yunxi returned carrying a large plate of skewers, the aroma wafting all the way, and the roasting was quite fast. He placed the plate on the table, and the bamboo skewers scattered everywhere, glistening with oil. Chen Guang picked up a snow sheep skewer and took a bite. The meat was tender and juicy, the flavor of the spices strong, yet not greasy, a nostalgic taste. Outside the canopy, the noise of the crowd was vibrant, with a vendor in the adjacent street shouting, "Authentic poisonous spirit mushrooms from the southern border cure all ailments, don't miss out as you pass by." A child was chasing a fluffy little beast that had escaped from a spirit beast stall, laughing uncontrollably. The aromas of barbecued meat and cumin intensified in the air, mingling with the sweet and sour scent wafting from the fruit wine, creating a lively atmosphere. The afternoon sun filtered through the branches of the old pine trees, casting a patch of bright light on the table. The sounds of people in the barbecue shed continued unabated as the waiters skillfully navigated between tables, moving swiftly on his feet. In front of Lu Yunqi, a small bundle of bamboo skewers was already assembled, and he was stuffing his mouth with the nth skewer of honey-spiced chicken wings. Of course, Chen Guang had just as many skewers in front of him. Coming out of Kaiyang Street, the crowds were even denser than in the morning. On Tianxin Street, there were many spirit beast vendors taking their young beasts for a stroll. A still nursing second-tier frostfawn cub was dozing on the vendor's shoulder, while a passing child reached out to touch it, only to be pulled back by an adult. At the entrance of Tianquan Street, someone was performing a technique to manipulate objects, dazzling the audience with 3 flying swords in a mesmerizing display, eliciting waves of applause from the crowd. Chen and his companions encountered Ji Mingwei at the corner of Yuhing Street. She looked as usual, wearing a cyan narrow-sleeved long dress, her ponytail neatly tied, clutching a handful of 5-spice crispy snake segments bought from some stall, with a bit of spicy powder on the corner of her mouth. Standing beside her was Han Lingsu, dressed in a light purple flowing fairy dress, a silver chain jingling at her waist, as she bent down to inspect some raisins from a brocade bag. "Brother Chen," Ji Mingwei raised the snake segment in her hand. "You also came to the fair. You seem to be enjoying yourself." Chen Guang chuckled, noticing the spicy powder at the corner of her mouth. Ji Mingwei paused for a moment, raised her hand to wipe it, looked at her fingertips, and nonchalantly wiped it on her dress, continuing to munch on her snake segment. "Mingwei is here, just for the food," Han Lingsu explained for her tone both helpless and indulgent. "She hasn't stopped eating since the market opened. The 10,000 Treasures Fair only happens once every 20 years. If I don't eat to my heart's content, how can I face myself?" Ji Mingwei said with righteous conviction. Lu Yunqi chimed in from behind. "Sister Ji is right. My brother says I eat too much, but I haven't even started." Ji Mingwei glanced at him, then at the bamboo skewer he was holding, nodding in approval. "You have good taste. Did you try the rock salt grilled spirit clams from that barbecue stall on Kaiyang?" "I did. And the honey-spiced chicken wings too." "Then just wait at the end of Yawang Street. There's a stall selling caramelized caterpillar pupae that's even better than this one. I'll take you there." Lu Yunha raised his hand to stop her, but Ji Mingwei had already pulled Lu Yunqi toward Yawang Street. Han Lingsu nodded slightly at Chen Guang, and followed, and naturally Chen Guang and Lu Yunha tagged along, as well, eager to try it out. At the end of Yawang Street, there was indeed a small stall where the vendor arranged the caramelized caterpillar pupae on bamboo skewers, their shells roasted to a golden sheen, with a light shimmer of caramel in the sunlight. Ji Mingwei bought a skewer, sharing half with Lu Yunqi. As they walked and ate, the crisp sounds echoed continuously. Han Lingsu picked up one bit through the shell to inspect the caterpillar pulp inside, nodded, and finished it with small bites. Chen Guang found it crispy and interesting. After leaving Yawang Street, Ji Mingwei and Han Lingsu headed east toward the Elixir District, while Chen Guang and Lu Yunha browsed a few more streets and bought a bag of ghost-faced mushrooms, a specialty from the southern region. The vendor claimed that the soup made from them was so fresh it could make someone swallow their tongue. Lu Yunqi bought several bags, planning to have his grandfather's chef cook it. Chen Guang also took 2 bags. He never turned down such peculiar ingredients, and he didn't think these mushrooms could take him down. In the following days, he hardly went outside. A couple of days enjoying the lively atmosphere of the 10,000 Treasures Fair was enough. After experiencing the hustle and bustle twice the novelty had worn. Every day he practiced drawing talismans on the 6th floor of the farm, and during breaks he would sit by the window sipping tea, casually observing the happenings below with a monitoring array. The flow of people at the farm had tripled compared to usual, mostly scattered cultivators from other regions bringing their families along to stroll. The main hall buzzed with voices from morning till night. The conversations drifting through the monitoring array were quite interesting. 2 foundation establishment scattered cultivators were selecting wines in the spirit wine area, and as they browsed they began discussing a recent scandal in gouging. Last month, the eldest son of the Sun family, Sun Mingzhao, publicly proposed to a lady from the Han family at the invitation to Immortal's pavilion, only to be met with the reply, "This little girl has someone in her heart." Unwilling to give up, Sun Mingzhao returned home to gather information, only to find out that the lady was none other than his own younger brother, Sun Mingjian's sweetheart. The 2 brothers, who usually got along like one person, now couldn't even greet each other when they met. The atmosphere in the Sun family's courtyard was said to be colder than the winter in the northern frontier. The gossip of wealthy families was most favored by scattered cultivators. Over the past few days, Chen Guang heard many people discussing this matter, and even outsiders were aware of it. On the fourth floor of the Elixir area, a merchant from the Ice Nation was chatting with his companion. This year, the Ice Nation has sent 3 delegations to Gaojing ostensibly to discuss border trade, but in reality, it's because Prince Jing has achieved several victories in the northern frontier, and several major clans in the Ice Nation can't sit still. They want to probe the strength of the Great Zhou and see if it has the capacity to press forward while victorious. The companion snorted coldly. The Ice Nation deserves a beating. They haven't paid for the 3 merchant ships they seized from the Great Zhou back then. The merchant lowered his voice. Those 3 merchant ships were backed by the Chen Guang fleet. The ships weren't seized by the Ice Nation court, but rather by a private family in the Ice Nation, and the Chen Guang is still secretly investigating that connection. It has nothing to do with the court. Do you believe it? Chen Guang enjoyed hearing these intriguing stories as they not only broadened his horizons, but also satisfied his curiosity for gossip. Who could say who studied this stuff? At the entrance of the main hall, on the first floor, a few cultivators waiting in line to check out were discussing this year's auction. The 4 great Immortal pavilions were jointly holding it once every 20 years in sync with the 10,000. Some said the grand finale would feature a 5th-tier pill that could refine the inner demon, while others claimed it would be a complete 5th-tier top-grade puppet, and yet others said that Xianbao Immortal Pavilion had acquired a spirit fruit that could extend life from the golden and silver continent, though no one could specify what kind of fruit it was. A few people were heatedly discussing it, and a golden core scattered cultivator in front turned around and chimed in speculating that the grand finale was merely a rumor about some longevity spirit fruit, and it might not be reliable, but the other 2 guesses indeed had some basis. Chen Guang had heard various versions. In fact, none of them were entirely wrong, as there was more than one item for the grand finale. There was a longevity fruit and a demon-suppressing pill. He didn't know all the auction items as there were hundreds of them, but he could still inquire about a few important items for the finale. He was definitely going to the auction. This would be his 2nd time attending an auction in the cultivation world. The first time he didn't go because there was nothing good, and he didn't want to draw attention, but this time he had the strength, and it seemed there were things he was interested in. He could finally show off at the auction like other protagonists. On the 24th of the 12th month, the day of the auction, Chen Guang's exclusive cloud boat descended at the edge of Changelfong Square. The cloud boat belonged to the Huaxiao farm, measuring about 2 zhang in length with a slender shuttle-shaped body made entirely of golden silk and sandalwood, its reddish-golden wood gleaming with flowing light under the sunlight. The bow of the boat was carved with a proud pai xiu holding a slowly spinning spirit pearl in its mouth. On both sides of the boat, silver-gray threads inlaid with the emblem of Huaxiao Farm depicted a leaf cradling a seed, with extremely simple lines that were consistent with the style of the farm's plaque. When the cloud boat descended, it made almost no sound. The spinning spirit pearl in the pai xiu's mouth slowed down first, and then the entire boat hovered steadily at a height of 3 inches off the ground. The spiritual light barriers on both sides of the boat retracted automatically, allowing them to disembark without a ripple in their clothing. At that moment, the square was already crowded with people. The flags of the 4 great immortal pavilions fluttered at the corners of the square, and in the center floated an octagonal 5-story pavilion, which was the 5th-tier top-grade portable cave abode presented by Xianbao Immortal Pavilion, also known as a heavenly blessed land. Constructed entirely of moonlight rock and void crystal, the pavilion had 5 stories with overlapping flying eaves utilizing spatial array patterns layered on top of each other. The entire pavilion was rotating slowly in midair, with faint spatial spiritual light flowing in the gaps between every 2 layers, rippling outward like the waves on a water surface in the morning light. Using a 5th-tier top-grade portable cave abode, such a treasured heirloom as an auction venue truly showcased the Immortal Pavilion's wealth. The steps formed by spiritual light extended down to the ground, with 2 rows of spiritual pattern columns standing on either side, their array patterns flickering in sync with the cave abode itself. At the foot of the steps, 4 welcoming gates were lined up where attendants checked the funds and issued tokens. The queue of ordinary scattered cultivators stretched from the foot of the steps to the edge of the square, winding around several corners. Chen Guang encountered the Liu brothers beside the steps, and Ji Mingwei and Han Lingsu arrived one after the other. Han Lingsu chatted with Liu Yunqi about food, while Pei Yuding and Qin Rulin's cloud boat also descended not far away. The 2 groups exchanged greetings and headed towards the VIP passage together. Since the elders of each family were in charge of the items for auction, it was not their concern. They had agreed to gather in the same box and invite some second-generation acquaintances to join them. Usually they each focused on their own cultivation, but it was rare to have a grand event like this, so they wanted to get together and catch up. The welcoming attendants saw them and didn't even need to check. They directly guided them through the crowd toward the steps. A large door was projected from the cave abode, emitting a faint blue light, creating ripples every time someone passed through. The murmurs of the crowd at the entrance blended together. Morning light fell upon the moonlight rock structure of the pavilion, casting a warm, gentle glow. As Chen Guang reached the door, the spiritual light of the cave abode rushed toward him, cool and refreshing. At the moment he stepped inside, the scene before him suddenly unfolded. The moment he stepped across the threshold, a cool thread of spiritual radiance slid across his shoulder, as if passing through an ultra-thin veil of water. Before him the world suddenly opened. Inside lay a vast, perfectly circular valley. Stretching 1,000 zhang across its domed roof, hung nearly 100 zhang high. 18 colossal coiling dragon pillars, each about 2 zhang thick, rose from the valley floor. Their surfaces were carved with overlapping spatial array patterns. Dragon scales were crisply defined dragon heads, shrouded in the dome's mist. From time to time a light issued from a dragon's maw, bursting into a faint halo in the vapor. At the very center of the dome was a vast array skylight. Beams of heaven poured through it, and fell upon the white jade auction dais in the valley's heart, as though a column of golden light had pinned the platform to that spot. The auction dais floated 3 zhang above the ground. Its surface was a single slab of white jade, its rim inlaid with a faint gold spiritual pattern, turning very slowly on its own. 2 concentric tiers of 16 massive projection crystal screens circled the platform. On the screens the emblems of the 4 immortal pavilions flowed in turn. Wantong's cloud motifs, Tong used tower shadow, Xian Bao's tortoiseshell pattern, and Ling Yun's lotus seal, for hues of spiritual light blinking alternately. Seating climbed the valley walls in layered terraces curving inward toward the center. A quick glance suggested hundreds of thousands of seats. At the lowest level were the scattered seats, not ordinary, carved of golden pear wood, and many independent cultivators already sat there. Some craned their necks to count the dome's dragon pillars, others flipped over the number tokens they had just received. Above were the private boxes. Each box lintel bore a small plaque of spiritual light. The uppermost tiers were engraved with the names or emblems of great houses: the coiling dragon of the Jing Prince's mansion, the Xuanwu of the Cheng Prince's mansion, the moon blossom of the Yushin sect, arrayed like a silent star chart. A faint scent of sandalwood hung in the air, mingled with the morning dew aroma brought by arriving cultivators, and a lingering smell of roasted meat from Wanbao Street. Slowly dissipating beneath it, voices swelled from all directions, scattered cultivators greeting one another, the soft clicks of private box doors, the muted footsteps of attendants guiding guests. In the valley's echoing geometry, these sounds layered and spread, then were filtered by the sound-dampening array patterns carved on the dragon pillars, until only a low, indistinct hum remained. An attendant led them up the ringed corridor along the valley's flank. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they stopped before a private box on the east. The box was spacious, some 200 square zhang, ample for a dozen people. The wall facing the auction dais was a single pane of Yun Yingjing crystal. Through it the entire valley could be taken in. Beneath the crystal wall was a row of miniature array plates. The attendant briefly demonstrated the left plate, adjusted the wall's transparency. The center plate switched the projection screen's perspective to zoom in on lot details, features of little use to ordinary cultivators. The right plate was for bidding, infuse it with spiritual energy, and a bid registered the number automatically appearing on the giant projection above the auction dais. Smaller arrays at the side summoned service or warmed refreshments. On the tea table, spiritual tea and several plates of spirit fruit were already laid out. Against the wall, a wine rack held several sealed jars of spirit wine. The attendant bowed and withdrew once the door closed. The clamor outside was cut away cleanly. Ji Mingwei was first to rush to the crystal wall, pressing both palms to it to peer down. This is a good spot. You can see the auction dais perfectly. Lu Yunxi joined him, and the two of them lay side by side at the crystal wall. One studying the spiritual patterns edging the auction platform to discern the array's nature, the other counting how many in the scattered seats had left image stones recording the scene. Lu Yunhe sat at the table and poured tea into Chen Guang's cup, taking another for himself. Those two together never stopped talking, he remarked as he handed the cup over. Chen Guang smiled with a touch of envy at that easygoing temperament, someone to shoulder burdens with while one only enjoys life. He had never known such carefree days, always he had borne weight upon his own shoulders. As the thought crossed him, the box door opened, and Pei Yuding and Qin Rulin entered, followed by Pei Yulo and Han Bai. Pei Yulo retained his usual composed manner. Upon entering, he did not sit immediately, but first glanced down through the crystal wall before turning to take his. Han Bai wore a plain deep gray robe. The simple long sword he never parted with hung at his waist. He nodded to Chen Guang, took the seat against the wall, poured himself tea, and remained silent throughout. Pei Yuding sat beside Chen Guang, poured tea for himself, and swept his gaze around the room. I heard Lu Rumei will be coming today. I invited her, Qin Rulin said as she sat plucking a grape from the fruit plate. It's been a long time since I saw that sister. Pei Yulo, rare to speak, murmured in a calm tone. She just returned from the Tsungyun mountain range. She clashed with members of Wanshan's sect there. 3 golden core cultivators against her, and none could stop her. To fight 3 and still win, Pei Yuding arched an eyebrow. The Yushin sect's Cold Moonblade has a well-earned reputation. At that moment the door opened again. The very person of their conversation, Lu Rume, entered wearing moon-white battle attire with narrow sleeves and a dark leather belt, cinching her waist to a slender hourglass. Her long hair was bound high with a silver ribbon. Her face wore the sharpness of someone freshly come from the field of battle. No excess cosmetics, all precision, as clean and lethal as the crescent blade at her hip. Ji Mingwei, who had already turned from the crystal wall, waved at her. Sister Rume, over here. Did Yulo's air really mean you fought 3 at once? Lu Rume first nodded to Pei Yulo, and Pei Yuding then took the seat beside Ji Mingwei. Han Lingsu poured her a cup of tea and handed it over. Her tone was flat and unpretentious. Using a few small tricks is nothing surprising. Still impressive. Ji Mingwei elbowed Lu Yunxi. See, that's real combat. My little swordplay is nothing but... Lu Rume set down her cup and turned her gaze to Chen Guang. Master Chen's farm has been flourishing lately. Customers stream in like a tide. Congratulations. Taoist Lu, you flatter me. Everyone knows about the farm. I do it more for the work than for profit. Lu Rume acknowledged this with a modest nod. The private box grew livelier as talk turned to the treasures each party sought at this auction. Qin Rulin stated that the Qin family's aim was a longevity fruit said to extend life by 500 to 600 years. Her grandfather had been stuck at a bottleneck for years. This fruit was indispensable. Pei Yuding was interested in a vein of Kongming crystal or from the Thousand Isles Sea. The home mansion was upgrading its protective array and lacked high-tier spatial materials. Lu Rume had her eye on a 4th-order cold marrow pearl, a supplement needed for a nascent soul senior aunt's technique. And you, Brother Chen, what do you fancy? I'll look first. Chen Guang flipped through the auction catalog, jade slip on the table. If there's something worthwhile, I'll bid. The catalog listed hundreds of lots from 2nd to 5th order. The longevity fruit was indeed among them. There were several items that piqued his interest, an opportunity to show what he could do. Suddenly the dome's skylight flickered, and a shaft of light struck the auction dais directly. The rays slicing through the dome's mist refracted into rippling golden circles upon the white jade surface, and the spinning of the dais slowly ceased. All 16 projection screens flared to life together. The 4 pavilion emblems blinked 3 times in alternation, then solidified into the phantom image of a massive auction gavel. The spiritual glow circling the valley dimmed for a heartbeat, and then brightened. Everyone speaking fell silent, as if on cue. The tiny noises from the hundreds of thousands of seats were hushed at once. Someone had appeared in the auction dais center without anyone noticing. As Chi Huan's words fell, the dome's light abruptly gathered, and the entire valley darkened for an instant. When it brightened again, a person now stood at the center of the dais. A woman, tall and strikingly curvaceous, wore a flowing crimson gown whose neckline plunged below the collarbone. Her pale skin gleamed under the auction light. A deep cleavage framed the gown's edge, rising and falling with each breath. A gold thread soft band cinched her waist to an exquisite narrowness. The skirt fell fluidly from her hips, split at the side, to reveal a long straight leg. Barefoot on the white jade surface, 2 fine gold chains circled each ankle. With each step a soft chime sounded as clear as jade beads falling into a dish. A few stray wisps of hair framed her ears, accentuating a white long throat. Her face was vividly beautiful, lips slightly parted, eyes upturned at the corners, 3 parts playful, 7 parts languid. Standing upon the platform, she seemed like a quietly burning flame. Esteemed seniors and fellow cultivators, welcome to the Wanbao auction, held once every 20 years by the 4 Immortal Pavilions. I am Qi Yuan, presiding over today's auction. The rules remain unchanged. The highest bid wins. When the hammer falls, there are no regrets. Her resonant voice and an effortless sway had already ignited the room. The deputy pavilion head of Ling Yun Xiange, indeed the finest auctioneer in Gaojing. She is impressive. Ji Mingwei breathed, unable to conceal her admiration. Chen Guang shared that judgment. She certainly had presence. As Qi Yuan finished speaking, a small golden gavel slid from her sleeve. She tapped it lightly on the auction platform. The sound, though soft, carried far beneath the dome. On the 16 projection screens, the phantom gavel shattered into countless golden motes that drifted down like confetti, setting off a ripple of suppressed cheers among the seats. The first lot, Qi Yuan announced with measured cadence, an exquisite foundation establishment pill. Starting bid, 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Each raise must be no less than 10 mid-grade spirit stones. On the projection screen, a pill appeared, a small adamant gold elixir rotating slowly. Natural pill veining gleamed like living lifeblood. Enlarged to towering proportions on the crystal screen, every detail was revealed with microscopic clarity. This top-tier foundation establishment pill had been prepared by a farming estate's secret recipe. The pavilions felt confident and had resolutely put the pill up for auction. Silence settled for a breath, then bidding erupted from all corners. By requiring mid-grade spirit stones, the organizers had effectively barred most from participating. Ordinary independent cultivators had no hope. Yet those in the scattered seats were far from uninterested, their sense of involvement remained undiminished. 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Ooh, 350. 400. The exclamations amused Chen Guang, Lu Yunqi, and Ji Mingwei burst into laughter, and even Han Bai and Lu Rumei smiled at the lively back and forth. The Ultimate Foundation Establishment Pill was ultimately auctioned off for 780 spirit stones by a mysterious force in a Xian box. The identity of the force was unclear, but it was certainly not from a transformation stage sect, as those factions would not lack for such pills, preferring instead to order them directly from the Immortal Pavilion. As for the nascent soul forces, they were ignored, even when they tried to place an order. Qi Yuan smiled brightly as she struck the hammer. Congratulations to this fellow Taoist for adding a bit of immortal fate for the juniors of your clan. Her voice rose slightly at the end, akin to a gentle scratch on the hearts of those present. The cultivators in the audience politely applauded, though it was unclear whether their applause was for the pill or for Qi Yuan. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the several boxes on the rock wall. The auction house's boxes were divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. The Huang boxes were the most numerous, located above the scattered seating, allowing entry for 1/0 low-grade spirit stones. The Xian boxes surrounded the middle of the valley, costing 5/0 spirit stones, and that was where Chen Guang and the others were situated. Above them were the D boxes, which required at least a transformation stage force and a transformation stage expert to enter, costing a minimum of 1/0 low-grade spirit stones. The emblems on the spirit light signs were increasingly familiar: the Jingwang Mansion, the Wanshan sect, the Lu family, the Moon God sect. The top transformation forces of Gaojing were all on this level. Of course, there were also many boxes without faction emblems, some local and some from outside. As for the 8 Tian boxes directly beneath the dome, they did not require spirit stones and were specifically set up for forces at the refining void stage and above. Today 7 of them were filled with the royal family and the Ji Yuan temple, each occupying 1, while the remaining 5 were occupied by unknown external powers. The seating arrangement at an auction was akin to a miniature map of the forces in the myriad islands, where one sat spoke volumes beyond the spirit stones spent. For nearly 2 hours, items were presented one after another. Anything that made it to the stage was not mundane, and while most cultivators in the scattered seating couldn't compete, they cheered along whenever someone placed a bid, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively since the beginning. Ji Mingwei also bid on an item: a bag of dried ghost face mushrooms from the southern wilderness, aged 1500 years. Such aged ghost face mushrooms could not be artificially cultivated. They were collected at the cost of life by gatherers and were extremely rare. Without hesitation, Ji Mingwei entered the bidding. The starting bid was low at 3/0 low-grade spirit stones, and there weren't many bidders, as few came to the auction to buy ingredients. Ji Mingwei raised her paddle twice and secured the mushrooms for 6,700. While paying with spirit stones, Lu Ruby, beside her, asked how she would explain this to Elder Hanyue upon returning. Ji Mingwei replied without changing her expression: alchemy, auxiliary materials. One could only say that she was indeed a foodie, with reasons so well prepared that they seemed effortless, likely not her first time doing this. Chen Guang had not raised his paddle at all. He leaned back in his chair, holding a teacup, drinking and chatting with a few brothers. Dozens of items had already passed on the auction stage, none of which compelled him to bid. His goal for this auction had been clear from the beginning. Until Qi Yuan took out a black jade tray from her sleeve. On the tray lay a broken copper mirror, its surface shattered with less than a quarter of the original remaining. It seemed as if something had struck it violently in the center, causing cracks to spread outward in all directions. The frame was also battered, covered in fine cracks extending from the edges to the back. The ancient bronze frame was engraved with dense characters in ancient script that most present had never seen before, extremely small and tightly packed. Between the strokes, faint golden light flickered, but it ceased at the cracks on the mirror's surface. The edges of the mirror frame were carved with 9 eyes, each half open and half closed, the eye sockets devoid of pupils, 9 dark holes seeming to await something that would never return. The noise from below gradually subsided. This mirror is called the 9 Eyes Observing Heaven Mirror, a Tao weapon of the Mahayana level. Qi Yuan's voice lacked its usual lazy inflection, taking on a solemn tone. In its complete form, you only need to imprint a wisp of the target's aura or divine sense into the mirror to transcend spatial barriers and glimpse the environment where the target resides. You can also directly activate it with your divine sense, using the reflected scene as your own eyes to penetrate physical barriers and conventional formations. Within 1 billion miles, anything you wish to see it can show you. Impossible, right? Is it really? It can't be true. As soon as the words Mahayana level were uttered, the crowd erupted in astonishment and skepticism. Qi Yuan was not surprised by the response. After pausing for a moment, she continued, however, the mirror's surface is more than half shattered, and the core formations are severely damaged, retaining only 1/1000th of its original power. Currently, the effective range of its remaining observational ability is about 10,000 miles, greatly influenced by the target's divine sense strength and formation barriers. However, she gently shifted her tone, adding a soothing warmth. The ancient inscriptions on the frame, the spiritual power circuits between the 9 eyes, and the arrangement logic of the remaining formations, each of them, is a living textbook for refining artifacts. Whether one can extract something from it depends on each individual skill. The starting bid is 1000 middle-grade spirit stones, with each increment not less than 500. The audience fell silent, then the bidding began in the scattered seating area. They knew how to join the excitement without causing chaos, and the bidders were some strange, yet powerful individuals who had not taken seats in boxes. 10,001. 10,005. 20,000. The numbers shot up quickly. An elderly man in a gray robe in the front row of scattered seating kept up until 19,000. When Shi Yuan surveyed the crowd for the third time, he finally laid down the bidding plate, and the last Huang box gave up when the bid reached 30,000. The price slowed down at 35,000. Chen Guang picked up the bidding plate. This was the item he had been waiting for. It was useless for others, but he could enhance and restore it, obtaining a high-grade treasure at an extreme cost. Who could match this cost-effectiveness? During this time, he had also paid attention to collecting these damaged high-grade items, but the harvest had been meager. He would definitely not let this opportunity slip by. It was certainly not just for the sake of observing the heavens. 40,000. The scattered seating area collectively gasped at this price. Raising several thousand in one go was not to compete, but to clear the field. Chen Guang, do you really like this thing? Ji Mingwei did not understand why someone would spend so many spirit stones on a broken item. Lu Yunhe and the others were also somewhat astonished. I'm just interested in these damaged items. If you ever come across any high-grade artifacts that are broken but have their main body intact, please contact me for a high-price purchase. Chen Guang casually promoted his recycling business. After hearing this, they could only sigh that they did not understand the world of the wealthy and stopped further inquiries. Shi Yuan's gaze swept across the box levels. Her usual lazy tone vanished, replaced by unhidden excitement. 40,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to go higher? The Tao weapon of a Mahayana master, the lost ancient inscriptions. Before she finished speaking, the spirit light signs of the 2D boxes on the west side lit up. 42,000. 43,000. 2 bids quickly appeared. The atmosphere in the venue abruptly changed, with the heads of the scattered cultivators rising in unison, signaling the start of the bidding. The big shots were going at it. Chen Guang glanced at the spirit light sign of that box. There was no emblem, indicating it was not a local force from Gaojing, but likely an outsider. Regardless of whether they were local or foreign, he did not care. He was just happy that someone was bidding against him. Ha ha ha, his true nature as a wealthy man could finally be 45,000. He called out slowly, not wanting to scare the other bidders away. 48. 50,000. The 2 bidders were almost following his bids. 52,000. 53. 54. The breathing rhythm of the scattered cultivators was completely drawn into this tug-of-war. They stopped cracking seeds. Some were gripping the armrests, leaning forward, while others began to quietly count. Every time the number rose, someone instinctively glanced towards those boxes. When it reached 58,000, one of the 2 bidders withdrew, leaving only the D-Box 125 still contesting against Chen Guang. Inside the D-Box 125, an elderly transformation stage expert frowned, his fingers repeatedly tapping the armrest. A young cultivator stood behind him, bending over to speak softly. Uncle Master, we've reached the estimated upper limit. Besides the mirror, there's also that longevity fruit. Shut up. The elderly man did not turn around, his voice heavy. The longevity fruit is for the sect's ancestor. This mirror is for us to keep. Your senior brother has been trapped at the peak of the nascent soul stage for many years, and we still haven't located his enemies. Even if this mirror has only 1,000th of its power left with it, we can avenge your senior brother. The young cultivator fell silent. He certainly knew of his senior brother's grudge. That traitor had been hiding for nearly 1,000 years, wielding a sinister technique that concealed his aura. All tracking methods had been tried and failed. Only this Tao weapon, capable of forcibly observing the heavens, could break the deadlock. 60,000. Chen Guang did not give the opponent a chance to breathe. The elderly man's finger paused momentarily. Damn. The local forces are so rude, don't they know to yield a little? 62,000. The transformation stage elder glanced at the casual and carefree sect leader's nephew beside him, without saying anything, and continued to bid. His voice transmitted from the box through the bidding plate to the spirit light screen, leaving only cold numbers. Chen Guang finally took another look at that box. The fact that they had kept bidding until now indicated they were not there to find a bargain. However, he could only say sorry. This farce should come to an end. 70,000. When this number leaped out, the scattered seating area fell silent, and Ji Mingwei's mouth dropped open in shock, forming an O shape. In the D box, the elderly man suddenly stood up, his hair standing on end. 70,000. This price had far exceeded his psychological expectations. He could not secure it unless he tapped into the budget for the longevity fruit. But he could not do that. The longevity fruit was specifically requested by the sect's ancestor. Go find out who is sitting in that box. The elderly man's voice was cold, and the young cultivator behind him obediently retreated and exited. Qi Yuan's gaze shifted from the spirit light sign on the west side back to the box, where Chen Guang was seated, the corners of her lips curving upward slightly, as if confirming that her prey had finally been caught. She gently tapped the auction table with her golden hammer, producing a clear, crisp sound. Sold for 70,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to box 66 of the Xian tier. The scattered seating area seemed to awaken from the sound of the hammer, and discussions erupted with a bang. No one cared about the next item. Everyone was discussing the same question: who in the Xian box dared to compete with the people from the D box for treasures? Lu Yunhe and the others looked at Chen Guang with admiration, while Lu Yunqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Guang noticed their reactions, feeling delight in his heart. Before they could express their astonishment, there was a gentle knock on the box door. An attendant from the Immortal Pavilion entered, carrying the black jade tray on which the broken copper mirror lay. Chen Guang paid with spirit stones, and after the attendant verified the transaction, he placed the tray on the coffee table and bowed as he exited. Ji Mingwei was the first to lean over, staring at the 9 hollow eye sockets on the mirror frame for a long time, reaching out to gesture above the frame, but not daring to touch it. What characters are engraved on this? I don't recognize any of them. They should be ancient inscriptions. Lu Yunhe also stepped closer, bending down to carefully scrutinize for a moment. The stroke direction is somewhat similar to that in the Lu family's library collection, but denser. It should not belong to the same system. Chen Guang cradled the copper mirror in his palm, feeling its great weight. As his fingertips touched the inscriptions on the frame, they seemed to glow faintly, a brief and subtle illumination. He flipped the copper mirror over. The back also bore inscriptions even denser than the front, with the 9th eye embedded in the center, its eye socket equally hollow. A Mahayana master's Dao weapon, shattered and diminished to less than 1,000th of its power. No matter, he has the means to repair it. First he would record it to see if it was genuine. Recording successful. 9 eyes observing heaven mirror, Mahayana level, Dao weapon severely damaged, retaining less than 1,000th of its original power. Can imprint target aura or divine sense into the mirror to transcend spatial barriers and observe its true form, or can directly use divine sense to penetrate physical barriers and conventional formations silently. Current effective range is about 10,000 miles, heavily influenced by the target's divine sense strength and high-level formation barriers. The frame is inscribed with ancient characters and retains some of the 9 eyes spiritual power circuits, which can serve as a reference for artifact refining. The item is fine. Secure it and get to work when you return. The auction lasted an entire day, reaching the midnight hour. The spirit light above had changed colors twice, and the 16 projection crystal screens dimmed simultaneously. A moment later they brightened again, showing only 3 hazy silhouettes enveloped in spirit light, one the size of a fist, one about 3 feet long, and one square resembling a box. Qi Yuan stood at the center of the auction stage, showing no signs of fatigue after a whole day. The delicate golden chain around her ankle shimmered in the dim light. As she slowly surveyed the crowd, her red lips parted slightly, the curve at the corners just right. Fellow Taoists, the final 3 featured auction items will begin in 15 minutes. A quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The spiritual light in the dome changed color for the 3rd time, sinking from dark gold into deep blue, then rising from the blue to a faint layer of reddish gold resembling the dim light just before sunrise on the horizon. 16 reflective crystal screens lit up simultaneously, displaying 3 groups of spiritual light shields that slowly ascended above the auction platform, arranged in a pyramid shape with varying heights. Qi Yuan stood at the center of the 3 light shields. She did not rush to speak, instead slowly scanning the entire audience. Once she confirmed that all eyes were firmly fixed on her, she slightly raised her right hand. The first light shield extinguished. Floating to the left was a sword about 3 feet long, archaic in design, without a scabbard, simply suspended bare in the center of the light shield. The blade was ink black, absorbing the surrounding light, but inscribed along the spine was a fine golden line that extended from the guard to the tip of the sword. Upon closer inspection, that golden line was not an engraving but a crack sealed within the sword's body, where faint golden lightning flickered, akin to a dragon trapped in amber. A 6th grade premium, the void splitting sword. Qi Yuan began, her voice softer than ever before, so soft that everyone below unconsciously held their breath. This is the legacy of the swordsmith from the Jin In Heis 3 Extremes sword sect. On the day the sword was forged, it attracted 9 heavenly lightning strikes to temper its edge, and that swordsmith perished in the furnace before his lifespan was exhausted. This sword has remained unspoiled for hundreds of thousands of years, containing a source of heavenly lightning that allows those who cultivate lightning to strike beyond their level. Even those who do not cultivate lightning can summon lightning to break barriers. What is even rarer is that the sealing structure of the heavenly lightning source in the sword spine is vastly different from today's mainstream spirit sealing formations. Just this seal alone is worth buying back for research. After waiting for the audience's reaction for a while, she continued. The starting bid is 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones with increments of no less than 2,000. With the sound of a hammer striking, gasps and bidding voices erupted simultaneously. The Wanshan sect was the first to raise a bidding sign, followed closely by the Moon God sect. The spirit light cards of both sects flickered alternately in the ground level box, several rounds neither yielding to the other, with the Chen family also joining in later. In truth, they were merely spectators. The real buyer was the Tian numbered room. When the price reached 200,000, the royal family from Tian number 1 was the first to call out, followed quickly by others from the Tian numbered rooms, while the ground numbered rooms completely withdrew. Ultimately, it was bought by Tian number 6 for 1,700,000. The second light shield extinguished at Qi Yuan's fingertip. Suspended in the center was a square jade box, the lid semi-transparent, revealing a fist-sized pill inside, its surface covered with intricate silver patterns arranged in layers of miniature arrays. A 6th grade upper-tier demon-suppressing pill, Qi Yuan pronounced clearly, her finger gliding above the jade box, magnifying the pill's intricate patterns on the reflective crystal screen. This pill is not meant to be swallowed, but rather to be planted in the dantian and nurtured with one's own spiritual power. The sealing array patterns within the pill will gradually integrate into the cultivator's divine sense core during nurturing, capable of eroding inner demons and tribulations. The starting bid is 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones with increments of no less than 10,000. Once the base price was announced, the Tian numbered box began bidding immediately, without waiting for others, and the price rose quickly, ultimately being purchased by Tian number 4 for 1,250,000. Qi Yuan took a deep breath and extinguished the final light shield. Fist-sized, a spiritual fruit quietly floated in the center of the light shield. Its skin was a pale golden color with natural fine patterns on its surface, each line breathing rhythmically, expanding and contracting. At the top of the fruit were 3 tiny green sepals, their edges glimmering with a faint purple light. The entire fruit resembled a golden apricot just plucked from its branch. This fruit is called the Xianjin longevity fruit. Qi Yuan's voice finally carried a hint of uncontainable excitement. It originates from the Xianjin longevity tree in the eastern seas of Jining Hai. This tree takes root in the spiritual stone vein at the sea bottom, blooming once every 10,000 years, fruiting once every 10,000 years, maturing once every 10,000 years, and only produces 3 to 5 fruits every 30,000 years. After refining, it can extend life by 1,000 years. The starting bid is 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones with increments of no less than 30,000. No one in the audience spoke. The previous 2 rounds had stunned everyone, and they could only stare dumbfoundedly at the longevity fruit until someone finally called out a bid. In the ground level box, all the spirit light cards lit up almost simultaneously. Although they knew they had no chance, they still wanted to give it a try. The temptation of 1,000 years of life was not small. The scattered cultivators in the free seating area had lost the energy to create a commotion, staring with mouths agape at the numbers climbing on the reflective screen. Ji Ming lightly leaned on the crystal wall, calculating how many ghost mushrooms he could buy. When the price jumped to 2 million, only 3 Tian numbered boxes were still raising signs. 3,333,000. A force from Tian number 3 dominated the bid. Qi Yuan's golden hammer awakened the entire audience, including Chen Guang, who, despite having endless spirit stones, had never spent so much. These big powers were too wealthy, making even someone like him, who lacked nothing in resources, feel tempted to rob. Everyone present, whether familiar or unfamiliar, exchanged astonished glances. Every time I see such exaggerated numbers, I can't help but feel a sense of awe. They are truly rich. Even the usually composed Pei Yulo couldn't help but curse, let alone the 2 lively ones who chatted incessantly. However, regardless of how shocking it was, this auction concluded with the final hammer drop. Everyone began to leave, and Chen Guang's box had a VIP passage, so they didn't need to squeeze. Chen Guang hurried back to repair the mirror, having arranged a meeting point with them before leaving. Exiting the cave, it was already deep into the night as Chen Guang took the cloud boat back to Zizai residence. He headed straight to the terrace, placing the bronze mirror on his lap, summoning the evening rain guardian. First, he recognized the master with a jade slip inscribed with the master recognition method. He read it twice, ensuring he memorized each step firmly before drawing a drop of essence blood, watching the blood bead flash and vanish into the core of the 9th eye on the mirror frame. Moments later, all 9 eyes lit up simultaneously, the mirror surface rippling a faint green light, flowing through the entire mirror frame before disappearing back into the dark patterns of the ancient bronze. Master recognition completed. 1,000-fold enhancement. The strength was immediately maxed out. A white light surged out, enveloping the entire bronze mirror, completing the process in less than half a breath as usual. After the white light dissipated, the entire bronze mirror had completely transformed, with all cracks and holes repaired flawless and intact. The dark golden mirror frame had ancient inscriptions moving on their own, the 9 eyes swirling with light points, and the mirror surface turned into a deep and distant void shrouded in mystery. As the master of the mirror, he felt that power already. Recording again. Recording successful. 9-eyed heaven-viewing mirror, an 8th grade premium Tao weapon, completely restored and slightly exceeding its original limits after 1,000-fold enhancement. All 9 core eyes returned to their positions, the ancient inscription array fully activated, capable of exerting most of its power with just spirit stones, and the enhanced heaven viewing effect can penetrate most formations and restrictions, with effective range fluctuating with spirit stone concentration. It is best to fill it with upper grade spirit stones. Awesome. Truly the unbeatable cheat. I knew you could do it. It's just upper grade spirit stones, right? I've got those. Chen Guang took out boxes of upper-grade spirit stones which he had traded for and copied from the spirit farm, only putting a little into the Qingji spirit seal. His divine sense probed into the mirror core. Inside the core was a completely folded energy storage space, vast, but empty like a parched desert awaiting a storm. Let's go. Boxes of spirit stones vanished in an instant. When the recharge exceeded 10,000, all the formations deep within the mirror core finally lit up simultaneously, the 9 eyes vibrating, and the entire mirror emitted a deep, low humming sound on his lap, like a giant beast awakening and exhaling its first breath. However, he did not stop until his existing spirit stones were exhausted. 35,000 upper-grade spirit stones. At a 1 to 10,000 ratio, that's 35 billion mid-grade spirit stones. That is more than the combined worth of everyone at the auction. It's a pity that no one knew, and he didn't dare spend it all, though he didn't need to spend that much. Temporary charging completed. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair, probing his divine sense into the mirror, and in an instant the entire capital lay before him, just sprawling beneath. The mirror's power was stronger than he imagined. It required just a thought, a general direction, and the mirror surface would autonomously lock on, penetrating through everything and presenting it all before him without reservation. The royal city at the center of the capital was the most conspicuous, which he had been unable to see before, and now he saw that it occupied 1/10 of the entire capital. The people of the capital were not lying. However, Chen Guang did not directly spy on the imperial palace, as a manifestation realm expert was stationed there, and with his golden core cultivation manipulating a great vehicle Tao weapon, who knew what the outcome would be. He shifted his gaze, allowing the mirror surface to sweep across the 4 cardinal directions. Mansions flickered past the screen, and all formations seemed meaningless before this mirror. Every conversation, scheme, and even sound transmission were laid bare. The feeling of having everything under control was invincible. When the mirror passed over the moon god sect's villa in the west of the city, the image suddenly slowed. Deep within the villa was a bathing pool hidden behind a rockery and several old plum trees. The moon god sect's 4th grade premium protective array was ineffective before the 9-eyed heaven-viewing mirror, and the image advanced silently. The pool was small, covered with a layer of light pink petals on the surface, the water mist swirling mixed with the elegant fragrance emanating from the petals. Even through the mirror one could feel the humid heat. Inside the pool were 2 women, both of whom Chen Guang recognized. Lu Rumei leaned against the pool wall, her long hair wet and clinging to her back. Only the elegantly curved shoulders and 2 fair arms resting on the edge of the pool were visible above the surface. She slightly tilted her head back, eyes closed, as water droplets cascaded down her neck, over her delicate collarbone, and into the rippling reflection below. The water was clear, allowing glimpses of the outlines beneath the surface, gently swaying with the waves. Her usual sharpness dissolved in the mist, leaving only the languor and relaxation brought out by the warmth. Shen Jingchu was opposite her, mostly submerged in the water. Compared to Lu Rumai's spiritedness, her beauty was more gentle and captivating, with a few wet strands of hair sticking to her neck, accentuating the near-translucent whiteness of her neck in the moonlight. She was splashing a handful of water onto Lu Rumai's shoulder. As the water splashed up, the petals on the water's surface parted, revealing large patches of glistening skin beneath. Do you have confidence in tomorrow's Tao discussion conference, senior sister? Shen Jinka's voice came through the mirror, moist with the water vapor. Of course. Lu Rumei replied lazily without opening her eyes. What about you? A bit nervous. Senior Sister Jinyi said that there are several fierce competitors from the Qingxian sect, and we shouldn't underestimate them. I can cut down all those from the Qingxian sect with a single stroke. Lu Rumei opened one eye, glancing at her with a sly smile. But you always get nervous before going on stage. Do you want me to practice with you tonight? Practice in the bathing pool. Shen Jingchu laughed, splashing another handful of water over. Senior sister, can't you be a bit more serious? Lu Rumei did not dodge, and the splash hit her face perfectly. She wiped the water off her face, suddenly opening her eyes and standing up. The water just covered her waist, magnificent and majestic water droplets cascading down her waistline. She reached out to grab Shen Jingchu, moving so quickly that Shen Jingchu didn't have time to react before being pinned down by the shoulder. Water splashed everywhere, petals scattering. On the mirror, two fair figures were seen wrestling and frolicking in the mist, laughter mixed with the sounds of water rising and falling. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair holding a teacup, watching the playful brawl with admiration, occasionally offering a comment. He found the mirror truly effective. It penetrated formations, as if entering an uninhabited realm. The image, clear, sound quality excellent, even the slightest tremor of the splashing water was vividly displayed. The Dao weapon of a great vehicle master indeed lived up to its reputation. As for the stark contrast in Lu Rumai's behavior in public and private, that was completely normal, though everyone has multiple facets. Half an hour later, the two in the bathing pool finally got up, and Chen Guang timely turned the mirror to another direction. As the first gray-white light appeared on the horizon, Chen Guang withdrew his divine sense from the mirror. The light of the 9 eyes slowly converged, and the mirror's surface returned. Having watched for half the night, he felt a bit weary, but his fingers continued to gently tap the edge of the mirror frame. What a fine mirror. Truly my first high-grade Dao weapon. It is indeed my good mirror. However, there were still matters to attend to. He would come back to continue admiring the beautiful scenery of the capital after finishing his tasks. The sky outside was already brightening, and faint sounds of commotion could be heard from the direction of the city center. On the 25th day of the 12th month, the Dao discussion conference was about to commence. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, as dawn broke, the south gate of the imperial city buzzed with activity. The Dao conference, held once every 20 years, was presided over by the royal family in the palace. Major alchemical factions, and some nascent soul forces were expected to send representatives for. This was not merely a contest of strength, it also involved the distribution of certain interests. Loose cultivators were also allowed entry as long as they did not cause trouble. The imperial city's gates were open to all. The royal family had the confidence, having not faced any incidents for tens of thousands of years. 2 rows of armored guards stood at the entrance, led by a commander in the nascent soul stage. He stood with his sword at the ready, scanning the flow of people coming and going, not questioning or checking identity tokens, merely stating softly to those who paused to look, proceed inside. Chen Guang followed the crowd through the south gate, with Lu Yunhe and Lu Yunxi walking beside him, while Ji Mingwei trailed, close to Han Lingsu, rummaging through her bag for honeyed bayberries to eat. Passing through the palace gates, a vast space unfolded before them, revealing a gigantic square. The ground was paved with large pieces of misty cloud crystal, with fine golden patterns embedded within, glimmering in the morning light, like an enormous net woven from countless golden threads, enveloping the entire square in a layer of warm spiritual light. At the center of the square stood a massive and sturdy personal cave dwelling, shaped like an octagonal tower constructed from intertwining starry iron and spatial crystal. The tower was adorned with the sun emblem of the great Zhou royal family, its entrance wide open with stairs leading directly from the ground to the entrance, standing solemnly in the center of the square, stable and silent. "This is the royal family's 60-year cave heaven," murmured a foundation establishment loose cultivator beside them, gazing upward. The 5-tiered one from the Wanbao conference was already intimidating. I didn't expect the royal families to be even more impressive. Chen Guang wasn't particularly surprised. It was normal for the great Zhou royal family, with its thousands of years of heritage, to possess such treasures. They likely had more than one 60-year cave heaven. Using one as a venue for the competition to showcase their strength was not unusual, but a 60-year one indeed carried significant weight, as such a treasure would be a clan's heirloom in any faction on Wanguo Island. Upon entering the cave dwelling, the world opened up, revealing a vast space spanning hundreds of miles, much larger than that of the auction. The dome was formed by arrays, creating a faint golden canopy, with light evenly illuminating every inch of the ground. The observation platforms were suspended in midair, with tiered floating stone platforms scattered throughout. Each platform had a small pavilion built upon it, with intricately carved railings and flying eaves draped with silk curtains. The higher the platform, the better the view, with the topmost ones reserved for the elite alchemical factions, followed by positions for the nascent soul forces and golden core loose cultivators, all arranged in an orderly fashion. At the center, a primeval forest stretched across 200 miles, with towering ancient trees that blocked out the sun, faint roars of beasts echoing from within. The entire forest was shrouded in a faint golden light curtain, marking it as the competition venue. An attendant led Chen Guang and his companions to a prime location on a floating stone platform approximately 100 square feet in size. A delicate pavilion stood upon it, with pillars made of golden silk, sandalwood, and curtains of spiritual silk, complete with tables, chairs, and tea utensils. The position was excellent, directly facing the open area on the eastern side of the forest, aligned with the floating platforms of the 8 great families. "This location is too good." Ji Mingwei was the first to rush to the pavilion's railing to look down. "It's right in front of the eastern open area. When the circle tightens later, this spot will definitely turn into a chaotic brawl." Brother Chen, the royal family is being too courteous to you. Chen Guang also felt that the position was indeed quite generous, but given his status as a cultivator from Huaxiao farm, it was also quite reasonable. Lu Yunhe surveyed the surroundings and sat down next to Chen Guang. It's similar in size to the observation platform of the Lu family, but the position is much better. The royal family is showing respect. Oh, I'll just accept it. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair and poured himself a cup of tea. Who from your family will participate this time? My cousin Lu Yunze is leading at the peak of the Golden Core stage, exceptionally skilled with talismans. He is slated for the second round. The first round will feature participants from the Moon God sect, Qingxian sect, and the Cheng Wangfu. The second round will have the Lu family and the Qin family, and the third round will include the Jing Wangfu Wanshan sect and the Han family supporting them. This has become a custom. Each family takes turns ensuring fairness with the royal family and the Jiuan temple not competing. That sounds reasonable, Chen Guang nodded. After tens of thousands of years, a mature and suitable process and unwritten rules had long been established. Ji Mingwei leaned over the railing and suddenly pointed to the east. Sister Rumai is over there. Lu Rumai was standing on the Moon God sect's floating platform dressed in moon-white attire, her crescent blade already drawn, gently polishing the blade's edge with a soft cloth. Next to her stood several female Golden Core cultivators from the Moon God sect, one of whom was Xin Jingqiu. Chen Guang had seen her in a mirror before, but the scene at that time was completely different from the present. Xin Jingqiu was dressed impeccably today in a moon-white long skirt, speaking softly to Lu Rumai, likely offering pre-match reminders. Not far from the Moon God sect's floating platform was the Qingxian sects. Leading them was the senior brother Ji Mingwei, had mentioned earlier, dressed in a blue robe known for his swift movements, already standing at the edge of the platform ready to descend at any moment. On the Cheng Wangfu side, Pei Yuhing just stepped out of the pavilion, still holding a half-finished cup of wine. Soon as everyone entered the venue, a long bell rang from the dome, its sound resonating deeply and echoing through the valley, silencing all other noise. Above the center of the observation platform, on the largest floating platform, a figure appeared clad in a deep green official robe, with a slim face and 3 strands of long beard, exuding the unrestrained aura of a mid-stage alchemical cultivator. It was the Prime Minister of Great Zhou, Shen Wenyuan. Fellow Taoists, distinguished talents. His voice was not loud, but reached every corner steadily. Once again we gather for a Tao conference. I am Shen Wenyuan, entrusted by His Majesty to preside over this conference, and I welcome you all to attend. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena. The rules remain the same. The conference will be divided into 3 rounds, each lasting 12 hours, with an elimination system to determine the victor. Nascent soul forces may send a maximum of 3 representatives, while alchemical forces can send up to 5, with participants limited to the Golden Core cultivation level. This competition relates to the distribution of certain interests among various factions. If completely unrestricted, it could lead to nascent soul, or even alchemical cultivators dying without restraint, which would incur significant losses detrimental to the healthy development of Great Zhou. Therefore, we impose restrictions on the cultivation level of participants. The Golden Core level is suitable, losing a few won't cause crippling damage, which is better for everyone. After entering the light curtain, each participant will be randomly teleported to different areas of the forest where their spiritual sense will be suppressed. Be mindful of your senses, experiences, and magical tools. He raised his hand, revealing a white jade token about an inch long. Upon entering the forest, each participant will receive a protective jade token. If one encounters a life-threatening crisis within the forest, shattering the token will allow for immediate teleportation out. However, if someone arrogantly chooses not to shatter it and is slain in the forest, that is their own choice. He pointed to the patch of forest beneath the light curtain. The light curtain will gradually shrink as the competition progresses, narrowing to its smallest size after 12 hours, until only the last 40 remain victorious. As his words fell, a light curtain descended from the sky, landing on the ground, to form a nearly 100-foot-wide light gate, with spiritual patterns flowing upon it, reflecting the dim shadows of the forest deep within. Chen Guang found the concept of tightening the circle quite interesting, reminiscent of a deadly game, not allowing one to simply hide. First round, enter the venue. Without much preamble, the competition commenced after briefly outlining the rules. Lu Rumai sheathed her crescent blade and leaped off the floating platform, stepping into the light gate, her figure instantly swallowed by the light curtain. The Qingxian sect's blue-robed swordsman followed closely, and Pei Yuhing from the Cheng Wangfu was the last to walk through, his steps steady, as if attending an utterly ordinary appointment. Lu Yunhe held his teacup, his gaze fixed on the crystal screen, speaking calmly. The first round isn't just about combat strength. The forest itself is a large examination ground. With spiritual senses suppressed, besides relying on raw skill, one must also employ judgment. With 200 people squeezed into the same forest, those who strike first will expose themselves. Those who can win over temporary allies and secure prime positions during the tightening of the circle could significantly affect the final victor. Solely relying on personal combat prowess won't get one far. Every year, there are individuals with outstanding individual strength that manage to reach the top 20 only to be taken out by a group of ordinary golden core cultivators working together. Thus, sometimes families will spread their participating disciples across different sessions, though it's also common for them to gather in one session. As all 200 participants entered the light curtain, the gate slowly closed, transforming into a massive projection crystal screen, suspended in midair, divided into countless small scenes, each tracking a participant, while 36 spiritual light screens floated above the light curtain, providing various angles to project the battle situation. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair looking at the crystal screen. The faint golden light shield had already begun to gradually shrink, with the trees at the forest's edge being pushed toward the center. The figures on the crystal screen were scattering through the dense forest, some landing and immediately hiding in the treetops, others rushing toward the center, while some collided with forest beasts as soon as they landed. A cultivation-themed battle royale. This is intriguing. The light barrier began to shrink, neither hurried nor slow, passing silently through the tree trunks and branches like a layer of transparent ripples spreading through the forest, only triggered by human contact, leading to elimination. The light barrier started from the outer edge of the forest, taking 12 hours to shrink to its smallest size. Chen Guang leaned against the back of his chair, the teacup paused at his lips, watching the scene of Lu Rumei. On the crystal screen, 200 light spots scattered throughout the forest, with her light spot positioned at the easternmost edge, moving at a slow pace, but with a clear direction. She landed deep within a dense thicket, surrounded by ancient trees as thick as a person's embrace, their canopies overlapping and blocking out the light, with only a few strands of dim forest light leaking through the gaps in the leaves, casting a frost-like glow on her moon-white outfit. She did not rush towards the center, but instead drew the crescent-shaped dagger from her waist, its blade glimmering with a faint moonlight in the dim forest, the moonlight patterns on the blade flowing, as if alive. In the depths of the thicket, a figure moved silently from the treetops behind her, their movements so light that not even a single leaf quivered, yet Lu Rumei did not turn around. She merely tilted her body slightly, her waist tightening for a moment in her moon-white outfit, her entire form resembling a bow drawn to the full moon, her long legs suddenly exerting force, the dry leaves beneath her feet exploding, and her moon-white figure swiftly darting sideways for 3 zhang, as the ambushing short sword grazed her shoulder, severing a few strands of her flowing hair. In that instant of lateral movement, she had already turned around. Her long legs slightly bent, the lines of her thighs taut under the fitted attire, the force exerted from her calves left a shallow footprint on the ground. The crescent-shaped dagger slipped from her hand, tracing a cold crescent arc through the air. The strike was truly too fast, so fast that even the exclamations from the observation platform came a beat late. Along the path the blade cut through several recently fallen dry leaves were silently sliced in half. The ambusher barely had time to see from which direction the dagger came before its tip was already pressed against his throat, the icy sensation penetrating through his skin into his bones. The person did not struggle. The expression on his face shifted from fear to a bitter smile, and with a sigh, he crushed his jade token. A flash of white light, and he was out. The person did not struggle. The expression on his face shifted from fear to a bitter smile, and with a sigh, he crushed his jade token. What flash of light? That was Lu Xiang's moonlight. Look at her waist. When she twisted her body, that waist turned TSK. Do female cultivators from the moon god sect all fight like this? And her legs are long. Of course, the most important thing is her agility. Someone from the scattered cultivators chimed in. You're only looking at her legs. Did you see her hand holding the dagger? When she swung her right hand, her left hand was already forming seals. If that strike hadn't been blocked, the second wave of attack would have followed seamlessly. Jiming leaned over the railing, chewing on a bayberry, and mumbled. I've seen this move from Rumei. She used it to take out 3 fellow disciples before, and no one could dodge it. Lu Yunhe leaned back in his chair, shaking his head. What's most frightening about her strike isn't its speed. Notice how she moved sideways, cutting towards her opponent's front side, while dodging the ambush, already creating distance for a counterattack without any pause. This can only be honed through extensive real combat experience, not something that can be practiced in a training room. Chen Guang took a sip of tea in agreement with Lu Yun's comment. That strike was indeed beautiful. The moment her waist and hips exerted force, her attire fluttered, the movements crisp and decisive, accompanied by an innate sharpness. More importantly, her expression remained unchanged throughout. When ambushed, she was not flustered. When striking, she was not excited. And even when the dagger was at someone else's throat, there was no sign of triumph, as if that strike was not a matter of life and death, but merely a casual motion, a true veteran of countless battles. As per usual, each of the 8 major sects would only concentrate all 5 of their members in one round, avoiding the dispersal of their elite fighters across different matches to prevent mutual consumption. The moon god sect, Qingxian sect, and the prince's mansion chose the first round, sending all 5 members from each faction, while the remaining 5 sects were divided between the second and third rounds. This arrangement is a tacit understanding cultivated over tens of thousands of years of competition. The shrinking circle continued, with solo participants being slowly pushed toward the center by the light barrier, and collisions had not ceased since the beginning. The crystal screen flashed with white light. Someone collided with a third-tier beast in the forest, being slowed down, and another person encountered members of other factions during the circle's contraction, neither gaining any advantage in their struggle. Entangled for nearly half an hour, their spiritual energy depleting halfway, and were easily finished off by passers-by, both eliminated. Smaller factions fared better, keeping it within limits, but the real fire was sparked between the Zixiao sect and the Xinhua sect. These two divine transformation forces have been feuding over the spiritual stone mines in the southern region of the Great Zhou for over 10,000 years, with countless disciples perishing in the disputes over the mines. It has become increasingly difficult to refrain from attacking when encountering each other in daily encounters. Now trapped in the same forest, they clashed hidden in the southwest corner before the circle had even contracted halfway. The Zixiao sect had 3 members specializing in lightning techniques. Upon making their move, they unleashed a chain lightning strike interwoven with purple electric arcs ricocheting between the tree trunks, leaving behind charred furrows in their wake. The Xinhua sect also had 3 members focusing on earth-based defense. As the earthen walls rose from the ground, stone spikes erupted, and one of the spikes brushed against the Zixiao sect disciple's face, forcing him to lean back to dodge, only to collide with his own teammates' chain lightning behind him. Neither side held back, and no one showed any signs of retreat. A disciple from the Xinhua sect had his protective spiritual light pierced under the repeated lightning strikes. The purple lightning surged through the cracks in the shattered light, scorching his entire right arm black, and he crushed his jade token to exit his body, convulsing upon teleportation, likely severely injured if not dead. The Zixiao sect was immediately sealed off from all spaces by the earthen walls and the stone spikes that attacked from all directions, as the lightning techniques were suppressed by the earth element, making it difficult to execute up close. The remaining 4 members did not stop fighting until both sides had exhausted their spiritual energy, being taken away by a passing third party, with only 2 managing to escape. For members from both sides were eliminated, and no one stepped on the other's corpse to advance. On the viewing platform, someone shook their head, saying, "The feud between the Zixiao sect and the Xinhua sect has deepened again. Oh, after this incident, there will surely be another battle over the mines. Who cares? This is what makes it exciting." Last time those with grudges fought from entry to exit, and their jade tokens shattered together, both severely injured afterward. As per tradition, the 3 major factions began to push towards the center as soon as they landed, initially clearing their areas, while keeping a distance of several dozen miles. By the time the circle had contracted halfway, their formations had spread out, with the Moon God sect in the east, the Qingxian sect in the north, and the prince's mansion in the west, 3 forces converging towards the center, like a net slowly closing in. Other divine transformation and nascent soul participants would not just surrender attempting to band together, but often only 3 to 5 would temporarily unite. These individuals are not usually affiliated with one another and lack a unified command system. Temporary alliances rely on mutual understanding and subtle signals. When facing the well-trained 5-person formations of larger factions, they often find themselves torn apart after just blocking the first wave, with the second wave taking them down one by one. Moreover, even if other factions do not harbor deep grudges like the Zixiao sect and the Xinhua sect, the minor frictions among them are not insignificant. Issues such as spiritual stone mines, spiritual herb production areas, market shares, and past disputes over disciples' marriages and divorces could spark arguments for half a day. It is impossible for them to unite like the 3 major factions. When the circle had contracted halfway, one faction unexpectedly contributed a breakout. The Chen Guang, a divine transformation level force known for its gold-based magic, had solid defenses and close combat capabilities. This time Chen Guang sent 3 members, but their luck ran out as they were ambushed at the shallow creek by 2 sword cultivators from the Qingxian sect. The disciple at the forefront was eliminated by a single sword strike, and the remaining 2 quickly dispersed and retreated using the dense forest as cover to escape. In the subsequent half hour, they survived in a tight spot. One of them ran into the flank of the prince's mansion, being chased for a stick of incense before shaking them off, while the other was forced closer to the center by the light barrier, dodging several probing attacks along the way. For an ordinary small faction, losing 1 member at the start would scatter their formation, leaving them awaiting death. However, these 2 adopted a surprising approach. They abandoned heat-in confrontation, opting for a more efficient strategy, taking turns to act as bait. One would deliberately expose their position to lure opponents into pursuit, while the other lay in ambush at a preset location, taking advantage of the situation without lingering, swiftly changing positions, eliminating 2 isolated opponents in succession. In the end, these 2 even made it to the final circle. As time passed, and the poison circle shrank. The light spots on the crystal screen dimmed, continuously 90, 70, 60. When the circle contracted to the last dozen miles, and everyone could see each other, the pace slowed down. The remaining participants understood that making any erratic movements at this point would be suicidal. They held their positions, testing each other, while no one dared to disrupt the balance. The three major factions also eased their pressure. Their formations slightly retracted, stabilizing their positions. At this stage, continuing to clear the area would come at too high a cost. It was better to offend one less faction than to offend one more. The eliminations of the last few dozen light spots were almost counted. Someone from the scattered cultivators quietly counted 47, 45, 43, 41. Another flash of white light, 40 people. The bell rang, and the light barrier stopped shrinking. Everyone simultaneously halted. In the remaining forest, 40 contestants faced each other across the last open ground. Some sheathed their daggers, some released half-formed spells, and some sat down heavily, gasping for breath. The battleground that had just been a life-and-death struggle transformed in an instant into a scene of silent stillness. Shun Wenyuan's voice resonated steadily in every corner. The first round is over. 40 people advance. Ji Ming straightened up from the railing, exhaling deeply. Sister Rume has advanced with a perfect score. All 5 from the Moon God sect are in, while the Qingxin sect and the Prince's Mansion only lost 1 each. It's a joyous occasion. Lu Yunhe leaned back in his chair, his gaze still scanning the crystal screen. The intensity of the first round was relatively mild. The 3 major factions took up more than a dozen spots, and other divine transformation and nascent soul forces also made some gains, so it's a happy outcome. However, each subsequent round will be more brutal. Is your family participating in the second round? Chen Guang asked. The Lu family and the Qin family are both in the second round. Oh, only 2 of the 8 major families are under pressure. Lu Yunhe put down his teacup. Lu Yunxi beside him was counting on his fingers. In the first round, 40 spots for advancement were taken by the 3 major factions, with 13 allocated to them, leaving 27 for the other divine transformation and nascent soul forces. The intensity of the second and third rounds will definitely be a notch higher than this round. He stated the obvious. Those forces that had laid out plans for multiple rounds after suffering losses would only become more frenzied. Only 3 people died in the first round, which is already a good result for other forces. Many will die in the final round. The first round only took 10 hours, and the second round would start an hour later. 3 rounds would come consecutively, making it easy for cultivators to watch for 2 or 3 days. The forest below was self-repairing. The scorched tree trunks from the lightning strikes sprouted new shoots, and the earth, pierced by stone spikes, slowly closed up. Even the several dozen zhang-wide scorched gully created by the Zixiao sect and Xinhua sect was filled with newly sprouted vines. The formation of the 6th Deer Cave is silently operating, awaiting the next batch of disruptors to enter. As the second round contestants entered the dome's spiritual light shone blindingly bright. Ji Mingwei leaned over the railing, just biting into a sugar-preserved plum, when she suddenly pointed at the crystal screen and shouted, "Lu Yunze. Look!" He landed on that pile of rubble. Chen Guang followed her finger to see Lu Yunze, just emerging from the teleportation portal. His landing spot, a wide area of scattered stones with no cover around. An unsuitable place to hide. He pulled out a few talisman papers from his storage ring, holding them between his fingers. The talisman papers were as thin as cicada wings, glimmering faintly in shades of vermilion in the dim forest light. The Lu family is all in this time. All 5 are betting on the second round. Lu Yunhe leaned back in his chair with a teacup in hand. So is the Qin family. Among the 8 great families, only 2 are left in this round, and the pressure is substantial. Chen Guang had long heard of Lu Yunze. The Lu family had built their clan on talismans for nearly 100,000 years, with 40% of the talismans circulating in the market coming from them. However, the true core of the Lu family was never those talismans sold outward, but rather the talisman combat techniques integrated with their ancestral cultivation methods. Chen Guang practiced talismans himself, able to draw everything from first-tier fireball talismans to second-tier ice spear and golden armor talismans, but he used them as consumables, drawing them in advance and storing them, then scattering them during battles, just as everyone else did. Lu Yunze was different from the direct descendants of the Lu family. They wielded talismans as weapons capable of drawing talismans in midair. How to draw, when to draw, how much spiritual energy to use, and how to finish with a few strokes. It was simply a merciless talisman output machine, leaving no chance for opponents of the same rank to retaliate. Lu Yunze was already on the move. He did not wait for his teammates to regroup, but actively cut toward the northwest direction, where several contestants from other factions had landed right when the circle was starting to close. The most chaotic time. The first to collide with him was a perfected golden core from the Zhangyu sect. The Zhangyu sect was a divine transformation power in the southern part of the Great Zhou, with disciples skilled in using the terrain to conceal themselves in dense forests. The person silently emerged from a thicket of entwined vines, a short spear made of wooden vines aimed straight for Lu Yunze's lower back. Lu Yunzi did not look back. His right hand's index and middle fingers came together. A flash of spiritual light appeared at his fingertips, and a golden rune exploded in midair before him. The short spear struck the light barrier formed by the rune, emitting a sharp cry as it rebounded. At the same time, his left hand had already completed the second rune in the air, shooting a frost spear from his palm that grazed the opponent's shoulder, forcing the Cangyu sect disciple to dodge sideways. But before he could stabilize himself, Lu Yunzi's third rune was already descending from above, a binding talisman with spiritual energy, chains wrapping around his legs, causing his spiritual energy to stagnate in an instant. The Cangyu disciple looked down at the golden chains entwined around his legs, then lifted his gaze to the few talisman papers in Lu Yunzi's fingers that had yet to be used, sighed, and crushed his jade token. Someone in the stands gasped, drawing talismans in midair. No talisman paper needed. It's the first time seeing it right. A knowledgeable old talisman master next to him explained with a hint of pride, he uses his own spiritual energy as ink and his divine sense as a brush, directly condensing runes in the air. Did you see the little half-stroke he left unfinished at the end of each rune? That's not a mistake, it's intentional. When he uses it, he just completes that half-stroke, instantly casting. Someone from the Lu family actually managed to master this technique. If he can do half-stroke instant casts, then his opponents will never know when he will launch talismans. Exactly. Look at that Cangyu disciple. He thought Lu Yunzi was looking for teammates and had no defenses. In fact, the talismans in Lu Yunzi's hand had already been drawn, just lacking the last half-stroke. This kind of fighting style requires extremely precise control of divine sense, maintaining several unfinished talisman structures without them falling apart. Those with insufficient divine sense would blow up their brains doing this. Ji Mingwei was also captivated, forgetting to chew on her plum. Lu Yunhe put down his teacup, his tone filled with a hint of emotion. His midair talisman condensation skills have indeed reached a remarkable level. I can't even do it now. Once I reach Golden Core, I will definitely be able to do it. Lu Yunxi said confidently, and Lu Yunhe nodded in agreement. On the crystal screen, Lu Yunzi had already regrouped with the other 4 members of the Lu family. The talisman formation created by the 5 had a pressure far greater than individual combat. 2 were responsible for defense, 2 for control, while Lu Yunzi was solely responsible for attack. His attacking methods were simple and practical. Ice spears, wind blades, fireballs, all basic talismans. However, the speed of casting was astonishingly fast, and the power was tremendous. The moment one talisman detonated, the next one was already drawn with almost no interruptions. Moreover, he had a steady supply of medicinal pills, meticulously controlling consumption, maintaining his spiritual energy above 70% at all times. As the circle closed to nearly half, the formations of the Lu and Qin families began to take shape and started to converge toward the center. Although they were different factions, their cooperation was seamless. The Qin family was responsible for close combat, while the Lu family controlled the field from the rear, working in perfect harmony. As the circle shrank to the last 10 miles, an unexpected event occurred. 3 perfected Golden Core disciples from the Xianying sect in the northern part of the Great Zhou joined forces to assault the Qin family's flank. The Xianying sect excelled in heavy sword techniques, and the combined force of their simultaneous strikes could even hard hit a nascent soul. The defensive talismans on the Qin family's flank shattered, and a disciple was struck on the shoulder by the heavy sword, staggering back several steps, creating a brief gap in the spiritual energy fluctuations. In that moment of vulnerability, the talisman that Lu Yunzi had been holding between his fingers finally made its move. The talisman's light exploded in midair, and a light blue barrier stabilized the gap on the flank. The heavy swords of the 3 from the Xianying sect struck the barrier with a deafening thud, causing it to vibrate violently, but not shatter. The Qin family disciples seized the opportunity to draw their swords and counterattack, forcing the 3 from the Xianying sect back several feet, sealing the gap within the blink of an eye. People in the stands couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, marveling at the prowess of the young talents from the 8 great families. The points on the crystal screen continued to dim, 4-3 for Titwo 41. Another white light flashed, and the barrier ceased its contraction as everyone simultaneously halted their actions. The second round has ended and 40 people have advanced. Lu Yunxi straightened up from the railing, letting out a long breath. All 5 from the Lu family remain, and the Qin family lost only 1. It's truly a joyous outcome. The further we go, the more brutal it becomes. Lu Yunhe leaned back in his chair. The remaining participants in the third round are no soft persimmons. The third round commenced late at night, with the dome's spiritual light turning a cold moonlit white, illuminating the entire forest as if it were daytime. The Wan Mountain Sect Han family and the Jing Wangfu each sent 5 people, while the last batch of elite divine transformation and nascent soul level powers also gathered for this round. The clashes from the very beginning were even more intense than the first 2 rounds, with white light not ceasing as the circle shrank to less than half. The forces that hadn't secured enough spots in the previous rounds were all holding their last breath, launching full-force attacks. Severed limbs and heavy injuries were frequent, with even deaths occurring. Amidst this brutal battlefield, there was still a figure that attracted considerable attention. A female cultivator, named Jiyu from the Kanjia Valley, was directly confronting Zhou in a perfected golden core from the Jinling Valley. The name Jiyu had not drawn much attention before. She was petite and slender, making her appear somewhat fragile among a group of perfected golden cores. However, once she made her move, her fighting style was strange. Not a direct clash, but entanglement. She specialized in the unique vine techniques of the Kanjia Valley, able to summon vines from her palms. These vines were as resilient as artifacts of the same rank, winding out from her sleeves and fingertips, like living snakes weaving between the defensive formations of the Jinling Valley, using softness to overcome hardness. When the Jinling Valley disciples swung their heavy swords, the vines were severed only to regenerate immediately, oozing thick green juice from the cut, ends which burned upon contact with the skin, and even slowed the flow of spiritual energy. Zhou Yin initially did not intend to get entangled with Jiyu. The task of the Jinling Valley was to secure spots, not to clear the field. However, he discovered that the vines from Kanjia Valley had unknowingly ensnared 2 Jinling Valley disciples, leading to one being eliminated, and he no longer hesitated. He sidestepped a few vine interceptions in front of Jiyu, punching down towards the ground. The earth-type spiritual energy erupted, shattering the surrounding vines. At that moment, Jiyu focused on him, already entangling him. The vines wrapped around Zhou Yan's ankles. He lifted his leg and broke free, but before the severed vines could fall, new ones sprouted from the crevices in the roots, entangling it. Jiyu did not meet his fists heating. The vines pulled her petite body swiftly among the tree trunks, changing positions rapidly. Zhou Yan's fists repeatedly missed her, all hitting the tree trunks instead. She used the vines to change direction, winding and unwinding. Zhou Yan finally ran out of patience. The moment the vines wrapped around his waist, he reflexively grabbed the vine, pouring earth-type spiritual energy into it, causing the vine to snap. Jiyu lost her leverage and swayed just as she was about to adjust her posture to fly away. Zhou Yan charged forward and grabbed her ankle, his fingers so thick he could almost encircle her entire calf. Earth-type spiritual energy surged from his palm into her meridians, scattering the spiritual energy she had just summoned. He spun and kicked off the tree trunk, using the force to flip her into the air. Jiyu's body traced an arc as she was violently slammed to the ground, dead leaves and rubble flying up simultaneously. A cry of agony stuck in her throat before it could escape, blood already spilling from her mouth. Damn! More than one person in the viewing stands exclaimed in dismay. Zhou Yan did not give her a chance to breathe, holding her ankle and lifting her off the ground, fully unleashing his technique to suppress her spiritual energy, with earth-type energy preventing her from flying or retaliating. Zhou Yan then grabbed her belt, tossing her into the air. At the peak of her parabolic flight, he punched down into her abdomen's protective spiritual light, causing it to explode. She flipped twice in midair before finally crushing her jade, token white light flashing as she was eliminated. A young man from the Kanjia Valley stood up, shouting angrily towards the Jinling Valley, and a young man from the Jinling Valley responded in kind. The audience platform fell into silence for several breaths, before someone suppressed their voice and muttered, "Is he even human?" Lu Yunqi leaned over the railing, his mouth agape for a long while before finally closing it. That was too ruthless, treating her like a sandbag, and even hitting her. The Jinling Valley's techniques focus on body cultivation, so they are inherently strong. Lu Yun's voice carried a rare surprise. Moreover, Jiyu's fighting style was too entangling. If I were Zhou Yan, I would have to attack Heaton. In a hard clash, the one exhausted in the end would definitely be. That's true. Ji Mingwei, rarely not eating, spoke with a hint of indignation, but it shouldn't be fought like that. It's too ruthless. Chen Guang felt Ji Mingwei needed more practice, her empathy too excessive. He also admitted that this round was indeed too brutal. The eliminations in the first 2 rounds were relatively restrained. In this third round, these factions fighting for survival had no room for leniency. They had just closed the circle halfway, and already 6 or 7 had died, with dozens severely injured. As the barrier shrank to the last few miles, the pace suddenly accelerated. The formations of the Wan Mountain sect Han family and Jing Wangfu pressed towards the center, gradually pushing other factions out of the safe zone. At the edge of the shrinking circle, Zhou Yan sent another opponent away. Holding onto the last opponent's collar, he could no longer withstand the concentrated fire, and his jade token lit up, teleporting him away. The third round has ended and 40 people have advanced. Only when the bell rang did this bloody battle finally come to an end. The dome's spiritual light had returned from the moonlit white of deep night to the golden white of noon. Shun Wenyuan's voice resonated steadily from the floating platform to every corner, carrying a hint of solemnity. The 3 rounds of the elimination contest are all concluded, with a total of 120 people advancing. Tomorrow at Shun time, the individual arena matches will begin with a draw. Everyone rest well tonight. Tomorrow will be the real hard battle. The long elimination matches had finally ended. The atmosphere in the viewing platform was a mix of excitement and silence. Some were dancing with joy, while others quietly wept. A total of 17 people had perished. This casualty rate was relatively rare in this relatively harmonious cultivation world. All for resources. Ji Mingwei jumped down from the railing, stretching lazily. Finally done. The Wanbao meet isn't over yet. Is anyone going out for barbecue? Let's go. Lu Yunxi had already stood up. Lu Yunhe also put down his teacup, glancing at Chen Guang. What about you? I'm heading back to the farm. Chen Guang stood up. The nine-eyed, sky-monitoring mirror in his storage ring still awaited his return for contemplation. You all go ahead. See you tomorrow. A few of them dispersed at the cave entrance, and the 12 long streets returned to their bustling sounds with the end of the elimination matches, the aroma of grilled meat wafting from half a street away. Chen Guang summoned a cloud boat and flew toward the farm, the bright noon sunlight giving him a sense of disconnection, as if he were in another world. When Chen Guang returned to the farm, Yu was waiting for him on the 6th floor. Upon seeing him enter, she closed the account book. Recently, she had been adjusting the supply categories in the spirit beast area. A few cubs that came from the beast pavilion had mediocre sales and needed to be replaced. She was quite familiar with these matters and simply reported a few words to Chen Guang as usual. Chen Guang nodded after listening and headed towards his room. He sat down in a rocking chair and took out the 9 Heavens mystic art mirror from his storage bracelet. The 9 eye sockets emitted a faint glow, reflecting the last hint of orange sunset on the horizon. He casually flicked the mirror's surface, and the image began sweeping from the east of the city, passing through the eastern market, sweeping past the Wanbao President Street, and finally stopping above a dense cluster of residences in the southern city. This mirror seemed to resonate with him, knowing exactly what he loved to see. Under a crooked-necked jujube tree in the yard, a male cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage squatted, his face flushed, gripping a communication jade slip tightly, his knuckles turning white. The door was half open, and a woman draped in an outer garment stood at the threshold, her hair disheveled, while another man stood behind her, leisurely tying his belt. The three faced each other for less than half a teacup's worth of time, when the squatting male cultivator suddenly stood up, smashing the jade slip to the ground, cursing a few words at the doorway, then dragging the man from inside onto the grievance platform. The woman remained motionless at the threshold, merely adjusting her outer garment. An earnest scene of infidelity unfolded, and Chen Guang was thoroughly engrossed when footsteps echoed from the staircase. Yu walked in, holding a pale golden invitation. Young master, someone requests an audience. Chen Guang put away the mirror and took the invitation, flipping it open. The content was brief, the handwriting neat and steady. Li Xuanpu of the Xianming sect, accompanied by the sect master's nephew, Yan Zhaolin disciple, Zhou, who comes to pay a visit. The invitation did not specify the purpose, only stating that it was a visit out of admiration for the name of Huaxia Farm. Xianming sect. Chen Guang placed the invitation on the tea table. Is that the refining sect from Kanglan Island? Yes, Yu took over. Kanglan Island is not far from the southwest direction of Wanhua Island, and the most powerful force on the island is indeed the Xianming sect. They seem to have come to this auction as well, but it's unclear what they actually bid on. Chen Guang nodded, not thinking much of it. Please invite them up. Yu turned and went downstairs, and shortly after a slow, measured footstep echoed from the staircase. The elder at the front was slender, wearing a plain blue robe. His transformation cultivation was well concealed, but with every gesture he exuded an air of someone accustomed to holding power. His gaze was gentle, yet carried weight. The young man following the elder wore a royal blue brocade robe, with a piece of high-quality warm jade hanging at his waist. Upon entering, he first surveyed the room's decor, his eyes sweeping over the large cloud crystal floor-to-ceiling window, then resting on the maid brewing tea Muyu with a slight raise of his eyebrows. Last was a young man in a sandalwood short tunic, whose demeanor was calm. He quietly stood 2 steps behind the elder since entering, his gaze slightly lowered, neither surveying the surroundings nor appearing overly stiff. Li Xuanpu stepped forward, cupping his fists in greeting. I hope it's not too presumptuous to visit young Master Chen. During my days in Gukjing, I've heard many speak of Huaxia Farm. After seeing it today, I realize the rumors hold true. Young Master Chen is indeed remarkable for his age. Elder Li is too kind. Chen Guang rose and returned the gesture, gesturing towards the tea table. Please have a seat. The group sat around the tea table, and Muyu brought over tea, placing a cup in front of each person. Li Xuanpu lifted his teacup and took a sip, delaying the purpose of his visit for a moment as he observed the room's decor, glancing again at Muyu. With his discerning eye, he could tell this was a puppet, and of at least a 6th-tier rank. He set down the teacup, his tone growing more solemn. The reason for my visit today is actually regarding an item from the auction. Chen Guang paused slightly, holding the teacup. That 9 Heavens mystic art mirror. Li Xuanpu looked at Chen Guang, not beating around the bush. We competed for it in the DZ private booth, but when the price exceeded our budget, we had to withdraw. After returning, I couldn't shake the thought, so I came here to ask if you would be willing to part with it. Only then did Chen Guang connect the two events. He hadn't realized that the bidders from the DZ booth were people from the Xiaming sect. He took a sip of tea, remaining silent. Li Xuanpu continued. To be honest, this mirror has some utility for the Xiaming sect. My senior brother has a disciple who was ambushed years ago, and the culprit has yet to be found. The person possessed a sinister artifact that could conceal their aura, and all ordinary tracking methods have proven ineffective. Although this mirror is damaged, its core formation patterns remain. We hope to take it back and see if we can repair it. Even if we can restore just 1,000th of its heavenly sight ability, it might lead us to some clues. He paused, his tone devoid of any forced emotion, merely stating a matter that had weighed on the sect for quite some time. That disciple was raised by me. He is mild-mannered and has never made enemies outside. After the incident, both he and the sect master have been plagued by inner demons, making no progress in their cultivation. This matter has been a lingering concern for the entire Xiaming sect. Yin Zhaolin, standing nearby, tucked away the curiosity he had when entering and added seriously. That is my senior brother, who taught me swordsmanship since childhood. If young Master Chen is willing to part with it, the entire Xiaming sect will remember this favor. As he spoke, the teacup he was twirling in his hand came to a stop in his palm, his tone much more earnest than before. The Xiaming sect is a refining level sect on Kanglan Island, holding dominion over an entire island. It is considered one of the foremost sects in the southwestern waters of Wanghua Island, with 2 or 3 refining ancestors stationed there. Originally, their goal in coming to Gukjing was to acquire a longevity fruit, and they had amassed a considerable number of spirit stones for this purpose. However, the fruit ended up going for over 3 million, far exceeding their budget, leaving them with surplus spirit stones. It was precisely for this reason that Li Xuanpu had the leisure to turn his attention to this mirror. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair, remaining silent for a moment. He had purchased this mirror initially for the sake of enhancement. Now that the enhancement was complete, the 9 Heavens Mystic Art mirror had transformed from a useless scrap into a genuine 8th-tier superior Dao weapon. What he held was the real deal. As for the original tattered version, selling it would be just fine. First, he was a good person who enjoyed doing good deeds. Second, selling the mirror would mean any incidents of spying could not be attributed to him. The Xiaming sect was truly benevolent, but having the right words was still necessary. He set the teacup on the tea table. I originally bought this mirror to study ancient inscriptions. After a few days of observation, I've already copied everything that could be copied, and keeping it is just idle. Looking at Li Xuanpu, he spoke casually. Since your sect has a legitimate use for it, it would be a kindness to pass it on to you. He flipped his wrist as if taking something from his storage bracelet, placing a copper mirror on the tea table, but in reality, he used the system to copy it. The mirror's surface was shattered in large sections with ancient inscriptions densely arranged on the frame, and the 9 eye sockets were hollow exactly as they appeared when he first obtained them at the auction. Chen Guang pushed the mirror forward. The price will be the original auction price, 70,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Li Xuanpu was visibly taken aback. He probably didn't expect Chen Guang to agree so readily without raising the price. He had prepared himself for Chen Guang to demand an exorbitant price, but he was caught off guard by the straightforwardness. He looked at Chen Guang, a layer of seriousness appearing in his gaze. Young Master Chen. He carefully lifted the copper mirror with both hands, confirming its authenticity, before pulling a chi seal from his sleeve. This favor will be remembered by the Xiaming sect. Should you pass by Kanglan Island in the future, do come visit the sect. The entire Xiaming sect will be sure to give you a warm welcome. Elderly, you exaggerate. Chen Guang also took out his chi seal. The 2 seals lightly touched, and the spirit pearl spun, flashing a green light, as 70,000 mid-grade spirit stones were transferred. He accepted the chi seal, and casually exchanged a few pleasantries. The mirror will be better utilized in your sect than gathering dust here. I wish your sect success in finding the culprit and resolving this matter that's been weighing on your hearts. Li Xuanpu placed the copper mirror into a prepared spirit sealing box, stood up, and earnestly cupped his fists in gratitude, leading the 2 towards the staircase. Yin Zhaolin took 2 steps and turned back, grinning at Chen Guang. Young Master Chen, you're quite a generous person. Next time I come to Kanglan Island, be sure to look for me. We have snow crabs on our island that are larger than a human head. You can't find them anywhere else. Joker behind him gently cleared his throat. Yin Zhaolin didn't turn back, waving his hand. I only said one thing, but it's not like I'm refusing to leave. Li Xuanpu had already reached the staircase, pausing momentarily, turning back to glance at Yin Zhaolin. Yin Zhaolin immediately fell silent, obediently following behind. The sound of the 3 departing footsteps gradually faded as they descended the stairs. He stored the chi seal back in his storage bracelet and lightly tapped his fingers on the handrail. The mirror was no longer in his possession. From now on, if it appeared anywhere and spied on anyone's privacy, it would have nothing to do with him. Contentedly, Chen Guang took out his good mirror and continued to admire the beautiful scenery of Gukjing. The 28th day of the 12th lunar month, at Chen hour. The ethereal radiance within the celestial realm shifted from silvery moonlight back to golden white, The array-based skylight embedded in the dome widened further than yesterday, allowing sunlight to pour straight down from above, bathing the entire arena in brilliant clarity. Yesterday's elimination round had concluded, and the forest, retracted by the cave temple's own formation, vanished entirely, leaving behind a vast open expanse where 200 li of dense woodland once stood. 60 square stone arenas were arranged in 6 rows and 10 columns. Each measured 20 zhang per side, its surface composed of seamless Qingxian rock engraved with intricate protective formation runes. A pale golden barrier rose from the edge of each arena, enclosing all 60 individually. 20 zhang separated each pair, and at regular intervals spirit-etched pillars stood upright, their formation patterns interlinked with those of the arenas, to monitor fluctuations in spiritual energy during each match and simultaneously manage opponent pairing. A referee stood beside each arena, all cultivating at the nascent soul midstage or higher, clad uniformly in deep blue cultivation robes bearing the sun emblem of the Great Zhou Imperial House embroidered on their sleeves. The tournament format, clearly announced yesterday, stipulated that the 120 advancing cultivators would each compete in 5 matches, 3 points for victory, 1 for draw, and -1 for defeat. Final rankings after 5 rounds would determine the top 40 who advanced to tomorrow's arena elimination round. All 60 arenas commenced simultaneously. After each bout, competitors rested at their discretion, and automatic pairing for the next opponent began immediately upon recovery. No more than 3 hours elapsed between matches. This format had been employed for many cycles, and disciples from every sect knew it intimately. When Chen Guang arrived at the observation terrace, Lu Yunhe was already seated near the railing. Lu Yunxi leaned over beside him, scanning the arena layout below, while Ji Mingwei, ever faithful to habit, had brought a pouch of honey-cured bayberries and was popping them into her mouth one by one. I wonder who Sister Rumung will be matched against in round 1. Ji Mingwei glanced toward the spirit light screen. Her fighting style yesterday was ferocious. What if she's paired with another undefeated powerhouse? It's inevitable. If they don't meet before the top 40, they'll clash in the final bracket. As they spoke, Shun Wenyuan's voice resonated from the central platform. Esteemed young cultivators, the points-based tournament is about to commence. Rules were posted yesterday and require no repetition. First-round pairings are randomly assigned by the formation disc, with results displayed simultaneously on the spirit light screen and personal jade slips. All competitors, please enter the arena now to collect your slips. Competitors descended from floating platforms across the venue and gathered before the white jade high platform at the arena's center to receive their match slips. After receiving the slips, competitors infused their divine sense to bind them. Within several breaths, all 120 bindings succeeded. The spirit light screen began scrolling the first-round matchups. Formation light flickered rapidly between names until in mere heartbeats every pairing locked into place. Ji Mingwei was the first to lean over the railing, scanning downward. Sister Rumung is on Arena 11, facing Zhao Zhun of the Wanshan sect. His performance yesterday was outstanding. This won't be an easy match. Brother Yunze is on Arena 8. Lu Yunxi added, tracking his clan's representatives. He faces a Thunder cultivator from the Zixiao sect. Thunder versus Talisman cultivator. This one promises spectacle. Chen Guang's gaze followed the movement below as competitors took their positions. On Arena 11, closest to the observation terrace, Lu Ruming stood poised, clad once again in her moon-white martial attire, her crescent-shaped saber still sheathed at her waist. Her opponent Zhao Zhun was a broad-shouldered young male cultivator, his heavy sword already drawn, its blade etched with mountain and peak motifs, the standard pattern of the Wanshan sect's Jinyue sword. The referee slashed his hand downward, the barrier sealed. Zhao Zhun struck first, planting his heavy sword into the ground. Yellow-tinged spiritual energy surged from its tip into the arena floor, causing the entire Qingxian rock platform to tremble. Spiritual energy sank along the rock's veins for less than half a breath, then erupted upward with violent reversal. Gravity itself warped. The air thickened instantly. Pale yellow restraints coalesced around Lu Rumling, not binding limbs but pressing directly upon her protective aura, forcing her entire being downward toward the earth. This was the Wanshan sect's shaking mountain art, a technique built upon overwhelming dominance through sheer gravitational force. Lu Rumung did not resist Hedon. The moment gravitational pressure enveloped her, moonlight flared around her form. Pale silver spiritual energy rippling outward from her aura, fracturing the yellow restraints with delicate spiderweb-like fissures. Her moonlight-infused chi seeped into the nodes of the gravity field, severing each thread of Zhao Zhun's spiritual intent anchored to the earth and chi. As the restraints shattered, she broke free, her slender figure blurring across the arena in a lingering afterimage. Zhao Zhun countered with astonishing speed. Even as the gravity field collapsed, his heavy sword swept horizontally, earth and chi condensing into a meter-wide golden-yellow arc along its edge, roaring forward with crushing weight and thunderous displacement to cleave Lu Rumung at the waist. The true lethality lay not in the blade, but in the compressed earthen pressure clinging to its edge. a rare manifestation achieved only when spiritual energy is refined to its absolute zenith. Such pressure alone could pin down peers of equal cultivation. Only transcendent geniuses could wield it. Pressure struck before the blade arrived. Objects caught in its path would shatter first, then be sliced apart by the edge. Lu Ruming evaded. Her crescent saber finally left its scabbard, leaping from her hand as a silvery arc of moonlight tracing a wide curve before descending diagonally from upper left. Where moonlight passed, frost mist condensed. Residual chill left behind as spiritual energy was drawn out by the saber's cutting intent. Zhaozhen pivoted to parry. Blade met arc midair, not with metallic clang, but with silent corrosive dissolution, moonlight infiltrating earthen pressure, two antithetical energies eroding each other at the point of contact. Moonlight pierced inward, earthen pressure pushed outward. They locked for less than a breath. Then Zhaozhen's golden arc fractured, exploding into scattered amber light. Before the last fragment faded, Lu Ruming's saber reversed course, striking its second arc. Zhaozhen blocked 3 strikes, each deflected, but none granted him respite to counterattack. Worse, each contact layered a gossamer film of frost upon his sword spine. By the third strike, ice coated the heavy blade, visibly impeding the flow of earthen chi by half a beat. Half a beat was enough. On the fourth strike, her blade targeted the chi node 3 cun below the sword's tip. Zhaozhen's grip froze, his momentum shattered. He staggered backward 3 or 4 zhang his heel, crossing the arena's boundary line. The referee raised his hand. Lu Ruming wins. The barrier dissolved. She beckoned. Her crescent saber traced its final arc through the air and settled perfectly into her palm. She nodded respectfully to Zhaozhen, then turned and descended the arena. Zhaozhen glanced at the lingering frost on his blade spine, flexed his stiff wrist, sheathed his sword, and stepped down. Less than half a teacup's duration had passed. 4 strikes. Only 4. Immortal Lady Lu, beautiful and peerless. I adore her. Get lost. What trash dares claim affection for my goddess? Why? Simultaneously on Arena 8, Lu Yun's match against the Zixiao sect's Thunder Cultivator commenced. The Thunder Cultivator opened with 3 linked lightning strikes, 3 sapphire-hued lightning seeds hovering above, before, and behind Lu Yun's. Fine arcs of electricity wove the seeds into a tightening net. The Zixiao sect's linked lightning technique specialized in entrapment and suppression. Seeds restricted movement. The net disrupted spiritual energy circulation. The more one struggled, the tighter the arcs constricted, until all 3 seeds detonated simultaneously, delivering the decisive blow. Lu Yunzi did not struggle. The moment the seeds ignited, his right index and middle fingers traced an ice-blue talisman in midair. As the sigil solidified, 3 ice walls rose around him, designed specifically to suppress lightning seeds. Each wall was forged from water elemental chi compressed to its utmost density. The cold did not radiate outward but drew inward. Temperature plummeted around the seeds, and electrical conduction visibly slowed. His left hand completed the second talisman simultaneously, an azure windrune coalescing into a miniature vortex precisely enveloping the seed overhead. Spinning furiously, it stripped away ionized air layer by layer, severing one critical arc connecting seed to net, creating a breach in the trap. The Zixiao sect cultivator's expression flickered. Hands flashed into seals to prematurely detonate the seeds. But the moment the net ruptured, Lu Yun's third talisman struck the floor beneath him. A pale gold sigil sank into the Qingxian rock. A luminous tether, pure spiritual energy, erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around the Thunder Cultivator's ankle. It simultaneously locked his divine sense. A fine spiritual imprint spiraled upward from the tether, creeping past his ankle. His sealing hands froze mid-gesture as the incantation's chi pathway stuttered under psychic interference. Deprived of sustaining chi, the 3 lightning seeds winked out. Lu Yunzi gestured. His ice walls dissolved into shimmering snowflakes, drifting softly across the arena. The referee raised his hand. Lu Yunzi wins. Ji Mingwei pounded the railing in delight from the observation terrace, that final spirit-locking tether, so elegantly precise. Perfect against spell cultivators. Brother Yunhe, can you do that? No. Oh, you can't. Or you simply refuse to learn. Lu Yunhe remained impassive, silent. Beside him, Lu Yunqi stifled laughter behind her hand. After several matches, the observation terrace buzzed with rising energy. Some tallied sect win rates, others calculated point totals, while still others placed quiet bets on upcoming bouts. Chen Guang watched quietly as these prodigies, core disciples nurtured for millennia by ancient colossal sects, clashed like dragons and tigers. Their battles held profound tactical value. Below, arenas operated like a well-oiled assembly line. Swift competitors finished and retreated to rest zones as slower ones remained locked in tense stalemates. The Spirit Light screen refreshed its matchup list periodically. Some names lingered on the first page for long stretches, while others vanished beneath new pairings before fully registering. A hushed murmur suddenly rose from the lower seating area. Another win. How many now? Third match. Meng Shanha of the Panshur sect, Today's streak is uncanny. His last bout was against a golden core perfected cultivator, over in less than a teacup's time. Clean, decisive, no wasted motion. Meng Shanha. When did the Panshur sect produce such a figure? He's not native to the sect, he's a hired outsider. The Panshur sect has languished at the bottom for cycles. This time, they've truly struck gold. Did you see his last match? Not a single spell, just pinpoint strikes at his opponent's chi nodes with his sword tip. That perception, that control, it's preternatural. Meng Shanha. Chen Guang's hand holding the teacup paused ever so slightly. He'd heard that name in Wanxiao City. Lu Mingyuan mentioned a golden core rogue cultivator who'd slain a rampaging third-grade fire wolf outside the city walls, earning commendation from the prefectural office. Later at a banquet hosted by the same office, Lu Mingyuan referenced him again. Sun Boyong had been assaulted outside the city by this same golden core rogue who afterward tossed a pouch of spirit stones as medical compensation. His name was Meng Shanha. Chen Guang set down his cup and scanned the arena below. On Arena 43 stood a male cultivator in grayish-blue martial attire. Tall, lean, gripping a metal element spirit, sword already sheathed in pale gold chi, the luminous signature of metal chi compressed beyond ordinary limits. His opponent, a golden core perfected cultivator from the Chengwang mansion, had drawn his sword, its edge wreathed in crimson fire chi, circling cautiously to exploit. The Chengwang mansion cultivator struck first. Crimson sword light bloomed across the arena, expanding outward in a blazing ring from the blade's tip, engulfing the entire platform in searing scarlet radiance. Meng Shanha did not retreat. He neither raised his sword nor activated a protective aura to withstand the infernal ring, only moved as it neared his body. He merely touched his sword tip to the weakest node of the fire ring, a touch impossibly light, impossibly precise. From that single point, the entire ring unraveled. Crimson light splintering cleanly around him, not even brushing a single hem of his robe. Again, his precision is unreal. A true genius. The Chengwang disciple hadn't anticipated such a clean dismantling. Yet he adapted swiftly, fire chi abruptly recoiling from his blade's edge, abandoning area control to focus all power into the tip. He closed distance at blinding speed, pressing direct assault. Meng Shanha drew his sword. No flourish, no feint, just a simple thrust forward. His blade's pale gold chi carried an unyielding razor-sharp weight. When the tips met midair, crimson flames roiled upon the opponent's blade, while Meng Shanha's golden light held steady, unmoved. The flames shattered first. What's happening? Is Meng Shanha's spiritual energy denser? No. The metal element's sharpness penetrated the flame's structure via the blade tip, like an impossibly thin fine blade slipping along wood grain, finding its most vulnerable seam and gently prying it open. The entire structure split along its natural fault line. Flame disintegrated from the tip outward in concentric rings, shards of crimson light dissolving before they touched the ground, absorbed entirely by the arena's protective formation. The Chengwang disciple's blade stood bare, its fire extinguished, its chi flow momentarily hollow. Meng Shanha did not press the advantage. Instead, he halted his blade precisely 3 cun from the man's throat, steady, unwavering. The referee raised his hand. Meng Shanha wins. The barrier lifted. Meng Shanha sheathed his sword, offered a respectful bow to his opponent, and departed the arena. The Chengwang disciple stared blankly at his now dull blade, stunned for a heartbeat before sheathing it and stepping down. A brief silence fell over the observation terrace. Then low murmurs resumed in the lower seating area. Some tallied his current score, 9 points, 3 victories. Others debated how such tactics would fare against body cultivators. Still others speculated on a potential duel with Han Bai, 2 sword cultivators diametrically opposed in style. Chen Guang, you know this Meng Shanha? Ji Lingwei noticed his sustained focus. Not personally, only by reputation. Oh, Chen Guang confirmed it was the same Meng Shanha from Wanxiao City. The combat style, appearance, and mannerisms aligned perfectly. Now it grew intriguing. In Wanxiao City, Meng Shanha's deeds had already evoked the aura of a novel's protagonist. Seeing him now only deepened that impression. An outsider hired by a fallen sect. Battle experience and technique honed to perfection. Undeniably the archetypal protagonist. Then the question arose, if Meng Shanha was the protagonist, who was he? An antagonist? Impossible. A fellow cultivator? Plausible. Now it truly became fascinating. Chen Guang found himself eagerly anticipating their meeting. The points competition had concluded, and as the rankings on the spiritual light screen refreshed for the last time, it was already the 29th day of the 12th lunar month at the third watch. 40 advancement slots lit up simultaneously on the screen. At the forefront were Lu Rumei, Pei Yulo, Pei Yuheng, Lu Yunza, and Han Bai, all having won 5 consecutive battles for a total of 15 points. Meng Shanha also undefeated, ranked 8th. The 8 great families occupied nearly 60% of the top 40, while the remaining slots were divided among various transformation forces. Shun Wenyuan announced a 1-hour break with the elimination round starting at the third watch. The tense atmosphere that had gripped the spectator platform throughout the day eased, though few actually left their seats. Ji Mingwei crumpled the already empty bag of bayberries into a ball and tossed it into the junk bag, leaning over the railing to look down at the resting areas of various competitors. Lu Rumei sat with her eyes closed in meditation at the Moon God Sect's seat, while Han Bai polished his sword at the Han family's seat. The plain long sword reflected his image, while Pei Yulo was not resting, but rather conversing with a disciple from the Jingwang mansion. Their expressions indicated they were not discussing tactics, but seemed to be chatting about trivial matters. What do you think Meng Shanha can achieve? Ji Mingwei suddenly spoke up. Lu Yunxi pondered for a moment and replied, reaching the top 10 should be no problem. His fighting style is extraordinarily stable and ruthless, facing anyone with the same approach, making it hard to falter. However, once he enters the top 10, it's hard to say. His precision-based style could struggle against someone equally precise, where victory or defeat hangs by a thread. I actually think he can go further. Ji Mingwei turned her head. He hasn't been forced to exert his full strength yet. Think about it carefully. In the 5 rounds of the points competition, and since the elimination round began, he has used the same sword and fighting style in every match, with hardly any variation in his spiritual energy fluctuations. If that's the case, this Dao conference will be interesting. Lu Yunha set down his teacup. An external aide achieving a spot in the top 5 of the Panshir sect might find it laughable. Chen Guang also believed Meng Shanha could go further, not for any other reason, but because he truly embodied the feeling of a protagonist from a novel. At the third watch, Shen Wenyuan reappeared on the main stage. Without any preamble, he began matching the 40 contestants into a bracket for the advancement to the top. The energy barriers of 20 arenas lit up simultaneously and extinguished in less than half an hour. Those who made it this far were not weak, but the power levels among the top 40 remained clearly stratified. Lu Rumei broke through her opponent's protective spiritual light with 3 strikes. Pei Yula's fire-infused spiritual pressure forced his opponent to the edge of the arena with a single move, and Lu Yunza resolved his battle with 5 talismans. Meng Shan's opponent was a golden core perfectionist from the Wanshan sect. As the gravity field expanded, Meng Shanha shattered the spiritual energy nodes with a single strike, stopping his sword just 3 inches from the opponent's throat. Someone in the spectator area could no longer contain themselves. Another strike. Has he even used a second move from the points competition until now? Only using one move isn't scary. What's terrifying is that everyone knows he's going to use that move, yet they still can't stop it. After finishing the matches from 40 to 20, the list of the 20 who advanced appeared on the spiritual light screen. The 8 great families secured 13 slots, while the remaining transformation forces claimed 7, with no nascent soul forces represented. Shen Wenyuan announced a 1-hour break before proceeding to the 20 to 10 elimination, which would be conducted in 2 batches of 5 matches each, with 5 arenas battling simultaneously. The matchups for the first batch refreshed on the spiritual light screen. Lu Rumei faced Zhao Kuan from the Wanshan sect. Pei Yulo took on Ji Changfeng from the Qingxian sect. Pei Yuheng went against Sun Chong from the Wanshan sect. Lu Yunza faced Zhou Qin from the Qingxian sect, and Han Bai matched against the Golden Core Perfectionist from the Transformation Knife Workshop. The energy barriers of the 5 arenas lit up simultaneously. Lu Rumei found this match slightly more challenging than before. Zhao Kuan initiated with a variant of the 10-mile mountain range formation from the Wanyue return to sect, with earthy yellow spiritual light rising from the edges of the arena and tightening towards the center. Lu Rumei's crescent moon blade cleaved through the formation with the moon god technique, the blade's edge erupting with spiritual light, causing the barrier structure to collapse outward from the breach. Zhao Kuan reacted swiftly. Shards of the shattered gravity field combined with his own spiritual energy, forming a sword light about an inch thick that descended straight down, the only pure offensive move of Wanyue return to sect the shattered mountain. Lu Rumei's crescent moon blade returned its blade light, condensing and compressing continuously, forming an extremely thin and bright silver thread that pierced through the center of the shattered mountain's sword light, breaking the surface. The shattered mountain's sword light exploded outward, causing Zhao Kun's heavy sword to be knocked from his hand, while Lu Rumei's crescent moon blade stopped just in front of his throat. The referee raised his hand. Lu Rumei wins. The remaining 4 matches ended almost simultaneously. Pei Yulo kept pressing Ji Changfeng with fire-infused spiritual pressure, sending him off the arena with 7 palm strikes, while Pei Yuheng's wind domain sliced through Sun Chong's gravity field layer by layer, finishing with a final wind palm strike. Lu Yunza's ice wall delayed the sword momentum. Wind patterns peeled away the sword light, and binding talismans restrained the opponent, resolving his battle in a single wave of talismans. Han Bei's water domain suppressed the spiritual energy of the disciple from the Transformation Knife Workshop to the brink of stagnation, sealing his throat with a single strike. After the first batch of 5 matches concluded, Lu Rumei, Pei Yulo, Pei Yuheng, Lu Yunza, and Han Bai secured their spots in the top 10. The matchups for the second batch refreshed on the spiritual light screen, with Ji Mingwei finding Meng Shan's name, whose opponent was Han Zhao, a direct descendant of the Han family and a golden core perfectionist. Han Zhao. Ji Mingwei thought for a moment. He must be Han Bei's cousin. Among this generation of the Han family, only two have mastered the sword domain. Han Bai. That's right, Lu Yuna nodded. Although they come from the same lineage, their approaches are entirely different. Han Bai confines his enemies with force and relies on attrition, while Han Zhao seeks instant bursts of power, using a layered wave technique to compress his water domain's spiritual energy into 3 overlapping waves, pushing the spiritual pressure to its peak in the shortest time. This approach might be interesting against Meng Shanha, as the rapid burst may not give him the time to find the energy nodes slowly. The energy barriers of the 5 arenas lit up simultaneously. Meng Shanha stood firm while Han Zhao unsheathed his plain long sword, its tip touching the ground as spiritual energy enveloped him. The water domain surged forward from beneath his feet, with azure waves forming 3 layers, each peak aligning perfectly with the trough of the previous layer. After the 3 layers combined, the spiritual pressure on the arena skyrocketed to a level that was suffocating for those of the same rank. As Meng Shanha stepped into the water domain, the 3 layers of waves crashed down simultaneously. The pressure on his ankles transitioned from delay to resistance, then to heavy pressure, causing his sword-bearing wrist to sink slightly. He did not evade, but instead slightly adjusted the angle of his sword, within a narrow range in front of him, tilting the sword tip down by half an inch, aligning the sword ridge with the peak. When he executed this strike, it appeared no different from when he shattered the gravity field before. The sword tip pierced the center of the wave's peak, and golden sharpness sliced in from within, causing the 3 layered waves to instantly shatter into a flurry of light fragments. Did he adjust the angle of the sword ridge before striking? It seems he did. That sword just happened to fit into the weakest point of the spiritual energy. Is this a meridian style? It looks like it. He's not breaking the energy nodes, but rather disrupting the energy patterns. It's simple to say, but it requires an exquisite perception of the energy structure to the millimeter. Wasn't his method for breaking the gravity field the same? Not quite. Breaking the gravity field involves shattering the nodes, which are fixed. Once found, they can be broken. The layered waves are dynamic. The waves are moving and the patterns are changing. He cut into the energy structure along its direction. Is this Meng Shanha truly a rogue cultivator? Although the discussions among these few were not loud, the audience on the spectator platform had keen hearing. Before long, the term meridian style began to circulate in the spectator area. Back on the stage, Han Zhao's expression changed dramatically. He realized it was too late to reassemble his water domain. He abandoned it altogether and thrust his sword directly with the Kanglan sword technique, a decisive strike. If he didn't succeed, he would perish. Meng Shanha sidestepped half a step, gently nudging the sword ridge along the side of the Kanglan strike. Han Zhao's sword, influenced by its own force, veered off course, causing him to stagger forward a step. Meng Shan's sword followed through, stopping just in front of Han Zhao's throat. Silk binding strength, not thrusting or stabbing, just gently nudging along the direction of the opponent's force to break the move. The referee raised his hand. Meng Shanha. The spectator area erupted. Many found it absurd, feeling the victory was too easy, but only those knowledgeable understood the truth. An elder from the Panshir sect stood at the railing, gripping the armrest until his knuckles turned white, while other sect members approached him to offer their congratulations. With all matches from 20 to 10 concluded, the spiritual light screen refreshed with the top 10 list, where the 8 great families secured 9 slots, and the Panshir sect was the only surprise. After a 1-hour break, the top 5 will be determined. The matching light on the spiritual light screen flickered for a moment before locking in the matchups. When Ji Mingwei found Meng Shan's name on the screen, she was momentarily stunned. His opponent was Han Bai. First fighting Han Zhao, then Han Bai. The 2 sword domains of the Han family being challenged by a single external aid. Han Bai and Han Zhao may come from the same lineage, but their paths are entirely opposite. The meridian style may not work well against him. On Arena 3, Meng Shanha had already taken his position, holding the same spiritual sword, while Han Bai drew his plain long sword, its tip angled towards the ground, surrounded by an aura of spiritual energy. A faint azure wave spread from beneath his feet, enveloping the entire arena in a tranquil water domain that was deeper, heavier, and more stable than Han. The referee waved his hand to bring the energy barrier together. Han Bai did not start with a probing strike. Instead, he thrust his sword upward from below, altering the flow of the entire water domain simultaneously. The water patterns converged from all sides towards Meng Shanha, the pressure stacking up layer by layer, each layer adding more weight than the last. Meng Shanha moved forward in the water domain. Unlike when he broke Han Zhao's layered waves, he did not seek the patterns. Han Bei's water domain was too thick and stable, and the speed of the pattern's flow was too slow. By the time he found the patterns, the pressure of the water domain had already overwhelmed him. He pointed the sword tip at a half-foot distance in front of him, holding it steady. Golden sharpness emanated from the sword tip, forming an extremely small golden point in front of him. as the pressure from the water domain layered on that point remained unmoving. Hanbai increased his strength to tighten the net, suddenly compressing the spiritual pressure of the entire water domain towards the center. At that instant, Mengshanha moved. The sword tip advanced forward, maintaining its position at that fixed point. When the water domain tightened, the strongest spiritual pressure wasn't at the center, but rather at that point of first compression. The sword tip was directed at that point of concentrated force, and as he thrust inward following the direction of the spiritual pressure, the force of the tightening net exploded outward along the sword tip, shattering his own water domain. Using a point to break a surface without seeking patterns or cutting nodes, just enduring the strongest initial pressure and sending the force back at the most concentrated point. The technique differs, but the principles remain the same. This Mengshanha truly plays with swordsmanship beautifully. The water domain shattered into a flurry of light fragments. Hanbai reacted swiftly, gathering the remaining spiritual energy towards his sword, slashing diagonally, with the returning to the ruin style, exchanging the power of the entire water domain for a single strike that would pierce the void. Mengshanha did not meet it heated. Instead, he gently nudged the sword ridge along the side of the returning to the ruins strike, deflecting the impending explosive force by half an inch, then took advantage of the momentum to move forward, stopping his sword just an inch from Hanbei's throat. Both swords hovered in midair. Hanbai looked down at the fine crack cut into his sword by the golden sharpness, sheathed his sword, clasped his fists, and turned to exit the arena. The referee raised his hand. Mengshanha wins. The spectator platform fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. The two sword domains of the Han family, one layered wave and one returning to the ruins, were both penetrated by him. The Han family is too unfortunate. Both core disciples were defeated by a rogue cultivator. They must be fuming. Chen Guang glanced at the Han family's spectator platform. Ji Mingwei was right. The older members of the Han family were handling it well, but the younger ones had already begun to complain. If they weren't still at the competition site, they would have shouted their grievances. The other 4 matches of the top 10 also concluded simultaneously, and the top 5 list refreshed on the spiritual light screen. Lu Rumei, Pei Yulo, Pei Yuheng, Lu Yunza, and Mengshanha. The first 4 names were followed by the family emblems of the Moon God sect: Jing, Wang Mansion, Chen Guang Mansion, and the Lu family, while Meng Shan's name was accompanied by a simple, distant mountain seal. People in the spectator area chanted Meng Shan's name, rising and falling, with many agreeing he was the biggest dark horse of this competition. Others debated the Meridian style, arguing whether it was truly Meng Shan's inherited sword technique. After a long discussion, no one could persuade anyone else. Finally, someone next to them laughed and said, "No matter the style, the Tao is fundamentally simple." Everyone around laughed. Ji Mingwei jumped down from the railing and turned to glance at Lu Yunha. "It seems my guess was right. He really can go very far." Chen Guang increasingly felt that Mengshanha was embodying the protagonist's script. He truly wished the competition would end quickly so he could have a good talk with Mengshanha and see how a protagonist grows. The list of the 5 strongest was displayed on the luminous screen for an hour, and the atmosphere in the observation area not only did not cool down, but instead surged higher as several beams of spiritual light lit up from the royal seating. The eldest prince, Pei Yuzhao, flashed in his dark dragon robe on the floating platform, followed by the second prince, Pei Yuheng, in his blue scholar's robe, and then the 5th prince, Pei Yush, in his silver brocade robe, arriving slightly later. Lastly, Pei Yuning appeared, her begonia red palace dress standing out among the dark court robes. The 4 took their seats without speaking. They merely cast a glance at the audience before directing their gaze to the luminous screen. Their presence alone conveyed a message. The semifinals draw began under the presiding of Shun Wen Yuan, with 5 names scattered by the formation on the luminous screen. The spiritual light flickered for a moment before locking onto the matchups. Lu Rubai against Pei Yulo, Mengshanha against Pei Yuheng, and Lu Yunza Gadabai. Lu Rubai faces Pei Yulo, the blade of the Moon God sect, against the heir of the Jing Wang Manor. This match promises to be exciting. Mengshanha against Pei Yuheng, the Wan Mountain sect Han Zhao, and Han Bai. Now he's the heir of the Cheng Wang Manor, and he has faced all the control-type cultivators. Lu Yunza gets a free pass to the top 3, but a bye is only temporary, and once he draws lots he will face one of the 2 winners, and neither will be easy to fight. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair, examining the matchup table. The wind-type spells of the Cheng Wang Manor excelled in their dense layers, with the inner and outer layers of the clear wind origin net, combined with divine sense guidance, trapping and strangling the enemies into a single formation. Meng Shan's breaking array sword technique has been noted in ancient texts, specifically designed to break various spell structures. The sword's path is built on cleverness overcoming strength, requiring a stringent precision in the perception of divine sense. After so many days of the Discourse Conference, many old cultivators have recognized this sword technique. The first semifinal finally began. Lu Rubai against Pei Yulo. As the protective barrier on the arena closed, the 2 stood firm. Lu Rubei's crescent blade was pressed against the inner side of her forearm, the blade edge hidden behind her arm, making it impossible for her opponent to even judge the direction of her blade before she struck. Pei Yulo stood 10 zhang away from her, the fire-type spiritual pressure of the 9 dragons burning heaven technique coalescing around him without releasing any energy. The 9 dragon-shaped phantoms had yet to take form, with only the dragon heads flickering in and out of visibility within the spiritual pressure. Lu Rubai was the first to move. Her crescent blade shot forth from her hand, the first slash nearly grazing the arena floor. The moonlight's spiritual power on the blade was concealed within the edge, flying silently as part of the dark crossing from Guanghan Qingshu, advancing toward her opponent's lower half in the most inconspicuous manner. Pei Yulo stepped forward with his right foot, causing crimson spiritual light cracks to radiate outward from his foot as the 9 fire dragons surged up simultaneously, each stretching over 10 zhang long, their bodies solid and their dragon eyes burning with brilliant white flames. At the instant the 9 dragons appeared, Lu Rubei's blade abruptly changed direction, the blade rising sharply from the ground, diagonally slicing up from Pei Yulo's left side, catching him off guard with an angle that was exceedingly difficult to defend against. Pei Yulo did not turn his head. 3 fire dragons on his left whipped their tails, simultaneously colliding with the blade in midair. The moonlight and flames erupted into a flurry of silver and crimson sparks, the blade being deflected and several scales being sliced off the dragon's tail. Lu Rubai raised her hand and summoned her blade back, not waiting for Pei Yulo to adjust his dragon formation. She instantly dashed into the midst of the 9 dragons. The blade light weaved between the fire dragons, each strike targeting the most vulnerable spots on the dragon's body, the reverse scales beneath the neck, the joints of the dragon's claws, and the connection between the tail and the body. Lu Rubai was well versed in exploiting these weak points. Pei Yulo's fire dragons crumbled one after another, only to re-solidify the time taken for them to reform, lengthening with each collapse. By the time the 9th fire dragon shattered, Lu Rubei's crescent blade had already flown before him, the blade stopping just 2 inches from his throat, the moonlight flickered. The referee raised his hand. Lu Rubai wins. A round of applause and cheers erupted from the observation area. Ji Mingxi clapped several times on the railing. She thought Lu Rubei's bold move into the dragon formation was too daring, while Lu Yunhe felt it was just a normal tactic, taking risks to win. The second semifinal immediately began. Meng Shanhe against Pei Yuheng. Pei Yuheng stood on the opposite side of the arena, the spiritual energy of the clear wind origin net already circulating around him. The inner layer's vortex dispersed the spiritual energy outward, while the outer layer's wind binds restricted movement, consuming space. The wind domain lacked the heavy stacking feel of the sword domain and the direct oppression of a gravitational field. It relied on the precise coordination of the vortex and wind binds to gradually erode the movement range of the trapped. Meng Shanhe paused at the edge of the wind domain. He did not repeat the tactics of the previous match. Pei Yuheng was aware of all the details from his 2 matches against the Han family, and entering with the same approach would merely hand the initiative to his opponent. His divine sense had already penetrated the outer layer of the wind domain, with dozens of golden threads silently seeping between the wind binds, and the pulling airflow much like rainwater infiltrating leaf veins, disturbing not a single wind bind, quietly attaching to every divine sense pulling line. Pei Yuheng's reaction was swift and sensitive. The moment the threads touched the pulling lines, his divine sense detected it. The wind domain abruptly shrank inward. He intended to end the battle before Meng Shanhe could lock onto all the nodes. The inner layer's vortex simultaneously compressed towards the center, while the outer layer's wind binds sliced in from all directions. The wind-type spiritual pressure on the entire arena reached its peak in a very short time. This was exactly what Meng Shanhe was waiting for. The faster the wind domain contracted, the more all the wind binds and vortex energies converged towards the center, making the center's position more exposed. He lightly tapped his toes on the arena surface, his figure slashing into the direction of the wind domain's contraction, advancing, instead of retreating, sliding towards the center of the wind domain along the inner edge of the wind binds. The golden threads illuminated at the moment the wind domain tightened, marking a direct path to the center for him. The sword tip extended along this path, accurately targeting the central node of the inner and outer layers of the wind domain. Break the fight. The center fractured. The inner layer's vortex first fell into chaos, and the direction of all the outer layer's wind binds skewed. The clear wind origin net began to collapse outward from the center, all within the span of. As the wind domain shattered, Pei Yuheng did not retreat, but advanced, gathering the residual wind power into his palm, slamming it towards Meng Shan's chest with a compressed wind-type spiritual energy. Meng Shanhe raised his left hand to meet it with his palm. The moment their palms collided, there was no explosive sound of spiritual energy bursting, only a deep muffled vibration resonating through the entire cave. The 2 forces of spiritual energy devoured each other for a fraction of a breath. Pei Yuheng staggered back 5 or 6 zhang, stepping out of the sensing line, while Meng Shanha also retreated a few steps, cupping his fists towards Pei Yuing. The referee raised his hand. Meng Shanha wins. A roar erupted from the observation area again. The gravitational field of the Wan Mountain sect, Han Zhao's layered waves, Han Bei's Kinglan water domain, and Pei Yuheng's clear wind origin net were all broken before him, and each time the method of breaking was different. An elder in gray robes in the scattered seating area stroked his beard, his tone filled with a hint of emotion. He approached. At the moment the wind domain tightened to its utmost, the force of the wind domain's retraction itself can guide him. All he had to do was follow that path to find the center. This is borrowing the formation to break the formation. According to the competition rules, Lu Yunzi automatically advanced to the top 3 due to the bye. He and the 2 winners proceeded to the second round of the draw. The results quickly appeared on the luminous screen. Lu Yunzi against Meng Shanha. Lu Rubai got a bye. The semifinals began an hour later, and this time Lu Yunzi did not use those tedious ice walls and wind patterns. He started with the Lu family's secret technique, Great Void Symbol Array, drawing 4 spirit locking symbols into the array midair, adding an additional layer of restrictions to suppress divine sense transmission outside the defensive layer. The exchanges between the geniuses became swift. Meng Shan's outward divine sense probing into the symbol array was repelled by the suppressive layer of the spirit locking symbols. Even the probing threads could not attach, and under the enhancement of the spirit locking symbols, the symbol array turned into an impenetrable fortress with all the spiritual energy nodes hidden behind the rune's spiritual light. He simply retracted his divine sense and took a step forward to the side, starting to circle around the periphery of the symbol array. Every time Lu Yunzi adjusted the attack direction of the symbol array, he needed to recalibrate his position, maintaining 18 runes plus 4 spirit locking symbols, while tracking a constantly moving opponent, which consumed far more divine sense than standing still. Lu Yunzi clearly realized this as well. He stopped dispersing his attacks, concentrating the spiritual energy of the 18 runes onto 3 runes, merging them into a golden combined rune. Water borrowed the wind's momentum, and the wind borrowed the shape of water. The 2 combined runes launched again. Ice needles wrapped in binding cords enveloped half the arena, leaving no gaps for movement. Meng Shanha held his sword, the golden sharp energy suddenly compressing, and all the spiritual energy within his meridians completed a brief compression cycle. The sword blade swung, striking hard against the incoming attack. The sword's momentum collided with the combined rune's spiritual energy in midair. The ice needles shattered into powder, and the binding cords were torn apart by the sword light, the shockwave cracking the arena's surface. Before the shockwave dissipated, Meng Shanha exerted force beneath his feet, bursting forth from the shattered spiritual light, aiming for the center, with his second sword, cut the leader. The spiritual light of the symbol array shattered from the point where the sword tip pierced with golden runes, extinguishing one after another. Lu Yunzi's defensive symbol automatically activated, the sword tip piercing through the barrier, stopping just half an inch from his chest. The referee raised his hand. Meng Shanha wins. The entire arena erupted. This was the first time in thousands of years that a non-8 great families participant entered the finals. We witnessed history. This time it was truly worth it. In the seating area of the Rock Sect, Elder Li, leading the team, stood by the railing, while several young disciples of the Rock Sect had already jumped up, some shouting Meng Shan's name. Elder Li merely gripped the handrail tightly, his knuckles turning white, his lips moving as if chanting the name of the ancestor. Pei Yuning's gaze fell on the old man, pausing for a moment. It had been a long time since she had seen the name of the Rock Sect in the latter half of the discourse conference. She slightly tilted her head, the old woman behind her leaned down, and Pei Yuning whispered something. The old woman nodded and withdrew. The 5th Prince, Pei Yush, seemed particularly interested, glancing at Meng Shanha several times, as if pondering something. Before the championship battle began, the atmosphere in the viewing platform had relaxed considerably. After several days of elimination rounds, as they reached the final match, no one was tense anymore. Ji Mingwei rummaged through her bag and found the last honey-soaked bayberry. She tossed one into her mouth and mumbled, "Who do you think will win the championship?" "I bet on Lu Rumai. She hasn't lost a single match since the points competition began, and you all saw her full moon will technique. Who in the same rank can withstand it? I bet on Meng Shanha." Lu Yunxi leaned his arms on the railing. Not for any other reason, but he hasn't been pushed to his limits yet. A person like that always has the potential for a comeback. "Then I bet 1 spirit stone on Meng Shanha." Pei Yuting took out a low-grade spirit stone from her sleeve and placed it on the tea table. Ji Mingwei shot him a glare. "Just one. Your support for Meng Shanha is too perfunctory. As long as the intention is there, that's enough. Brother Chen, who do you bet on?" Ji Mingwei turned her head. Chen Guang casually took out a few spirit tickets to place his bet, Meng Shanha. Ji Mingwei became interested. 800 mid-grade spirit stones. "Is that true? Are you serious? If I lose, I'll buy you snacks." Chen Guang certainly bet on this potential protagonist, though whether he could win was uncertain. His words made everyone chuckle. Lu Yunhe, who was holding a teacup nearby, didn't join in waiting until they finished before slowly speaking. Actually, it wouldn't be surprising who wins. Lu Rumei's Guanghan Qingshu is fierce while Meng Shanha's Pose Henzi strikes back. Their styles are like spear and shield. How sharp is the spear, how resilient is the shield? Only after the fight will we know. An hour quickly passed, and the protective shield on the arena lit up. The championship battle officially began. At the start, Lu Rumei did not test her opponent. Her first strike was a full-force moon gaze style, the curved blade slicing through the air in a continuous arc, the momentum rising rather than falling. Before the arc could dissipate, a second strike followed, the dual blade forces connecting seamlessly, each strike building energy for the next with the forward force undiminished as the rear force was already summoned. The air in the arena was pressed down by layers of blade force, emitting a low resonating hum. The moonlight spiritual power constantly accumulated on the blade's edge, shifting from a light silver to a blinding bright white. Meng Shanha did not counter with a sword like he did against Lu Yunzi. His sword edge never directly clashed with Lu Rumei's blade. Instead, he danced between the gaps of the blade light each time a blade came close, using the spine of his sword to lightly touch the blade, subtly guiding its force off course. His movements were meticulously calculated. The denser Lu Rumei's moon gaze blade force became the more uneven. The distribution of spiritual power on the arena became, creating a natural disparity between the areas of concentrated blade force and the relatively weaker edges. His figure darted through the gaps in this disparity, evading the sharpness while waiting for a chance to counterattack. Lu Rumei, unable to break through, suddenly altered her strategy. The curved blade no longer shot out in arcs, but began to spin rapidly around her, the moonlight spiritual power being pulled out by the force of rotation, coalescing into dozens of silver-white threads in the air. Moon Snare, using the blade as a shuttle and moonlight as thread, she wove a net to ensnare her enemy. The silver threads simultaneously wrapped around Meng Shanha from all directions. The threads were as thin as hair, each one remarkably resilient. When one broke, a new one would immediately take its place, becoming denser the more they wrapped. Meng Shanha responded decisively. A fine golden thread suddenly formed on the edge of his sword, leading the attack. This was not in the form of loose threads, but rather a light thread compressed to near transparency, which pierced through the gaps of Lu Rumei's silver web. The golden and silver threads intertwined, exploding upon contact, filling the air with a dazzling display of gold and silver particles. Both of their divine senses were attached to their respective threads. Each collision of the threads represented a direct struggle of their divine senses. In the midst of the dense explosions, he pressed forward rather than retreat. His left hand continued to manipulate the light threads to disrupt the silver web, while his right hand moved like lightning, aiming directly for Lu Rumei's wrist that held the blade. This attack completely caught Lu Rumei off guard. She was about to forcefully tighten the moon snare net when the sword tip had already landed on the weakest point of her protective spiritual light on her wrist. The moonlight spiritual power instinctively gathered to resist, but this sword came too swiftly and cunningly. The protective spiritual light shattered instantly, and the sword tip grazed along the inner side of her forearm, leaving a 1-inch-long cut on her moon-white sleeve beneath, which a faint red mark appeared on her fair arm. The pressure from the spirit sword swept across her waist, slicing open her clothing, revealing her fair skin beneath where the robe had been cut. Tear! A murmur of hushed commotion erupted from the viewing platform. Ji Mingwei almost dropped the bayberry in her hand, feeling indignant for Lu Rumei. Pei Yuding rarely showed surprise, and after a moment of silence, she explained for Meng Shanha. Once you're on the arena, your opponent is your opponent. Showing mercy to your enemy is being irresponsible to yourself. Not being soft on women, another quality of a protagonist, Chen Guang greatly approved of his approach. Lu Rumei's expression turned completely cold. She did not look down at the tear in her sleeve or the red mark, but her ears had already begun to flush red, and her offensive suddenly escalated to a furious level. The moonlight spiritual power on the crescent blade no longer held back, fully released into a blinding silver-white light blade. She abandoned her entangling tactics, gripping the hilt with both hands as the moonlight compressed to the utmost limit, unleashing Guanghan Kings's strongest killing move, the full moon wheel. The curved blade was released, transforming in midair into a giant silver light wheel. The edges of the light wheel were sharp like a solid blade, while the interior was filled with the most compressed moonlight spiritual pressure. The entire full moon rolled toward every corner of the arena with overwhelming force. With no retreat possible and no way to evade, the full moon wheel uprooted the surface of the arena wherever it passed. The fragments of stone had not yet fallen when they were ground to dust by the moonlight. The sense of crisis in Meng Shan's sea of consciousness reached its peak. He poured all his spiritual energy into his spirit sword, compressing the golden sharpness within the sword rather than letting it out. In the instant the full moon wheel approached, his sword tip suddenly angled sharply upward, the seemingly light strike landing precisely on the weakest spiritual node at the bottom of the wheel. The power of the full moon wheel came from Lu Rumei's continuous supply of spiritual energy, and this sword was not meant to shatter the full moon wheel, but to sever the connection between the full moon wheel and Lu Ramai. The sword tip pierced through the spiritual node, accurately locking onto the invisible trajectory that Lu Ramai's divine sense used to guide the full moon wheel, cutting the guiding line as if slicing through it. The full moon wheel lost its divine sense lock. Just before it collided with Meng Shanha, it explosively disintegrated. The uncontrolled moonlight spiritual energy did not dissipate, but erupted like a chaotic flow of moonlight in all directions. At the same time, Meng Shanha stepped forward, using the shock of the explosion to propel himself toward Lu Ramai. Emerging from the chaotic moonlight fragments, his spirit sword sliced through the light barrier, aiming directly at Lu Ramai. Lu Ramai's pupils constricted. Her curved blade had not yet been summoned back, and she could only use her palm to substitute for the blade enveloped in the remaining moonlight's spiritual energy. The two forces collided at close range, exploding into a shimmering sphere of silver and gold between the sword edge and her palm. The arena beneath their feet could no longer withstand the continuous heavy impacts, cracking outward from the center. Stones flew, and Lu Ramai's blade returned to her hand midair. As she arced to counterattack, Meng Shanha, having regained his divine sense, closed in. The sword tip halted just an inch from Lu Ramai's throat, but his body was also destabilized by the shockwave from her blade, 1 foot stepping onto the boundary line of the arena. The referee raised his hand. Lu Ramai wins. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the audience below had yet to react, and only when the referee announced the victory did everyone snap back to reality. Someone in the spectator area stood up and shouted both their names. Generally no one shouts for the second place, but this second place was too remarkable, the biggest underdog in thousands of years receiving much acclaim. People would remember him in the future. Some argued that if Meng Shanha hadn't been forced off balance by the full moon, will his sword tip could have reached first. Sai, I think you're wrong. Chen Guang had no other thoughts. A loss was a loss. He just wanted to wrap things up quickly and chat a bit. Meng Shanha stood up from the ground, face filled with regret and unwillingness, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his right sleeve torn by the fragments of the full moon wheel, exposing his taut forearm. He didn't look down at the scrape on his forearm, but bent down to pick up the spirit sword, which had broken into 4 pieces, cleaning the dust off with his sleeve and neatly placing them in his storage bag. Then he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Pardon my intrusion," turning to walk off the stage. His steps remained steady, but after tucking his right hand holding the sword into his sleeve, it never came out again. Lu Ramai stood on stage looking at his back with a complicated expression, gripping her curved blade as she walked toward the resting area. On the side of the rock-solid sect, a group of people had already rushed over, tending to injuries and gathering medicine, creating quite a commotion. The discussions in the spectator area continued, and many influential powers were likely starting to think of ways to approach this underdog. Chen Guang set his teacup on the railing. Watching Meng Shanha carefully gathering the broken sword, he lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, then focused his divine sense on the surrounded figure, sending a voice transmission. "Meng Dayo, I am Chen Guang from Huaxia Farm. It's a pity your sword broke, and it's equally regrettable to miss out on a top-grade cultivating pill. If you're interested, come to the farm on New Year's Eve for a chat." Meng Shanha paused for a moment, turning his head to glance toward the viewing platform. His cold, hard face showed no expression, merely giving a slight nod before continuing to walk off the stage. Elderly also came down from the stands, and the two walked side by side toward the edge of the arena. Shen Wenyuan and Pei Yuning walked up to the main stage together, Shen Wenyuan's voice still steady. "This session's Dao Conference champion is Lu Rumai of the Moon God sect. The champion's reward is a top-grade cultivating pill. All of you here are the pillars of the future of the Great Zhou. Regardless of today's outcome, may all of you strengthen your Dao heart and have a long path ahead in cultivation." Pei Yuning seamlessly continued, "This session of the Dao Conference concludes here. Fellow seniors and friends, see you at the next session in Gaoking." The dome of spiritual light shifted to a warm light yellow, and people in the spectator area began to rise one by one. Ji Mingwei shoved the empty bayberry bag into her miscellaneous bag, took a few steps, then turned back. "By the way, Brother Chen, you bet on Meng Shanha to win. Aren't you worried about losing that spirit stone?" Before Chen Guang could respond, she slapped her forehead. "I'm really stupid. Why would you care about a few small stones? Lu Yunqi, let's go. Your brother Chen is sponsoring us. Let's go eat some good food." With that, she grabbed Lu Yunqi and dashed out, as if afraid Chen Guang would change his mind. On the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, Chen Guang woke up on a bed that was about 10 feet wide on the 6th floor of the farmhouse. Outside the window, the sound of firecrackers was sharp and continuous, mingling with the shouts from the last day of the Wanbao fair that crept in through the cracks. The soundproofing array was not activated, and he enjoyed listening to the lively sounds outside, the laughter of children chasing each other in the streets, the hawking of vendors clearing their goods, and the storytelling drifting from the nearby tea houses, all layering together in just the right amount of bustling noise. After several days of continuous work in the cave abode, his mind remained tense, and having not slept for a long time, he finally drifted off, while listening to the sporadic sounds of firecrackers outside. After lying for a moment, he got up, performed a cleansing spell, changed into a loose robe made of frost silk, and pushed open the bedroom door, walking towards the window. The window on the 6th floor faced Qingwu Street, with a complete wall of Yuniying crystal extending from the floor to the ceiling. By the window stood the rocking chair he brought from Wanxiao City, its armrests polished to a smooth luster. He sat in the rocking chair, took out the 9-pupil sky-viewing mirror from his storage bracelet, and probed his divine sense into it, casually adjusting it, as the mirror began to sweep aimlessly from the east. Today was the last day of the Wanbao Fair, and vendors were working hard to clear their goods. At the Spiritual Beast stall on Tianshu Street, a fluffy snow weasel cub tumbled out of a bamboo basket and rolled onto the ground, causing the stall owner to hurriedly reach for it, while several female cultivators watching burst into laughter. At the entrance of Tianxian Street, someone was performing the thread-spinning technique. 10 fingers each manipulated a line of spiritual light, with colored balls at the ends transforming in the air into the shapes of birds and beasts, captivating the children, who gazed up in wonder. The spiritual fruit stall on Tianquan Street was packed with people. The stall owner piled the last few baskets of red fruits and jade oranges on the table, next to which stood a wooden sign that read, "Buy 3 get 1 free." The healing trees by the street were adorned with auspicious knots made from threads of spiritual light interspersed with tiny spirit stones. During the day they appeared dull, but by evening they transformed into a warm and soft sea of light. The spiritual pattern lanterns had been replaced with a new round hanging brightly above every household, stretching from the beginning of the street to its end, resembling countless glowing dragons in winter slumber. The mirror inadvertently swept past a few casual cultivators chatting at a street corner, one of whom was speaking in a lowered voice. Chen Guang had initially paid no mind, but caught a crucial phrase with his divine sense. "You don't know the dance of the Qingyun fairy last night that sheer gauze skirt once she stood on stage, her waist, her legs, her chest. The fabric could barely contain it. When she bent, the eyes of those male cultivators in the audience nearly popped out. Stop, if you keep talking I won't be able to sleep tonight." "Not being able to sleep is just fine. There's another performance tonight. I heard her outfit is even thinner and more beautiful than yesterday's. Are you going?" "Of course I'm going." How beautiful the Qingyun fairy is, Chen Guang remembered, thinking he might catch a glimpse of the performance if he had time tonight. The mirror continued to scan, inadvertently sweeping over the Ninghua Manor in the west of the city. He had intended to move away, but found himself sliding back to it. Deep within Ninghua Manor, there was an independent pavilion surrounded by solid blocks of xianlite crystal. From the outside, it appeared to be an inconspicuous 2-story building with an array, but before the 9-pupil sky-viewing mirror, it was as if it did not exist. Inside the pavilion, there was no one but Pei Yuning. Today she was not wearing palace attire, but a costume he had never seen before. On her upper body, she wore only a short white corset made of extremely thin ice silkworm dark threads tightly wrapping around her chest, outlining a full silhouette. The hem of the corset barely covered her majestic peaks, revealing a slender taut waist with a tiny red jade bead embedded above her navel, swaying slightly with her movements. On her lower body, she wore a matching sheer skirt, the white fabric short enough to cover only the tops of her thighs, with a semi-transparent layer beneath it revealing her long, delicate, and fair legs that seemed to appear and disappear. Her bare feet pressed against the dark wooden floor with 2 loops of fine gold chains tied around her ankles, jingling softly with each step. She was dancing. There were no musicians, no backup dancers, only a small spirit stone in the corner casting a faint light that enveloped her. Her arms slowly unfolded, the fingers from her fingertips to her wrists gently trembling, as if an invisible hand were guiding her movements. Her right leg slowly lifted, toes pointed, and the sheer skirt slid down her thigh, revealing the entirety of her fair and long leg. She held this pose for a moment, then slowly leaned back, causing the corset to tighten further, the contours of her chest becoming even more defined. One hand supported her on the ground, while the other slowly traced along her waistline, her fingertips pausing for an instant at her collarbone, before continuing up her neck, and finally resting at her lips. Suddenly, she turned her body, lying on the wooden floor, one leg bent and sliding forward, while the other leg stretched backward, her waist sinking and her hips slightly raised. She glanced back over her shoulder. From that angle, Chen Guang felt she seemed to be looking directly at the mirror, her eyes slightly upturned, filled with a mix of languor and wildness, her lips slightly parted, breath heavier than before. Then she stood and twirled her skirt, flying up, revealing a large expanse of her fair inner thigh. The spinning grew faster, the sound of bells ringing in a chorus. Then she abruptly stopped, kneeling on one knee, one hand resting on her knee, while the other was raised high, her fingers tracing an arc in the air, before slowly descending to rest on her exposed shoulder. She held this position, her chest gently rising and falling, fine beads of sweat forming at her temples, trickling down her neck, sliding over her collarbone, and disappearing into the neckline of her corset. Chen Guang watched for a long time, only moving the mirror away when it ended. This sixth princess, dignified and majestic in court, who would have thought she could dance like this alone in a pavilion dressed like this? He picked up the tea that Muyu had just delivered, and took a sip. The tea had already cooled just right to quell the heat. Muyu approached with a tray holding a purple clay teapot, and a few plates of freshly made pastries. After placing the teacup down, she did not leave, but stood by the rocking chair, her fingers gently resting on his shoulder, kneading. Her fingertips were warm and soft, and the calming spiritual energy seeped into the muscles of his neck and shoulders. Chen Guang leaned against the back of the chair, his whole body relaxing. He also came over, kneeling on the mat at his feet, placing a fruit platter on the tea table, and beginning to peel oranges. Her movements were swift as she peeled the oranges, the white pith being carefully removed, and the orange segments neatly arranged in a small dish. She remained silent while doing this, occasionally picking a segment of orange and bringing it to Chen Guang's lips. He opened his mouth to receive it, and she then lowered her head to continue peeling the next one. Muyu's fingers continued to knead his shoulder slowly, and he offered another segment. They exchanged a glance, and then simultaneously looked away. The sound of firecrackers outside grew denser, and the sky gradually darkened. The light of the spiritual pattern lanterns lit up one by one, spreading out from Qingwu Street to all directions, enveloping the entire Haojing city in a luminous net. The spiritual light knots on the healing trees began to glow, a warm and soft sea of light flowing between the streets. In the distance, the voices on the long street of the Wanbao Fair grew louder, with the night market on the last day proving to be even more lively than during the day. Vendors were selling their last stock, some were haggling over prices, while others hurried home with their newly bought goods. A few had set up makeshift grills by the roadside, the charcoal fire casting a warm glow on their faces. Fireworks had already begun to be set off in the plaza, bursting one after another, red, green, and purple, illuminating half the sky. The spiritual bells on several nearby towers rang simultaneously, their sound distant and lingering, blending with the firecracker explosions and the clamor of the crowd, the festive atmosphere thick as a pot of freshly brewed tusu wine. Footsteps echoed from the stairway as Yu walked in, raising an eyebrow. Young master, a single person from the Panshur sect Meng Shana, has arrived. Chen Guang put away the mirror into his storage bracelet, sat up from the rocking chair. Muyu gathered her hair, and he put down the orange dish to wipe her mouth, both stepping aside. Please come up and bring the dishes as well. Prepare an extra set of chopsticks. Chen Guang stood up from the rocking chair and adjusted his clothing. Another firework rose outside, the golden flames bursting in midair, illuminating a large area of the street. I also want to thank all the brothers and sisters, no matter what gift it is, encouragement for the author. The author's support post had some issues, as this is my first time writing a book and I didn't know I had to set it up myself. It should be fine in the next day or two. Thank you again. Meng Shanha followed Yu up to the 6th floor, and upon entering, he cupped his fist towards the figure by the window, saying, "Young Master Chen, I apologize for the intrusion." Chen Guang smiled and welcomed him. "Friend Meng, you are too polite. Please have a seat." Only then did Meng Shanha lift his gaze to survey the surroundings. The entire wall was adorned with cloud crystal windows through which the thousands of lights of Haojing stretched from below to the horizon. Snowflakes danced in the sea of light, and by the window stood a round table, where two extraordinarily beautiful fairies were arranging the last few porcelain dishes, with a warmed wine jug resting on the incense burner, from which a faint white vapor was rising. The dishes on the table were already arranged at the center, a deep plate of blue porcelain, holding a braised turtle in a rich sauce. The skirt edges simmered to a lustrous sheen, so gelatinous that the tip of a chopstick lightly touched it, and it quivered slightly. Beside it lay a dish of red oil pig ears, sliced as thin as paper, translucent, with the crispy bones glistening under the light. The wood-fired duck was freshly roasted, its skin a deep red and crisp, cut into willow leaf strips on a white porcelain plate, served with sweet bean sauce, shredded scallions, and thin pancakes. Next to it, the sweet and sour carp had its tail raised, the fish body carved with peony patterns fried to a golden crisp, the sweet and sour sauce bright and thick. Garlic-infused eel segments were placed in a shallow clay pot, with the eel backs sliced into inch-long pieces cooked together with whole cloves of garlic, the eel meat glossy and springy, dissolving upon a gentle bite. A dish of pepper and salt ribs was fried to a fragrant crisp, the edges of the bones slightly charred. Ferns stir-fried with cured meat were made from dried ferns, sun-dried by Qinghe, rehydrated in warm water, and stir-fried with fatty pork, the aroma rich. There were also garlic vermicelli, steamed scallops, crab meat, lion's head. The table was filled with 17 or 18 hot and cold dishes, all made from third-tier ingredients, as cups and plates intermingled the wine jug of Qingzhou brew, wafting a delicate bamboo leaf fragrance. However, the most enticing was the Buddha jumps over the wall, an open-mouthed large clay pot, the golden and thick soup inside quivering slightly, so gelatinous it was almost congealed, a whole 7-star, 9-pour abalone resting atop the soup's surface, its edges shimmering amber, slices of black jade, sea cucumber, diagonally submerged layers of chicken mushrooms, sun and moonshell white frost pigeon eggs, and red-horned rhinoceros tendons piled at the bottom of the pot, and when the ladle stirred, hidden beneath lay soft, tender, short-tailed rock feet, and mushrooms soaked in the soup, the steam rising infused with the aroma of wine. "Sit, it's New Year's Eve, let's eat first, and chat while we eat." Chen Guang sat down in the main seat, picked up his chopsticks, and pointed to the plate of braised turtle, and the pot of Buddha jumps over the wall. "Feel free to drink abundantly, without holding back." Meng Shanha looked at the large pot of Buddha jumps over the wall, momentarily silent, as he took his seat across from him. Mu Yu and Qinghe accompanied him on either side while Yu Yi poured a glass of wine for each of them, and sat down beside them. Meng Shanha picked up a piece of turtle skirt, and put it in his mouth. It was sticky, smooth, and rich. After chewing a couple of times, he nodded. "This shows the skill. Qinghe specializes in this." Chen Guang picked up a slice of red oil pig ear himself, the crispy bones crunching loudly. "The roasted duck is Mu Ye's specialty. You should give it a try." Meng Shanha rolled up a thin pancake, and took a bite. The duck oil melted on his tongue. After finishing a piece of pepper and salt ribs, he set down his chopsticks, and raised his wine glass. "Young Master Chen mentioned the matter of the cultivation infant pill in his transmission, inviting me tonight. I presume there is a main topic to discuss." Chen Guang raised his wine glass, and clinked it with his. "Actually, we can be considered half fellow townsmen. I lived in Wanxiao City for a while, and heard of your deeds. You made it to the finals of the Tao Discussion Conference, which is quite remarkable for a loose cultivator. I invited you here today, because I genuinely want to make a friend." Meng Shanhe waved his hand. "Young Master Chen flatters me. I didn't stay long in Wanxiao City, so I don't dare to claim a connection with you. Reaching the finals at the Tao Discussion Conference also involved a degree of luck, but I would be more than happy to be friends with young Master Chen. Luck is also a part of strength. Friend Meng, what was your intention in participating in this Tao Discussion Conference, fame or fortune?" Meng Shanhe answered directly, "Both. Fame is to repay the favor of the Panshur sect. The higher my ranking, the further their name spreads, and the more resources they obtain. Fortune is for that top-grade cultivation infant pill. I am not worried about the transformation into the nascent soul, but the road ahead is still long. Lacking a good pill to pave the way means missing a step could lead to a lifetime of regret." After saying that, he smiled. "I may have spoken a bit presumptuously, though I hope young Master Chen doesn't find it laughable." "Not at all presumptuous. With your talent and strength, nothing is impossible." Chen Guang finished speaking, and took out a jade bottle from his storage bracelet, placing it on the table, and pushing it over. The bottle was smooth and warm, and the patterns of the top-grade cultivation infant pill glimmered faintly through the bottle wall. "This top-grade cultivation infant pill is a gift for you, just as a gesture of friendship. Don't overthink it. Oh, I have no demands of you. Consider." Chen Guang found it quite interesting to casually invest in a person who appeared to be the protagonist, and he had asked Yu Yi to investigate Meng Shanhe, finding no significant issues, so he felt it was fine to befriend him. Meng Shanhe looked at the jade bottle, remaining silent for a moment. Outside, the sound of firecrackers crackled thickly. He had no reason to refuse, so he reached out to pick up the jade bottle, examined it in his palm, then raised his wine glass, and solemnly toasted to Chen Guang. "Such a great favor deserves gratitude. I Meng will remember this kindness from young Master Chen." After downing his drink, Chen Guang also finished a glass in return, and picked up his chopsticks to grab a piece of sweet and sour carp. "Friend, you have come a long way. Is your sword technique self-taught, or did someone teach you?" Meng Shanhe set down his wine glass, and pondered where to start. "I am an orphaness since I can remember. I have lived with an old man who gathered herbs. The old man was a mortal collecting medicinal herbs on the back mountain of the village to exchange for spirit coins. Later, a cultivator passed through the village, and said I had spiritual roots, so the old man took all the spirit coins he had saved over half a lifetime, and sent me to a small sect. The sect was not large and fell apart in a few years, and the old man also passed away. During those years as a loose cultivator, I did everything. Tending to medicinal fields, moving goods, running errands. Until one time, I went into the mountains to gather herbs, and was targeted by enemies. I fled into a poison mist forest, stepped into thin air, and fell off a cliff, but luckily, there was a hidden river at the bottom of the cliff. I fell into the river, and was washed into a cave. By chance, I found an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. At the entrance, there was a testing formation. By coincidence, I broke the formation, and learned that the cave's owner was a senior expert named Luo Chun. After breaking the formation, I obtained a notebook and some pills. The sword technique was passed down in the notebook. I cultivated in the cave for a few years, and broke through to foundation establishment, achieving minor success with the sword technique, then came out to wander again. I traveled through most of the Great Zhou Kingdom, having mined a few marked small mines from the notebook, experiencing both poverty and wealth, and thus cultivated to the golden core stage. Later, I arrived in Wanxiao City, and befriended people from the Panshur sect, and that led me to Hagjing. What a leap into adventure. And they say you are not the protagonist." He paused in his narration, seeming to hesitate whether to continue, then he chuckled, and took a large sip from his wine glass. "There's a part of my experience that isn't too dignified." He glanced at Chen Guang. "Feel free to share, my friend." Not long after reaching Foundation establishment, I stayed in a small town called Luoyan City north of Wanxia City, where I met a female cultivator. We were together for over half a year. Later, a young master from a golden core family in the city took a fancy to her, and she became lost in the flattering words of that second-generation heir. That family may not count for much in Hagjing, but in a place like Luoyan City, they were everything. She came to find me saying we were not suitable, and that she wanted to pursue her future. She said I was too simple-minded. That young master could provide her with pills and techniques to elevate her family's status in the city, while all I could offer was a mere promise of things will get better in the future. She chose that path, and I had nothing to say. As she left, I made a bold proclamation at the city gate: do not underestimate the youth in poverty. I will return. He shook his head, a self-deprecating tone in his voice. I was young then, thinking I was the most wronged in the world. Later, during the late golden core stage, I passed through Luoyan City and stopped by. Back then, I felt that door was insurmountably high. Seeing it again this time, it was nothing special, and I never returned again. Seeing through it is good, Yu-E rarely interjected. I saw through it long ago. Meng Shanha raised his wine glass. People live for themselves, not for someone else. What happened hundreds of years ago now makes me feel I was just being pretentious back then. He paused as if recalling something. In that notebook of Luo Chun, there is a phrase I still remember: to know the principle is the law, to understand its changes is to be the tool. The Tao is under your feet, not on a tablet. After wandering for hundreds of years, the more I ponder, the more profound it becomes. The sword technique follows this principle, and so does being human. The Tao is under your feet, not on a tablet. Yu-E repeated it, holding her wine glass thoughtfully. This phrase sees through things. The clan rules of the Yu family are carved on a tablet, and even after thousands of years they have still vanished without a trace. It is easy to say, but few can truly achieve it. She raised her glass to clink against Meng Shan's glass. What you can express means you truly understand it. It took me hundreds of years to realize this myself. Meng Shanha smiled, clinking glasses with Yu-E. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair, watching Meng Shanha with admiration. This was truly the protagonist's story. An adventure from falling off a cliff, breaking up with a girlfriend, a youthful vow, and now returning in glory, all completed by him. Who could be more thrilling than you? Oh wait, I seem to be enjoying it even more than he is. Well, that's fine. Yu-E refilled the wine for the two, and Meng Shanha raised his glass, looking at Chen Guang. Young Master Chen, your farm is located in the most bustling area of Hagjing, yet the prices are much lower than those at the Immortal Pavilion. To be honest, when I first returned, I was quite skeptical. After spending a long time in the cultivation world, I always felt that cheap goods were never good. But later I bought a jar of Qingzhu brew, and after the first sip, I realized how narrow-minded I had been. Sometimes people are trapped by their own limitations, which has nothing to do with their realm. Chen Guang raised his glass to clink with him. That statement is worth a toast. The two green porcelain cups clinked together, and outside another burst of fireworks erupted, golden light spilling through the cloud crystal windows onto the table. Yu-E also raised her glass, saying that the first lesson she learned from the Yu family was to never underestimate any business. Her grandfather dealt with loose cultivators and never looked down on them based on their realms. After the Yu family fell, this principle was remembered even more firmly. Meng Shanha nodded in response, not offering any words of consolation. The cultivation world has never lacked talent. What it lacks are those willing to lower their pride. Muyu brought new warm wine for the group, while Qinghe brought a dish of freshly made osmanthus sticky rice lotus. Outside, the snow had stopped, and the bell tower lit up with the glow of the New Year's Eve. On the streets below, a group of children were setting off fireworks, a long string of red lights darting down the street, laughter echoing from afar. The bells also rang heavily, resonating from the spirit bell tower one after another, a total of 12 chimes. The spirit bells of Hagjing rang almost simultaneously, blending with the sounds of firecrackers, marking the true arrival of the new year. Chen Guang raised his wine glass. A new year, a new beginning. Let's drink to this cup. The road ahead is boundless. Several people raised their glasses simultaneously, the 5 porcelain cups lightly clinking on the table, ringing pleasantly. Meng Shanha leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. It has been a long time since I've eaten like this. Come by whenever you have the time in the future, Chen Guang said. The door to the farm is always open, regardless of whether you are in Hagjing or not. I will definitely come, Meng Shanha said, looking at the city filled with lights, gently placing his wine glass on the table. The porcelain cup clinked against the wooden table, making a very soft, crisp sound, merging with another burst of fireworks shooting up outside, blending into the New Year's Eve night. After the New Year's Eve, Chen Guang had been staying at the farm for half a month, practicing drawing symbols and adjusting the ink jade every day. Occasionally, he would use the Nine Eyes mirror to take a look around Hagjing to relieve boredom, and life was plain yet comfortable. A couple of days ago, the disciples from the Panshir sect delivered a thank you note from Meng Shanha, along with a few jars of the sect's homemade spirit wine, stating that he had entered seclusion and would visit formally after. Before long, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. At dusk, Chen Guang changed into a blue and white long robe, and set out with Qing He and Muyu to see the Lantern Festival at Qiandangfang in the south of the city. The festival would run from the 14th to the 16th day, lighting up for 3 days and nights without extinguishing. This time he did not invite anyone else to enjoy some alone time. The cloud boat descended outside Qiandangfang as it was too crowded inside, and flying was prohibited. Muyu stepped off the boat first, and turned back to lend Chen Guang a hand. Today she wore a long dress of deep black, the fabric extremely thin, clinging to her body like water. The neckline was cut low, revealing a large expanse of fair skin beneath her collarbone, while the tight skirt accentuated her curves, making the deep cleavage even more alluring. The skirt suddenly tightened from the waist downward, outlining a full waist-hip curve with the slit on the right side reaching the thigh. As she walked, the hem of the skirt would flutter intermittently, revealing her long, straight legs. She wore a blank expression, her phoenix eyes slightly downcast, exuding an air of coldness that deterred strangers, yet her ample figure was an irresistible invitation. Qing He stepped down from the cloud boat on the other side. She wore a sky-blue wide-sleeved flowing dress, the neckline perfectly fitted, tied at the waist with a moonlight white ribbon. Her hair was styled into a high bun with a set of jade hairpins, neat and tidy, and small jade beads dangled from her earlobes. She appeared modest, yet exuded a dignified and gentle demeanor. The two of them followed Chen Guang closely, and just as they took a step forward, an elderly man in front who was picking a lantern tilted the lantern in his hand by half an inch. The spirit light almost ignited the lantern paper, and he only came back to his senses after his companion slapped him on the back. These two young ladies, one is cold and enchanting while the other is dignified. Whose young master is this bringing out two such maidens? A companion teased in a low voice. Chen Guang did not turn around the corner of his mouth, slightly curling up. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The main street of Qiandangfang was vast, with lanterns lining both sides, stretching all the way to the horizon. Most of the lanterns hanging under the eaves were four-cornered lanterns, each containing a phantom of a celestial being riding a sword. When the celestial figure turned to the back of the lantern, the sword tip glimmered, and when it turned back, the sword was already sheathed just like a living person. On the stone pillars by the roadside hung glazed beast lanterns with the wick made of a cluster of spiritual flames. The light from the flames passed through the hollowed, glazed cover and projected onto the ground, where luminous deer, cranes, tigers, and leopards dashed about. With a breeze, the beasts would silently run away. Suspended in midair were lotus sky lanterns, each inscribed with tiny floating formations. Every 15 minutes the petals would change color, transitioning from moonlight white to soft pink, then to pale gold, resembling countless flowers slowly breathing in the sky from a distance. There were also octagonal copper bell lanterns hanging from the eaves of every lantern tower. The copper bells swayed gently in the night wind, and with each chime a faint ripple of spirit light spread across the lantern wall, creating a harmonious blend of sound and light, enveloping the entire street in resonating illumination. The cultivation world had developed for countless millennia with endless creativity. Even a simple annual lantern festival left Chen Guang dazzled, overwhelmed, and amazed. The most eye-catching was the 30-zhang tall lantern tower in the center of the street, constructed from countless palm-sized, ice-patterned glazed tiles. No framework was used between the tiles. They were suspended solely by strands of spiritual light, cascading layer by layer from the top to the bottom, resembling a luminous waterfall flowing down from the heavens. Each piece of glazed tile was intricately carved with living creatures. Qing Luan spreading its wings, golden carp flicking its tail, black tortoise raising its head, and charming foxes glancing back. Under the influence of spiritual light, they flickered in alternation. As the Qing Luan dimmed, the golden carp lit up, and as the golden carp dimmed, the black tortoise glowed, forming a silent cycle under the night sky. The small stalls along the street were also not to be overlooked. Some sold origami lanterns made into fist-sized rabbits, sparrows, etc., with a small segment of spirit stones stuffed inside. Once placed on the ground, they would hop around, and 3 or 5 of them together looked like they were fighting for food. Others sold water shadow lanterns, where a bull-sized porcelain bowl held half a bowl of spirit spring water. A cluster of spirit light floated on the surface, within which tiny phantom pavilions floated, complete with bridges, pavilions, and boats with little figures occasionally standing to push a bamboo pole. Chen Guang could not refuse such small trinkets, and with a wave of his hand, he bought them all. The street was packed with people, mostly cultivators. Chi refiners and foundation establishment practitioners accounted for the majority, with a fair number of golden core practitioners, and occasionally a nascent soul elder would pass. Muyu stopped in front of a stall selling spirit fruits, purchasing a bag of purple crystal grapes and a small jar of honeyed plums. She picked a grape and brought it to Chen Guang's mouth. While he was looking down to see if there were any other rare fruits on the stall, he naturally turned to accept it. After chewing a couple of bites, he pointed to a basket of candied hawthorn at the corner of the stall and mumbled, "Get a bag of this too." Qing, he had already pinched a plum and handed it over, and Chen Guang opened his mouth to take it. An onlooker also picking spirit fruits witnessed this scene and nearly dropped the fruit in his hand. The female cultivator beside him glanced at where he was looking, then looked down at her half-eaten luminous pear, shoving it into his hand, and scolded, "What are you looking at? Do you want me to feed you?" As they moved forward, passing by a small suspended lantern tower, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted. Chen Guang looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a large crowd gathered around an open space where a young male cultivator in a bright red brocade robe stood. He was at the late stage of golden core, and his robe was embroidered with golden cloud patterns topped with a golden crown. He held a rose made of spirit light in his hand, loudly confessing to a female cultivator in the crowd. "Lin Fairy, ever since I saw you at the invitation of Immortal's pavilion last month, I, Zhao Yuanlong, have been sleepless day and night. Today, as the flowers bloom and the moon is full, I present this spirit light rose as proof." "Here we go again." Someone in the crowd stifled a laugh. "How many times has it been this month?" 3 or 4 times, right? On the first day, he was cut by a female cultivator from the Moon God sect in the east of the city. On the 5th, he was ignored by the Han family. On the 10th, he blocked a nascent soul elder from out of town at the invitation of Immortal's pavilion, and it was already good that he wasn't killed. How does he still have the courage? After all, he is a direct descendant of the Transformation God family, and you don't understand him. Every time he is rejected, he drinks all night at the Ziyu pavilion, and the next day, he can fully recover. Besides, his standards are really high. The ones he has taken a liking to are either fairy maidens from major powers, or high-level nascent soul elders. If he's rejected, he doesn't pester them, just squats on the street, drinking his sorrows away, and then continues on. What a big shot. Zhao Yuanlong, unaffected by the surrounding discussions, raised his voice even higher. "My betrothal gift is ready. 1 million spirit stones, and 3 4th-grade magic weapons. I only ask for a chance from the fairy." The Lin Fairy felt uncomfortable under the crowd's gaze, and after trying to speak several times, she was drowned out by his even louder voice, her smile starting to falter. At that moment, a commotion arose from across the street, as a young female cultivator in a light pink long dress pushed through the crowd and charged in, aiming a palm at Zhao Yuanlang's chest. "Zhao Yuanlang, the flowers you sent to my sister this morning are still on the table, and now you are here to confess to someone else." Zhao Yuanlang was caught off guard, and stumbled. The spirit light rose flying out of his hand, landing perfectly on a nearby lotus sky lantern, scorching the petals and damaging the lantern. The onlookers erupted with laughter. Some pulled out recording stones to capture the scene, while others laughed and held onto their lanterns. The Lin Fairy felt as if she had been pardoned, quickly thanking the rushing female cultivator, and took the opportunity to slip away from the crowd, while Zhao Yuanlang was still flustered. As soon as Zhao Yuanlang got up from the ground, he was grabbed by 2 sturdy female cultivators, one on each side, and dragged away. His golden crown was askew on his ears, still shouting, "I'll pay for the lantern. I want to pay for the lantern. Don't pull me away." He watched the whole scene and turned to Chen Guang, asking, "Young master, why doesn't he ever confirm whether the other party has someone they like first?" "Because he doesn't care." Chen Guang smiled as he watched Zhao Yuanlang's retreating figure. "What he wants is this feeling he enjoys playing around. The only reason he is still alive is because of his status." After wandering for a while, Mu Yu suddenly sent a voice transmission. Following her gaze, Chen Guang saw a small art stall set up under an old parasol tree at the end of the main street. The stall was quite inconspicuous, with no shelves or signs, only a few spirit light paintings casually hung from the branches of the parasol tree. The frames, made of spirit light dark iron, wood engraved with very traditional solid formation patterns. The stall owner was an old man with white hair and beard, sitting on a bamboo chair, half closing his eyes, holding a purple clay teapot, occasionally taking a sip, appearing relaxed, as if he were sunbathing in his own courtyard, completely unlike someone there to do business. "What is the background of this old man?" Yes transmission lightly sounded again. "Midstage refining void." Chen Guang paused for a moment. On the surface, there were only the royal family and the Qiyuan temple that had refining void real people in Haijing. This old man was most likely some ancestor of the royal family coming to enjoy. He had several thousand Taoist puppets lying in his storage bracelet, so he wasn't afraid of a midstage refining void practitioner. The few paintings were indeed good, not just ordinary. He did not want to give them up. He approached the art stall nonchalantly, his gaze falling upon those paintings. The rightmost painting depicted a sea with the surface of the water being stirred by the wind, waves rising and crashing towards the shore. Just as a wave reached its peak, a koan rose from the water, transforming into a pung in midair, its wings slowly unfurling from its body, every feather distinctly visible. At the moment the pung flapped its wings, the entire surface of the sea dipped down dozens of zhang, and the waves were pushed apart in all directions by an invisible blast of air. Next to it was a painting of a snow peak with a large waterfall cascading down its front, the water crashing against the rocks, creating fine water mist, occasionally flashing with faint rainbow light. On the left side of the great waterfall, a thin stream was partially obscured by mist, When the wind blew, the mist cleared, revealing the stream, only for the wind to stop and the mist to swallow it back. Further left on a more distant mountain wall, several extremely fine, white lines could be vaguely seen hidden within the contour of the entire mountain range. This painting contained more than just that waterfall. Hidden elsewhere were fine streams and gullies waiting for someone to discover. At the foot of the mountain lay a vast dense forest, the treetops swaying slightly in the wind. Occasionally a bird would dart out from the canopy. The world within the painting was connected to the outside. As the wind blew through the street, the trees in the painting swayed along with it. Moonlight fell on the frame, giving the snow peak in the painting a... The third painting depicted a bamboo forest where the bamboo leaves rustled in the wind. Deep within the forest, a bluestone path wound toward a bamboo house partially hidden in the bamboo shadows. The second floor of the bamboo house had a half-open window, sometimes lit and sometimes dark. When lit, one could vaguely see shadows moving inside. When dark, only the shadows of bamboo leaves danced on the paper. Wildflowers, both purple and white, grew on either side of the path, and when the wind blew, petals fell like rain, falling and blooming again. How much are these 3 pieces? The old man set down the purple clay teapot, glanced at Chen Guang and the 2 ladies behind him, his gaze lingering on Qing, he and Muyu for a moment before he squinted again. I don't sell for spirit stones, it's a test of eyesight. The old man gestured towards the snow peak painting. Count how many waterfalls are in the painting, and you can randomly pick one to take away free of charge. That's quite special. Well, it seems that even old monsters like this one enjoy doing things uniquely when selling stuff. Chen Guang stood in front of the snow peak painting. The sound of the main waterfall was heavy and rushing down, while the thin stream on the left was mostly obscured by mist. Even further, there were several thinner white lines hidden among the folds of the mountain and the shadows of the trees, waiting for the moonlight to angle in a specific direction to distinguish them from the surroundings. 11 places, he said. The old man nodded and scrutinized Chen Guang again. Your eyesight is quite good. It's the painting that's good. Chen Guang replied, I want all 3 of these. Senior, please name your price. What a joke. How could he possibly discern the value of paintings from the refining void? He wasn't the kind of traditional novel protagonist like Meng Shanha. It was Muyu who told him, and since Muyu was his, it was equivalent to him realizing it himself. Perfect. The old man took a sip from the purple clay teapot, thought for a long time, as if searching for a suitable place for these paintings. Finally, he set the teapot down and waved his hand as if making a decision. All 3 are for you, little friend. Just cover the cost of materials, 100 mid-grade spirit stones. If it were someone else, they would definitely think it was a scam, but those who knew the value understood that this was indeed the cost price. Chen Guang said nothing more and took out a spirit ticket to him. Qing He and Muyu stepped forward to take down the 3 paintings from the parasol branches, carefully wrapping them up with the soft cloth handed over by the old man. The old man watched them pack up, taking another sip of tea, and resumed squinting. Once the 3 of them had walked far into the crowd of Qian Dang Feng, the old man slowly opened his eyes, looking thoughtfully in their direction. That young master was the owner of the Huaxiao farm, last year's most prominent junior in Haijing. He certainly recognized him. The 2 women behind him with his mid-stage refining void eyesight, he could clearly see that they were both puppets, at least at the level of the transformation god. The one in black was likely a refining void celestial puppet. This young man's background was even more profound than he had previously imagined. He took another sip from the purple clay teapot, muttering to himself, interesting, and leaned back into the bamboo chair, no longer thinking about it. The distant clock tower struck 12 times. The moon rose to its zenith, round and bright, the cold moonlight mixed with the layers of lights in Xindangfang. Countless river lanterns drifted on the river surface beneath the bridge. From above, it looked like stars had been inverted and dumped into the water. In the distance, fireworks were constantly being set off in the streets, blooming in gold, silver, red, and purple against the night sky. Qing He and Muyu walked side by side behind Chen Guang, the blue-clad one dignified and gentle, while the black-skirted one was cold and alluring. Amid the street full of lights, they gradually walked farther away, drawing the gaze of countless men and women. Returning to Zizai residence, he first recorded the 3 paintings for future use. The 3 spirit light paintings were hung respectively on the walls of the terrace, the cultivation room, and the bedroom. The snow peak painting in the cultivation room faced the meditation cushion, with the waterfall's mist lingering in the gentle glow of the gathering spirit array. The bamboo forest painting on the terrace swayed gently in the night wind, harmonizing with the rustling of the real bamboo outside the courtyard wall, while the sea painting in the bedroom faced the head of the bed, where the Kuan would leap from the sea bottom as the moon rose to its zenith, completing a silent transformation into a pung within the painting. After the Lantern Festival, Chen Guang returned to Zizai residence. Qing He hung 3 pieces of spiritual light paintings and tidied up a pile of trinkets bought from the festival, while Muyu placed the remaining half-bag of purple crystal grapes on the small table on the terrace. Chen Guang lay back in the rocking chair, tossing a grape into his mouth as distant fireworks crackled sporadically, marking the official end of the Lantern Festival. For the next half-month life returned to its usual rhythm with daily meditation and cultivation. His mid-golden core realm progressed a few more levels, and the purple halo golden core in his dantian slowly spun, gradually solidifying and expanding. Following the medicinal bath regimen, he visualized accordingly, and the talismans broke through from second-tier premium to third-tier inferior. After wasting over 100 sheets of talisman paper, he finally succeeded in creating the first third-tier inferior Shinkai talisman. The puppet refining was not neglected either. The array patterns on the ankle joints of the black jade were adjusted once more, making his walking posture more natural than it had been the previous year. On the third day of the second month, Yu visited Zizai's residence. She sat down on the stone bench opposite Chen Guang, placing a jade slip in the center of the stone table. Young master, the farm's accounts for last year have been compiled. The annual revenue amounts to over 1.3 million middle-grade spirit stones. Various expenditures and salaries account for about 30, leaving over 1 million in surplus on the books. She paused here. However, this surplus cannot be counted, as over 90 of the farm's products were directly allocated by you, young master, with no procurement costs involved. Although the books look good, it's hard to determine whether it's a profit or a loss. Given this selling method, how could it possibly be profitable? The surplus on the books is simply because there was almost no procurement, and most goods were directly sold to the farm by Chen Guang after being replicated. Chen Guang leaned back in the rocking chair and waved his hand. Whether it's profitable or not is not important. The farm was never intended to make spirit stones. Just keep good records and continue to circulate the remaining surplus on the books. Yu nodded, refraining from asking further questions. Given her young master's extravagant nature, he was not afraid of losses. Chen Guang took out the 1000 machine spirit seal from his storage bracelet. This spirit seal had just been upgraded from yellow rank B to a last year. The seal itself was still a warm azure color, though slightly darker than before, with its surrounding spirit patterns being more complex than when it was at rank B, casting a faint azure trace in the sunlight. The yellow rank A1000 machine spirit seal had a storage limit of 100 million middle-grade spirit stones. Only a few of these were in the possession of the top leaders of the top transformation forces in Beijing. Yu also possessed an A-rank seal, and the one specifically for the farm was also of a rank. When it lightly touched Yu's spirit seal, the spirit pearl in the mouth of the Pishio shone simultaneously, a flash of azure light appearing. I ordered a few items from Wantongxian Pavilion before the new year with an agreement for delivery after the new year. Please run an errand for me, pay the remaining balance, and retrieve the items: a mystic gold longevity fruit and a vial of 5th-tier spirit amber liquid. Yu nodded in agreement, took the spirit seal, and then left. 2 days later, on the 5th day of the second month, Yu returned to Zizai's residence with 2 sealed spirit boxes. The sunlight was just right on the terrace, and the pot of pink heart flowers that had been brought over from Qingshu City was blooming with a new batch of flowers. The pale pink petals were thin enough to let light through, curling slightly at the edges, gently trembling in the wind. This pot of flowers had accompanied Chen Guang for several years, and he had never been willing to throw it away despite its long journey. Recently, he specifically bought a bottle of nourishing spirit liquid for spiritual plants from the Immortal Pavilion and added a few drops, reviving the slightly wilted leaves. The flower buds were also forming more densely than usual, and with continued nourishment, it could thrive for another few thousand years without issue. Yu placed the 2 sealed spirit boxes on the stone table. Muyu poured a cup of tea and pushed it over. Yu picked it up and took a sip to moisten her throat. The goods personally delivered by Pavilion Master Lu cost 33 million middle-grade spirit stones for the mystic gold longevity fruit, and 3 middle-grade spirit stones for the 5th-tier spirit amber liquid. The remaining balance has been settled. Pavilion Master Lu said that if you still want a second longevity fruit, you will have to wait another 10 years. The production in the eastern Mingxi region is already low, and this batch is the largest in nearly 100 years. I understand. You may return to the farm now. Yu bowed and left the terrace. Chen Guang did not rush to examine the longevity fruit, instead picking up the dark green spirit amber liquid bottle. Removing the cork, the spirit amber liquid inside was completely transparent, with a faint amber hue. When gently shaken, the entire mass of liquid trembled softly, resembling a lump of jelly that had yet to solidify. He recorded it, as per the old rules, for future use. He had heard of this item by chance at the Wanbao conference, and had kept it in mind not for any other reason, but for his rocking chair. This chair was handmade by Chen Guang's father while he was still alive, featuring a bamboo strip backrest and a rattan seat cushion with the armrests polished to a shine. From Qingshu City to Wanxiao City, and from Wanxiao City to Beijing, he had sat in it for 2 or 3 years, never willing to replace it. However, rattan and bamboo were ultimately mundane materials. As his cultivation improved, he could easily break the chair if he wasn't careful, and even if it didn't break, it wouldn't last long. The spirit amber liquid could solve this problem perfectly, fundamentally upgrading the mundane material to a spiritual one without altering its appearance or texture, even preserving the roughness of the friction. There are many powerful figures in the cultivation world who have risen from humble beginnings, and they certainly have their share of mundane items. Spirit Amber Liquid was born out of this need. The world is vast and full of wonders. He wrapped the Spirit Amber Liquid with his divine sense and gently applied it to the chair. As the Spirit Amber Liquid touched the bamboo strips, it immediately seeped in, slowly spreading along the fibers. Wherever it passed, the surface of the bamboo strips gleamed with a faint amber sheen, flashing for a moment before sinking back down, returning to its original dark brown color. The patina remained, and the tiny cracks were still there. The two smooth areas on either side of the armrests polished by his fingers were unchanged. However, when he pressed his fingers down, he could feel a strong resilience in the bamboo fibers. The mortise and tenon joints between the rattan strips tightened again, making the entire chair feel as if it had been forcibly pulled back from the hands of time. He sat back and reclined. Creak. The sound was still the same, but the support felt distinctly different. The backrest that used to sag half an inch now stood firm. This creaking sound was something he had specifically confirmed with Pavilion Master Lu. Mundane items treated with Spirit Amber Liquid would still make the same sounds and have the same tactile sensations, only the material had been completely changed. Now this chair could withstand not just the weight of a golden core cultivator, but even a transformation cultivator sitting on it wouldn't break it. What a marvelous treasure. Qinghe, hearing the noise, turned her head to take a look. Your chair is still creaking. If it doesn't creak, it wouldn't be the same one. Chen Guang patted the armrest, satisfied, and then picked up the second sealed spirit box. As he opened the lid, a fist-sized spirit fruit lay quietly inside. The fruit's skin was pale gold with natural fine patterns on the surface. Each pattern pulsed slightly, as if the fruit was breathing on its own. The calyx was covered with 3 green sepals, the edges of which glimmered with a faint purple light. The entire fruit looked as if it had just been picked from the branch, still carrying the essence of morning dew. He first recorded it, then enhanced it. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. The 3 versions were recorded for future use. The final 1,000-fold enhancement version was separately cradled in his palm. After the white light dissipated, the breathing patterns on the fruit's skin were denser than the original version, and the purple light at the edges of the sepals was deeper. Other than that, there seemed to be no changes, but the system's records were not. Mystic Gold Longevity Fruit, after a 1,000-fold enhancement, can increase lifespan by 800 years upon refinement. Each person can consume a maximum of 3, cumulatively extending lifespan by 24000 years. Chen Guang stared at these words for quite a while. 80000 years. 24000 years. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Who could live for so long? It should be known that in the cultivation world, the lifespan of refining qi is 200 years, foundation establishment is 400 years, golden core is 100 years, nascent soul is 200 years, transformation is 400 years, refining void is 800 years, harmonization is 160 years, great ascension is 320 years, tribulation transcendence is 640 years, and he did not know the lifespan of higher immortals. However, even the second-tier tribulation transcendence figures in the vast world of 300 realms usually only have a lifespan of 640 years. This one fruit could allow a tribulation transcendence to live another lifetime. If 3 were consumed, that would be 24000 years. Who could resist such temptation? This further solidified Chen Guang's desire to live, not wanting to be discovered, as it would mean instant annihilation. Chen Guang suppressed his surging emotions and lay back in the rocking chair. The Great Zhou Kingdom was established for just over 7000 years. In the cultivation world, dynasties rise and fall, forces wax and wane, countless prodigies cultivate from refining qi to tribulation transcendence, exhausting all means to wrestle time from the heavens. The lifespan they fought for was still not as long as the time this fruit took to mature on the branch. And those once revered, true monarchs, elders, and tribulation transcendence would one day realize that the limits they pursued were merely a dish he could add to at any time. This is the true worth of the infinite system, not merely mountains of gold and silver or heaps of spirit stones and pills, but the ability to extend a person's time to a point where it no longer holds meaning. With such fruit, he could have as much as he wanted. Muyu approached with a fresh pot of tea, glancing down at the spirit fruit in his hand. Young master, is this fruit very effective? Very effective. Very effective. Chen Guang did not disclose the specific longevity effects. Then young master can live for a very long time, and Muyu can serve by your side for a long time. She rarely looked at the fruit again, before placing the teacup steadily next to Chen Guang. Qinghe stood up from the flower pot, and peered at the fruit, then looked at Chen Guang. She had no particular expression on her face, but her eyes darted back and forth between the fruit and Chen Guang. Then we can drink tea for a long time. Chen Guang was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily, the sound carrying out into the courtyard, startling a few spirit sparrows perched among the bamboo outside the wall. Muyu's lips curved slightly as she lowered her head to continue organizing the tea set, but her movements were slower than usual, as if she were trying to capture this moment into the tea tray. The terrace fell silent for a moment, the pot of pink heart flowers gently swaying in the sunlight, a tiny water droplet glistening on the tip of a blooming bud. The system should be used to enhance those cutting-edge extreme items, such as longevity fruits and foundation establishment pills. In fact, he had better foundation establishment pills on hand, premium, with 5+ signs, but he couldn't use them himself, and had no need to present them to others. The longevity fruit was similar. Chen Guang suddenly recalled a saying he had seen in his past life on Earth: all roads lead to Rome, but some are born in Rome. The system turned him from the former into the latter, and theoretically, he could transform countless people into the latter with infinite resources. Would he? He would. Yet this path was long and arduous. Chen Guang placed the teacup on the armrest, leaning back against the chair. The chair creaked just like that night, when he first crossed over. Outside the window, the streets of Jiajing lay quietly in the afternoon sun, a cloud boat drifting lazily through the sky, and the early spring breeze flowed onto the terrace, carrying the rustle of bamboo leaves and the distant muffled sounds of the market. On March 15th, as dusk fell, the bustling atmosphere on Lanyu Street began to rise. Tonight, Lu Qibian would perform at the Ziyu Pavilion, and news that had spread throughout Haoguan City half a month ago, with various young masters reserving their spots early. By evening, the entire Lanyu Street was filled with cloud boats from different families. Everyone who had been to the Ziyu Pavilion knew the name Lu Qibian. There were several dancers at the pavilion in the nascent soul stage, but she was universally recognized as the most outstanding one. As an established figure with 1,000 years of experience, she rarely took the stage, having performed only twice in the past century. She danced without charging spirit stones, did not accept songs requested by guests, and performed only based on her mood. Yet each time she took the stage, the positions at Ziyu Pavilion would be fiercely contested. Chen Guang managed to secure a spot this time, thanks to Su Yunxiu, who had provided the information half a month in advance. Cloud Pavilion No. 3A, the largest room at Ziyu Pavilion, faced the high platform, with a wide view, comfortably accommodating about 10 people. He invited Lu Yunhe, Ji Mingwei, and Pei Yuding, and also asked Qin Mingyuan and Han Bai to send their regards, believing it was better to enjoy together than alone. When Chen Guang arrived, Ji Mingwei was already waiting at the street corner, holding a paper bag filled with bayberries, waving at him from afar. Chen, brother, hurry up. The line at the entrance has even turned into the next street. Next to her, Lu Yunhe leaned against a stone pillar under the Lingguang vine. Upon seeing Chen Guang nod, he noticed that Lu Yunxi had not come this time. The three of them walked towards the entrance of Ziyu Pavilion, where the line of scattered guests extended from the main entrance all the way to the corner of Lanyu Street. The three of them went up to the third floor directly through the side corridor, where Su Yunxiu was waiting at the entrance of Cloud Pavilion, dressed in a smoke-purple gauze dress. She nodded at Chen Guang from a distance, and gestured for them to enter. Cloud Pavilion No. 3 was indeed spacious, with over 10 soft couches arranged in a scattered manner. In the center, a long table was already set with spiritual tea, spiritual fruit, and several plates of snacks, while in the corner a burner wafted fragrant smoke. Facing the hall was a solid glass crystal pane. Looking down, one could capture the entire high platform, with gauze curtains hanging on either side, separating it from the adjacent Cloud Pavilion. The curtains subtly displayed soundproof array patterns flowing. Ji Mingwei was the first to enter, leaning over the glass crystal pane to look down, still chewing on a bayberry. The scattered seating has added several rows of chairs. People are even standing in the aisles. The pearl curtains in the private rooms have all been drawn down. Hei Pei Yulo is across from us, and beside him seems to be Elder Yu from Wanchan's sect. It's normal to see anyone today. This kind of grandeur hasn't been seen in Haoguan for many years. The last performance by Lu Qibian was over 20 years ago, and I missed it while in seclusion. This time I finally caught up. You seem to know a lot about Lu Qibian. You wouldn't be lurking at the Ziyu Pavilion every day, would you? Ji Mingwei turned her head to look at him. I wish I could, but my elders at home wouldn't hesitate to break my legs. Lu Yunhe lifted his teacup. A relative of mine was an old acquaintance of the Ziyu Pavilion and used to work as a musician there. He mentioned a few things during our chats. Qin Mingyuan and Han Bai entered a bit later. It was surprising for Han Bai to come as well. He still maintained his usual taciturn demeanor, with a plain long sword hanging at his waist. Upon entering, he clasped his fists towards Chen Guang and found a corner to sit down. Qin Mingyuan brought 2 jars of wine, uncorked them, and poured a few cups. The wine was a pale gold color with a deep aroma. Pei Yuding was the last to arrive. He entered without any courtesy, directly taking a cup of wine from Qin Mingyuan's hand and sitting down on the soft couch beside. Chen Guang, what a fine drink this is. Is this brewed by the Qin family? Osmanthus wine, aged for 1,500 years. We opened a jar at the last Qin family banquet. Qin Mingyuan raised his cup towards Chen Guang. Thanks to you, Chen brother, I managed to sneak 2 jars in advance today. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to drink, don't blame me. Pei Yuding took a sip and squinted. This is really good wine. Can you give me 2 jars? You're asking for too much. Getting my hands on these 2 jars is already the limit. Chen Guang raised his cup and clinked it with Pei Yuding's. The wine was thick and smooth, and only after it slid down his throat did the fragrance of osmanthus gradually emerge, subtle yet persistent. Leaning back on the soft couch, he scanned the hall. There are indeed many people tonight. Usually, even half of the private rooms being full is good. Today, even the aisles are packed. This is Lu Qibian after all. Ji Mingwei tossed another bayberry into her mouth. My great-aunt said she also came to see Lu Qibian dance when she was young. At that time, Lu Qibian was already the top performer at the Ziyu Pavilion. As the bell of the moon spirit rang, the spiritual light in the hall dimmed. The first dance began. 08 golden core dancers stepped out from behind the water curtain. Their bare feet touched the glazed brick surface, each step creating tiny ripples. Their skirts were all of the same deep blue color, light and thin, shimmering with a faint silver glow under the spiritual light. The music was a duet of pipa and jade flute. The pipa's notes were rapid like pearls dropping on a plate, while the jade flute's melody flowed like a spring breeze brushing against willows. The formation of the 8 dancers changed back and forth on the stage, sometimes gathering like buds about to bloom, sometimes scattering like fireflies in the night, their movements synchronized and crisp. The lead dancer suddenly soared into the air during a change in formation, lightly tapping the top of the water curtain with her toes. Her skirt spread out in midair, resembling an inverted night-blooming Sirius suspended in the air. She formed a hand seal, and the spiritual light emanating from her fingertips condensed into countless tiny petals fluttering down from the sky. As the petals landed on the stage, they transformed into a subtle and refreshing coolness the moment they touched the skin. Some people below reached out to catch them, while others looked up, and the atmosphere instantly heated up. Lu Yunhe observed for a while, and set down his teacup. The basic skills of this lead dancer are quite good. The moment she soared relied on a burst of spiritual power, not on levitation. For a golden core to achieve this, it indicates a solid foundation. You could even tell what technique she used. Ji Mingwei turned to look at him. How many times have you come here, Brother Lu? Not many, just a few times a year. Lu Yunhe replied without changing his expression, mainly because my family's talisman shop has business dealings with the Ziyu Pavilion, so I occasionally come by. Manager Zhao has always been responsible for the talisman procurement at Ziyu Pavilion. What does that have to do with you as a talisman painter? Qin Mingyuan added leisurely from the side. Manager Zhao is an old acquaintance of my father. Is it wrong for me to run errands for him? The others laughed. Lu Yun's excuse was not very convincing, but no one exposed him. Chen Guang didn't expect this guy to be quite knowledgeable, knowing more about the Ziyu Pavilion than he did. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. As the first piece concluded, the 8 dancers exited from both sides of the water curtain. After the flower rain dissipated, only a thin layer of mist remained on the high platform, shimmering with a faint rainbow under the spiritual light, while the applause from below was neither too warm nor too cold. For the second piece, the ensemble changed to chimes and gouging, and 6 dancers stepped out dressed in varying shades of green gauze skirts. Their long skirts trailed behind them like flowing watermarks. The music was gentle, neither hurried nor impassioned, like the light breeze over a lake on a summer afternoon, layering softly. When the lead dancer reached the center of the high platform, she suddenly crouched down, gently stirring the water in the pool below the water curtain. The pool water was drawn up by her spiritual power, forming several slender water columns that slowly rotated around her. She danced among the swirling water columns, her green skirt harmonizing with the water light, making her appear like a spirit immersed. The water columns changed shapes with her movements, sometimes forming a transparent water wall, sometimes scattering into a sky full of tiny droplets sparkling in the spiritual light pouring down from the dome. Finally, the water columns fell back into the pool, and the splashes formed a faint rainbow at the edge of the high platform. Ji Mingwei was so captivated that she forgot to chew her bayberry. This artistic conception is wonderful, like relaxing by the lake in summer. It's very comfortable. This piece has been adapted. Pei Yuding remarked thoughtfully while holding his teacup. The original should be called Autumn Water. Ziyu Pavilion altered it to Summer Night. This style requires high control of spiritual power from the dancer. They must maintain the stability of the spell while dancing, and a moment of carelessness can scatter the water columns. This kid knows Ziyu Pavilion quite well. It's really strange. Normally nobody discusses this. How come everyone understands so much, making me feel like a bumpkin? Chen Guang was not quite clear on this. For the third piece, the music changed back to pipa and jade flute, and only 3 dancers appeared this time, each wearing distinctly different dance skirts, white, red, and black. The 3 stood at different corners and began to dance simultaneously. Their movements were unrelated, yet subtly echoed one another. The dancer in white represented Snow, her hands always gathered in her sleeves, moving lightly and slowly. Each step left a small patch of frost flowers beneath her feet, which melted slowly after she passed. The dancer in red represented Fire, her skirt trailing fiery red after images as it flew through the air. Her hands frequently emerged from the skirt, and when her fingers opened, tiny spiritual flames would flicker, glowing and dimming as her wrists turned. The dancer in black represented night, her form shifting on stage without a fixed shape. The edges of her gauzy dress turned into a blurred shadow under the spiritual light, revealing her outline only when she occasionally paused. Each of the three occupied a separate area on stage, not interfering with one another, but able to simultaneously turn to face the same direction at a moment's notice, as if startled by the same breeze. Finally, the frost flowers of the white skirt, the spiritual flames of the red skirt, and the shadow of the black skirt dissipated at the same moment, and the three simultaneously took a bow towards the audience. Interesting. Chen Guang set down his teacup, three people with three meanings, each dancing their own, yet it feels like they are performing the same dance throughout. Brother Lu, what is the name of this dance? He turned to ask Lu Yunha. This is three elements unique to Zuyu Pavilion. The real difficulty of this piece lies not in solo dancing, but in ensemble dancing. The three must maintain their own rhythms on stage simultaneously without accommodating or interfering with each other. If done well, it appears seamless. If not, it becomes three people speaking separately. The cooperation of these three tonight is remarkably harmonious. Their movements flow together with almost no delay, and their gazes align, indicating they must have trained together for a long time. Old Lu, you experienced guy, you have to teach me this, novice. You need to share your experience with me. Although Lu Yunha didn't understand what experienced guy meant, he could still grasp the sure, just remember to treat me. Chen Guang looked at him, making this remark with a straight face, truly feeling that he had underestimated him all along. The following few dance performances were also quite impressive. As they watched and chatted, their conversation unconsciously shifted to Lu Qibian. Ji Mingwei tossed a bayberry into her mouth. Someone outside offered over 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones for her to perform, but she didn't even respond. Later, that person increased the offer threefold, and she surprisingly said to save the spirit stones for something useful. Qin Mingyuan leaned against the soft couch with a wine glass in hand. Ji Mingwei nearly spat out her bayberry. She wouldn't perform for 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones. How arrogant. She doesn't need to prove anything by the number of times she takes the stage. Su Yunxiu put down her teacup, her tone calm. Having spent nearly 1,000 years in the Drunken Moon Pavilion, it has always been her who chooses the audience, not the audience who chooses her. Sister Su, are you familiar with her? Ji Mingwei turned to Su Yunxiu. Su Yunxiu smiled rarely. Not exactly familiar. She entered the pavilion before I did. When I first entered, I was still at Foundation Establishment. One time I practiced a new dance for several months, and she passed by, glanced at it, and pointed out the issues. Her insight is truly sharp. Chen Guang leaned against the soft couch, slowly rotating his teacup. She can see problems that you haven't discovered in months at a glance. A clan uncle of mine has mentioned her too. Lu Yunha set down his teacup. He said he was stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. After watching one of her dances, he broke through within days. It's not a coincidence. Her dances often resonate with people, producing unexpected effects, leading many to break their mirrors. Chen Guang had heard this saying about dance breaking mirrors before and found it hard to believe, which is why he was here this time. At that moment, the moonlight bell rang 3 times in succession, short and deep. All the scattered spiritual lights in the hall extinguished simultaneously, and the noise was pressed down by an invisible hand. Someone in the scattered seating area put down their wine glass, and someone stood up behind the beaded curtain in the private room. Here she comes. The water curtain slowly parted in the middle, and Lu Qibian came out wearing a very thin watercolored long dress, the fabric clinging to her body like a layer of solidified moonlight. The neckline hung diagonally below her collarbone, revealing one side of her fair and rounded shoulder. The dress flowed smoothly down, following the curve of her waist, and hips, the trailing hem sweeping behind her over a foot, silently flowing with her steps. Her long hair fell to her waist, and at her temples a very fine white jade hairpin twinkled. She walked barefoot across the glazed brick surface, and 2 delicate silver chains around her ankles made a very light and crisp sound with each step. She stood still in the center of the stage, slightly tilting her head, her gaze sweeping over the audience. In her eyes there was neither arrogance nor indifference, only a quiet focus, as if she stood there simply because this dance was worth performing. The music descended from the heavens, extremely light and slow, like someone pushing open an old wooden door on a snowy night in deep winter. She raised her right hand, her fingertips gently touching the air, condensing a droplet of water. The droplet trembled slightly in midair, slowly descending, leaving a very fine trail of water. With another touch, this time a tiny hexagonal ice flower formed, radiating a faint blue light in the dim glow. Her fingertips did not stop. Each gentle touch produced a different shape. The water droplets in the air gathered into a vortex, and the ice flower silently blossomed at the center of the vortex, the icy mist wrapping around the water traces and spreading outward layer by layer. The pale blue mist spiraled up her arm, condensing into a thin layer of frost crystal on her shoulder. Then she turned her left palm up. A tiny pale golden spiritual flame ignited silently in her palm. The icy mist cradled the spiritual flame, and the flame reflected the mist as 2 completely opposing forces slowly rotated around her. Her left side was covered with a layer of thin frost, the watercolored hem of her dress frozen into a very light ice blue, while the right side of the hem fluttered slightly, the heat from the spiritual flame evaporating a faint mist. She slowly began to dance at the boundary of ice and fire, her fingertips guiding the icy mist to the left, while the spiritual flame moved to the right. The icy mist rose, and the spiritual flame descended, the two forces tracing two intertwining, yet never intersecting arcs. The ice grew colder, the fire grew warmer, and she stood in the middle, half her body frosted and half engulfed in flames. In the end, she brought her hands together. The ice and fire collided in her palms, producing a very light and crisp crack, all light and mist dissipating simultaneously. She withdrew her hands, standing at the center of the stage. The frost crystals and mist on her dress completely vanished. The audience was initially silent, then erupted in astonishment. Some gasped, some murmured, and others held their wine glasses aloft, forgetting to put them down. Applause erupted from the corners of the scattered seating, spreading to the private rooms and the cloud pavilion, mixed with several uncontrollable cheers. A golden core loose cultivator turned to his companion and whispered, "Did she just control two types of spiritual power at the same time? I can't be seeing things right." His companion ignored him, eyes still glued to the stage. Lu Chibian turned and retreated behind the water curtain, her trailing hem brushing the glazed brick surface, the water trace glimmering with a faint silver light, and she disappeared. In the cloud pavilion, Ji Mingwei was the first to speak. She played with both ice and fire, becoming the dividing line herself. "It's truly magnificent. Combining cultivation with dance to this extent, a millennium of cultivation is condensed in that one finger." Qin Mingyuan paused, his fingers on the rim of the wine glass, saying, "Today, I have truly witnessed something." Chen Guang expressed that he had never seen such a dance that was both half hot and half cold. It was truly eye-opening. The moonlight bell rang again, the lights dimming as she changed into a bright red dress and returned to the stage, the neckline, wide open, fair skin visible below her collarbone, and a long slit opening from mid-thigh down the right side. Her bare feet interlaced, causing shadows to flicker. A golden chain was tied around her waist with several bells attached to the end, jingling with each step. The music was a dense battle drum crashing down from the dome, each hit heavier than the last, each strike seeming to pound directly against the soul. She rose to the rhythm of the drums, her bare feet heavily stamping on the spirit jade platform. As her toes touched the surface, the spirit patterns suddenly lit up, and the splashed water droplets were caught by the dress wind, instantly condensing into a rapidly spinning water ring. The water ring expanded as she spun faster, gradually floating out of the scalding spiritual light, as if a circle of flowing flame was encircling her waist. The bright red hem was stretched into a straight line by the centrifugal force. She suddenly leaped out from the center of the spin, her toes tapping on the surface in rapid succession, each step perfectly landing on the drum beats, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge like a tide. The golden bells at her waist and the silver chains around her ankles alternated in sound, weaving another layer of subtle rhythm amidst the gaps of the battle drums, sometimes like warhorses carrying the imperial edict, sometimes resembling the low humming of swords and halberds, subtly capturing the breath of the entire audience. She took a big step forward with her right foot, bending her knee and sinking her hips, her entire being like a bow drawn to its limit, her center of gravity lowered to the extreme. The bright red hem spread out on the ground like a suddenly blooming blood lotus, but in the next moment it suddenly retracted the waves of the dress, creating a surge of spiritual wind that made the banners at the edge of the stage flutter. With a heavy strike in time with the drums, her hands crossed in front of her chest, 10 fingers splayed red spiritual light flickering at her fingertips. That posture did not look like a dance, but rather as if she was about to tear apart some invisible seal. The drum beats grew more urgent, as if a heavenly tribulation was approaching. She leaped into the air, her figure flipping several times, the red dress trailing behind her, leaving a long red shadow. Golden patterns floated above the dress, transforming into burning runes. In the blazing firelight, a translucent fire dragon roared into shape, breaking through the water curtain and soaring upward. In an instant, the moisture in the hall was entirely vaporized. The fire dragon circled 3 times before diving down again, shattering into a rain of flowing fire as she landed. Upon landing, she knelt on the stage, one hand slapping into the water mist created by the curtain, her palm stirring the spiritual energy. The mist shattered into countless tiny droplets, each reflecting the lingering red spiritual light of her dress, resembling points of soul fire, suspended in midair. She slowly lifted her head from those tiny glimmers, her chest lightly rising and falling, her gaze neither sad nor joyful, yet it seemed as if she had just soothed the embers of a celestial battle with this dance. Countless water droplets and fragments of fire fell like rain. She knelt at the center like an unextinguished ember or a battlefield that had yet to cool. The entire venue was dead silent, with only the lingering echoes and fading spiritual pressure still trembling in everyone's hearts. After a long while, someone finally cheered while others shouted for another dance, but by then she had already left the stage. In the cloud pavilion, Ji Mingwei with a bayberry in her mouth mumbled, "She was completely different from the first dance, it was like fighting." She took the entire stage as her own world, dancing without regard for heaven or earth. The high platform remained empty for a cup of tea's time, and no one left their seats. Oh, everyone was waiting. The spiritual light dimmed once more. She returned to the stage, changing back into the moon-white long skirt from her first dance. Her makeup removed her face clean, and pure her long hair, cascading down to her waist, and even the white jade hairpin at her temple was taken off. Without the extravagant adornments, she exuded a remarkably clean aura that made it hard for anyone to look away. As she walked to the center of the high platform, the water curtain beneath her feet brightened with each step, and by the time she stood still, the high platform was illuminated by the silvery sheen of the water curtain, resembling a full moon hanging upside down. She stood there for a long time, long enough for the audience's breathing to synchronize. The music did not begin as usual. She hummed a tune herself. It was extremely light and faint, without lyrics, just one syllable after another spilling from her lips. The melody was neither passionate nor sorrowful, more like a person sitting alone in an empty room late at night, suddenly recalling a night from many years ago when the moonlight outside was just like tonight. That kind of emotion was neither sad nor happy. It was just a very subtle feeling, hard to describe as sweet or bitter, slowly surfacing from the depths of memory, depending on the person. Some in the audience lowered their heads, some quietly shifted positions, and some pressed their fingers to the corners of their eyes. She began to dance slowly in this silence, each movement merely the most basic steps of a dancer. She raised her arms and gently lowered them, took a step forward, and slowly retreated, gently turning in the glow of the water curtain, the hem of her dress spreading slowly with her movements. The movements were exceedingly simple, yet each arc of her raised hand felt perfectly in place, each moment landing in the softest spot of the heart. Her humming grew quieter, almost inaudible. Finally, she slowly gathered her arms at her chest, lowered her head, and closed her eyes. All movement ceased, and the spiritual light dimmed further, with only the water curtain still slowly turning, the sound of water, faint like someone sighing from a faraway place. When the spiritual light brightened again, the stage was empty, and there were no cheers or applause from the audience, only silence. After a while, someone slowly stood up and gently applauded, then the second person stood up, followed by the third, fourth. The applause spread through the hall like ripples, not loud, but rhythmic, as if bidding farewell to something. The cloud pavilion was also quiet for a while. 3 dances, and the last one without any flashy moves, is the most unforgettable one. Chen Guang gently set his wine glass on the table. "I have witnessed a dance that resonates with people." Lu Yunhe nodded. "The last dance piece evokes the deepest memories within people, triggering an emotional resonance explosion. I estimate there will be breakthroughs after this." Qin Mingyuan wanted to say something, opened his mouth, then smiled, ultimately saying nothing. Lu Yunhe leaned against the soft couch. "I need to get some sleep tonight. I can have a beautiful dream." Chen Guang stood up. "Let's go. The wine tonight was good enough and the dance was excellent. We can have another beautiful dream when we return." "Perfect." The group stood up and went downstairs. The Lingguang vines on Moonlight Street were still glowing, and the night breeze flowed in from the street, dispersing the lingering effects of alcohol in the drunken moon pavilion. In early May, the capital city of Haojing welcomed summer, with heat-resistant star-patterned vines appearing on the streets, their thick leaves adorned with dense silver spots, shimmering like countless tiny stars on the walls when the wind blew. On this day, Yu returned to Zizai residence, placing a stack of contracts on the stone table of the terrace. First, she poured herself a cup of cool tea, while Muyu brought out a plate of chilled honeydew with Qing, he following behind holding freshly washed grapes. Young master, a total of 23 people, have been recruited, all signing spirit contracts with terms more stringent than those for ordinary workers, and the remuneration is paid annually 50% higher than the market price. She pulled out 3 contracts and placed them on top. 3 of them are at the transformation stage, all puppet masters, and she at the late stage of transformation, hailing from the puppet sect of the Jining continent. The puppet sect specializes in puppetry and boasts a heritage of over 200,000 years, with a great ascension ancestor overseeing it. She was originally a core disciple, but 100 years ago a power struggle within the sect led to her master's lineage being purged, and her master was placed under house arrest. She escaped alone, eventually arriving at Wanghua Island, where she has served as a guest puppet master for 2 transformation factions over the years. Both factions later sought to eliminate her, prompting her to leave. The reason for coming to the farm is simple: our conditions are favorable, and she needs a stable place to accumulate resources in preparation for rescuing her master from the puppet sect in the future. Chen Guang picked up the contract to take a look, while Yu drew out the second one. Zhu Sui, at the peak of the transformation stage, is from Qianji Island, a crafting force located to the west of Wanghua Island. Qianji Island has been presided over by a great ascension ancestor for thousands of years. He is a direct descendant, and once competed for the core inheritance, but has wandered for over 2,000 years after losing traveling through more than a dozen islands in the eastern Genean Sea. He excels at combining formation plates with puppets, creating puppets that can serve as the core of formations. With a soul age of over 3,500 years, he has less than 500 years of lifespan remaining. He wants to find a stable place to systematize his knowledge and seek a successor before his lifespan runs out. Hizhou at the mid-transformation stage is a local rogue cultivator from Wangwa Island, without any sect or family support, relying solely on odd jobs along the coast to maintain puppets. He goes wherever the highest spirit stones are offered. He possesses a unique skill. No matter how damaged a puppet is, he can restore it to its original state. However, he never personally refines new puppets, claiming it is too exhausting and preferring to focus on his own cultivation. The reason he agreed to sign the contract this time is that he has been stuck at the mid-transformation bottleneck for too long and wishes to use the farm's resources to break through. Chen Guang stacked the 3 contracts on the stone table. 3 puppet masters at the transformation stage. 1 accumulating resources to save her master, 1 seeking a successor to pass on his craft, and 1 looking for stability to break through his bottleneck. Each with their own path, all coincidentally, aboard this ship, called the farm. He turned to the contract for those at the nascent soul stage, and flipped through it, while Yui drew out 2 contracts. Among the nascent soul candidates, there are 2 worth mentioning. Shen Yushu, at the mid-nascent soul stage, comes from a now-defunct formation sect in the Genean continent specializing in the overall design and layout of formation plates. Her Dao partner Pei Du is at the early nascent soul stage, focusing on the daily maintenance and repair of formation plates. The 2 have collaborated for over 1,000 years, and previously rebuilt the defensive mountain formation for 3 transformation factions. She flipped to the next contract. The other is Xiao Ji at the peak of the nascent soul stage, a sword cultivator from the southern region of Li Country on Wangwo Island. She is a rogue cultivator who has never joined a sect, having pieced together her sword techniques from ancient sword manuals found at various ruins. Nonetheless, her combat power is impressive. If she participates in the Dao discussion conference, she should rank in the top 10. When Chen Guang initially instructed her to recruit people, he specifically told her to prioritize those from major forces who had experienced upheaval. Such individuals possess broad horizons, solid foundations, and have encountered truly valuable items, often holding onto some private treasures. When faced with upheaval, they are more likely to sign stricter contracts. Thus, the employees at the farm are all talented individuals with stories. They are indeed skilled, as Chen Guang has recruited a variety of craftsmen, including alchemists, crafters, and puppet masters. As for the purpose of recruiting this batch of people, it is not that the farm lacks manpower, rather it needs individuals capable of creating things. Chen Guang holds high hopes for the farm. It will not merely be a place to sell items, it is meant to become a powerful force, a massive entity, where the internal personnel must be adequately complete. At the very least, the farm should achieve self-sufficiency in basic cultivation resources. Therefore, attracting various talents is imperative. Moreover, this is just the first step. Later the farm will adopt orphans to nurture them from a young age, with all talents flourishing. In several years, Huaxiao Farm will truly become a significant force. Furthermore, puppetry holds great importance for Chen Guang. He needs to cultivate his own puppet masters to research peculiar and strange puppets, such as puppets capable of alchemy or puppets that can create other puppets. All of these require substantial resources, talents, and time, and starting now is not too late. Everything sounds good. Tomorrow let's meet the people at the farm. Chen Guang placed the contracts back on the table. The next day, when he arrived at the farm, he had already arranged the 23 individuals in the 6th floor hall. As Chen Guang entered, everyone clasped their fists in greeting, collectively calling out, "Master of the farm," with a lack of uniformity, but without chaos. The 3 individuals in the front row were the most eye-catching. One woman was likely Chen. She dressed in a long green-fitted dress that accentuated her slender waist and rounded hips. Over it, she wore a moonlight wide-sleeved robe, the neckline slightly open, revealing a hint of her fair skin beneath the thin fabric. Her hair was adorned with a simple silver hairpin, her expression serene, and her gaze determined, yet her full lips held a hint of a smile, stirring a sense of longing in the hearts of onlookers. Zhu Sui's hair was white, his figure lean, but his back straight, with large knuckles on his hands, an unmistakable sign of a seasoned craftsman who has dealt with materials for years. Hizhou had a slightly plump face with a smile, and his lively eyes discreetly assessed the hall's layout. Xiao Ji stood at the back near the window, her tall figure clad in tight-fitting black attire that accentuated her curves. The outfit hugged her form, creating a breathtaking silhouette. With a leather belt cinching her waist, she appeared slender, and the lines of her legs were tight and smooth. Her long hair was styled high with silver rings, a few strands cascading down her cheek, adding a touch of lazy allure. A narrow-bladed long sword hung at her waist, its scabbard devoid of any embellishments. She stood casually, her center of gravity slightly forward. Chen Guang noticed her right hand consistently hovering near the sword hilt, ready to grasp it at any moment. When her gaze swept over, it held a cold allure like a honey-coated ice blade. Chen Guang stepped forward and stood still, scanning the faces of those present. I'm the master of the farm, here to get acquainted with all of you. Once you arrive, you are all part of the farm family. Your willingness to come means you trust me, Chen Guang. I will state 3 things. First, each of your areas of expertise will be organized by manager you according to the farm's needs. If you have any special requests, please approach her directly. Second, spirit stones and materials are abundant. If anyone has projects they wish to undertake, feel free to bring them up. The farm will provide spirit stones and materials for your experimentation. The results will belong to the farm, while profits will be calculated separately. Third, this place will not only sell items in the future, you are encouraged to showcase any skills you possess. As soon as he finished speaking, Hizhou cheerfully rubbed his hands and interjected, Master, that sounds great. I won't hold back, and after I revitalize all those old companions in my inventory, you must prepare some good wine to reward me. Chen Guang smiled and nodded. This person was quite friendly and unpretentious. Zhu Sui was the first to clasp his fist, saying, Master, I don't desire much, just want to find a successor here. That's fine, you can choose the person yourself, and bring them to manager you for filing. Xiao Ji raised her gaze toward Chen Guang, her voice crisp. Master, before I came manager, you mentioned that the farm does not restrict personal freedom. Indeed, it is clearly stated in the contract. You can leave at any time as long as you inform manager you a month in advance. Xiao Ji's lips slightly curled upward, seemingly satisfied with this answer, and she did not ask further. The contracts differ for different individuals. Xiao Ji's role at the farm is designated as a guard and enforcer. While there are puppets, real people are also necessary, otherwise it wouldn't reflect well on the farm's manpower. Her importance is moderate, so there are no restrictions on personal freedom. However, for puppet masters or others with innovative projects who wish to leave afterwards, it will be challenging. The spirit contracts will be stricter. After the meeting, you led everyone to their respective work areas, and they began familiarizing themselves with their future workplaces. Since she stopped in front of a displayed puppet in the corner, taking out a recording jade slip from her sleeve to start writing. Zhu Sui picked up a piece of dark copper, or in the spirit material area, examining it closely under the light. Hizhou was already chatting with the storage manager, seemingly inquiring about how many puppets were in need of maintenance. He slapped the manager's shoulder boisterously, saying, Brother, bring out all the broken ones. Fixing things is as enjoyable for me as drinking. When it's done, you must treat me to a drink. The manager nodded repeatedly with a smile. However, he was overthinking it. The farm had only been operating for a little over a year, so where would there be a lot of broken items? Xiao Ji leaned against the railing, gazing at the street scene below. The wind stirred the silver rings in her hair, glinting in the sunlight. Chen Guang leaned against a soft couch as Muyu poured him a cup of tea. The fragmented shadows of the star-patterned vines outside gently swayed in the sunlight, and in the distance the spirit bell tower chimed for the SI hour. The comprehensive development of the farm has already begun, and with the help of the unifier, it only needs time to become one of the foremost ancient forces in the world. I truly look forward to that day. In October, the capital city of Gaojing entered autumn. The leaves of the peach trees in the backyard had fallen mostly, leaving only a few curled, withered leaves on the branches that fluttered down with the passing wind. Some fallen leaves drifted on the lake's surface, swaying gently in the breeze, while the moss on the artificial hill remained green, sharing the scene equally with the autumn hues in the garden. For the past few months, Chen Guang had seldom stepped outside to aside from diligently cultivating. He spent all his remaining time. Thanks to Tsinzai's guidance, MOE's progress had accelerated significantly compared to before. Walking, turning, and raising arms became fluid without any stuttering. Simple commands were executed cleanly and efficiently. He engraved 2 attack array patterns onto MOU. Fireball technique and Windblade. After several days of adjustments, MOU was now able to activate them independently. In the backyard, there was a testing stone that Chen Guang had specifically purchased, a half-person tall mystical stone used to measure the power of spells. Its surface would change color according to the intensity of the attack. Foundation establishment, and below where grayish-white golden core was light gold and nascent soul, was purple. The color depth helped determine the early, mid, and late stages. He brought MOU to the testing stone and set the command. MOU raised her right hand, fingers spread wide. The array pattern lit up, creating a smooth light path. A fireball struck the testing stone, and its surface glimmered a pale gold, indicating it was likely at the early stage of golden core. Continuing, MOU switched the array pattern on her right arm, and swung her hand to unleash a Windblade. The testing stone again glimmered pale gold, slightly deeper in color. After several attacks landed on the same point, the color remained stable, without fluctuation, indicating excellent stability. The attack force was adequate, and with further adjustments he was confident he could create a complete 4th-tier puppet within a year. Chen Guang checked the temperature of the array pattern in MOU's palm. The conduction path felt clean and precise in his spiritual perception. He patted MOU's shoulder and stood up. From now on, watering the flowers will be your task too. They'll teach you the water ball technique and mist technique later. A few days later, the array pattern at the gate lit up, and Muyu went to open the door, bringing in a person who was none other than his protagonist friend. After several attacks landed on the same point, the color remained stable, without fluctuation, indicating excellent stability. The attack force was adequate, and with further adjustments he was confident he could. Brother Chen, long time no see. Long time no see. Congratulations on successfully establishing your golden core, Brother Meng. Chen Guang smiled, and gestured for him to sit on the stone bench, while Muyu served tea. Meng Shanhe took a sip of tea and leaned back against the chair, relaxing his entire being. It went quite smoothly, finally establishing my golden core. Moreover, I've also settled my ties with the Panshur sect. Truly it's a light burden without debts. He had been using each other with the Panshur sect, and now that the Tao conference was over and he had established his golden core, they naturally parted ways amicably. Indeed, being debt-free is liberating. For people like us, freedom is more important than anything else. So where do you plan to go next? Meng Shanhe smiled slightly. I plan to travel around. After establishing my nascent soul, there are many places I can visit. There are several locations I've been thinking about for a long time where I couldn't obtain things during the golden core stage, but can now give it a try. Go wherever you wish. If you need anything, just let me know. Before you leave, tell me, and I'll have Yui prepare some things for you. Alright, I won't be polite with you. He had already taken the best nurturing pills, and felt no hesitation in owing a bit more. Brother Chen gave him a different feeling, one of security and debt. Meng Shanhe took another sip of tea, gazing at the distant peach forest in the backyard. Sunlight filtered through the bare branches falling on his shoulder, and he squinted. But to be honest, my entire state feels different after establishing my golden core. In the past, I felt I had to hold back while walking on the streets during the golden core stage. Now I feel much freer, though I'm not much stronger. So now is the right time for you to venture out. Just broken through, you have the energy. Chen Guang set down the teacup he was twirling and glanced towards the kitchen, asking Muyu to tell Qing he to prepare a few more dishes for dinner. As the sky gradually darkened, a small square table was set up on the terrace. Qing he brought the dishes one by one. The braised turtle remained a signature dish, the skirt's edge quivered in the thick dark sauce. The steamed duck with wine sauce was arranged on a white porcelain plate, the duck meat tender and juicy, infused with the sweet aroma of the wine. The dry-fried green beans were bright green and glossy with garlic slices, and dried chili stir-fried to a fragrant crisp. The skin was slightly wrinkled, and they were crunchy, yet sticky when bitten into. The sauerkraut fish was served in a black clay pot, with thinly sliced fish curling slightly in the golden broth, and Sichuan peppercorns, and dried chili flakes floating on the surface, their spicy aroma piercing the nose. There was also a plate of osmanthus sweetened lotus root, with glutinous rice, filling the holes, slightly puffed up, drizzled with osmanthus petals, and honey, sweet and soft. Muyu brought over 2 pots of ancient bamboo wine. Chen Guang raised his cup. Congratulations on establishing your golden core, and also on your newfound freedom. Meng Shanhe clinked cups with him, downing the drink in one go. He picked up a piece of the turtle skirt, and stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes squinting. After half a year of closed-door training, this is what I crave the most. Then eat as much as you want a day. Of course I won't hold back. Meng Shanhe picked up another piece of dry-fried green beans, crunching loudly. By the way, how's that puppet of yours? It moves smoothly, able to walk and run. I've engraved several spells like Fireball and Windblade. I just tested it with the testing stone in the backyard, and its attack power is at the early stage of golden core with decent stability. It hasn't been long since then. I remember back during the New Year's Eve it was still stuck at the knee joint. Meng Shanhe exclaimed sincerely. I recruited a few puppet masters, one of whom came from the Xian puppet sect. Having someone guide you makes a world of difference. There are several ancient battlefield ruins in the Li Kingdom. I've heard there are relics of ancient sword cultivators buried there. Have you heard of them? Meng Shanhe put down his wine cup and picked up a piece of sauerkraut fish. That ancient battlefield in Li Kingdom is said to have witnessed a decisive battle between 2 void refinement sects over 100,000 years ago. The ruins are hidden in an underwater fissure only exposed during low tide. I've heard that in the center of the battlefield there is still a broken sword stuck in the ground, and even after so many years its power remains. There are also residual thoughts attached to it, making it more valuable to sword cultivators than any technique. Jade slip. Exactly. If you can comprehend the sword intent from that sword, it would be more useful than any technique. Moreover, the location of the ancient battlefield in the Li Kingdom isn't far from the Broken Star Sea. If there's nothing to gain there, we can directly divert to Qinqing Island. The loose cultivator market deep in the Broken Star Sea should suit you well. That sea area is among the most unique in the Golden Silver Sea, with countless fallen stars over the years. The seabed is littered with meteorite remains, and some islands are formed from meteorites crashing down. Moreover, that market isn't controlled by any single power. Several major forces take turns managing it, specializing in deep-sea salvage and ancient relic businesses. Compared to ordinary places, it can be a bit chaotic, but there are people keeping order behind the scenes, so it's disordered yet organized. In the Broken Star Sea, Meng Shanhe put down his wine cup, his eyes filled with longing. The journal mentioned that the seabed of that area still hides many relics from ancient sects, along with old sects that were submerged during tribulations. Some relics still have restrictions operating today. Luo Chun the recluse only took a tour around the outskirts and didn't dare to delve deeper. In such places, good things and deadly things are often close together. Be careful when you get there and don't rush towards everything that looks good. Chen Guang raised his cup and smiled. However, I'm not too worried about your cautious nature. Speaking of which, a merchant who passed through the farm before mentioned a major power called Xianyu Island in the central shipping route of the Golden Silver Sea. They have been buying ancient relics salvaged from the Broken Star Sea for years, offering prices significantly higher than the market rate. If you're lucky enough to find something good, keep it in mind to exchange for spirit stones when you reach the central shipping route. The central shipping route. That's the core of the Golden Silver Sea. I've heard of it. That area is hardly acknowledged by the Void Refinement Forces, with 2 or 3 major Ascendant-level sects stationed there. The longevity fruits from the East Ming Sea, the Fisher relics from the Return Ruins Sea, and the meteorite remains from the Broken Star Sea all converge there. Most of the cross-sea teleportation arrays are set up there as well. Right, you should start from the Broken Star Sea, get familiar with it before heading east. The East Ming Sea is the territory of the Sea clans, with several neutral markets around where you can rest and resupply. From East Ming Sea you can head north to the central shipping route, but it's different from the Broken Star Sea. There are many major powers and the rules are strict. Loose cultivators often face difficulties there. Better to face difficulties than to stay in one place. Meng Shanha raised his cup and the two clinked glasses together. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair, slowly turning his cup of wine. The loose cultivator market in the Broken Star Sea relies entirely on keen eyesight, which is perfect for you. You're bottlenecked in your sword technique, and perhaps in that kind of ancient battlefield it will be easier to break through. The residual thoughts of ancient sword cultivators are useless to others, but serve as the best whetstone for a sword cultivator like you. Meng Shanha is the kind of protagonist suited for chaotic environments. The more chaotic it is, the more he thrives. Moreover, I have many methods in my journal for identifying ancient materials, which would be perfect for practicing my eyesight over there. Luo Chun the recluse once said in the journal, identifying objects is like understanding people. Seeing 10 fakes isn't as good as touching one real item. I've read this journal countless times, and being able to see real goods in the loose cultivator market would truly honor Luo Chun. Meng Shanha finished chewing a piece of dry-fried green beans, and his tone suddenly became lighter. The most interesting thing about the Broken Star Sea is the meteorite remains in the market. The journal says that some of these remains contain ancient spiritual mines and coral worms from the ancient times, which are completely different from the varieties available on the market now. Luo Chun once saw a fist-sized red pattern mine in the market completely covered in burn marks. When cut open, the core revealed a faint golden light. Later, a void refinement artifact master bought it for a high price, claiming it could be used to forge a certain lost artifact. Sounds like a lucky find, Chen Guang remarked, sensing a resemblance to gambling stones. It was indeed a lucky find, but unfortunately the journal didn't specify what that golden light's composition was. However, when I reach the Broken Star Sea, if I come across such meteorite remains in the market, no matter the quality, I will have to touch it first. The two clinked their cups, each downing their drink. The sauerkraut fish on the table was nearly finished, and only a few dry-fried green beans remained. The night breeze flowed into the terrace, gently swaying the peach branches. The moon emerged from between the clouds, casting a cold light on the stone slabs, blending with the warm yellow light of the terrace. The sweet scent of the osmanthus, sweetened lotus root, mixed with the aroma of wine, gradually spreading in the night breeze. Meng Shanha gazed at the moonlit garden and the uncollected bowls and dishes on the table, suddenly saying, "If we could have a meal like this every autumn, that would be perfect." "Rest assured there will be. My home is always open to you." Chen Guang raised his cup to clink with him. The two blue porcelain cups lightly touched under the moonlight, creating a soft ding sound, blending with the distant sounds of fireworks. Qing, he brought up a plate of freshly made osmanthus cake, steaming hot, while Muyu replaced their wine with new warm servings. The night was still long, and the wine was still warm. Time never ceases, and in the blink of an eye it is New Year's Eve. At Zizai residence, peach charms were hung, and 2 red silk spirit lanterns were suspended under the porch. Muyu prepared a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner as Chen Guang Meng Shanha and Yu gathered around the round table with Qing, he warming the wine beside them. It was still the same 5 people from last year. Outside the window, the sounds of firecrackers crackled densely, and fireworks from afar occasionally illuminated half of the window. Meng Shanha held up a cup of Qingzhou liquor, reminiscing about the time he single-handedly fought against a 3-tiered flame wolf outside Wanxiao City, his tone calm, as if recounting someone else's story. Yu rarely showed a hint of a smile, and lazily picked up the conversation, recalling how he was astonished by Chen Guang's generosity when he first took over the farm. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair, listening, and occasionally interjecting a remark. He drank slowly but spoke a lot, while Qing he diligently poured wine for everyone. Muyu leaned against the window, occasionally glancing outside at the bright lanterns in the streets. The meal lasted until midnight. On the 5th day of the first month, Chen Guang visited the farm and called Xin Shizhu Sui and Hizhou together. He wanted the farm to produce puppets that could master various immortal arts, a rare commodity in the market. He sought a date from the Immortal Pavilion, but the response was indefinitely delayed, as they simply did not wish to sell, though they had not outright refused. Moreover, regardless of whether they sold it or not, he needed to master this skill himself. He laid out the conditions: no limits on spirit stones or materials, whatever was needed could be listed. It was fine if it couldn't be made, but they had to start researching. The three understood the weight of this matter, and did not say much in response. Although it was challenging, the opportunity to have unlimited trial and error from someone else was not something anyone. On the 10th day of the first month, Chen Guang secluded himself in the training room to break through. The purpling golden core in his dantian revolved countless times, and the accumulated spiritual energy reached a critical point, shattering the bottleneck. The aura of late golden core stage radiated from the training room, causing the peach leaves in the nearby orchard to rustle under the invisible pressure of spiritual energy, before returning to calm. The changes after the breakthrough were substantial. The meridians were wider and tougher, the range of divine sense was larger and more agile, and although the purpling golden core in the dantian had not grown much, its presence was formidable and intimidating. In a year and a half he would reach the peak of the golden core stage, and the transformation at that time would be even greater, so he needed to start making some preparations. Stepping out to get some fresh air, he saw the pot of pink heart flowers on the terrace gently swaying in the sunlight, thriving with a few more buds appearing. On the 15th day of the first month, the Lantern Festival at Xindangfang was bright all night, and Chen Guang took a stroll through the streets alone, buying some snacks and setting a lotus lantern by the river. The vendors at the Lantern Festival were as lively as ever, while small paper creatures bounced around everywhere. The suspended lanterns illuminated the entire street, and the elderly man who had set up a painting stall under the phoenix tree last year did not come this year, and his spot was taken by several vendors selling paper lanterns. The lights were still vibrant, and the crowd was still bustling, yet one person was missing, though it didn't feel like a loss. On the first day of the second month, Chen Guang decided to relax today, lying on the terrace and enjoying the service of his two devoted spirit puppets, when he suddenly received a message from Lu Mingyuan. In the sound array, his voice was as enthusiastic as ever. Chen Guang, we have arrived in Haojing, just exited the transmission hall. Where are you? Chen Guang leaned against the rocking chair and replied, you guys made it to Haojing. Why didn't you say anything in advance? Come to Huaxia Farm now. 66, Qingwu Street. Lu Mingyuan on the other end responded with a good, and then cut off the array. Their arrival was somewhat sudden, and Chen Guang wasn't prepared, though there wasn't really anything to prepare for. He got up to greet them. By the time Chen Guang reached the door, Lu Mingyuan and the others were already in the hall. The six-cornered spire-roofed golden wood building remained the same, with knee-high spiritual mist slowly flowing across the floor, and the top-grade foundation establishment pills in the cloud crystal pillar glowed softly in a reddish-golden hue. Lu Mingyuan was studying the spirit pearl held in the mouth of the Pichio statue at the entrance. Zhao Kui stood in front of the spirit wine shelf. Wang Xian squatted outside the spirit beast area, repeatedly pressing a recording stone aimed at several three-colored deer fawns, while Zhou Zijia stood alone beneath the crystal pillar, gazing up at the slowly rotating spirit light star map on the ceiling. Zhou Zixuan walked over arm in arm with Su Qing, who wore a moon-white narrow-sleeved long dress, her hair loosely tied, with a sheep-fat jade hairpin and two tiny pearls hanging from her earlobes. Her gaze was cold like a high mountain snow lotus, and whenever she looked up it seemed as if the surroundings quieted down a bit. The two were whispering something, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Zixuan's mouth. As Chen Guang stepped in, Zhao Kuo was the first to turn around, sizing him up and down. I heard from the farm's maid that this farm belongs to you. It's mine, just having fun with it. Wow, such a famous farm, and you're just having fun with it. Chen Guang smiled, and waved his hand, greeting each of them as he led them to the 6th floor. Muyu had already prepared the tea, and Qing, he brought several plates of snacks to place on the tea table. Lu Mingyuan plopped down onto the soft couch, took a sip from his teacup, then got up, and strolled to the window to look outside. The outline of Haojing unfolded in the afternoon sunlight, with layers of buildings stacked upon one another, and cloud boats weaving through like threads. After watching for a while, he turned to Chen Guang, and said, this view is great, you can see most of the city. Chen Guang, you are too inconsiderate. Huaxiao Farm is yours, yet you didn't say anything. Well, I'm just managing it for my master, nothing much to say. But you all suddenly came to Haojing without a word. We were able to break through so quickly, and it's all thanks to Brother Chen. Su Qing's voice remained crisp and pleasant. That pill only sped you up a bit. Chen Guang slowly gestured, not seeking compliments. So why did you all come here suddenly? It's for the hunting event at Songling. An ancestor from the Zhou family broke through to the transformation stage last year, and the royal family specifically sent an invitation to the Zhou family. Our cultivation has just stabilized, and the elders at home felt this was a rare opportunity for training, so they allowed us to come along. It's perfect timing to encounter some demon beasts in the mountains. I've been honing my skills at home, but some things cannot be polished that way. The elders are staying at an inn and we came to find you first, and we'll regroup with the family team later. In short, it's just to stretch our legs. We've been cooped up at home for almost a year. If we don't get some fresh air, we'll really start to mold. Songling, a massive mountain range spanning across the Great Zhou and several neighboring nations, stretches for 1,000,000 miles, shrouded in a faint blue spiritual mist year-round. Within the mountains, demon beasts range from the most ordinary first tier to the 5th tier transformation stage, and it is said that even older beings lie dormant in its depths. Every 100 years or so, when the number of demon beasts accumulates to a certain extent, the royal family calls upon various forces to enter the mountains for a cleansing, both as a precaution and to provide a training opportunity for the younger generation of cultivators. The royal family also invited the farm to participate. Meng Shanha planned to represent the farm in battle, and Chen Guang had no objections. He would just let Xiao Ji lead the team. The royal family also invited the farm to participate. Meng Shanha planned to represent the farm in battle, and Chen Guang had no objections. He would just— By the way, Chen Guang, I heard about your farm's famous wine in Wanxia City. What's it called? Qingzhu liquor. I'll open a few jars of aged ones for you to try and see if it's as extraordinary as rumored. Chen Guang turned to instruct Mu Yu to fetch the wine from the cellar. Lu Minjuan's eyes lit up about to speak when Zhao Kuo chimed in, and that Meng Shanha, I've heard his name before in Wanxia City. I didn't expect him to become the biggest dark horse in the debate conference. It's a pity we were all in seclusion and couldn't come. Indeed, a loose cultivator made it to the finals of the debate conference and almost took the top spot. This guy is too monstrous. Even the Sun family was thrown into a panic when they heard. I know him. He had dinner at my place on New Year's Eve. He will represent the farm in this hunting event. You might run into him in the mountains. I would love to spar with this talented dark horse. I just wonder if there will be a chance. Later I'll arrange a gathering, and everyone can meet and get acquainted. You can discuss it among yourselves. Zhou Zijia nodded, but remained silent. Mu Yu came up the stairs carrying a wine jar, and he cleared the plates of snacks from the tea table, replacing them with a fresh pot of tea. Unbeknownst to them, the sky darkened outside, and the light of the spiritual pattern lanterns began to flicker to life one by one. Chen Guang hosted them at the farm's 6th floor for a welcoming banquet. This time the dishes were varied. The first course was copper pot hot pot with thinly sliced snow lamb meat quickly cooked in the boiling spirit spring broth, dipped in prepared sesame sauce and garlic puree, and tasted tender and fresh. There were spicy stir-fried spirit snails whose meat was thick and chewy, cooked with dried chili and pepper, filling the air with a fragrant spiciness. And there were roasted lamb ribs with a crispy and fragrant exterior, juicy meat inside, making it so satisfying to tear into with one's hands. After 3 rounds of drinks, the lights outside grew denser. Lu Mingyuan leaned against the window with a cup of Qingzhu liquor, admiring the night view of Haojing as the glow of the street's spiritual pattern lanterns formed a continuous expanse, and the trails of cloud boats flickered in the night. How will the hunting event at Songling be arranged? Zhao Kuo asked Chen Guang, holding up his cup of wine. We will enter the mountains in late February, with each family's elders responsible for clearing out demon beasts of tier 4 and above. Those in the golden core stage will deal with those of tier 3 and below. Chen Guang set down his chopsticks. The royal family's elder of the void refinement stage may make an appearance to oversee the situation. This is our first time participating in such a large-scale hunting event, Lu Mingyuan said. It's not the same as the small skirmishes outside Wanxia City. It'll be easy to adapt. Just follow the team for the first couple of days to get a feel for the rhythm, and then you'll know what to do. The tier of demon beasts is one thing, but their actual combat power is another. Some peak tier 3 demon beasts can be just as difficult to deal with as early tier 4 ones when they fight for their lives. That's why the royal family requires everyone to form teams. Solo actions aren't encouraged. If a golden core cultivator ends up alone in the mountains and encounters 2 tier 3 demon beasts, it can get quite troublesome. Forming a team comes with its own challenges. Lu Mingyuan turned back from the window. Cooperating with unfamiliar people can sometimes be less efficient than going solo. The Zhou family's team consists of familiar faces, so cooperation should be smooth. Plus, we're used to acting together in daily life. I'll lead the way, Lu Mingyuan said. Zhao Kuo on the left flank and Zijia as the rear guard. Are you rushing to deliver food to the demon beasts by leading the way? Zhao Kuo shot him a glance. I have good agility. Delivering food to the demon beasts in various ways. That's not what you... Haha. Wang Xen burst into laughter without holding back, and even Zhou Zishuan and Su Qing couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Zhou Zijia did not join in on this topic. He took a sip from his cup, his gaze returning to the almost night-hidden silhouette of Songling outside the window. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair watching these few banter back and forth, and suddenly recalled 2 years ago in the inviting Immortal Pavilion when Lu Mingyuan proposed forming a team to catch the red-tailed golden pheasant in the Songyun Mountains. Back then they were all still stuck in the foundation establishment stage, and now they were discussing positioning and coordinated attacks in the hunting grounds. A new cluster of fireworks rose outside, and it was unknown whose child was reluctant to let go of the spring festival. Golden light burst and scattered momentarily, illuminating the entire window, and the clock tower chimed the hour of high, the heavy sound faintly drifting through the window, mingling with the lively noise inside the building. In the following days, Chen Guang took them around the city of Gaojing. They visited the Wanshou Zhai in the East City, the Baichao Tang in the South City, and several old-style spiritual material shops one by one. Lu Mingyuan obtained a membership jade token at the Yaoxian Pavilion. Zhao Kuo spent half a day at the Northern Library. Wang Xian bought a bunch of peculiar little trinkets, while Zhou Zixuan and Su Qing explored several pavilions in the East City, with Su Qing finding a few boxes of well-preserved mineral samples. Returning to the farm in the evening, Qing, he prepared a variety of dishes: braised pork knuckle, garlic steamed scallops, sweet and sour tenderloin, and braised turtle. Each dish was served in turn, leaving everyone feeling stuffed, especially since the ingredients Chen Guang used were top-notch among the third-year quality. On the morning of the 6th day of the 2nd month, Chen Guang changed into a cloud blue patterned silk robe. After wandering around the city for a few days, he invited Meng Shanha to take them to a farm outside the city today to enjoy the mountains and waters there, and to have a meal by the lake. The cloud boat met up outside the East City, and Meng Shanha boarded the boat, making eye contact with Zhou Zijia. The two sword cultivators exchanged glances and nodded to each other, acknowledging one another. Lu Mingyuan muttered softly beside them. These two greet each other like they're using a secret code. Zhao Kuo did not respond, but twitched the corner of his mouth. The cloud boat exited the East City, flying through the morning mist towards the northeast. The scenery outside the window transformed from fields to rolling hills, and then to a series of undulating low mountains. After passing through a mountain pass, the view suddenly opened up. A valley stretched out beneath them. As the cloud boat passed through the almost invisible water wave-like protective formation above the farm, the boat briefly glimmered, and the formation's patterns rippled outwards in faint waves before fading away. This fifth-tier formation covered a vast area, and was of high quality, blocking both outsiders and monster beasts. However, the cloud boat was embedded with the farm's passage formation talisman, allowing it to pass through without any disturbance. To the north was a low ridge covered in ancient forests with tree canopies densely packed together. Occasionally, a few iron backbone woods peeked out from the sea of trees, their bark glistening with a dark silver sheen under the sunlight. Several waterfalls cascaded down the ridge, the largest one about 20 zhang wide. Water poured down from a high point, crashing against a protruding rock wall halfway down, bursting into a mist of water droplets before falling into a gourd-shaped lake below. The lake's surface was expansive, its water a clear turquoise. Where the waterfall splashed down, white droplets formed ripples that spread outwards, becoming perfectly calm, like a mirror by the time they reached the shore. Across the lake surface there were water steps about a zhang wide, laid out on the water with gaps of about a zhang between each step. Each step rose about 3 feet higher than the one before, extending from the shore towards the waterfall, appearing from a distance like a semi-transparent water bridge spanning across the lake. The bridge surface shimmered with a pale blue light under the sunlight, while the mist raised by the waterfall flowed through the gaps between the steps, creating faint rainbows on either side. In the distance to the south lay vast, gently undulating grasslands with the first sprouts of spring grass just peeking through a tender green blanket covering the slope. At the end of the grassland, spiritual fields stretched out like a chessboard into the distance. A few golden silk sandalwood trees and purple tear bamboo were scattered along the edge of the grassland, while the white walls and green tiles of the spiritual beast shelter were hidden behind fruit trees, where a few greenhorn cattle could be seen leisurely wandering outside. A few frost feather cranes flew up from the reed beds on the opposite side of the lake, their feathers pure white, with the tips of their wings glistening with a faint golden edge in the morning light, gliding along the water surface for a while before landing gracefully. The cloud boat landed on the grassy bank by the lake, and the farm's chief, Steward Wei Guanshi, was already waiting at the shore, followed by a young man at the golden core stage who carried several fishing rods and a stack of camping equipment. As the protective formation transmitted news to her formation plate, while the cloud boat passed, she hurried over from the spiritual fields just in time to catch the cloud boat landing. "Zhuangzhu, what brings you here today?" She took a couple of steps forward and cupped her fists, smiling and nodding to everyone. "Manager, you didn't inform us in advance, and we haven't prepared anything." "No need to prepare, just bringing friends for a visit." Chen Guang took the fishing rod she handed him and distributed it to a few people. "We'll have lunch by the lake, you carry on with your work." Wei Guanshi responded and gave a few instructions to the young man before heading towards the storeroom. As the hatch opened, the sounds from the outside world grew louder. The sound of water rushing in the roaring waterfall mingled with the gentle trickle of water steps, and occasionally the clear calls of spiritual cranes pierced through the water curtain. The fresh scent of grass and peach blossoms wafted through the air. Wang Xian was the first to jump down, heading straight for the water steps. He stepped on them and paused for a moment, the surface rippling gently beneath his feet, but the steps remained steady, just like walking on stone slabs. He walked forward a bit, turned back, and shouted, "This water surface is solid." Lu Mingyuan followed, trying it out as well. Then looking up at the middle of the waterfall, he turned to Chen Guang and asked, "Where does this lead?" "There's a stone platform halfway up the waterfall. This place used to be a retreat for cultivation. After the spiritual vein was separated, he had someone build these water steps." As the two walked back from the water steps, just before reaching the lake's edge, Lu Mingyuan suddenly stopped, looking down at the grass beneath his feet, then bent down to touch the grass blades. The spiritual energy feels off, though it's somehow denser than in the city. He straightened up and spread out his divine sense. "Is there something under the mountain?" A fourth-tier, top-tier spiritual vein, the source, is under that northern ridge, and the guiding formation distributes the spiritual energy evenly across the entire valley. Chen Guang walked to the lake's edge and pointed to the distant spiritual fields. This place wasn't as large or as good before or later on the surrounding plots were incorporated, which expanded it to its current scale. A fourth-tier, top-tier spiritual vein. Zhao Kuo, listening from the side, fell silent. Some ordinary transformation stage forces use only fourth-tier veins. Wang Xian had already sat down by the lake with his fishing rod. Lu Mingyuan squatted by the stream, sweeping his divine sense around the cracks in the stones, reaching in to pull out 2 blue-shelled crabs and throwing them into a bamboo basket, then probing under a lower stone. Zhou Zixuan strolled along the lakeside with Su Qing towards the distant peach orchard. Su Qing picked a small branch of peach blossoms and tucked it into Zhou Zixuan's clothing. The two leaned in and whispered something, then burst into laughter. Zhou Zijia walked leisurely to the side of the waterfall, looking up at the curtain of water resembling a white silk ribbon, the waterfall crashing down into the lake. The mist hit him as he drew his sword, making a swift slash. The sword tip sliced smoothly through without releasing any spiritual energy, purely relying on the sword's edge to glide along the texture of the water curtain. For a moment the water curtain parted where the sword passed, creating a smooth cut, as if someone had used scissors to shear along the fabric's grain. Meng Shanha also arrived at the foot of the waterfall, the two standing still about 4 to 5 zhang apart. He did not move immediately, merely placing his sword horizontally in front of him and observing for a moment. Then with a slight flick of his wrist, he drew the sword again similarly, without using spiritual energy, relying only on wrist strength and the angle of the blade to cut through the water curtain. Where the sword edge passed, a transparent seam appeared with water sliding away from both sides. The seam lingered for a full 3 breaths before slowly closing. Zhou Zijia watched the seam close, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. "It's easy to cut, but hard to hold on." Meng Shanha sheathed his sword, his tone casual. "The water curtain has a pattern. Following the pattern, the cut is clean. The waterfall's patterns keep changing. Brother Meng's formation-breaking skills are indeed well-deserved." Too kind, too kind." Zhou Zijia shook his head, sheathed his sword, and the two walked back together. Zhou Zijia bent down to pick up a fallen blue juju pit from the grass and casually tossed it into the lake, while Meng Shanha pulled out a chair and sat down. Those fishing, crab catching, and strolling began to return one after another. A barbecue grill was set up on the grass. Qinghe arranged the cut snow lamb skewers, beef skewers, and vegetable skewers neatly on white porcelain plates, while Muyu prepared the dipping sauce. Chen Guang picked up the skewers and placed them on the grill. The charcoal fire made the meat fat sizzle and emit white smoke. After brushing on a layer of wild honey and flipping, he sprinkled some ground red flame pepper, the aroma of the caramelized meat mingling with the waterfall mist wafting across half the slope. Su Qing took a skewer, blew on it, took a small bite, her eyes slightly reddening. Zhou Zixuan took a skewer from Chen Guang's hand, bit into it, hissing, "What kind of pepper is this?" It's grown on the farm called red flame pepper. We only enjoy it if it's a 3rd-tier spicy pepper." Wang Xian shouted from a distance by the lake, "Make sure to bring me a pack later." Lu Mingyuan sat down under the shade of a tree with a plate of freshly grilled lamb chops, took a bite, then glanced at the remaining pieces in the plate. He turned to look at the grill, his chopsticks hovering in midair as he mumbled, "These lamb chops are cut to the exact same size, as if they were measured." Zhao Kuo leaned back against his chair, withdrawing his gaze from the lake's surface. "Chen Guang, you said you wanted to travel around before. Now that you've settled in gouging, opened a farm, and set up this piece of land, is it what you initially imagined?" "Pretty much. I can leave whenever I want, and the farm has you looking after it, so I don't have to worry about it. Besides, when you all pass through gouging in the future, at least you have a place to crash for meals." "That's true, I like that." Zhao Kuo raised his teacup. Chen Guang clinked his cup against his. Wang Xian, carrying a plate, sat next to Lu Mingyuan. "So you used to cultivate for freedom. Does this count as—" "It does. If I want to cultivate, I can. If I want to go out, I can. If I want to eat barbecued meat by this lake, there's someone to help start the fire. That's about it." Meng Shanha leaned against a large rock near the waterfall, his sword resting beside his knee, shaking his head. "You're about there, but I'm still running around. People's destinies are indeed different." He said this with a smile, but his tone suggested he was not joking. "Then stay here. The farm needs someone to watch the waterfall." "What's there to watch about the waterfall?" "Then watch the main gate." "Where's the main gate?" "It hasn't been built yet." Lu Mingyuan picked up on Chen Guang's words, crossing his legs with a firm tone. Once you build it, let Meng Shanha guard the west gate, and Zhou Zijia guard the east gate. Your farm will be as secure as for. Zhou Zijia asked a rare question, where's the east gate? The east gate hasn't been built, yet, Chen Guang replied. Zhou Zishuan and Su Qing returned from the orchard holding freshly picked blue jujubes, chilled in ice water, and placed them on the table. The jujube skins were still glistening with tiny water droplets. Lu Mingyuan quickly snatched the largest one, taking a bite, only to be pinched by Zhou Zishuan. Can't you slow down? Someone else is trying to grab it from you. Of course someone is grabbing it. I see Wang Xian is preparing to snatch it. Wang Xian. The sunlight gradually slanted westward, the mist from the waterfall being evenly pushed away by the evening breeze, the lake's surface reflecting the entire ridge, and the soft glow of the sunset, creating a hazy, orangered expanse. The spiritual pattern lampposts on the spiritual field side lit up one by one, casting pale golden light mist that wove gentle curves in the dusk, connecting to the treetops of the distant spiritual material forest. The cloud boat slowly ascended the valley outside, growing smaller, the gourd-shaped lake shrinking into a piece of turquoise mirror, and the faint blue light spots of the water steps flickered in the dusk before disappearing into the mountain shadows. Lu Mingyuan leaned back against his chair, watching the farm's silhouette darken outside the window, suddenly exclaiming, if we ever come back to gouging, remember to bring us along again. Certainly. Even if I'm not here, you can come anytime. The cloud boat flew towards gouging, the last glow of the sunset sinking behind the ridge of the distant mountains, and the city of gouging in the distance began to sparkle with dots of light. On the 15th day of the second month, Chen Guang took Lu Mingyuan and others to the Ziyu Pavilion. The scene at the Ziyu Pavilion during the full moon can captivate 9 out of 10 who see it for the first time, and Chen Guang's friends were no exception. Lu Mingyuan stood frozen at the side of the pavilion from afar. The moon spirit rock expelled all the light it had gathered throughout the day, and the entire building radiated a gentle silver glow from its foundation to the eaves, resembling not a mortal structure, but rather a piece cut from the moon palace. The clusters of spirit light vines under the eaves bloomed most vibrantly on the night of the full moon, with their pale golden anthers flickering in and out, entwined with the pavilion's silver light, casting a soft warmth onto the street below. Lu Mingyuan looked up at the entrance for quite a while, only coming to his senses when Zhao Kuo patted him on the back, causing him to step inside at a slower. Wang Xin's recording stone began capturing moments the moment they stepped into the hall. The hall had a high vaulted ceiling with the light from the moonlight glass beads transitioning from pale gold to cold white, and the splashes of water from the high platform were edged in silver. Su Qing leaned against the railing, saying little as she quietly watched the performance, while Zhou Zijia remained silent, his gaze following the wide sleeves of the red-clothed dancer on stage, his fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythm on his knee. Su Yunxiu accompanied them as usual, wearing a pale purple sheer skirt, her hair loosely pinned with a white jade hairpin, and she chatted with Lu Mingyuan for quite a while about the arrangement of the performance. Lu Mingyuan asked about the Feiqian dance and the Nikhang tune, and whether the pieces performed on the full moon night varied each time. Su Yunxiu answered patiently. He was unaware that her nascent soul was complete, or else he might not have felt so free to chat. As the event concluded, several of them stood on the moon-gathering street for a moment, the moonlight glass beads on the street shining brighter than when they arrived, the full moon hanging high in the sky, and Lu Mingyuan walked ahead still in a state of reflection. On the 22nd day of the second month, the mountain hunt commenced. The Tsangling Mountains lay approximately 10,000 miles southeast of Hokjing, and before dawn broke, the flight paths heading southeast became lively, with various cloud boats and flying artifacts trailing countless streams of spiritual light, weaving into a moving web of light in the dawn. The cloud boats of the Great Zhou were mostly ship-shaped, each engraved with family emblems. The swirling dragon patterns of the Jingwang mansion and the lunar patterns of the moon god sect flickered in the morning light, while scattered cultivators flew in groups, some traveling alone, others in pairs. Those in the golden core stage, finding sword flight too slow, simply stored their swords and flew through the air, moving no slower than the cloud boats. The cloud boats of the scattered cultivators varied in quality, but were all well organized. Occasionally voices could be heard coming from nearby boats, where several young cultivators squeezed together on an old cloud boat, repeatedly counting the talismans and pills in their storage bags, speaking in hushed tones, unable to contain their nervous yet excited energy. Chen Guang did not join any particular team, as the Huaxiao farm had its own group. Xiao Ji led the way, dressed in dark attire, a narrow-bladed sword hanging at her waist, standing at the front of the cloud boat, while Meng Shanha sat beside her, leaning against the cabin wall to polish his sword, occasionally glancing out the window. Behind them were several golden core and nascent soul cultivators hastily gathered by the farm, some doing final checks on their gear, while others leaned against the cabin wall, resting with their eyes closed. Chen Guang had equipped both Xiao Ji and Meng Shanha with a puppet that had achieved the perfect transformation and several members at the Golden Core stage carried forth their Lu Mingyuan, and the others had some too. The night before, when Chen Guang distributed the talismans, they flipped through them in their hands, and exchanged glances followed by a wave of boundless emotion. Lu Mingyuan vowed to make Chen Guang pay for it upon their return. The gathering point was at Xingyaping, a plateau jutting out hundreds of feet at the periphery of the Tsangling Mountains, backed by cliffs, and facing the mountain pass, where the exposed blue-gray rock layers had been trodden bare by wild beasts and cultivators for millennia, glinting coarsely under the midday sun. By the time Chen Guang and the others arrived, over 1,000 people had already gathered on the plateau, and cloud boats continued to fly in from the horizon, various spiritual lights flickering. The encampments of the 8 major families lined the northern side of the plateau, flags fluttering in the wind, while the scattered cultivators and smaller factions clustered on the southern side of the plateau, lacking a unified organization, grouping together in 3s and 4s. The air was mixed with the scent of pine resin brought by the mountain breeze, the aroma of tea wafting from various tents, and the fresh scent of trampled grass stems, creating a hum of voices all around. The scattered cultivators were busy with their own tasks, some squatting by the tents for a final adjustment of their formation's positioning, while their companions were stacking spirit stones into the formations, muttering about whether they had enough. Some repeatedly checked their storage spaces, only feeling at ease once they confirmed everything was in order. A few familiar scattered cultivators gathered together, their conversation not quite coherent. My master came last time, and said that just following behind the 8 families to pick up scraps would be enough for 1 or 2 years, provided one's quick on their feet, lucky, and doesn't get separated. Those who get lost will have to rely on themselves for survival. The speaker was a man in mid-Golden Core stage, squatting on the ground, tracing a route on the rock surface with a stick. His fingers were thick and short, making the stick appear particularly slender. The outskirts might be bearable, but going deeper is truly dangerous. I'm not trying to scare you. There have been cases where those who encountered 4th-tier monsters perished completely, and those who managed to return were severely injured and did not survive long. As for the depths, let alone, even a realizer of the refinement stage might not return. A white-haired old cultivator responded, lightly tapping his knee as he spoke, as if striking an ancient warning bell. Several young scattered cultivators nearby listened intently, some unconsciously tightening their grips on their sword hilts. Fearful as it may be, we still have to go. A young female cultivator in a gray-blue robe crossed her sword over her knee, saying, "Going into the mountains for the hunt is an opportunity for us scattered cultivators. It's not an exaggeration to say that not opening shop for 3 years, and then making it big for 3 years, is entirely possible. Let's do it." A lighter conversation was happening nearby, where a young scattered cultivator squatted on the ground polishing his sword, while whispering to his companions, "Did you see the Panlong flag of the Jingwang mansion over there? What a grand display. I even saw the Jingwang himself, just now. I saw it too. The Zanhua pattern cloud boat of the Chengwang mansion has arrived, and I noticed the fairies of the moon god sect just passed by, as cold as the rumors say." The companion did not pick up on that topic, but gazed toward the center of the plateau for quite a while before lowering their voice. "I heard the emperor and empress would come. I've never seen the empress. I wonder what the first beauty of Hokjing looked like back then. I don't know about back then, but the current first beauty of Hokjing has to be the 6th princess, right? Haven't you seen her? Isn't the first beauty the Lu fairy of the moon god sect?" "You're talking nonsense." As the sun climbed directly above the Tsangling Mountain Pass, a giant reddish-brown cloud boat appeared on the northern horizon, its golden phoenix designs shimmering in the midday sun. Those who were joking fell silent, the ones polishing their swords paused, the entire group halted, all eyes converging in the same direction. The emperor of the great Zhou Pei, Yingshuan, stepped out of the cabin clad in dark dragon-patterned robes, tall and slender, with a gaunt face and well-groomed 3 strands of beard under his chin. Empress Dugu Yao followed closely behind, dressed in a bright red palace gown, her train trailing several feet, embroidered with golden threads, depicting 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. A soft golden belt cinched her waist, elegantly curving the gown, without appearing frail. Below it the fabric naturally flowed, and as she walked the folds of the material rippled like water. Her neck was long, and the golden phoenix crown was set with a pigeon-excised red spirit pearl in the center, enhancing her beauty. Having been empress for over 1,000 years, Dugu Yao bore not signs of fatigue, but rather a calmness and dignity that came from having witnessed the rise and fall of many tides. Dugu Yao hailed from the moon god sect, her renown and popularity rivaling that of the current Lu Rume, and she was once referred to as the first beauty of Hokjing by the good people of Hokjing. Pei Yuni followed behind, dressed in a begonier'd palace gown, scanning the crowd, briefly her gaze landing on Chen Guang for a fleeting moment before moving on. Pei Yingxian stood in the center of the plateau, surveying the surroundings, his voice steady, reaching everyone's ears. The Tsangling Hun occurs once every 100 years, a tradition passed down through generations. To all who have come from afar, I thank you on behalf of the people of the Great Zhou. He paused slightly at this point, his gaze sweeping over the area where scattered cultivators had gathered, enter safely, and return safely, and that will be your achievement. There were no lengthy speeches, nor any deliberate encouragement. His tone was as plain as if he were stating a matter of course. Upon finishing, he took a bronze, ancient goblet from a guard, faced the direction of the Tsangling Mountains, raised it high, drank it all, and returned the empty cup, proclaiming loudly, "Open the mountain." As the words, "Open the mountain," fell, the royal black-armored guards swiftly surged out from the ranks, dozens of streams of dark spiritual light, darting into the dense forest of the ancient road of the Tsangling Mountains, startling a flock of birds from the treetops. Immediately after the panlong flag of the Jingwang mansion unfurled in the wind, the Xuanwu-patterned cloud boat of the Chengwang mansion swept low over the treetops, and the female cultivators of the moon god sect took to the skies, their skirts forming a flowing band of moon-white light. The teams from each family moved in succession, none weaker than the other, as spiritual light wove and flashed at the mountain past, the sounds of rushing air and footsteps blending together in a steady rhythm. The atmosphere at Qingyaoping became lively, with the elders leading teams of nascent soul and transformation cultivators at the forefront, while the younger generation prepared in designated areas at the periphery. The Huaxia Farms team was positioned in the western part of a broadleaf forest area at the outskirts, closely adjacent to the Zhou family's area, less than 100 miles apart. Chen Guang had previously advised them not to stray too far from the farms team. Before entering the forest, Xiao Ji glanced back at Chen Guang, nodded without saying anything, and then disappeared into the shadows of the trees, with Meng Shana following behind, raising his sword in a gesture. As Lu Mingyuan adjusted the magical artifact at his waist, while leaving, he was uncharacteristically serious, while Zhou Zijia brought up the rear, and Wang Xian raised the recording stone toward Chen Guang. There was no need for that. Chen Guang had his own good camera for live broadcasting, 3D ultra clear. The various teams spread out along the edges of the dense forest, their spiritual lights flashing briefly in the shadows of the trees, before gradually disappearing. The number of people remaining on the plateau gradually diminished, with several scattered cultivators squatting on the ground debating the last route into the mountains. Chen Guang silently observed the many cultivators, including those from major factions, walking on the edge of life and death for resources. If he hadn't had the system, he might have had to fight for resources just like them after crossing over. A crossing without a hang-up is not worth it. Once again, he was grateful for the system. In the distance, faint roars of demon beasts echoed from the forest, rumbling like distant thunder rolling back and forth in the valley as the mountain wind swept in, carrying the unique scent of wild forests mixed with sweet and resinous aromas of ancient pine trees, causing the needles of several millennia-old pine trees on the edge of the plateau to rustle. At first, the sword beam would occasionally flicker among the treetops, but afterward it became indistinguishable whether it was a person or just light. As the expedition entered the mountains, Qingya Flat gradually fell silent. From time to time, distant roars of demonic beasts echoed faintly from the depths of the forested sea, muffled, resonant, rolling across the peaks before dissipating into stillness. Smoke from brewing tea curled lazily from the supply camp. Left behind, several cultivators responsible for logistics gathered around a lacquered table, cross-referencing maps with the entry routes of each team, occasionally glancing toward the mountain pass before returning to their meticulous annotations. Chen Guang stood quietly at the edge of the flat for a moment, preparing to return to the cloud boat, when footsteps approached from behind. "Young master, Chen, His Majesty requests your presence." It was a royal Xuanjia guard bowing deeply with clasped fists. Chen Guang nodded, and accompanied by Mu Yu and Qing, he followed the guard toward the center of the flat. He had resided in Haojing for nearly several years, and the Huaxia farmstead was no stranger to imperial affairs. Princess Lu had visited the farmstead before, and they had later conversed privately in the waterside pavilion. By now, mutual probing had long since passed. This summons from the emperor was likely little more than a formal meeting time between the hunting festivities. As they neared the grand tent, Duchess Dugu Yao sat upright upon an ornate wide-backed chair. Her crimson imperial robes accentuated her slender statuesque figure. Even during her cultivation days at the moon goddess sect, she had been peerless among her generation. Millennia upon ascending the central throne had not dulled her sharpness, rather refined it into a quiet, unshakable gravity. Emperor Pei Yingxian sat centrally holding a teacup. Chen Guang stepped forward and bowed with clasped fists. The emperor's gaze lingered for the briefest instant upon Mu Yu and Qing, he standing behind him. He naturally recognized them as high-tier puppets, yet said nothing, merely withdrew his glance and gestured casually. "No need for such formality, young friend. Please be seated." Chen Guang took a seat on the adjacent empty chair. Mu Yu promptly offered him a cup of tea. The Zhou Emperor opened the conversation. "The Huaxia farmstead has operated for 2 years, yet already the market prices of pills and spirit materials in Haojing have stabilized significantly. Take the Supreme Foundation Establishment pill, for instance. Once obtainable only through auctions, now even independent cultivators who save enough spirit stones may acquire one. That alone has rekindled hope for countless solitary practitioners. This humble junior merely lends his name. Daily operations are managed entirely by Chief Steward Yu, and pricing follows my master's instructions. I simply carry them out without deviation. Duchess Dugu Yao interjected, her voice unlike that of ordinary women. Deep, resonant, and cool as subterranean spring water, flowing slowly beneath midwinter ice, to adhere faithfully to those instructions for 2 full years is itself an extraordinary feat. She wore no phoenix crown today, only a crimson gold hairpin adorned with delicate pendants. Her imperial authority softened, replaced by the warmth of a seasoned elder. That master of yours must be no ordinary figure to have cultivated a disciple such as you. Your grace flatters me. My master's name is not to be spoken aloud. He wanders the 4 seas freely, and before departing expressly forbade me from revealing his identity, lest I bring shame upon him. I obey his edicts strictly, though I dare not claim excellence in doing so. The Empress gave a slight knowing nod. No further inquiry followed. One who could effortlessly establish such a vast foundation for a disciple surely bore profound origins. A pressing the matter would betray poor judgment. Several princes and Princess Lu sat near the tent entrance. The eldest prince set down his teacup and bowed respectfully toward Chen Guang, his tone steady, and measured. Recently, the Ministry of War procured pills at prices nearly 20% lower than previous years. I inquired, and learned these were supplied by the Huaxia farmstead. To ease the court's expenditures in this manner is no small contribution, young Master Chen. His Highness overpraises me. The court's expenses are immense, and the farmstead possesses the capacity to assist. Sharing modest profit is only natural. The second and fifth princes each offered brief, well-calibrated remarks, neither overly effusive nor coldly reserved, striking perfect balance between courtesy and decorum. Chen Guang now navigated such courtly exchanges with effortless grace, composed, poised, even faintly amused. Engaging in subtle diplomacy with the Emperor, Empress, and princes of a Xinxia Empire held its own peculiar charm. Pei Yuning sat beside Duchess Dugu Yao, her hay-tangled imperial robes enhancing her serene, dignified countenance. After both princes had finished speaking, she spoke unhurriedly. Young master, Chen, the bamboo wine you gifted to my residence last time received praise even from father. The emperor himself declared it exquisite. Today before his majesty, I wish to speak on behalf of the imperial kitchen. Might the farmstead supply a monthly batch of this bamboo wine to the palace? Monthly supply poses no difficulty. Upon returning, Chief Steward, you will coordinate quantities and grades directly with the imperial kitchen. Then it is settled. Pei Yuning offered no further words. Only a gentle smile toward Chen Guang before settling back into her chair, teacup cradled lightly in hand. After a stretch of light conversation, the emperor placed his teacup aside and shifted topics. This year's hunting expedition is unusually large. Nearly every major sect has dispatched its most promising younger generation. In your estimation, who stands out most? Each house brings distinct strengths. The Lu clan excels with talismans in confined terrain. The Han clan's aquatic sword intent doubles in power near water. The Moon Goddess sect wields the frosty emptiness art with devastating precision. And our farmstead Xiaoji, a sword cultivator at peak nascent soul stage. And Meng Shana, who once dueled Lu Ru Mei at the Tao Discourse Assembly, can certainly uphold our honor. You truly offend no one, chuckled Empress Dugiao. It is not avoidance. I genuinely cannot declare a favorite. In hunts like these, 7 parts depend on strength, 3 on fortune, which demonic beast one encounters where, and under what conditions. Each variable alters. Fortune remains uncertain, but foundations endure. The emperor sipped his tea, voice calm, and measured. I am aware of Meng Shana's performance at the Tao Discourse Assembly. For an independent cultivator to reach such heights is rarer than even the core disciples nurtured by the 8 great clans. Your acquaintance with such a figure speaks well of your discernment, pure chance, and shared ideals. I remain far inferior to imperial talents. The emperor gave a slight approving nod, then continued. Many novices join this hunt. Demonic beasts pose little threat. What worries me is ignorance of protocol. Deep within Songling lies Luojian Cliff, its sheer face still impaled with half a broken sword, said to be left behind by an ancient sword immortal. Countless cultivators have descended seeking destiny there, though few ever return alive. Please remind your people the hunt remains strictly within the outer perimeter. Crossing that boundary is forbidden. Grateful for your majesty's warning. I shall remember it well. He knew of Luojian Cliff, and all farmstead members entering the mountains were likewise briefed. No reminder needed. After another half-hour of conversation, the empress set down her teacup and glanced meaningfully at the emperor. Pei Yingxian rose smoothly. We shall conclude here for today. Should you find occasion, do visit the palace again. This humble junior certainly will. As the imperial party departed, the princes followed the emperor and empress toward the main tent. Pei Yuning walked last, passing Chen Guang, without pause, offering only a quiet nod. Chen Guang returned the nod briefly. She had already quickened her pace to catch up with the empress vanishing into the distance. He paused for a moment, then turned and walked back. Mu Yu and Qing He awaited him, where they'd stood falling into step beside him as he resumed his path. Fewer and fewer remained upon Qingyao Flat. Cultivators in the supply tents folded maps and cleared away teacups and lacquered trays. The final bands of independent cultivators had vanished into the dense forest beyond the mountain pass. Only the wind persisted ceaselessly pouring down the valley. Returning to the Zizai residence, Chen Guang lay back on the rocking chair on the terrace pulling out the 9-tongue sky mirror. Ripples spread across the mirror's surface revealing the images outside the Tsungling Mountains. From a high vantage point, the sprawling dense forest resembled an emerald green sea, with various teams intermittently appearing and disappearing within the forest. Glimmers of spiritual light leaked through the gaps in the treetops, flickering in and out. He pushed the mirror slightly to the west, first checking the team from the farm. Xiao Ji walked at the forefront with a narrow-bladed longsword hanging at her waist. She had not drawn it, but suppressed her cultivation to the late golden core stage, her divine sense, silently spreading out, ensuring that no movement within her range escaped her perception. Occasional beast roars echoed from deep within the forest, but the area near the team remained unusually quiet. Any demon beast below the third rank sensed her divine sense, and actively avoided her. They were not foolish. Meng Shanhe was positioned at the rear, equally, keeping his sword sheathed. The two led the team steadily through the forest, moving at a slow but steady pace. After traveling over 200 miles, Xiao Ji raised her hand to signal the team to stop. Ahead among the bushes lay a mid-third rank crimson-maned lion, its size larger than a typical lion, its mane shimmering with a dark red glow in the dim forest light. It seemed it hadn't had time to flee, now crouched low with its front limbs pressed against the grass, emitting a low warning growl. Xiao Ji did not draw her sword, instead she stepped forward and exerted her divine sense. The lion's mane flared up, and after a tense standoff with Xiao Ji, it slowly retreated a few steps before turning and vanishing deep into the forest. The farm team did not take action. The third-rank demon beasts around posed no threat to them. It was more appropriate to leave them for the loose cultivators coming behind to gather resources, as instructed by Chen Guang. The mirror shifted slightly to the east, revealing the Zhou family's team. Their luck was not particularly good. Shortly after entering the mountains, they encountered a mid-third rank red-backed bear. This creature had tough skin and thick flesh, its protective spiritual light as solid as stone armor, and it was extremely irritable, charging at anyone it saw. Lu Mingyuan wasted no time and directly threw 3 immobilization talismans onto the bear's legs and head. The redback bear's speed plummeted, and Zhao Kuo activated the defensive array to shield the front of the team. When the bear crashed into it, the protective barrier shook violently. Taking advantage of the bear being staggered, Zhou Zijia circled to the side and stabbed his sword into the bear's ear. As the tip pierced its skull, a burst of sword energy erupted, and the massive body of the red-backed bear crashed to the ground. "This bear's hide is incredibly tough," Wang Xian remarked, holding the recording stone with a slightly trembling wrist. "Zijia, that sword strike of yours was truly impressive. Did you use all your strength?" "Just a mere 70% of my strength," Zhou Zijia replied nonchalantly, as he sheathed his sword, glancing down at his left sleeve, which was torn by the bear's claws. It had narrowly missed breaking the skin. Lu Mingyuan shook his wrist, which had gone numb from the backlash of the immobilization talismans. The group exchanged glances, but said nothing, though they clearly felt more relaxed than before entering the mountains. Before entering, they had been quite anxious, but after facing a demon beast, they felt a bit more grounded. The mirror continued to pan outward, and the images from the loose cultivator area gradually increased. In the southeast, on a rocky slope, 2 teams of loose cultivators were facing off across a freshly slain fire scorpion. One side had 5 members led by a young cultivator in a blue robe with his long sword already drawn, its tip pointing at the other side. The opposing team, composed of 4 individuals, was led by a scar-faced man holding a short axe. "We lured this scorpion out of its nest and spent nearly half an hour exhausting its poison sac." The voice of the blue-robed cultivator was low, each word seeming to be squeezed out through gritted teeth. "You guys have been lurking on the slope for so long, only coming down after we finished fighting, and still want half. There's a rule in Tsungling: those who see shall share. Besides, the scorpion doesn't have your names carved on it. Are you determined to be shameless? You can't trade your face for spirit stones." The scar-faced man put away his smile, scanning the 5 opponents before him. "You all have expended quite a bit of spiritual power. Are you really going to fight us here? With the hunting period still long, it benefits no one to leave us both badly injured. How about this? He'll take a step back. You take the scorpion's tail, and we'll keep the rest. Isn't that fair?" The blue-robed cultivator stared at him for a long time, long enough for his companions behind him to think he would strike, but he ultimately sheathed his sword, signaled for his teammates to take the scorpion's tail, and turned to leave, with his companions following suit without protest. After walking a distance of 10 or so, Zhang, a teammate, asked him if they were just going to let it go. The blue-robed cultivator did not answer, immediately walking a bit further before speaking. "What did I tell you before entering? Safety first. We are at a disadvantage. A single scorpion is not worth risking lives over. His teammates fell silent, and the five of them quickened their pace, disappearing deep into the forest with. However, Chen Guang observed through the mirror that after they walked quite a distance, the blue-robed cultivator finally released the grip he had been keeping tight on the sword hilt, his knuckles still bearing white marks from his earlier tension. Such situations were all too common. Even without bloodshed, everyone had shown remarkable restraint. Chen Guang lifted his teacup and took a sip, shifting the image slightly. In another area, 7 loose cultivators were gathered in a circle led by an elderly cultivator, surnamed Wei, whose hair and beard were grizzled, and his face bore several old scars left by demon beasts. He sorted several third-rank demon cores by quality and attributes, then spread out a crumpled beast hide map, pointing to marked locations as he addressed the group. These are the areas to be cleared tomorrow. On the second day of the past hunting events, demon beasts tend to retreat deeper, causing the density on the outskirts to decrease. We can take advantage of this gap to push further in, but the distance should not exceed 5,000 miles as the area is filled with 4th-rank demon beasts, which we cannot contend with. The group nodded in agreement with the elder's words. They were here to seek fortune, not to seek death. The mirror continued to scan deeper, pausing on another clearing in the forest. 6 individuals surrounded a deceased flame-horned rhinoceros with no one speaking, but the air was thick with an odd tension. This flame-horned rhinoceros was at the peak of the 3rd rank, its crimson horn on its forehead severed with molten-like bodily fluids oozing from the wound, charring the surrounding grassland. Encountering a peak 3rd rank demon beast on the first day of the hunt was indeed unfortunate, but what was even more unsettling was the presence of another group of 4 individuals. This was clearly a scheme of 2 groups working together. Before these 10 individuals entered the forest, they must have agreed to collaborate, but after the flame-horned rhinoceros fell, the 4 from one side emerged unscathed while the 6 on the other bore many injuries. Leading the latter group was a golden-robed cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage, clutching a freshly harvested blood ginseng. His expression was not one of triumph from victory, but rather one of bitterness, as if he had been stabbed in the back. When we lured the flame-horned rhinoceros out of its nest, it was agreed that you would handle the consumption and containment, while we would charge in for the frontal assault, and the spoils would be shared equally. The voice of the golden-robed cultivator remained relatively calm, but his hand, gripping the blood ginseng, trembled slightly. We held the front for a quarter of an hour and 5 of us were injured. What about you? You stood on the sidelines doing nothing, only landing 2 blows when the flame-horned rhinoceros was about to fall. The leader of the opposing group, a man with a hooked nose, shrugged his tone flat to the point of indifference. Containment doesn't mean throwing away our lives. The flame-horned rhinoceros was too fierce, we didn't dare get too close. Besides, those last 2 strikes were quite crucial, weren't they? The golden-robed cultivator remained silent for a long time. Behind him, his teammates bore injuries, one of them even having a leg pierced by the rhinoceros horn, sitting on the grass with a pale face. He glanced at the blood ginseng in his hand, then at the 4 opponents who appeared unscathed before ultimately tossing the ginseng over to them, allowing them to take the flame-horned rhinoceros. The forming group had gained a significant reward without much cost, and they left with smiles while their fragile collaboration came to an end. Chen Guang shifted the image away and explored several other areas. Some small teams were working together against a demon beast, coordinating effectively, clearly delineating who charged, who held the line, and who supported. Other teams from the very beginning harbored their own agendas, their gazes drifting when it came time to divide the spoils. It was likely they would not partner again after exiting this forest. What caught Chen Guang's attention the most was a valley in the southwest. A young female cultivator leaned against the mountain wall, her face pale, with a trace of uncleaned blood at the corner of her mouth. Her senior brother squatted beside her, pulling a healing pill from his storage bag and handing it over, checking her shoulder for claw marks, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming there was no poison. The 2 exchanged little conversation, the atmosphere quietly tense, but the trust that came from relying on each other in a dangerous situation needed no words. After taking the pill, the female cultivator felt a bit better and smiled at her senior brother. Cooperation and independence, trust and betrayal, loyalty and treachery played out incessantly in the Songling, vividly illustrating the saying that those who stray from order are the most dangerous. Of course, warmth and compassion were not absent. For countless years, Songling has witnessed too much of human nature, and Chen Guang has seen more than enough. No one understands human nature better than him. Chen, the most understanding of human nature, Guang thus remarked as the mountain winds from the direction of Songling continued to rush into the valley, with flickers of sword light occasionally glimmering deep within the forest, soon to be swallowed by the vast sea of trees. In early March, the hunting festival continued. After the initial chaos of the first few days, the various teams had adapted to the rhythm of the hunt, and the scattered cultivators began to advance in an orderly fashion, resulting in a significant reduction in casualties. Chen Guang leaned back in the rocking chair on the terrace of Zizai residence with the image from the nine-eyed, celestial mirror projected in the air. The image showed a spacious clearing in the woods where the disciples of the moon god sect had just finished a hunt, and were resting by the stream. A few young disciples were combing their hair by the water, and the breeze gently lifted their skirts. Lu Rubai sat alone on a distant piece of bluestone, her crescent blade resting across her knees. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a thin layer of silver light over her. At that moment, the storage bracelet vibrated with the sound of the Immortal sound array. Young master representatives from the Wantong Immortal Pavilion and the Tongyu Immortal Pavilion have arrived and are waiting on the 6th floor of the farm. Two groups of people came together. They arrived one after another, just happened to overlap. The farm had been open for a few years, so it was normal for people from the Jining continent to visit. However, Chen Guang didn't expect two groups to come at once. He put away the nine-eyed celestial mirror, stood up from the rocking chair, and headed downstairs to the farm with Mu Yu and Qing He. On the 6th floor of the Huaxiao farm, he was conversing with several guests. Two individuals from the Wantong Immortal Pavilion were seated on the east side, and among them was none other than Chen Guang's old acquaintance Mu Wanqing. She wore a sky-blue cross-collared long dress with silver-gray silk thread embroidered with the cloud pattern emblem of the Wantong Immortal Pavilion at the cuffs. Her long hair was pinned up with a jade hairpin, and she had a tall, slender figure with a cool and serene aura in her brows and eyes, just as before. Beside her sat a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s, dressed in a dark purple robe. Her hair was styled high, adorned with a silver phoenix hairpin with a pearl drop, and her figure was plump. While sitting still, she occasionally glanced towards the staircase, her demeanor calm and unhurried. On the west side sat three individuals from the Tongyu Immortal Pavilion. The young male cultivator leading them wore a sandalwood-colored brocade robe with a tower shadow pattern embroidered at the cuffs. He had a handsome face and a poised demeanor. Next to him, a female cultivator in a frost-colored long dress exuded an undeniable air of arrogance, holding a teacup that she neither drank from nor set down. Behind them sat an old man in a gray robe, eyes closed in meditation, with an unsheathed short sword resting beside him. Chen Guang's cloud boat descended at the entrance of the farm. He, along with Mu Yu and Qing He, ascended to the 6th floor. As soon as they exited the cloud ladder door, the gazes of those on both sides turned toward them simultaneously. Seeing the familiar face of Mu Wanqing before Chen Guang could speak, Mu Ye's voice transmission reached his sea of consciousness. Both protectors were mid-stage refining void, while the young male cultivator was in the perfect nascent soul stage, and the female cultivator was in the early nascent soul stage. What surprised Chen Guang the most was Mu Wanqing. When they first met years ago, they were both still in the foundation establishment stage, and now she had already reached the perfect nascent soul. Jumping from foundation establishment to perfect nascent soul in just a few years was impossible, so there was only one possibility: she had not been in foundation establishment at all back then. He suppressed the questions in his heart and walked over to greet everyone. Mu Wanqing was the first to stand, bowing gracefully. "Brother Chen, it has been a while." Straightening up, a glimmer of joy at their reunion flashed in her eyes. "I heard in the Jining continent that a Huaxiao farm had been established in Gaojing with the owner named Chen Guang. I wondered if it could be you, and now that I've come to see, it really is." "I didn't expect it to be you either," Chen Guang replied with a bow, gesturing for her to sit down before turning toward the west side. Lu Chuan had already stood up, clasping his fists. "I am Lu Chuan, the External Affairs Manager of the Tongyu Immortal Pavilion's branch in the Jining continent. This is my cousin Lu Qing, who also works in the branch. I've long heard of your name, Qin Zhuangzhu, and I hope you'll forgive my abrupt visit. Although I was surprised that you know Mu Wanqing from the Wantong Immortal Pavilion, it doesn't affect anything." Chen Guang returned a bow, saying, "You are too polite, Dao friend Lu. Please have a seat." Everyone reseated themselves, and Qing He served freshly brewed tea to each person. The gaze of the old man in gray briefly rested on Mu Yu and Qing He before quickly retracting. However, the hand holding the teacup of Lu Chuan slightly paused. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman from the Wantong Immortal Pavilion slightly turned her head, her gaze sweeping from Mu Yu to Qing He before subtly moving away. No one spoke, but the way both sides looked at Chen Guang had quietly changed. Lu Chuan set down his teacup and spoke with a more measured tone than before. "The Huaxiao farm has been thriving in Gaojing for several years now. The Tongyu Immortal Pavilion's branch in the Jining continent has been keeping an eye on the developments here. This time we've come specifically to see the impressive stature of Chen Zhuangzhu in person and to inquire if there are plans for expanding the farm in the future. I'm merely acting on behalf of my master and cannot take credit for it," Chen Guang replied with a light smile while holding his teacup. "As for expansion, the prices of the farm's treasures have always been kept low, which has resulted in losses. The larger the operation, the greater the losses, so there are no immediate plans for expansion, and it is unlikely in the future as well. In the future, if the farm expands, it would also have to endure like the Qin family. Moreover, the influence of the Immortal Pavilions is vast. For the farm to reach a level where it can impact the Immortal Pavilions would take a long time. Simply opening a farm in the Jining continent isn't enough. These are all future considerations that Chen Guang did not worry about." Lu Chuan nodded slightly at this and felt his last shred of doubt dissipate. He smiled. "Brother Chen speaks with clarity. The Tongyu Immortal Pavilion has branches across various regions in the Jining Sea, and our supply channels for spiritual materials pills and array discs are fairly complete. Although the farm does not expand if there are needs for procurement in the future, I may be able to act as a connector. I appreciate your kind offer, Dao friend Lu, and I will keep it in mind. Chen Guang smiled back, raising his teacup in a toast to Lu Chuan. With the business talk concluded, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Lu Qing's gaze lingered on Mu Wanqing for a moment, and as she set down her teacup, the bottom of the cup lightly tapped against the tea table, producing a faint sound. She lifted her head, her face adorned with a perfectly measured smile, and her tone casual, as if making small talk. By the way, the Mu family holds a significant position in the Wantong Immortal Pavilion in the Jining continent, and is influential across the entire Jining continent. Sister Mu is a core member of the Mu family, and such a background befriends a talent like Qin Zhuangzhu. It truly is a match made in heaven. I often heard people say while in the Jining continent, that when forming friendships, one must consider family backgrounds. Seeing it in person today, it truly holds merit. This statement appeared to be a compliment, yet the underlying sting was cleverly concealed. She was subtly informing Chen Guang that the person sitting beside him had a high status and significant background. Did he know this when he befriended her? Don't be fooled, young man. Chen Guang could decipher the hidden meaning, and Mu Wanqing was clearly not a fool either. Mu Wanqing lifted her teacup, and after hearing this only smiled slightly. Sister Lu's words remind me that when I first met Brother Chen, I was still in Wanxia City, and I had to suppress my cultivation to train at the grassroots level due to the Immortal Pavilion's rules. When Brother Chen came to buy items, I was merely a servant attending to him. Later we hit it off, and became friends, and I never considered family backgrounds at that time. As she spoke, she turned to Chen Guang, her tone now infused with a casualness that only old friends share. Brother Chen, at that time, I had no idea of your true strength, and you didn't know my background either. Yet we still became friends. That should be true friendship, right? Chen Guang raised his teacup and smiled. Naturally, our friendship isn't bound by family status, though it is even better when we share similar aspirations. Indeed, this is much better now. Mu Wanqing lightly brushed off, then turned her gaze back to Lu Qing, still smiling warmly. So after returning to the Jining continent and regaining my status, I didn't specially mention it to Brother Chen. Some things between friends aren't important, don't you think, Sister Lu? Lu Qing felt stifled by her well-crafted response, and could only take a small sip from her teacup. Lu Chuan glanced at his cousin, a hint of unnoticeable admonition in his eyes. Then I must congratulate both of you for finding true friends. For people like us, having true friends is indeed rare. Brother Lu is being too modest. With your family background, you should have no shortage of friends. A round of harmless verbal sparring ensued, leaving no one injured except Lu Qing. After chatting for another half an hour, Lu Chuan was the first to rise and say his farewells. I apologize for disturbing you today, Qin Zhuangzhu. Should you pass through the Jining continent in the future, be sure to visit the Tongyu Immortal Pavilion and allow me to extend the courtesy of a host. Absolutely. Chen Guang stood to return the gesture, instructing Yu to escort the three down. As soon as the people from the Tongyu Immortal Pavilion left, the atmosphere in the living room instantly relaxed. Mu Wanqing leaned back against the soft couch, shedding much of her earlier cool demeanor. She shook her head, while holding her teacup, that Lu Qing has always loved to leverage family background since her time in the Jining continent. I didn't expect her to still use that tactic here in gouging. What she said does hold some truth, Chen Guang replied, casually leaning back against the soft couch. The key is what you choose to say from the truth. Mu Wanqing set down her teacup, her tone becoming more animated. However, you are indeed quite interesting. If it were someone else who faced even a bit of that, they would ask questions. You, on the other hand, didn't say a word from start to finish. Whether you suppressed your cultivation or your background from the Mu family, it has nothing to do with our friendship. Because no one is more impressive than him. Mu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback before a smile spread across her face. All right with your words, my visit is not in vain, and I haven't made a friend in vain either. Chen Guang lifted his teacup and finally voiced the question that had been on his mind. You were already in the nascent soul stage back in Wanxia City, so you've been cultivating for quite a while. How old are you? No other meaning, just pure curiosity. Mu Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Asking a woman's age is not a good habit. Just curious. She held her teacup and gazed at Chen Guang for a moment, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Putting down her cup, she countered, then you tell me first, how old are you? What realm? Under 100 years, perfect golden core. When I was in Wanxia City, I was at the peak foundation establishment stage. Chen Guang fabricated the story, fearing it would scare the young lady. Mu Wanqing paused for a moment, raising her eyes to look at him. Really? Really? She slowly set down her teacup, staring at Chen Guang for several breaths, then leaned back against the chair, the corners of her mouth curving into a meaningful arc. A perfect golden core under 100 years is considered a core successor level in any force of the Jining continent. I originally thought you might have just been wealthy when you bought the puppets in Wanxia City, but now it seems you are definitely well off, and you yourself are no ordinary character. You still haven't answered my question. My age, Mu Wanqing prolonged the sound, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes as she tilted her chin slightly. Anyway, I'm much older than you. Come on, call me sister, and let me hear it. Chen Guang held his teacup and did not respond. Mu Wanqing, growing even more pleased, was about to speak again when a very light cough suddenly sounded from the side. It was the beautiful woman who had been quietly sitting there. She took a small sip from her teacup, her gaze fixed outside the window, without glancing at Mu Wanqing even once. Mu Wanqing immediately toned down her demeanor and subconsciously straightened her posture. However, the smile at the corners of her mouth did not fade as she set down her teacup and stood up. All right, I must be going back. The branch is still waiting for my report. Chen Guang also stood up. Now that you are here, why not stay a couple more days? At least let me extend my hospitality and show you around gouging. Next time, Mu Wanqing waved her hand lightly, her tone bright. After I finish my work over there, I will come to find you to reminisce. Remember to prepare some wine. No problem. Mu Wanqing smiled and agreed, turning to follow the beautiful woman toward the cloud ladder. After taking a few steps, she looked back at Chen Guang and waved to him with Yu Yi accompanying. Chen Guang returned to his rocking chair, while Mu Yu replaced his old tea with freshly brewed tea, and Qing, he moved the plate of dried fruits closer to his knees. Throughout the conversation, Mu Wanqing never inquired about the farm, perhaps because her interests lay elsewhere, or perhaps she already knew the answer. Regardless, it didn't matter to Chen Guang whether she asked or not. The sun had already tilted to the west outside the window, and the March breeze flowed through the cloud crystal window, carrying with it a faint hint of floral fragrance. As soon as they left, Chen Guang retrieved the nine-eye sky mirror. The surface of the mirror rippled, directly locking onto the tan-colored cloud ship, flying towards the west of the city. Inside the ship, the three of them sat separately. Lu Chuan leaned against the back of his chair with his eyes closed, while Lu Qing held a teacup, gazing out the window. This cloud ship was a standard vehicle of the Tongyu Immortal Pavilion's branch. Once the formation on the ship was activated, external divine senses and sights could not penetrate, allowing the three to converse freely. This farm is not simple, and that Chen Guang is not simple either. The old man in gray robes spoke first, his voice low and steady. When we return, report truthfully to the pavilion. The other party shows no intention of expansion, and their attitude is clear. We should maintain vigilance without further contact or creating enmity. Lu Chuan opened his eyes and nodded. He and Mu Wanqing from the Wantong Immortal Pavilion are old acquaintances, and their relationship is quite close. The Wantong side is clearly more cordial towards him than we are, but it seems he has no intention of favoring one over the other. This person handles matters flawlessly, giving face to both sides, and leaving no handle for anyone to grasp. Lu Qing put down his teacup unusually without any sharp remarks, but his tone carried a hint of contemplation. To be honest, I initially thought he was just a spoiled young master relying on his master for fun, but now I realize it's not that simple. Facing him feels like dealing with those direct descendants of respected powers. He exudes confidence. Mu Wanqing's judgment of character is indeed impressive. So it's best to keep things this way for now. Lu Chuan closed his eyes again. Maintain distance, no need to be overly familiar, and do not offend. The ship fell into silence as the cloud ship flew further into the dusk. Chen Guang leaned back in his rocking chair, gently tapping the frame of the mirror. The Tongyu Immortal Pavilion bore no animosity, towards him only caution. Lu Qing, despite appearing bold in his conflicts with Mu Wanqing, did not falter at critical moments. Those nurtured by major powers are indeed different. Even his praise felt a bit embarrassing. He shifted the mirror from the Tongyu Immortal Pavilion's cloud ship back to near the farm, where Mu Wanqing and a beautiful woman had just exited the farm's main gate, boarding a completely dark purple cloud ship, which bore the cloud pattern emblem of the Wantong Immortal Pavilion. The two boarded the cloud ship in succession. Mu Wanqing sat down on a soft couch, adjusted her skirt, while the beautiful woman sat opposite her. She activated the ship's formation, lifted her teacup, took a sip, and her gaze slowly swept across her niece's face. During those years in Wanxia City, did you have anything else to discuss with this Chen Zhuangzhu besides buying puppets? Her tone was calm and unhurried, tinged with an elder's. Chen Guang did not expect that this beautiful woman was actually Mu Wanqing's aunt. Mu Wanqing paused and, adjusting her skirt, lifted her gaze to her aunt and spoke helplessly. Aunt, you insisted on following me this time. Before we set out, you said it was to oversee the scale and background of the farm, yet today, you haven't asked a single question about the farm's goods. What use is it to ask those things? One can only discern things through observation. In the branch, over the years, you've interacted with many young people, yet I've never seen you chat with anyone and then wave goodbye to them. Aunt, being an experienced person, your eyes are not yet dim. The beautiful woman placed her teacup down on the table, a slight smile curling her lips. This person possesses outstanding talent among his peers. His demeanor is neither servile nor overbearing, and what's rare is his calmness that remains unperturbed by external factors. He even has puppets of a grade I cannot see through looking proper and well off. In the Jining continent, young people with such conditions are indeed rare. What do you think? Upon hearing the last sentence, Mu Wanqing finally could not maintain her composure. Leaning back against the chair, there was a hint of helpless teasing in her tone. I knew it. You followed me this time, and it definitely isn't just for the pavilion's oversight. Anne is here to look out for you. He achieved golden core completion before turning 100. Such a cultivation speed on the Genian continent is equivalent to that of a core disciple. Besides, I am so much older than him. Are you not afraid of him laughing at me while you play matchmaker? Just a few 100 years old. The beautiful woman showed no embarrassment from being exposed. Instead, she smiled even more broadly. Immortals have long lifespans. It's not uncommon to find partners who are thousands of years apart. Besides, you say he is younger than you, but when he called you sister earlier, why didn't you feel your age? Mu Wanqing was hit at her weak point by her aunt, her ears slightly flushed. Turning her head away to avoid her gaze, her voice unconsciously lowered. I asked him to call me sister as a joke. Besides, he didn't even respond. You coughed at the right moment. If I had said one more thing, it would have embarrassed the Mu family. I'm not worried about you embarrassing the Mu family, but about you talking too much and saying something inappropriate. The beautiful woman shook her head, her tone becoming more serious. Let's get down to business. What is your opinion of Chen Guang? Mu Wanqing fell silent for a moment, her expression serious as she pondered before speaking. His hidden cards are far more than they appear. Back in Wanxiao City, he, a foundation establishment, loose cultivator, casually bought 3 nascent soul puppets. I only felt he was not simple at the time, but now years later he has advanced from foundation establishment to golden core completion, and his puppets have upgraded from nascent soul to the refining void stage. The farm has established a foothold in Gaoping, but has not expanded, each step taken steadily and calmly. While others open shops to earn spirit stones, he seems to merely do it as a matter of convenience, and it doesn't matter if he doesn't succeed. Being so confident, it's much more comfortable to be friends with such a person than to be rivals. No other evaluations. The beautiful woman lifted her teacup, her gaze pausing on Mu Wanqing's face for a moment, smiling without speaking. Ain't that look in your eyes? It's nothing. The beautiful woman set down her teacup, sinking into the soft couch, her tone casual. I just feel this trip was not in vain. Alright, let's return and report back. Mu Wanqing watched as her aunt closed her eyes to rest, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. She turned her gaze out the window, watching the white clouds swiftly retreat. Neither of these two parties bore him any ill will, each merely had their own thoughts, which was normal. He hadn't opened up his heart to anyone either. As for Mu Wanqing, her aunt had gone to such lengths to play matchmaker, while she herself was even calmer than her elders. That's good, just don't fall for him. Earlier he had secretly listened to the conversations of both parties, first to understand their purpose for this trip and their views on the farm, and second, to test the power of this mirror. Although this mirror was an 8th grade treasure, Chen Guang, being only at the golden core stage, could not unleash its full power. Currently, it relied entirely on the energy of spirit stones to activate it. He was uncertain of the mirror's limits, but having tested it, he had a better understanding. Their high-grade cloud ship's 6th grade top-tier formation was rendered ineffective in front of a good mirror. Even a refining void cultivator showed no response to being observed, which was quite impressive, and he was very satisfied. Having gained clarity from the test, he did not intend to stop, but planned to explore what he had not seen before. The mirror rippled, shifting the image towards the center of Gaoping City. He wanted to see the Imperial City. The great formation of the palace showed no response to Chen Guang's probing, and Chen Guang felt a slight thrill. He could finally see the palace. Even though he already knew that this Imperial City occupied a full 1/10 of the area of Gupjing, looking down from the mirror still made him feel that such scale could not simply be described as a palace. Previously, he had only seen the exterior. Now the interior presented itself differently. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers surrounded a capital city within which lay an independent little world. Palaces and towers were scattered like stars, with mountains and lakes in abundance. Though it was called a palace city, it was in fact a whole miniature world enclosed by ochre walls, and not so miniature at that, with an area of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, larger than most provinces in his past life. Holding the nine-eyed sky mirror, he could freely observe every scene of the palace, but he would not be able to finish in a short while, and he even found it somewhat overwhelming. From the eastern side of the palace city, the first sight was Tai Pool, where the jade waves stretched endlessly, shimmering like scattered gold in the twilight. A flock of white-feathered black-necked frostwing cranes were gliding over from the island in the middle of the lake, their wingtips lifting water droplets that sparkled in the sunlight before dispersing into fine mist. In the middle of the lake stood Ling Mountain, with peaks rising and falling and several waterfalls meandering down its slopes, the widest one exceeding 10 zhang, cascading directly into the deep pool at the foot of the mountain, creating a sound of rushing water that could be clearly heard even through the mirror. On all 4 sides of Tai Pool lay a continuous sea of flowers and trees, with various spirit flowers blooming in layers, transitioning from light white to deep purple. The star moon spirit robe flowers covered the entire slope, and when the wind blew, they shimmered like satin. Rows of glazed green phoenix trees stretched along the lakeshore, their leaves shimmering a translucent emerald green in the twilight. Occasionally little eunuchs led newly entered palace maids in a line along the garden path, the faint sound of the teaching matron drifting over, as if scolding someone for improperly bending spirit branches. The mirror passed through a vast blooming crabapple forest, and there stood Fengyi Palace. The golden lacquered phoenix-patterned columns in front of the hall glimmered with a warm glow, and the characters Fengyi on the plaque were written with a steady yet sharp brushstroke. On either side of the stone steps in front of the hall stood two white jade phoenixes, their heads held high and tails spread out, the craftsmanship so fine that every single feather was distinct. Several palace maids wearing azure skirts guarded the entrance, all at the golden core stage, and above with proper appearances and steady demeanors, standing motionless under the corridor. Inside the main hall of Fengyi Palace, Dugu Yao had removed the dignified and imposing crimson palace attire she wore in the court and was instead clad in a smoky purple moonlight silk nightdress, reclining diagonally on the phoenix couch. The fabric of the nightdress was incredibly soft and form-fitting, the neckline loosely opened, revealing a deep and clear valley just below her collarbone, gently rising and falling with her breath. A matching silk ribbon was tied around her waist with a half-hidden slit on the side, giving a glimpse of a small patch of luminous white skin at her waist. The hem of her nightdress barely covered the middle of her thigh as she leaned against the cushion, her right leg casually bent, causing the fabric to slide along her skin and reveal her long, graceful leg. The curve of her calf flowed smoothly, and her slender ankle was delicate, each contour resembling finely carved mutton fat jade. With one hand supporting her forehead, her long hair spilled over her shoulders, and a few strands of dark silk slid down from her temples to rest on her neck, exuding a lazy charm. The maids serving her were already accustomed to the queen's relaxed demeanor in private. Pei Yuning sat on the beauty couch opposite her, dressed equally casually in a sheer Sikadawing-like watered silk nightdress, the neckline slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone and the rounded curves of her shoulders. The hem of her nightdress reached only the base of her thighs, her long, strong legs crossed over one another at the edge of the couch, bare feet resting on the soft carpet, a thin silver chain glinting on her ankle. Amidst this beautiful scenery, Chen Guang still noticed that her realm had changed. She had already broken through to the early stage of the nascent soul, her aura steady and foundation solid, likely having used the royal family's top-grade nurturing pills to achieve this breakthrough. The Queen Dugu Yao leisurely peeled a 4th-grade Zhuluan fruit, the skin crumbling into thin strips at her fingertips and falling into a porcelain dish on her lap. Without raising her head, she said, "Chen Guang, since the opening of the farm you have seen everything he has done. His cultivation skills and character are remarkable. After these few years of acquaintance, what is your opinion of him?" "I just feel that he is different from others. It's hard to pinpoint exactly where he is different. Perhaps it's an innate ease. Whether dealing with the offspring of the 8 great families or loose cultivators, he maintains the same attitude, neither flattering nor looking down on them. In my view, this sense of proportion is not something he pretends to have, it's truly in his bones. Moreover, I cannot see through him. He possesses far more than I can imagine, and even now I wouldn't dare to claim I understand all his depths. It's normal not to understand fully. The puppets by his side are not low in rank, and his master behind him is certainly no ordinary figure. You also mentioned that he has a great sense of proportion, neither deliberately getting close to the royal family, nor intentionally distancing himself. He doesn't cling to you at all." Dugu Yao, as she spoke, reached out to gather the long hair that had slipped off her shoulders. The nightdress slid down slightly as she raised her hand, revealing a glistening shoulder, glowing softly, like jade under the pearl light. "Not clinging is good. If he were to cling, it would be troublesome. This indicates that he truly doesn't care whether I am a princess, or perhaps he does, but doesn't take it seriously. He has always kept his distance from me, which makes me feel at ease. At least he won't deliberately flatter me because of my status, nor will he seek to gain more, because I am using him. The sense of proportion is easy to say, but hard to practice. He, however, has maintained it from beginning to end. Such a person, I truly only know him." Pei Yuning placed the Zhuluan dish on the table, changing the position of her crossed legs, the silver chain jingling on her ankle. "That's a compliment." Chen Guang also felt that he had maintained a good sense of proportion. Everything has its limits, neither too deep nor too shallow. Those who can grasp the right measure will not achieve mediocre results. Dugu Yao glanced sideways at her daughter, giving such high praise to another man, a deeper smile appearing in her eyes as she reached for another piece of Zhuluan. The mother and daughter chatted idly for a while, gradually shifting the topic from court affairs to the recent happenings of several elderly consorts in the palace, and from there, to Pei Yuning's child. Dugu Yao lounged against the phoenix couch, occasionally reaching out to pluck a piece of Zhuluan, and at times teased by her daughter's jest, she would feign a slap, while Pei Yuning did not flinch, curling her legs up closer to the beauty couch. The two laughed heartily, the hem of their night dresses rolling up with their movements, revealing almost all of Pei Yuning's long legs, while a good portion of Dugu Yao's garment slipped off her shoulder, exposing a large expanse of glistening white skin that shimmered under the pearl light. Once they had played enough, they nestled back onto the couch, their dark silks scattered over the soft ice silk cushion, unable to distinguish whose strands of hair were whose, the purple and red night dresses overlapping. As the night deepened, Dugu Yao pulled a thin quilt from the end of the couch and casually draped it over her legs, patting the empty space beside her. Don't return to your Ninghua mansion tonight. Just rest here. Pei Yuning did not decline, rising from the beauty couch, her bare feet touching the plush carpet as she walked to the phoenix couch, leaning against her mother's side and comfortably resting her head in Dugu Yao's shoulder nook. Dugu Yao reached out to help her tidy her scattered hair, pulling half of the thin quilt over her, her fingers idly winding around her daughter's hair ends. The two exchanged a few whispers. Pei Yuning turned over and buried her face in the quilt, exposing only half of her fair neck, while Dugu Yao gently patted her back, closing her own eyes as well. The pearl light of Fengyi Palace dimmed layer by layer, leaving only 2 night pearls at the head of the bed still glowing with a warm, soft light. The frostwing cranes at Taipul had long folded their wings and perched on the island in the middle of the lake, and the entire palace sank into tranquility. Only the occasional rustling sound of the mother and daughter shifting on the phoenix couch, and their intermittent soft whispers drifted in the depths of the curtains. Chen Guang leaned back in the rocking chair, holding a teacup, observing from start to finish. Indeed, people are full of contrasts. The dignified and noble queen and 6th princess in public were very casual and private. As for their praises of Chen Guang, he felt little, having heard too much of it. Chen Guang enjoyed witnessing such contrasts, or rather he liked seeing the truth, and he was indifferent to the slight display of intimacy. On the phoenix couch, the purpler night dresses intertwined. The mother and daughter whispered to each other occasionally, turning over, revealing fleeting glimpses of slender waists and long legs. The spring light and the warmth between mother and daughter unfolded unguardedly in this mirror, a unique sight in all of Gukjing. Even the emperor might not have such treatment. In front of him, the empress and princess of the immortal cultivation world displayed their most genuine selves, which felt truly marvelous. However, it was time to rest. After seeing so much, he needed to find Qinghe and Muyu for a massage to relax. The hunting event at Songling has passed for over half a month. Each team's boundaries for clearing the area have been roughly established through repeated clashes and tests, while casualties have gradually decreased, allowing the loose cultivators to start finding ways to survive in the mountains. In mid-March, deep within Songling at Iron Eagle Gorge, stretching over 10,000 miles from east to west with the widest parts exceeding 1,000 miles, the cliffs on both sides are steep and sheer, exposing iron-gray rock layers where gnarled old pines sometimes poke through the cracks. The valley floor is covered in rubble, and a torrent several dozen zhang wide rushes through the center of the gorge, its water murky yellow, sending up white foam that splashes high into the air before being scattered by the valley winds. This river serves as the boundary between the 2 clearing zones, with the northern bank belonging to the Jing Wangfu and the southern bank to the Cheng Wangfu. At this moment, the 2 royal houses are confronting each other at the riverbank. The people of Jing Wangfu have formed a formation on the northern bank. Pei Yulo stands on a piece of blue stone on the riverbank, his dark dragon-patterned robe fluttering in the valley wind. Behind him stands Zhou Huan, the leader of the royal guards, at the late stage of the transformation stage, with a heavy sword resting at his feet. Further back, several dozen elite warriors spread out along the riverbank, while a few young Golden Core disciples stand by with their swords drawn, their gazes fixed across the river. On the southern bank, the people of Cheng Wangfu are gathered around a recently fallen 4th-tier iron-winged falcon. The falcon's body lies askew among the rubble, its iron-gray feathers scattered all around with a wingspan exceeding 10 zhang. A few young disciples of Cheng Wangfu crouch beside the falcon's body, plucking feathers and retrieving the demon core with swift motions. Pei Yuhing stands not far away, wearing a moon-gold robe, his expression indifferent, while his personal guard Sun Tai stands beside him, holding a broad-bladed heavy sword. The reason for the standoff between the 2 groups is not complicated. 2 days ago, Cheng Wangfu discovered the nest of this iron-winged falcon on the cliff at the southeast corner of the gorge. The transformation stage experts did not intervene, treating this as a trial for the younger generation of the royal houses. Several young cultivators chased it for 2 days, setting up traps and blocking its return route, managing to corner and kill the falcon on the riverbank with a group of over a dozen. However, after the falcon fell, a young disciple pulled an arrow from its left wing root. It was a rending wind arrow, a 3-edged arrowhead coated with bone-corroding frost, specifically designed to pierce the scales of demon beasts, and was a standard arrow of the Northern Frontier Army of Jing Wangfu. The arrow had been shot 2 days prior when the falcon flew over Jing Wangfu's clearing zone, struck by an archer from Jing Wangfu, and flew back to the southern bank injured. The young men of Cheng Wangfu managed to track it down after 2 days, and this arrow was undeniably related. The people of Cheng Wangfu are naturally displeased. They had chased for 2 days and captured the falcon with their own hands, so the credit should belong to Cheng Wangfu. However, the arrow comes from Jing Wangfu. And although they contributed, if this gets out, people will only say that Jing Wangfu injured the prey first, and Chen Guang merely picked up the leftovers. The young man could not swallow this grievance, gripping the arrow and throwing it towards the river, shouting, "Across the arrows of the Northern Frontier Army are accurate, always aimed at others' prey." The response from the northern bank came swiftly. Several archers from Jing Wangfu stood up from behind the blue stone, all veterans from the Northern Frontier Army. The leading archer brushed off the dust from his sleeve, his voice not loud. "That was your incompetence." When a fourth-tier falcon flew over the northern bank, it was lively and agile. "We shot an arrow through its wing, and it flew back to the southern bank injured, which is why you could catch up. Without that arrow, would you even know where the falcon's nest was?" The faces of the young men on the southern bank turned pale in an instant. One of them stepped forward, but was glared back by Sun Tai. Pei Yulo stepped down from the blue stone, picked up the rending wind arrow that had been thrown onto the riverbank, inspected the engraved number on the shaft, and casually handed it to Zhou Huan. He gazed across the river, his tone calm. "The arrow belongs to Jing Wangfu, but Chen Wangfu chased and cornered it, so the credit goes to Chen Wangfu. Jing Wangfu will not snatch it away, but let's refrain from saying things like the hands are long and short in the future." The southern bank fell silent for a moment. Pei Yuhing looked across the river, and then at the young disciples still panting on this side. He nodded at Sun Tai, who sheathed his sword, and the people of Chen Wangfu continued gathering their spoils. The two groups of people gathered their formations along the two sides of the gorge, and continued to advance in different directions. On the terrace of the Zizai residence, Chen Guang reclined in a rocking chair, the nine eyes celestial mirror hanging before his knees, watching the conflict at Iron Eagle Gorge unfold from beginning to end. Such a minor conflict is nothing. Although the two royal houses have harbored grudges for a long time, they cannot resort to outright battle because of it. Just a small episode. He pushed the mirror towards the Tsongling farm, where the farm team was returning through a dense forest. Xiaoji walked in front, his right hand habitually hanging by the sword handle, with several golden core disciples following behind, and Meng Shanha bringing up the rear, ensuring the formation moved neither too fast nor too slow. In the northwest direction of the team, three indistinct figures were crouched in a dried-up gully. The three wore robes without any insignia of power, all at the transformation stage, their auras repressed to the maximum. Their positioning was extremely deliberate, hidden in the shadow of the mountain ridge, surrounded by dense forests that could obstruct divine sense detection. The cooperation among the three was devoid of unnecessary movements. Observing the target and preemptively planning retreat routes, each step seemed as if it had been repeated countless times. A thread of divine sense communication was silently passed among them. Confirmed the target people from Huaxia Farm. The woman in front is Xiao Ji, a fully realized nascent soul sword cultivator. Beside her is Meng Shanha, the dark horse of the Dao Conference. The others behind are not the focus. The task assigned from above is to gather intelligence to force out their cards and see how much pressure they can withstand without exposing or engaging, and then leave once it's done. Understood. The leader took out a dark red talisman from his sleeve, a 5th-tier, high-grade beast summoning talisman with blood patterns on the edges that slightly writhed. He held it above his palm, enveloped in a thin layer of divine sense, leaving only a very fine thread of spiritual power extending along the earth's veins. Upon completing the spell, he extinguished the residual spiritual power of the talisman, fully merging the three's auras with the rocks. Soon a deep roar came from within the dense forest, the sound of trees breaking growing closer, and the ground began to tremble slightly. A 5th-tier, mid-level blood-pattern dragon lizard crashed out from the dense forest, its entire body covered in dark red scales with a faint blood glow circulating between the gaps of its scales. Its vertical pupils shrank into two fine slits, agitated by the beast summoning talisman, charging straight towards the direction of the farm team. Xiao Ji had already turned around the moment she heard the beast's roar. Her right hand fell on the sword handle, her center of gravity lowering, while her spiritual energy completed a rapid compression cycle in her meridians. After clearly discerning the beast's size and scale color with her divine sense, she determined that this was a 5th-tier demon beast, and could not take it heeded. "Scatter!" she shouted coldly. In that same instant, Meng Shanha reacted, his divine sense also capturing the pressure of the demon beast, realizing that a 5th-tier demon beast exceeded his limits. He did not draw his sword. Confronting a 5th-tier demon beast with his early-stage nascent soul cultivation would be seeking death. He retreated several dozen zhang, giving way in front, while the Golden Core team members quickly fell back, responding promptly, with no one panicking to run the wrong way. The dragon lizard charged forward without losing momentum, a foul wind blowing towards them, its dark red scales shimmering with a blood hue in the sunlight filtering through the trees. Xiao Ji's storage bracelet lit up, and a humanoid puppet dropped between her and the dragon lizard. It was jet black in color, resembling a normal human in size, with interlocking red array patterns embedded at the joints, spreading from the core at the brow across its entire body, flickering in the dim forest light like breathing. The puppet did not make any unnecessary movements, it simply expanded its pressure the moment it landed. A 5th-tier top-grade battle puppet. The dragon lizard charged closer, its front claws shattering a blue stone over a meter wide. It opened its mouth, unleashing a dark red spiritual breath, the high temperature instantly melting the rubble along its path into dark red magma, as the dragon breath surged down towards the puppet. The puppet raised its hand, the array patterns on its palm suddenly shifting from dark red to blinding golden red, a curtain of flame erupting from its palm solidified as substance colliding heat with the dragon breath. The crimson flames and dark red spiritual light violently clashed in midair, with the contact surface tearing apart under the high temperature and pressure, producing a piercing shriek from the air. The surface rock layers could not withstand the residual heat's erosion, cracking open several charred fissures. Enraged by the blocked attack, the dragon lizard shook its head and increased the intensity of its breath. The puppet advanced instead of retreating, taking a step forward, causing the dark iron ground beneath its foot to crack like a spider web. It lifted its left arm, the array patterns on the back of its hand glowing again. The red flame's spiritual pressure quickly compressed in its palm, the flame light shifting from red to blazing white, then to a color condensed to perfection, a pale gold light, core hovering above its palm, rapidly spinning, the surrounding air distorted and warped by the high temperature. The puppet clenched its fist, the light core was directly crushed, the shattered flames spreading through the gaps in its fingers, transforming into a thin bright red flame membrane that clung tightly to its fist. It surged forward, smashing its fist into the center of the dragon lizard's breath. The breath was torn open at the center, the red flames flooding into the dragon lizard's mouth, exploding deep within its throat, the remnants of the dark red spiritual light shattering in the explosion, scattering like glittering debris. The dragon lizard let out a mournful cry, its massive body thrown backward, crashing through dozens of ancient trees before barely stabilizing itself. The scales on its chest were charred and rolled back, the blood glow between the gaps dimmed significantly. It struggled to flip over its hooves, digging deep into the rubble. The puppet did not give it a moment to breathe. It had already leaped above the dragon lizard, raising its right arm high, the flame membrane on its fist recongealing. This time the flame light was even more dazzling as the dragon lizard tilted its head and opened its mouth to breathe. The fist was already crashing down onto its skull. This punch did not produce a dull thud of a hard collision. The flame membrane exploded at the moment of contact with the scales, the red flame, spiritual pressure rushing into the skull, causing the scales to flip outward from the cracks, bone fragments, and shattered flames scattering as the dragon lizard's massive body slammed heavily onto the rubble, its limbs twitching once before going still. The puppet withdrew its fist, the flame light on its fist slowly dissipating as it retreated behind Xiao Ji, the core array patterns resuming their previous slow flickering rhythm as if it had never made a move. From start to finish it took less than 10 breaths. The forest fell temporarily silent, the dragon lizard's corpse laying across the rubble, remnants of flames still burning in the gaps of its scales, the smell of charm mingling with the scent of blood slowly spreading through the woods. The golden core disciples hiding behind finally exhaled the breath they had been holding. Some instinctively touched their 4th-tier defensive talismans, realizing that the 5th-tier puppet was indeed very good and safe. This dragon lizard doesn't seem right, Xiao Ji remarked, looking at the charred skull of the dragon lizard, her brow slightly furrowing. The area we are clearing isn't too deep, according to past patterns 5th-tier demon beasts shouldn't appear here. Regardless of whether it should come or not, it has shown up anyway. He stood up, his tone flat. Let's pack up the prey quickly and leave. The smell of blood is too strong. If a stronger beast shows up, that would be troublesome. In the gully, 3 divine senses simultaneously retracted. The target possesses full external support at the transformation stage. The mission objectives have been achieved. Withdraw. No further words were exchanged, and no one looked back at the battlefield. The leader extinguished the last trace of the beast's summoning talisman's aura, using a spell to erase all traces and scents. The 3 quietly retreated in different directions, their paths of withdrawal completely different from their arrival, with no farewells or wasted words. Meng Shanhe and the others were unaware of what was happening, but Chen Guang understood. He had watched the entire operation of the 3 and had heard their conversations, assessing their actions as highly professional. Very good. Someone has actually started to test the farm's defenses with force. Not bad, he liked it. However, not fighting back after being hit was not his style. He slightly turned his face as Muyu had just placed a peeled orange on the plate, wiping her fingers with a silk cloth. Sensing Chen Guang's gaze, she looked up, her eyes reflecting the fragmented light filtering through the bamboo curtains. Muyu, Chen Guang pointed out the coordinates on the mirror. Northwest of Sungling, 3 individuals. Go capture them. Understood, Muyu replied, putting down the silk cloth and standing up, her skirt gently swaying. She slightly bowed to Chen Guang, a subtle smile on her lips. Yes, my lord. The 3 individuals have items that the mirror has marked. It's uncertain if Qin he could find them, but Muyu would be more reliable. The Tao-level celestial puppet silently vanished into the cool afternoon breeze. Chen Guang did not know who was targeting the farm, nor did he want to guess. Once they were captured, everything would be revealed. He raised the new tea brewed by Qing He and continued watching the live broadcast of the Songling hunting event. The roars of beasts echoed from deep within the forest, the light of swords and spells occasionally flashing among the treetops, and everything continued. When Muyu returned, the sun had just dipped westward. From the moment she left the terrace to the instant she stood once more before Chen Guang, less than a quarter of an hour. Chen Guang reclined in his rocking chair, the nine-pupil heaven-scrying mirror still hovering before his knees. Seeing Muyu land on the terrace empty-handed, his brow furrowed slightly. What happened? Did you fail? Yes. Muyu gave a slight bow. All three are dead. The first triggered his internal restriction the instant I subdued him. His body, soul, and storage artifact were all obliterated, leaving nothing behind. For the second, I sealed both his spiritual energy and divine sense. But it made no difference. He still self-destructed. She paused, a rare ripple flickering across her violet pupils. For the third, I thrust my divine sense into his consciousness mere instants before his restriction activated. The annihilation was swift. Only fragmented impressions remained. All three belonged to the same organization, the Guisu Hall. Guisu Hall. Chen Guang's fingers stilled upon the armrest of his rocking chair. No wonder they were so precise, and so ruthless. If it was Guisu Hall, nothing was surprising. Yu Yi's compiled intelligence repository contained information on this organization. The dossier on Guisu Hall occupied an entire spirit jade slip. Born into a nascent soul-cultivating family, Yu Yi's knowledge far surpassed that of native divine transformation sects on Wanguo Island. Though her intelligence was not exhaustive, it sufficed to sketch the vast ancient silhouette of this colossal entity. Guisu Hall, the oldest and most formidable assassination and intelligence syndicate in the ZG Heavenly Realm. Legend holds it was founded over 1 million years ago. Its membership is countless. No one knows its true scale, and its ranks span myriad races from celestial clans to nameless minor tribes alike. Its power is immense, its influence woven across multiple heavenly domains. Unlike ordinary assassin guilds, Guisu Hall never conceals its existence. It openly accepts contracts, publishes fixed prices, and deals directly with employers, guaranteeing absolute confidentiality. Thus, despite its exorbitant fees, demand for its services remains steady. In short, for the right price, Guisu Hall will accept any commission, be it the whereabouts of a tribulation transcendence sovereign, the personal habits of a grand ascension lord, or even the sleeping posture of a holy maiden, all listed plainly with price tags. Such audacity rests upon millennia of unbroken reputation and proven lethality. Over the ages, many individuals and factions have attempted to dismantle Guisu Hall, yet those challengers vanished while Guisu Hall endures ageless and immutable. That Guisu Hall was hired to probe the farm implied extraordinary financial backing. A divine transformation faction would scarcely afford such a commission. Among nascent soul-cultivating powers linked to the farm, only the Great Zhou imperial household qualified, but the Empress's demeanor suggested otherwise. Thus the instigator most likely originated beyond Wanguo Island. Whether it belonged to a certain immortal pavilion remained uncertain. The possibilities were too vast. Chen Guang withdrew his thoughts and sipped tea from his cup. Guisu Hall is merely a blade for hire. The hand wielding it can be traced later. Rest now. There was nothing to uncover at present. They would wait for the next move or for Chen Guang's own investigation to bear fruit. Muyu gave a slight nod and stepped beside Qing He, who slid forward a freshly peeled tangerine. Muyu plucked a segment and chewed it expressionlessly. Days passed. The beast roars echoing through Songling gradually faded. Expedition teams began withdrawing. On the 20th day of the 5th month, the 3-month Songling hunt officially Qingya flat teamed with people. Most logistical tents had been dismantled. Cultivators fresh from the mountains filled the plateau. Some strode boldly, shoulders laden with trophies, others supported by comrades, swords skyward on spirit, swords toward Haojing. Major sects tallied their members. Most squads emerging from the mountain pass remained intact. A few gravely injured cultivators were borne on stretchers, attended by fellow disciples ready with restorative pills. The scattered cultivators told another story. Rarely did any small band emerge whole. Most returned diminished, silent survivors, sifting through fallen companions' belongings. Nearby, others knelt and scribed names in ash, then burned them away. Chen Guang's cloud boat rested on the eastern edge of the flat. Muyu and Qing He stood flanking him. After half an hour's wait, a familiar procession emerged from the mountain pass. Lu Mingyuan led the way. A long tear split the sleeve of his cultivation robe. 3 months of hunting had honed his frame. His shoulders broadened, his bearing hardened. Spotting Chen Guang, he quickened his pace and raised a dark red demonic core. "High, see this. A peak-tier 3rd-rank crimson-maned lion, taken by my own hand, throat severed in one stroke." Wang Xian followed calm and unhurried. Before your one-stroke throat severing, the lion had been trapped for half a day. Wounded, exhausted, its strength spent. That was tactical coordination, Lu Mingyuan replied unfazed as he slipped the core into his storage bracelet. Zhao Kuo walked beside Wang Xian, shallow scabs marring the sleeve of his left arm. He clasped fists in salute toward Chen Guang. Thanks to your talismans, brother Chen, we truly witnessed the hunt's essence this time. Beasts of Congling dwarf those of Songyun Mountain in ferocity, yet rewards were abundant. I see. Chen Guang nodded. His aura had grown markedly denser. Clear proof he'd undergone rigorous tempering. Zhou Zijie trailed behind, face impassive, offering only a quiet nod of greeting. Like the others, he bore the unmistakable imprint of profound cultivation, spirit, vitality, and presence, all transformed. Su Qing and Zhou Zixuan walked side by side within the group. Dried leaves clung to Su Qing's skirt hem. She gently plucked a sliver of pine needle caught in Zhou Zixuan's hair. Several elders of the Zhou clan brought up the rear. Their senior elder hurried forward, clasping fists deeply. This hunt succeeded thanks to Master Chen's generous gift of talismans, each near-fatal crisis averted by their power. On behalf of the entire Zhou clan, I express our deepest gratitude. Elder, you honor me too greatly. Chen Guang returned the salute. There, my friends, what are a few talismans? How fares your clan's toll? Fortunately, the gravely wounded have stabilized. None fell in battle. The elder glanced back at his frolicking juniors, a faint smile lifting his lips. A centennial hunt, bringing them home whole, is blessing enough. Zhao Kuo stepped forward, displaying the scabbed gash on his sleeve with a grin, superficial, long-healed. By the way, Mingyuan asked me to inquire, might we gather? He's dreamed of your Qingzhu brew for 3 months straight. It nearly lured his soul from his body. What do you mean, asked me? Lu Mingyuan glared beside him. We decided together. I'm relaying your request. What's wrong with that? Chen Guang chuckled. Of course, come whenever you're rested. I'll host a victory banquet. Just send word ahead. The farm's contingent emerged somewhat later. Meng Shanha strode ahead, his spirit sword slung diagonally at his waist, the tassel severed halfway. Approaching, he offered Chen Guang a subtle nod, a faint smile touching his lips. This journey proved worthwhile. All went well, save misfortune striking a 5th-rank demonic beast dispatched via puppet. Song Ling's suits sword cultivation better than the outside world. 3 months sharpened my sword intent considerably. Not only has your sword intent intensified, but your cultivation foundation has grown firmer. Blood-soaked combat truly refines the soul. Those entering and emerging are irrevocably transformed. Xiao Ji followed close behind, clad in sleek black battle attire. Her silver herring held a high ponytail, swaying gently in the mountain wind. All Golden Core disciples returned unscathed, though weariness dimmed their earlier vigor, as each bowed respectfully to Chen Guang. Xiao Ji stepped forward, fists clasped. Master, all personnel returned safely, no losses. Spoils have been registered and stored. For her 3 months of slaughter were trivial, especially with 5th-rank puppets as backup. In her 1,000-year wandering as a lone cultivator, she'd endured far harsher trials. Well done, Chen Guang acknowledged them with a nod. Return to the farm and rest for several days. Matters thereafter, the group boarded the farm's cloudboat. Lu Mingyuan's party departed with the Zhou elders agreeing to visit Chen Guang soon for a feast. Song Ling's mountain winds still howled fiercely. The flat emptied steadily, only a few logistical tents remained dismantling final supplies. Within 1 or 2 hours this expanse would revert to an ordinary mountain pass, awaiting the next century's pilgrims. The cloud boat ascended slowly. Through the porthole, Song Ling's mountain pass receded, shrinking into undulating emerald contours, then vanishing beneath drifting clouds. In the distance, other cloud boats glided toward Haojing, their spirit light trails flickering like dying stars in the twilight. Lu Mingyuan and the others arrived 3 days after the hunting expedition ended. In the evening, the heat of summer had not yet dissipated, and the leaves of the peach trees in the courtyard were burnt a deep green by the setting sun, with a large round table set up on the terrace. Muyu was in the corner chilling several jars of Qingzhu wine and ice water, while Qinghe entered and exited the kitchen with a plate of cold dishes, and Imoyu was beside her helping to carry the plates. The group had gathered quite well. Lu Mingyuan was the first to enter, followed by Zhao Kuo and Wang Xian. Zhou Zijie walked onto the terrace alongside Su Qing and Zhou Zixuan, with Meng Shanha being the last to arrive, his sword tassel replaced with a new one. He nodded to Chen Guang as he entered and sat down by the railing. The cold dishes were already arranged, with the fragrant donkey meat sliced as thin as paper, and the marinated pig's head meat so translucent that light passed through it, drizzled with garlic paste and Sichuan pepper oil. The red oil ears and crispy bones were glistening and appetizingly sour and spicy. The hot dishes were also being served gradually, with braised turtle and Buddha jumps over the wall as the signature dishes. The golden broth and the deep red sauce were familiar flavors that everyone was accustomed to. 2 new dishes were noteworthy. One was chilled mandarin fish sashimi, made from freshly caught 3-tier mandarin fish from the farm lake, deboned and skinned, sliced into thin sheets like cicada wings and arranged on crushed ice. Dipping a slice into ginger vinegar, it was cool and crisp, instantly alleviating the summer heat. The other dish was honey-glazed lamb ribs marinated in honey and cumin for a whole day, roasted to a golden brown with a shiny surface, and oozing meat juices mixed with honey upon being cut. The Qingzhou wine had been chilling in the ice water for half an hour, and the jar was covered in a layer of fine water droplets. Muyu brought it up and poured a cup for each person, the wine a light jade color with the crispness of bamboo leaves and a hint of sweetness slowly diffusing on the terrace. Chen Guang raised his cup and stood up, prompting the others to follow suit. Let's have a toast first to honor your safe return from the Zhongling, successfully finishing this hunting trial. The clinking of several cups was crisp and decisive, and as they drank, conversations gradually picked up. Lu Mingyuan set his cup down on the table and rolled up his sleeve, revealing a nearly invisible scar on his wrist. I'm not boasting, I killed a total of 4 3-tiered monsters in Zhongling 2 in the early stage 1 in the mid-stage, plus a peak 3-tiered red-maned lion. Indeed, your gains are substantial, Wang Xian said, picking up a piece of honey-glazed lamb rib, relishing it, not wanting to expose him. But if we talk about troublesome foes, it's still that wind-splitting falcon. That thing flew like a blade of wind, erratic in its movements. We chased it for quite a long time, and in the end it was Zijia who cut it down from the sky with a single sword strike. After it was cut down, it flopped on the ground for quite a while, its wings throwing dust in my face, Lu Mingyuan added. Zhao Kuo leaned back in his chair, swirling his cup. Although the wind-splitting falcon was troublesome, the most annoying was the iron-backed Kang Wolf later. That beast was very clever, used strategies, and even tricked our talismans, deceiving us out of several talismans. In the end, it was only after Su Qing unleashed a powerful move that it was finally dealt with. Su Qing sipped her drink, smiling, but remaining silent. Wang Xian suddenly put down his chopsticks and turned to look at Mou, who was holding a drink. This is the Mou you mentioned before, right? Last time you said you were making a puppet and now it can serve dishes. Yes, it is. It should progress quickly. Serving dishes is just a way to practice balance. What type of puppet is it? A combat type, currently as powerful as a late golden core. Late golden core. Wang Xian looked at Mou's steady hold on the dish. I haven't even reached the mid-golden core yet, and it's already at the late stage. Can't you make it move slower, leave me a little face? It's a puppet, why compare yourself to it? Lu Mingyuan remarked while gnawing on a rib. True, I won't compare myself to a puppet, I'll compare myself to you. Oh, you think I'm easy to bully? Let me tell you, you're mistaken. I'll go into seclusion when I return, I'll come out only when I break through. Just bragging. Even if you can seclude yourself for a month, that's impressive. Before Wang Xian could retort, Zhou Zishuan spoke first. Don't underestimate me. What if I can seclude myself for a month? If you can seclude yourself for a month, I'll invite you to Ziyu Pavilion, Wang Xian promised without hesitation, clearly trusting him. Alright, everyone heard that you must bear witness for me. Heard it, I will bear witness. I will bear witness too. I will bear witness as well. Hearing Zhou Zijia and Su Qing both offering to bear witness, everyone laughed. Ha ha ha. Chen Guang also chimed in to bear witness, laughing heartily and quite loudly. Lu Mingyuan remained silent, fiercely gnawing on the rib. Zhao Kuo asked Chen Guang again, what about the puppet that can cultivate 100 arts you mentioned last time? I have some ideas for the alchemy puppet, but progress on the others is still slow. A puppet that can refine pills. Wang Xian pondered, what if it explodes the furnace? Who takes responsibility? Puppets don't fear explosions. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair, speaking casually, if it explodes, it's naturally my responsibility. You can afford it anyway, wealthy man. The group burst into another round of hearty laughter, and Mu Yu brought up another jar of freshly opened Qingzhou wine to refill everyone's cups. Gradually, the topic shifted from the beasts of Zhongling to other matters. Meng Shanhe recounted how he had once gotten lost in a poisonous miasma forest during his travels. The miasma itself isn't frightening. The trouble is that there's a type of black thread worm as fine as hair mixed in the miasma, which can burrow in through weak points in the protective spiritual light. A single bite can result in large areas of rot on the body. I wandered in the forest for over half a month before finding a hidden river, and I escaped through it from underground. After that, I encountered similar places and gained experience while I followed the underground water veins directly, saving time and being safe. A typical protagonist experience. Why do you always go into such places? Lu Mingyuan asked. It's not that I want to go, those places usually have good things like that poisonous miasma forest deep inside, where a type of bone rot mushroom grows, which can detoxify several kinds of strange poisons. It's very expensive outside. Being a loose cultivator isn't easy. Now that you've reached the nascent soul stage, what are your plans for the future? Meng Shanhe leaned against the railing with his cup, looking at the last glow of twilight sinking behind the ridges of Donghua Mountain. I plan to visit a place I've been thinking about for a long time. The fragmented Starsea area has a loose cultivator market that is bustling and lively. Nearby, the Li Kingdom has an ancient battlefield ruin with a broken sword from over 100,000 years ago stuck there. The sword's intent hasn't dissipated, and I want to go see it. Fragmented Starsea. I've heard that some places there are quite chaotic. Is it safe for you to go? Lu Mingyuan turned to him. It's alright, that place is also under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Palace, so there is order. You just need to take the teleportation array to a stable area. Meng Shanha placed his cup on the table. And from the fragmented Star Sea heading north is the main shipping route of the central part of the Golden and Silver Sea. That place has many sects and dense trade routes. It's a good place to stay. I've heard that there's a place called Baijian Gorge on the central main shipping route, Zhao Kuo interjected, where many forces are fighting, and there are plenty of remnants of artifacts at the bottom of the gorge. Occasionally someone manages to fish up decent-grade magical artifacts. I don't have high hopes for remnant artifacts, but those kinds of places are usually great for sword cultivators to hone their skills. Meng Shanha continued. After exploring the main shipping route, if I head east, the eastern Ming Sea area has many markets run by the Longshao Palace specializing in coral crystals and jellyfish silk. Some spiritual materials can only be found in the depths of the sea, and I want to go check it out. Longshao Palace. Lu Mingyuan became interested. Is that the force of the Jiao Dragon clan? I've heard that things in the Longshao Palace are ridiculously expensive. It's expensive indeed, but some items are truly not found elsewhere, like the jellyfish silk woven by the merfolk. They say it's spun from deep-sea moonlight shells impervious to water and fire, and has natural water-avoiding and evil-repelling properties. So miraculous. I don't know if it's true, Meng Shanha shook his head. It's recorded in the journal. That senior traveled through all these places detailing what specialties each place has, which forces are stationed there, and what rules and taboos exist written very clearly. I'm just following his route. After listening for a while, Wang Xin put down his chopsticks and sighed. I used to think that Songyan mountain range was huge in Wanxia City. Then I came to Haoing, and thought that Songling was vast. Now after hearing everyone talk, it seems none of it is anything. This world is very large. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair, slowly spinning his fingers along the rim of his cup. After finishing the Golden and Silver Sea, there's still the Golden and Silver Continent, and beyond the Golden and Silver Continent, there are other regions like the Purple Extreme Heaven. There's an even broader world outside. We are still young, and there's no rush to explore it slowly. You're making me excited. Lu Mingyuan lifted his cup and took a sip. I can't wait to go back and cultivate. Once I reach the nascent soul, I'll go out and explore a bit. Having aspirations is a good thing. Come find me when the time comes. The farm will be your transit station. Several cups gently clinked in the night breeze. Wang Xian mentioned wanting to open a shop specifically for customizing magical artifacts for loose cultivators, and Lu Mingyuan teased him that with his shoddy skills, he shouldn't go harm those loose cultivators. Su Qing quietly picked at the dishes, occasionally chiming in. Zhou Zijia remained mostly silent, only asking a couple more questions when Meng Shanha spoke about sword intent. Meng Shanha didn't hold back, earnestly explaining it to him. As the rounds of drinks continued, Lu Mingyuan leaned back in his chair, gazing at the night scenery of the garden and the plates that had yet to be cleared from the table. Suddenly he slammed his empty cup onto the table. This wine cannot be wasted tonight. In the future, when you all make a name for yourselves in the Golden and Silver Sea, don't forget those who shared a drink with you in Wanxia City. Chen Guang raised his cup and gestured to everyone. No matter where you are, the terrace of Zizai residence will always be reserved for you. Come whenever, there will always be space. With several cups clinking together, the sound echoed in the night breeze, drifting far away. In the distance, the lights of Haoing City shimmered like scattered gold in the night, the trail of the cloud boat flickering in and out, and the night wind swept in from the terrace, causing the pot of pink heart flowers to sway gently. Mo brought up a plate of freshly baked honey-glazed lamb ribs, and the steam mixed with the aroma of cumin slowly spread across the terrace. As June arrived, the heat of Jiajing intensified. Lu Mingyuan and the others left on the 1st of June, and Chen Guang sent them to the teleportation array, watching as they entered the portal one by one. From Wanxia City to Jiajing, from the hunt to the celebration banquet, they had experienced everything in less than half a year. After returning to Wanxia City, they would enter seclusion. Lu Mingyuan said he wanted to break through to the mid-stage of Golden Core. Zhao also aimed to push his cultivation higher, while Zhou Zijia planned to practice his incomplete sword technique by the waterfall. Meng Shanha set off in mid-June. Chen Guang only provided him with a few bottles of high-grade healing elixirs and some escape talismans, but did not give him a puppet. Meng Shanha had his own path to follow. Excessive external interference would hinder his growth as the protagonist. The two had a drink on the 6th floor of the farmhouse. Chen Guang shared the specific locations and conditions he had gathered regarding the rogue cultivator market in the Broken Star Sea, as well as information about several dangerous areas, finally offering some assistance. The next day, Meng Shanha set off alone. Their temporary separation was for a better reunion. Chen Guang believed that he could carve out a path wherever he went, and looked forward to their next meeting. After sending off 2 groups of people, Zizai, Zhu became much quieter. Life returned to its original rhythm: cultivation, medicinal baths, visualization, and drawing talismans day after day at a leisurely pace. The accumulation during the Golden Core stage was a slow and steady process. One could neither rush nor stop. The purple-ringed golden core in his dantian condensed slowly at an almost imperceptible pace. The array patterns on the black jade increased one by one, becoming increasingly refined, progressing quickly and solidly. Occasionally he would stroll around the farmhouse watching he organize the accounts neatly and observing she sitting for an entire day, studying the structural diagrams of the puppet formations. Creating puppets for the myriad arts of cultivation was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Achievements after 100 or 80 years were already miraculous, so Chen Guang did not place all his hopes on just a few individuals. Time drifted from June into July. In July, the streets of Jiajing were slightly less crowded than in spring and autumn. Although cultivators did not pay much attention to heat and cold, some still preferred to go out after dusk. Chen Guang also disliked running around in the scorching afternoon sun. Although it had no substantial effect on him, enjoying the cool breeze created by the array on the terrace while eating chilled fruit salad and receiving a massage from Qinghe Mayu was much better than basking under the sun. Occasionally he would flip through the information repository organized by which contained intelligence on various factions, local chronicles from all over the Jianian Sea, as well as many travelogues and essays written by cultivators sufficient for broadening his horizons and passing the time. That evening, as the heat faded late, the bamboo curtain on the terrace was dyed a translucent gold by the setting sun. Chen Guang leaned against the rocking chair, took out the 9-point sky viewing mirror, and began to appreciate the beautiful scenery of Jiajing. The mirror slowly swept from the eastern part of the city, revealing various immortal pavilions bustling with activity. Several cultivators were stuffing newly purchased spiritual materials into their storage bags, and someone in Fenggu of the Yaoxian pavilion was practicing swordplay, the sword light flickering in the forest. The mirror passed over palace walls, and the Tay pool probing deeper into the imperial palace. Chen Guang's curiosity about the palace had not waned since the first day he obtained the mirror. This city within a city occupying 1/10 of the capital of the Great Zhou had enough areas to admire for an entire day. Previously he had briefly scanned a few times, seeing the spaciousness after the court meeting in the Qingjin Hall, watching a few young eunuchs in the imperial garden, teasing a small cat, and observing the frostwing cranes by the Tay pool flying back to the island in the lake in a row at dusk. However, the area he had scrutinized the most was still the inner palace. The reason was simple: the inner palace was beautiful. The palaces in this area were not clustered together as in previous dynasties, but instead scattered across different terrains. Some were backed by low mountains, some faced lakes, and others were hidden deep within bamboo groves, each occupying its own small space, with sufficient distance in between. Yaohua Palace was situated on one of the gentle slopes backed by a green peak just over 100 feet high, with a sizable azure lake in front. The palace covered a large area, with the main hall featuring a 3-tiered flying eave structure covered with golden glazed tiles. Jade bells hung from the eaves, and when the wind blew their sounds drifted across half the lake. The stone steps in front of the hall were flanked by yao flowers, a type of spiritual flower that bloomed for an extended period from late spring to early autumn. The petals were a pale goose yellow that glowed faintly in the dusk, resembling 2 rivers of stars laid out before the steps from a distance. The furnishings in the main hall immediately revealed the unusual identity of its owner. The walls were embedded with blocks of moon-white hibiscus jade, which had a smooth texture radiating a faint blush under the pearl light, as if the colors of spring peach blossoms had been crushed and sealed within the jade. The floor was made of black golden sandalwood, which itself emitted a faint scent of agarwood. After years of being infused with spiritual energy, every grain of wood shimmered with a subtle golden glow. The curtains were not ordinary pearl curtains, but were made from the fine silk woven by merfolk, as thin as a cicada's wing rippling gently in the wind. De Guifei Song Wanning was reclining on the beauty couch in the center of the hall. She came from the Song family. The Song family was an ordinary transformation realm family in Jiajing, with 2 or 3 transformation realm cultivators stationed within. Though not among the top factions, Song Wanning had served in the palace for over 1,000 years, maintaining a position in the inner palace that was as steady as a rock. She had given birth to the emperor's second son, Pei Yuheng, who was titled the Prince of Hung. Just based on this point, her status in the palace was on par with several noble consorts, second only to Empress Devi. She was well preserved, appearing to be only in her 30s, with a radiant complexion and an aura of elegance that seemed to be imbued by the passage of time. Her face was a gentle oval shape with slightly upturned eyes that did not appear sharp. The corners of her lips naturally held a subtle curve, giving an impression of a faint smile, even when she was not smiling. Her skin had a warm jade-white tone, and although she was not tall, her proportions were exquisite. Her waist, partially concealed under sheer fabric, did not reveal that she was a mother of an adult prince. She wore a light blue silk nightgown, made from 5th grade Tian Shui, by silk mixed with extremely fine cloud light, gauze shimmering with a water-like luster under the pearl light, as if draping a piece of clear sky after rain over herself. Her long hair was not styled in an updo, simply held back loosely with a white jade hairpin, with a few strands of blue-black hair slipping down from her temples to rest on her neck, accentuating her long and fair neck. She reclined on the beauty couch, resting one hand on her forehead, while holding a jade-boned folding fan in the other, fanning herself lazily. The landscape on the fan's surface flowed slowly under the pearl light, and the waterfall in the painting appeared and vanished as the fan opened and closed. The pearl curtain rustled. De Guifei did not rise, merely tilted her head slightly, her gaze passing over the surface of the fan to fall upon the newcomer, her smile deepening. Hanger is here. The second prince, Pei Yuheng, entered the hall and sat down on the chair opposite the beauty couch. He was dressed in a set of green robes, his features somewhat resembling those of De Guifei, with similarly soft contours and slightly upturned eyes, but his demeanor leaned more towards calmness. His mid-stage nascent soul cultivation was well concealed, and when he sat there in silence he resembled a deep pool that could not be seen to the bottom. A maidservant brought in 2 cups of tea and placed a small blue and white porcelain bowl on the low table beside De Guifei, then knelt and saluted before retreating, the pearl curtain gently closing behind her. This is the blood swallow's nest sent from the south. Mother, drink it while it's hot. Pei Yuheng's tone was casual, but held a hint of concern. De Guifei set down her fan, lifted the lid of the bowl to take a look. The soup was clear, and the swallow's nest was cooked to perfection. She stirred it with the spoon, took a spoonful into her mouth, and after eating dabbed her lips with a handkerchief before leisurely saying, "You are thoughtful. Even in this sweltering heat, you still remember to bring me gifts. By the way, have your brothers been busy lately? I heard the first prince has been frequently visiting the Ministry of War, going to the training grounds outside the city several times. The 5th prince has also been running to Qiyuan Temple. The eldest brother's visits to the training grounds are just for show to the father. As for the 5th brother, he has indeed gone to Qiyuan Temple a few times, but it's just to familiarize himself with the place." He set down the teacup, fell silent for a moment, and when he spoke again his voice was low, and the pace was slow. Each word seemed to be carefully considered. "The real trouble isn't them, it's..." De Guifei raised her eyebrows slightly. In recent years, she has been involved in several major matters in the court. The old foxes in the Ministry of Revenue may not speak, but they all have their scales in their hearts. Pei Yuheng's fingers slowly traced the rim of the teacup. Last month, the Minister of Revenue submitted a memorial recommending her to preside over the next allocation of spiritual mine extraction rights. Spiritual mine extraction rights. De Guifei's fan paused. That's a hot potato. The hotter it is, the more opportunity it presents. The Minister of Revenue dared to submit this memorial, which is already a public statement. Pei Yuheng lifted his gaze. She is the Empress' biological child. Her status already overshadows us. If she continues to excel in a few years, when she has firmly established her position, the few of us brothers will only be able to turn the tide in unofficial histories. De Guifei gently shook her fan, not hurrying to speak. Her gaze lingered on her son's face for a moment before retracting. "Ninghua is indeed exceptional." Her tone was calm, and the fan began to sway again. "But the more outstanding a person is, the more flaws can be found. She has placed all her energy in the court with..." "What do you mean, mother?" "The young master of the Tide Sea Palace is coming to Jiajing next year. You know this news, right?" De Guifei lightly placed the fan on her lap. The Tide Sea Palace is an old faction in our Tsang region, with a legacy spanning over 100,000 years, and has several refining void realms within. Their strength is not weaker than ours in the Great Zhou. This time the Tide Sea Palace is sending envoys under the guise of a courtesy visit, but everyone knows they want to become a united force. For millennia, they have been active in the Tsang region, intending to unite with various refining void factions to assist them in their transformation. If the Great Zhou can reach some deeper cooperation with the Tide Sea Palace during this meeting, it will affect the situation across the entire Tsang Sea. Mother is suggesting a marriage alliance. De Guifei took another sip of the now slightly cool blood swallow's nest, her smile still warm. Exactly, giving those old ministers a reason to fuss. They love to meddle when they have nothing to do, so why not let them worry about something useful? Pei Yuheng did not respond immediately, merely turning the teacup slowly in his hand. Mother is suggesting that the old ministers should mention a marriage alliance when they submit their memorials. Not just mention, but emphasize. De Guifei set down the bowl of swallow's nest and dabbed her lips with a handkerchief. The term marriage alliance is too blunt. When they submit their memorials, a more tactful phrase should be used, like to forge an everlasting bond. That makes it more suitable. It's not about trading one person for another, but rather a long-term consideration. If both families can reach a deeper alliance, it would benefit the stability of the borders and the smoothness of trade routes. This argument cannot be faulted anywhere. Of course. She picked up the fan again, her tone softer than before. The marriage of the princess is not something the court officials can decide. She can continue to use her disinterest as a pretext, but the benefit of joint memorials lies here. It does not require her agreement, only her passivity. Every time she refuses, it could consume the reputation she has built in the court. Each time she places personal will above the greater good of the nation, it will cause those ministers who originally stood behind her to reconsider. It's okay if they can't break through her defenses, it suffices if they can slightly pry at the foundation supporting her. Pei Yuheng remained silent for a long while, his fingers slowly tracing the rim of the teacup again and again. The pearl curtain at the corner of the hall was brushed by the passing wind, making a soft sound. Mother's method is good. He set down the teacup and raised his head. The Tide Sea Palace has enough weight to make the entire court take it seriously, but not so much that father would think we're inviting trouble. This balance is just right. De Guifei leaned against the beauty couch, resuming her gentle fanning, her smile, still warm, as if they had just discussed an ordinary household matter. On the terrace of Zizai, Chen Guang took a sip of the freshly brewed tea. The chess game played by de Guifei and her son was not overly aggressive, but each move was precise, using the national interest as a pretext, the old minister's joint memorials as leverage, and the Tide Sea Palace's significance as a counterbalance. Utilizing power rather than mere coercion was far more skillful. Indeed, she was a master of palace intrigue, knowing how to deal with women, and the sixth princess was in trouble. However, these matters did not concern him for now. The farmhouse was not involved in court affairs. He was merely a spectator. He turned the mirror back towards the Tay pool. Night had fallen, and the palace doors of Fingyi Palace still emitted light. In the scorching heat of July, the summer in Gowking reached its peak. Chen Guang had hardly stepped outside these days, spending each day meditating and cultivating at his residence, and whenever he had free time, he would lean back in the rocking chair on the terrace, using the nine-eyed heaven-scrying mirror to observe the bustling city. Having grown accustomed to the mirror, he ventured out even less frequently than before, as lying at home allowed him to take in the entirety of Gowking at a glance, far more convenient than going out to the streets. The mirror swept from the east of the city to the west, from the marketplace to the imperial city, occasionally lingering a bit longer in an interesting corner, and at times gliding aimlessly over a rooftop. The farmlands were also within his daily patrol range. Today, as the mirror passed over Qingwu Street, he spotted a familiar face at the pill display in the nascent soul section on the 5th floor of the farm. Chen Guang almost didn't recognize him. Back on the day he first arrived in Gowking, he casually summoned a guide outside the teleportation hall who said little, but was efficient in his work, looking just like an ordinary loose cultivator. That day he bid farewell to Chen Du at the entrance of the spirit farm, and he hadn't seen this person again or thought of him since. At this moment, Chen Du was standing in front of the nascent soul section's display, accompanied by a middle-aged male cultivator who was taller than him, with a thin face, slightly prominent cheekbones, wearing a dull gray robe. Chen Guang pulled the mirror closer, and their realms simultaneously revealed themselves. Both were at the peak of nascent soul. Chen Du was actually a nascent soul. Back then, Chen Guang had no inkling of his realm. Concealing one's cultivation was a fundamental practice for every cultivator. No one would probe into another's strength unless it was voluntarily revealed. Interesting, a nascent soul hiding his realm to act as a guide. Truly intriguing. At this moment, the mirror revealed their true realms. The middle-aged male cultivator beside Chen Du was also at the peak of nascent soul, his aura even deeper than Chen Du's, a seasoned nascent soul who was merely a step away from reaching the threshold of transformation, yet it seemed he had less than a few hundred years left to live. The two were standing in front of the pill display, gazing at a high-grade spirit-nurturing pill through a semi-transparent spiritual light shield. The silver patterns on the pill's surface shimmering with a subtle sheen against the light shield. At the same time, their spiritual senses transmitted words without missing a beat. This high-grade spirit-nurturing pill is of better quality than the one I saw at the asking price is only 30% of what it is outside. I heard that items from the Huaxia farm are cheap, but I didn't expect it to be this cheap. Do you think anyone can buy it at this price? Chen Du's tone carried a hint of a seasoned perspective. This is the price after background checks. Our details can't withstand scrutiny. How any one of them would be a fatal flaw. So this price is just for So the owner of this farm is the Chun you mentioned before. Chen Guang was slightly taken aback. Was there still something about him? Chen Du didn't answer immediately. He stood at the display, absently tapping the edge with his fingers. After several breaths, he finally spoke, his tone carrying a rare self-deprecating note. It's him. On the day he first arrived in Gowking, I was the one who guided him at the teleportation hall square. At that time, I thought he was quite generous, young with low cultivation alone, and just arrived from outside. Chen Du paused. According to our rules, newcomers, without backing, should be monitored for a while. Based on past experiences, his conditions are ideal. A loose cultivator from outside without roots in Gowking, if he goes missing, no one would investigate. So you must have watched him for quite some time. Yes, I've been keeping an eye on him. Chen Du walked to the materials section, picked up a bottle of Xian ice essence, glanced at the label, then put it back casually. His movements seemed relaxed, but his words were anything but. By the rules, a new target should be followed for at least 3 months to thoroughly understand their activities, contacts, and potential backgrounds before deciding to act. Yet I followed him for less than a month, and he surprisingly opened a farm. On the opening day, all the prominent forces in Gowking showed up. Even the royal family sent the sixth princess to congratulate him. I watched from across the street. The line of cloud boats stretched from Qingwu Street all the way to 3 streets over. I had never seen such a scene in all my years in Gowking. Chen Du chuckled as he recounted. I was standing across the street, completely dumbfounded. Any one of those who came to congratulate could have crushed me, yet there he was welcoming guests at the entrance with an air of nonchalance, chatting amiably with the heads of the 8 great families. The middle-aged male cultivator remained silent for a while, then spoke with much more gravity. To have the royal family and the 8 great families present at the opening, this background is beyond our reach. You can consider your life saved. Not just saved. Chen Du turned and strolled toward the dragon blood mushroom display. Think about it. He managed to price his pills so low without the Qin family causing him trouble, and on the opening day members of the Qin family even personally delivered gifts. That's the Qin family, the leader in the pill business of the Great Zhou. To have someone snatch food from your own bowl and still greet them with a smile, consider the weight of that. The middle-aged male cultivator's brow furrowed slightly, as if digesting this information. Chen Du didn't stop, continuing to walk forward, transmitting one line after another. Now people in Gowking privately refer to the Huaxiao farm as the 3rd greatest force in the Great Zhou. The 3rd greatest force. The middle-aged cultivator paused for a moment right below the royal family and the Qiyuan temple. Yes, ahead of the 8 great families. A farm that has been open for less than a few years is being compared to the royal family and Qiyuan temple, and the 8 great families are behind it. What kind of weight does that carry? Chen Du stopped in front of the paying pill display and turned to look at the middle-aged cultivator. So later, I even avoided this street. Today I brought you here to let you see for yourself why I've completely given up on this. Our team has managed to avoid trouble all these years by being cautious, knowing who to approach and who to avoid. This person, not to mention touching, even thinking about him, is out of the question. The middle-aged cultivator stood in front of the spirit-nurturing pill display, gazing for a while longer before slowly catching up. He walked beside Chen Du, exhaling deeply, his tone filled with a hint of emotion. I emerged from my closed-door retreat after 6 years, and Gowking actually gained a force that can be ranked alongside the royal family and Qiyuan temple. If I had been slightly less discerning that day at the square, and had taken the job, our team might not even exist now. So in our line of work, skill is less important than discernment. No matter how high your cultivation is, if you offend someone you shouldn't, death is certain. Chen Du's tone softened. Over the years I've handled quite a number of jobs across foundation, establishment, golden core, and nascent soul stages. The reason we have managed to stay safe is not because we are exceptionally strong, but because we take enough time before acting with enough patience. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, not continuing the topic. He glanced at the spirit-nurturing pill again, chuckling self-deprecatingly. What a pity for such a fine pill, but we can only watch. Let's go. If I keep looking, I fear I won't be able to resist the urge to test the background checks. Then better not. Living a few more years is better than anything. The middle-aged cultivator took one last look at the spirit-nurturing pill before turning and following Chen Du to the staircase. Chen Guang leaned back in the rocking chair, taking a sip of the freshly brewed tea from Muyu, surprised that he had once played the role of prey. He had been quite careful, hadn't he? Wasn't it just a bit generous? Damn. These group of robbers were both arrogant and cautious. They dared to openly operate in Gowking, pulling people and keeping watch, yet they would monitor for months to thoroughly understand before making a move. Truly meticulous and professional. But this group of professional robbers had indeed kept an eye on him. Although they later gave up, could Chen Guang endure it? Absolutely not. What he needed to do now was to mark this person while keeping him in mind for a future opportunity to deal with him. He concentrated slightly, and the mirror's surface silently locked onto Chen Du and his companion's figures, 2 faint marks being quietly imprinted on them. This was the mirror's marking function, using its power to leave a concealed tracking mark on the target. As long as the mark remained, no matter where Chen Du went, as long as he was within the mirror's range, it could be locked onto at any time, and it was extremely discreet. Chen Du with his realm would not be able to perceive it at all. The mirror shifted away from the farm. Night had already fallen. The clock tower in the city center chimed 3 times, the deep sound of the bell echoing far into the night. Muyu poured him another cup of hot tea, the steam rising slowly, dispersing in the moonlight that filtered through the bamboo curtains. In early October, Gukjing entered deep autumn. The peach trees in the backyard of Zizai residence had shed more than half their leaves, fluttering down with the wind and forming a thin layer on the surface of the lake. Chen Guang's first puppet MOU was finally completed. Standing in the training room, he looked at the newly revitalized puppet before him, a surge of indescribable accomplishment swelling in his heart. From the moment he bought his first puppet in Wanxia City, to carving the first basic array pattern with his own hands, and now a 4th-grade low-grade combat puppet that he designed, refined, and adjusted entirely on his own, stood before him. It had taken him several years on this journey filled with countless failures and rebuilds, but now it had finally succeeded. MOU was completely jet black, the natural patterns of charred, would glimmering faintly with a dark golden hue under the infusion of spiritual energy. Newly carved attack array patterns spread out from the core, covering all critical nodes of the torso and limbs, with the direction of each pattern meticulously adjusted to ensure normal transmission of spiritual energy. What set it apart from standardized puppets was its array pattern logic. The puppets available on the market followed standardized attack circuits, while every array pattern of MOU was redesigned by Chen Guang under the guidance of Xin Shi and others, making its attacks faster, more agile, and more efficient in spiritual energy utilization. Chen Guang circled MOU using his divine sense to sweep over every joint and array channel. Only after confirming there were no flaws did he nod in satisfaction and say, "Let's go out for a stroll." He took MOU out of Zizai residence, called on Qing He and Muyu, and flew east to the farm on a cloud boat. Muyu, hearing about testing MOU's combat power on the cloud boat, showed a rare interest, leaning against her seat and examining the newly carved attack array patterns on MOU, occasionally commenting. Qing He remained quiet, simply watching MOU. She had observed its progress from when Chen Guang carved the first basic array pattern, witnessing its entire growth process. Upon arriving at the farm, Chen Guang chose the open grassland by the lake. The autumn lake water was crystal clear, reflecting the layers of red maple trees and a few golden silkwood on the northern bank, with faint blue light spots shimmering in the afternoon sunlight. In the distance, cultivators in the spiritual fields were using magical tools to harvest grain. A funnel-shaped magical tool, larger in the front and smaller in the back, sucked in rice ears from the front and processed them into the storage area, all controlled by arrays requiring only simple operations from the cultivators, achieving high efficiency, with hundreds of acres harvested in just a quarter of an hour. After observing the spiritual industry of the cultivation world for a moment and expressing his admiration, Chen Guang took out a 5th-grade comprehensive array plate from his storage bracelet. Once activated, a faint golden shield covered the lakeside area for dozens of miles. "Qing He, try it with him," Chen Guang said, patting Mo's shoulder. He then turned to Qing He, saying, "Evaluate it yourself, just don't hurt it." Qing He nodded and stood in the center of the grass, her sky-blue fairy dress gently swaying in the autumn breeze. The turquoise hairpin in her hair glimmered faintly as she raised her hand and casually beckoned MOU, her demeanor confident and audacious. MOU stepped onto the grass, stopping 20 zhang away from Qing He. Chen Guang retreated to the lakeside, sat down on a chair, and noticed that Muyu had somehow brought out a small table, placing a pot of freshly brewed tea and a plate of peeled oranges on it. He settled in and called out to begin. As soon as the words fell, MOU moved. With a sound of explosion beneath its feet, the jet-black figure vanished from its spot, almost instantaneously reappearing at Qing He's right side. Its right arm bent at the elbow, the array pattern on the elbow glowing as a blade of compressed wind wrapped around its elbow, launched diagonally towards Qing He's neck. If it had been the old MOU, this strike would have merely been an ordinary wind blade. But now, as the elbow sliced through the air, it produced not a sharp sound of breaking air, but a deep resonant hum, the tremor resulting from spiritual energy compressed to its limits, rubbing against the air. Before the wind blade even reached Qing He's collar, the grass was already scarred with a scorching mark dozens of zhang long. Chen Guang raised an eyebrow, thinking, "It's fine, the array will repair itself, a few spirit stones will solve it." Qing He turned slightly, her left hand splayed open. The array pattern on her palm suddenly glowed, and a pale blue spiritual energy shield expanded in front of her. At the instant the elbow blade collided with the shield, the spiritual energy impact exploded from the point of contact, visibly sending shockwaves rippling outward, cutting through the reeds by the lake. The surface of the shield was cracked with a spiderweb-like pattern, but Qing He's wrist remained perfectly still. At the same time, she raised her right hand, fingers curled as a ball of crimson spiritual light rapidly condensed in her palm, which then transformed into a fiery ring and shot outward. When the fire ring first appeared, it measured only a foot in diameter, but it expanded to dozens of zhang in the blink of an eye, wrapping with scorching waves as it slashed towards MOU's waist. Along its path, fragments of stone were instantly melted into dark red lava, carving out scorched black trenches on the grass. MOU leaped into the air, hastily retreating while simultaneously crossing its arms in front of itself. A net of lightning erupted from the array patterns on its palms, and when the net unfurled, arcs of electricity flickered, filling the air with a pungent, burnt smell. As the fire ring collided with the lightning net, the two forces of spiritual energy clashed violently in midair. The contact point was torn apart by the high temperature and electric arcs, producing a piercing screech. After a brief stalemate, MOU maintained the lightning net with its left hand while suddenly clenching its right hand. In that instant, the structure of the lightning net shifted, the previously spread arcs of electricity abruptly retracting towards the center, entwining the fire ring's spiritual energy into a spiral of thunder and fire that was then hurled back at Qing He, directed by MOU's right arm. This was one of the core array patterns that Chen Guang had newly carved, capable of temporarily altering the spiritual energy structure of release spells during combat, converting defense into counterattack. A feat that most standardized puppets on the market could not achieve. Qing He's brows slightly furrowed as she flipped her right palm the array pattern on the back of her hand, illuminating a path of ice blue light. A sword of pure spiritual energy extended from her palm. Rather than slashing, she plunged the ice sword into the ground before her, and at the moment the tip pierced the earth, a circle of ice rings silently spread out, freezing the air and solidifying the ground. The moment the thunderfire spiral collided with the ice ring, the entire mass of thunderfire was frozen from the inside out by the extreme cold. The previously screeching arcs and flames suspended in the ice crystals, like lightning specimens, encased in amber. Then the ice ring suddenly contracted, wrapping the remnants of the thunderfire and forcing them back towards MOU. MOU clapped both palms against the ground, activating the Earth-type array patterns. The ground cracked, 3 earthen walls sprang up. The first wall shattered upon impact with the ice ring, the second wall barely held against the shattered ice, and at the moment the third wall closed in front of MOU, a faint metallic sheen appeared on the surface. This was a composite application of earth and metal array patterns, forming a layer of golden membrane on the surface of the earthen wall. As the ice ring crashed into the wall covered with the golden membrane, the wall shook violently, countless fine cracks appearing on the membrane, yet it ultimately did not shatter. Chen Guang watched intently from the lakeside as the ice ring shattered into countless icy shards that fell like snowflakes, shimmering with a rainbow hue in the sunlight. He reached out to catch one, feeling a bit cold, a bit warm, and a bit numbing. Quite interesting. He didn't give MOU a moment to breathe. She swayed slightly, her figure like a wraith passing through the icy mist, appearing above MOU. With both hands forming seals, the array patterns surrounding her lit up simultaneously, and dozens of chains of azure spiritual energy surged from her palms, coiling around MOU like living beings from all directions. Each chain followed a different trajectory, some blocked from the front, others flanked from the side, while a few snaked around behind MOU to seal its escape. MOU reacted swiftly, clapping its palms together in front of its chest. The core array pattern erupted with a dazzling dark golden glow, and the surrounding spiritual energy completed a high-speed compression cycle in an extremely short time, then erupted outward, the shockwave exploding from within, shattering the first few chains that had wrapped around it. Immediately after, it swept its right arm horizontally, unleashing a series of high-pressure wind blades that crisscrossed through the air, accurately slicing through the remaining chains at their spiritual nodes and severing them in half. However, it missed one. A chain hidden among the falling ice shards silently emerged from beneath its feet, entangling its left ankle. At the moment the chain tightened, MOU's center of gravity shifted by half an inch. It was this half inch that allowed Qing He's second wave of attack to arrive. Holding the chain with her left hand, Qing He's right hand formed a claw, a pale golden core of spiritual energy, rapidly rotating in her palm, compressed to its limits before suddenly thrusting outward. The core flew before MOU and exploded, transforming into an extremely thin and bright light curtain that contracted from all sides towards the center, trapping MOU in a cocoon of light about a zhang in size. The pressure inside the light cocoon escalated to a level that made it difficult for a nascent soul initial stage to move within a very short time. MOU's joints emitted faint clicking sounds, the array patterns on its surface flashing wildly, clearly resisting the pressure with all its might, yet the spiritual pressure of the light cocoon continued to rise. Chen Guang stood up from his folding chair and called out to stop. He retracted the light cocoon and reached out to pull MOU up from the ground. The array patterns on MOU's left ankle still flickered, slightly remnants of spiritual energy left behind from being constricted by the chain, but the overall structure was intact, and the core array pattern functioned stably. Not bad. Chen Guang walked around MOU, carefully inspecting the residual spiritual energy at all the array nodes. The spiritual energy circuit hasn't overheated, and the loss at the conversion nodes is at least 20% lower than I anticipated. The response is also quite fast, not bad. He reached out to pat off the grass clippings on MOU's shoulder, and surprisingly spoke up. Its reaction speed is at least 30% faster than last month. That counterattack, using the lightning net to wrap around the fire ring, was not part of the preset combat program. It made a real-time response after judging the conversion nodes of the spiritual energy structure. Congratulations, young master, on creating your first true puppet. Ha ha ha, such a small achievement is nothing to boast about. Chen Guang said, humbly, feeling quite proud of having created a real puppet in just 2 years. Qing He and Mu Yu merely smiled without saying a word. After Chen Guang basked in his success, he looked closely at MOU, which was now quietly standing still, the array patterns on its body having returned to their usual slow flickering rhythm. The setting sun cast a warm golden light over the jet-black charred-wood shell from the western ridge. This puppet had grown beside him since the moment the first array pattern was carved, developing under his watchful eye. Now it could engage in exchanges with Qing, he of the same rank. Although it hadn't gained any upper hand throughout, this meant it had acquired true combat capability. I plan to wait until it fully comprehends the existing array patterns before carving further attack patterns. Then I will carve some additional arrays to transform it into a comprehensive puppet. Only then will my puppet technique truly reach the next level. As long as you give the young master time, he will become a true master of puppetry. Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? Their banter made Chen Guang feel a bit embarrassed. Time to head back and keep grinding. Whoosh, what just passed? Oh, it was time. In the blink of an eye it was New Year's Eve again, but this year felt rather uneventful. On New Year's Eve only Chen Guang, he and Mu Yu were at Zizai residence. This year he had some matters to attend to and couldn't join. He prepared a feast, and the three of them gathered around the round table for their New Year's Eve dinner. Fireworks burst and flickered both inside and outside the city, with the sounds of firecrackers echoing until dawn. Chen Guang felt indifferent about spending the new year alone. Sometimes he enjoyed the hustle and bustle, while at other times he preferred solitude, so he could adapt to any situation. On the 15th day of the lunar month, the Lantern Festival at Qiandang Fong lit up again. Each year the festival featured different displays, and this year there were many. Just after the New Year, Lu Yunqi and Ji Mingwei gathered a group to visit the Lantern Festival, and Chen Guang had no objections. He liked this kind of excitement. When Chen Guang arrived at the entrance of Qiandang Fong, the Lu brothers were already waiting. After not seeing each other for years, Lu Yunqi had grown noticeably taller, and his shoulders were broader. Standing next to Lu Yunhe, he was almost the same height, with sharper facial features compared to 2 years ago. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, making him stand out among his peers, and his overall demeanor was significantly more composed than it had been 2 years prior. Brother Chen, Lu Yunqi spotted him first and waved from a distance. You all arrived quite early. Chen Guang approached, sizing him up. You've grown quite a bit. I've grown nearly 2 inches since last year. Lu Yunqi chuckled, his tone considerably more mature than before. Lu Yunhe nodded beside him. It's like you've become a different person these past 2 years. You're much more composed in dealing with people, now making it easier to get along with others. Lu Yunqi made a face. At that moment, Lu Rumei and Shun Jingchu descended from the cloud boat of the Moon God sect. Lu Rumei, rarely without her sword, wore a moon-white skirt lacking the sharpness she displayed in competitions and exuding a rare softness. Shun Jingchu walked beside her, linking arms, and both nodded towards the group. Ji Mingwei and Han Lingsu were the last to arrive. Ji Mingwei was holding a bag of honeyed bayberries, raising it as she greeted everyone. Here, fresh ones. Who want? Han Lingsu peeked out from behind her lazily, waving her fingers at the crowd as a casual greeting. The group moved forward, and luckily the street was wide enough. Even with a massive crowd, they didn't have to jostle for space. This year's Lantern Festival indeed had many unique items. At the street entrance stood an ice phoenix lantern about 5 zhang tall, carved entirely from mysterious ice, with wings spread wider than the beast lanterns of previous years, and inside a swirling red spiritual flame was sealed. The ice wall was thin enough to let light through, with ice and fire opposing each other just a finger's width apart. The ice didn't melt, and the fire didn't extinguish. 8 out of 10 passersby stopped to gaze upwards, and some reached out to touch it only to be pulled back by their companions. This one has more presence than last year's Qilin. Lu Yunqi stared at it for quite a while. You were here last year too, how come I didn't see you? Chen Guang thought to himself, remaining composed. Last year it was a fire Qilin, this year it's an ice-fire combination. Lu Yunhe also looked up. This ice phoenix is more intricately carved than the Qilin. Its feather patterns were meticulously engraved one by one. Will next year feature a black tortoise? Lu Yunqi inquired. How could a black tortoise be associated with fire? Water in the north and fire in the south, forcing a connection would just be awkward. Lu Yunhe pondered for a moment. The Azure Dragon is possible. Wood generates fire, and after ice and fire it could transition to wood-fire harmony. Ji Mingwei, who had been listening, interjected. You two are even worrying about next year's Lantern Festival. Lu Yunqi chuckled, but remained silent. As they moved forward, several stalls selling ornaments attracted quite a crowd this year. There was a new material added to the hair. The base was made from thin slices of moonlight crystal, translucent, and embedded in hairpins, changing color with the wearer's spiritual energy. Depending on the attributes and rhythm of each person's spiritual energy, the effect varied for everyone. Some wore them, and the glow flowed like moonlight spilling, while others had twinkling star-like sparks, with the light gently brightening and dimming. These are indeed more interesting than the mass-produced hair accessories from previous years. Lu Rumei rarely approached to take a look, picking up a butterfly hairpin to compare it with Shin Jinka's hair. Shin Jingchu tilted her head to dodge. You try it first. I don't usually wear these. Lu Rumei set the hairpin down and turned to skin the stall. Ji Mingwei had already chosen a flowing fire hairpin, and after pinning it in her hair, she turned to ask for everyone's opinion. The few crystals at the end of the hairpin sparkled with her movements. Han Lingsu adjusted the angle for her, took a step back to look, nodded. and then picked a plain slender silver hairpin for her. Chen Guang stopped in front of a stall selling origami lanterns. This stall had been there every year, and this year featured a few new styles. In addition to the usual rabbit and sparrow, the vendor had placed a row of origami beasts on the corner of the table the size of a fist, which would walk on their own when placed on the ground. This is a picio. The vendor, seeing Chen Guang staring, smiled and explained, "It's engraved with a miniature swallowing spirit array inside. Placing it at home can absorb some stagnant energy. Although it can't absorb much, it's merely for good fortune. It's New Year after all. Who wouldn't want to invite good luck?" Chen Guang picked up one in his palm. The little picio took a couple of steps on his hand before stopping, rubbing its head against his finger, feeling warm to the touch. He smiled and selected a few to be wrapped up. Lu Yunxi squatted down beside him, picked one up to inspect, and after placing it back, bought two. "I haven't seen you buy this before," Lu Yunhe remarked from behind. "That's because you weren't paying attention. I quite like these little things." Chen Guang stored the paper bag in his storage bracelet. The group continued deeper into the Lantern Festival. This year's lantern tower at the center of the street turned slower than in previous years. The glass pieces on the tower no longer depicted landscapes, but showcased a full set of spiritual light scenery representing the changing of the four seasons: spring peaches, summer lotus, autumn maple, winter snow. The four images cycled continuously, returning from winter snow to spring peaches, repeating endlessly. In the open space beneath the lantern tower, people were performing a lantern dance. Not the traditional dragon or lion dance, but a group maneuvering spiritual beasts under the guidance of formations, mainly entertaining the children. The onlooking kids were captivated, clapping and cheering in delight. Crossing the bridge, many river lanterns floated on the water. This year's river lanterns were similar to previous years: lotus lanterns, carp lanterns, peace lanterns, each drifting along the current, their wicks trailing thin lines of light on the water's surface. A few children squatted by the riverbank, watching their lanterns drift farther away without leaving. When they reached the middle of the bridge, a young male cultivator suddenly emerged from the crowd, blocking Lu Rumai's path. This person wore a moon-white brocade robe, tall and handsome, holding a freshly picked plum blossom. Ji Mingwei behind them exclaimed, "This person looks familiar." Han Lingsu squinted her eyes for a moment. He was at the Lantern Festival 2 years ago. He got pulled away by two women back then. Right. I remember now, the charming guest. Chen Guang noticed that many people had attended the Lantern Festival alone, so he felt much more at ease. As several people exchanged memories, the young male cultivator took a deep breath, presenting the plum blossom to Lu Rumei, his voice not loud, but clear. "Fairy Lu, I am Zhao Yuanlang. It is a fortune to meet you, as I attended all of your matches during the last discussion conference, and I admire your swordsmanship sincerely. Today's chance encounter at the Lantern Festival is indeed fate. May I invite you to enjoy the lights together tonight?" After speaking, he slightly lowered his head, not daring to meet her gaze, a faint pink tint blossoming at his ears. What the hell? How can this person be so pretentious? Not only pretentious, but also bold. He dares to approach Fairy Lu. What a daring fellow. Passers-by were right. This guy was not only pretentious, but also quite brave, daring to flirt with someone from the Moon God sect. Indeed, in Chen Guang's eyes, this was flirting. Before Lu Rumei could speak, Ji Mingwei had already used her divine sense to quickly relay some background information to several people. "I've inquired about this person. He comes from the Zhao family, engauging a direct descendant of a transformation god family. He suffered a severe setback at the Lantern Festival 2 years ago, and has been quiet these past few years, reportedly confined by his father and sent for training in the northern border. Since returning, he has mellowed significantly, but today is the first time he meets Sister Rumei in person after the discussion conference." Zhao Yuanlang's hand holding the plum blossom was starting to tremble slightly. Lu Rumei glanced at him and suddenly asked an unrelated question: "How long did you stay in the northern border?" Zhao Yuanlang was taken aback. Three years. 3 years. Did he really see Lu Rumai's prowess at the discussion conference? Chen Guang didn't know, and neither did the others, but no one asked. "The northern border is nice," Lu Rumei said, pulling Shin Jinshu closer to her, then bypassing him to continue walking forward. "Practice hard, you'll be able to achieve something someday." Zhao Yuanlang stood there holding the plum blossom, momentarily lost in thought. As Ji Mingwei walked past him, she glanced at him, and couldn't help but say, "Just be grateful she didn't attack you today." Zhao Yuanlang opened his mouth, nearly dropping the plum blossom to the ground. After awkwardly catching it, he looked down at the flower in his hand, suddenly smiled, cupped his hands seriously towards Lu Rumai's departing figure, and turned to leave. As he walked away, he carefully stored the plum blossom in his storage ring, muttering something about the northern border being nice, as if he would need to train hard upon returning. This small episode didn't dampen anyone's spirits. Ji Mingwei bought a bag of red bean glutinous rice balls at the bridgehead, distributing one to each person. Han Lingsu and Lu Yunxi enjoyed them, while Chen Guang found them average, preferring meat. "The old shop moved west this year. I almost got lost looking for it earlier." Han Lingsu took another bite. "But the taste hasn't changed." "You are such a foodie. Lu Yuna couldn't help but remark. Thank you for the compliment. Ha ha ha. The moon rose to its zenith and the crowd at the Lantern Festival continued to surge. The group sat down at a still operating tea stall, each ordering a cup of hot tea. Lu Rume held her teacup and suddenly spoke. This year's Ice Phoenix Lantern is indeed impressive. Shen Jingxu added. If next year is really the Azure Dragon Lantern, will you come again? Of course. Lu Rume took a sip of tea. Why wouldn't I come? Lu Yunqi finished the last bite of his glutinous rice ball and pondered seriously. How can the Azure Dragon be related to fire? Wood generates fire, but is the Azure Dragon truly wood? It will depend on how the craftsmen handle this relationship. If done well, it could be as beautiful as this year's ice-fire combination, but if not, it might end up looking like a mishmash. You're quite concerned about it. Ji Mingwei put down her teacup and looked at him. Of course I must come next year to see the things I like. It might not even be the Azure Dragon, don't worry too much. Lu Yunhe couldn't help but deflate his enthusiasm. I believe it will definitely be. Lu Yunqi still felt unconvinced. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair slowly sipping his tea as the various spiritual lights of Qian Deng Fong shimmered together, and occasionally a few river lanterns drifted past the bridge floating away into the distance. The tea stall owner poured each person another round of tea and the mist rose gently slowly dissipating in the moonlight. In late February the spring air had yet to permeate Jiajing. The peach trees in the backyard stood bare, while a few early plum trees by the lake had already bloomed their white petals and red stamens drifting down to the water surface with the breeze. Chen Guang opened his eyes from meditation, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. The purpling golden core in his dantian had solidified to perfection. The purple patterns on its surface had deepened compared to a few months ago, and as it slowly rotated it resonated with the entire space of the dantian. In terms of spiritual power accumulation, he was just a step away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but he was not in a hurry. The thicker the accumulation, the higher the limit after the breakthrough. This principle required no teaching, and he could still refine it further. Allowing the breakthrough to happen naturally was best. He sank his divine sense into his dantian and inspected it again. From foundation establishment to golden core, and from early golden core to perfection, he had walked far ahead among his peers. After breaking through to golden core, his physical body had long surpassed the realm of measurement by weight. Relying solely on pure physical strength, he could easily defeat Qing, he who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The coverage of his divine sense had expanded from the early golden core's 3,000 zhang to now 5,000 li, and its strength was at a level where it could contend with the peak of the nascent soul stage. The quality and quantity of his spiritual power far exceeded that of his peers. A few days ago during a test in the training room, Qing, he suppressed his realm to the peak of the nascent soul stage, though under his hands he did not last even 2 exchanges. Later when Qing he relaxed the suppression to the early spirit transformation stage, he finally felt some genuine pressure. Afterward He heard about the test results, and fell silent for a while saying that she had never seen such a golden core, even in the Lianshu family. Not to mention the Lianshu forces, even among the Taoist academies, it was rare to find someone at the peak of the golden core who could confront an early spirit transformation. Upon hearing her evaluation, Chen Guang felt a wave of relief in his heart. What kind of place were those Taoist academies? With foundations stretching tens of thousands to millions of years, the core successors they cultivated were all prodigies, built from countless resources. As a loose cultivator relying on his own talents and years of hard practice, he had managed to reach the same level as those people, and in some aspects he had already surpassed them. There was nothing to be dissatisfied with. Moreover, this was just a 1,000-fold enhancement of the golden core. When he reached 10,000-fold, or even 100,000-fold enhancement, the scene, and that strength made him feel fearful just thinking about it. At the same level, he might just blow up the successors of the Immortal Academy. At that time, who would he test his strength on? Zhou Ziyan. No, this kid was too interesting. How could he bear to hit him? Perhaps he should target his senior brothers and sisters 1 punch each for bullying him. Just thinking about it made him salivate. Shaking his head to dispel the fantasy, he stood up, performed a cleansing spell, and changed into a loose blue moonlight robe. He had been practicing for a while and his mind had grown stiff, so it was time to go out and relax. On Mooncatcher Street, the fragrance of laurel mixed with the early spring night breeze gently brushed over the street surface. In the main hall of the Drunken Moon Pavilion, the sound of silk and bamboo was soft, and the moonlight shone through the glass beads, casting a shimmering glow that made the entire hall appear as if immersed in mercury. Tonight's performance was more soothing than usual. The dancer on the high platform moved slowly to the beat, gliding through the thin curtain of water. When the splashes rose, they shimmered like shattered stars under the light of pearls. Chen Guang requested a cloud pavilion on the 3rd floor. After the fishnet curtain was drawn, the sound of music from outside faded into a faint background tune, and the crystal floor beneath his feet revealed the silhouettes of people moving in the scattered seating area and corridor below. Leaning against the soft couch, he did not select a tune, but sipped a cup of peach blossom tea, enjoying this rare moment of listening to music. Why is it rare? You have to ask the author. When Su Yunxiu lifted the curtain to enter, she brought with her a faint cold fragrance. Today she wore a light green gauzy long dress, her long hair loosely pinned up, with a jade hairpin, a few strands of hair falling at her neck accentuating her long and fair neck. She wore no makeup, only a touch of pale pink on her lips, standing quietly at the curtain's edge like a delicate orchid freshly moved from the moonlight. You seem to be in a good mood today, young master, she said as she sat down beside Chen Guang and poured him a cup of fresh tea. I've made some progress in my cultivation. It's quite good, he replied. And you? Any fresh news in the building recently? The Drunken Moon Pavilion never lacks fresh stories. Su Yunxiu smiled slightly. A few days ago, a loose cultivator came into the hall. After listening to a tune, he insisted on meeting the musician who played the pipa. When asked what it was about, he said that the musician's finger technique was identical to his long-lost sect's unique skill and insisted on confirming in person. The musician had no choice but to come out from the back to meet him due to his insistence. And then, oi. Then he stared at the musician for a long, while suddenly slapped his forehead, and said he had recognized the wrong person, leaving in embarrassment. Later a regular customer recognized him, and said he wasn't looking for his sect at all, but was just a fan of that musician wanting to meet them, but too shy to say so he made up an excuse. That's a rather silly approach, Chen Guang chuckled. It may be foolish, but he's not a bad person. The musician didn't hold it against him. He just said that next time if he wants to meet he should just say so directly, no need to fabricate a story. Su Yunxiu spoke with a hint of helpless amusement. Having spent too long in the Drunken Moon Pavilion, you see all kinds of people. There are even those who specifically come here to wait for someone. Wait for someone. Last month someone came for several consecutive days, each time requesting the same musician to play the same tune. Later it turned out he was waiting for a frequent visitor of that musician. He ended up waiting here for over half a month, and that person just happened not to come during that period, so he stopped coming. This waiting method is rather novel, though it costs money and requires patience. Chen Guang chuckled, but thought of another matter. In a place like the Drunken Moon Pavilion, where all sorts of people mingled, if Shin Duskgroup had their eyes on someone, this was indeed a good place to observe targets. With so many people around, no one would notice an extra loose cultivator in the corner listening to music. He turned this thought over in his mind, but did not speak it out loud. Downstairs a new tune started playing, and the pipa sound became a bit livelier. Su Yunxiu accompanied him for 2 cups of tea, before suddenly standing up and moving behind him. Chen Guang slightly tilted his head before he could ask. Her fingers gently rested on his shoulder. Let me give the young master a massage to relax a bit, she said before he could respond, already starting. Her touch was neither too light nor too heavy, neither hurried nor slow, as her fingertips gently pressed through the fabric into the stiff muscle fibers of his shoulder and neck. She did not speak, only lightening her pressure slightly, when she felt his shoulder muscles tense, continuing to press down only after he slowly relaxed. Starting from the Jianjing point, her fingers slowly moved down along both sides of his spine, the pressure penetrating from the surface muscles into the deeper fascia. Chen Guang leaned against the soft couch without asking. This was the first time he encountered a top-tier courtesan at the peak of the nascent soul stage, actively offering a massage to a guest. He had never heard of such a thing before. He wondered what her intentions were. However, since she did not speak, Chen Guang did not want to ask. Regardless of her purpose, if it was bad, he could easily cut it off. If it was good, it could be realized. That was how confident he felt. The sound of the pipa continued to play leisurely downstairs, and the peach blossom tea warmed gently in his stomach. The fragrance of the tea mixed with her faint cold scent floated around his nose, almost imperceptibly. He closed his eyes, allowing the soreness to seep from his shoulders and back, and unknowingly dozed off. When he opened his eyes again, the hall had already changed to a new round of guests. Su Yunxiu was still sitting beside him, holding a jade slip that she had somehow acquired, her head lowered as she read. Seeing Chen Guang awake, she tucked the jade slip into her sleeve and poured him a fresh cup of warm tea. What time is it? It's still early. The young master has only slept for half an hour. Chen Guang took the teacup and took a sip. The downstairs pipa had been replaced by a guzheng, and the strings sounded crisp. He had actually fallen asleep. Was Su Yunxiu's massage too comfortable? He was unsure, but it didn't matter. No one could pry into him while he was in the mirror, and with dozens of 7th-level talismans affixed to him, no one could harm him, so his safety was well assured. He leaned against the soft couch for a while longer before propping himself up with the armrest tidying his robe. Miss Su's skills are remarkable. Oh, I slept comfortably this time. As long as the young master is comfortable, he is always welcome to enjoy my skills, she replied with a smile. I will definitely come again, he said as he swiped his spiritual seal on the billing array, leaving an additional tip that was significantly more than usual. Breakthrough. In mid-April, the peach blossoms by the farm's lake were in full bloom, their pink petals weighing down the branches. As the wind blew, they fluttered down, creating a thick layer of petals on the lake's surface. The water steps in the lake glimmered with a faint azure light under the sunlight, while a waterfall cascaded from the northern ridge, its roar echoing and sending up mist that formed a faint rainbow above the peach blossom forest. Chen Guang stood by the lake. He had already given all necessary instructions. The people on the farm would not approach this area today. Qing He and Mu Yu guarded either side of the lakeshore, while Mo Yu stood by the water steps beneath the waterfall. Above them was the farm's grand formation, a pale golden light shield descending from the ridge, enveloping the entire farm. No divine sense could penetrate from the outside, and the extraordinary phenomena inside could not be transmitted out. Today he intended to break through. After suppressing himself for several months, he had reached his limit, and it was time to advance. Generally, breakthroughs would have a manifestation of child formation, and his would likely be significant, so it was safer to perform the breakthrough at the farm. He sat cross-legged on the blue stone by the lake, not hurrying to begin. The purple-ringed golden core in his dantian was operating through the final great cycle, each strand of spiritual power in its fullest state. He then took out a jade vial from his storage bracelet, uncorked it, and a pill fell into his palm. The pill was entirely crimson gold, its surface decorated with layers of intricate patterns gleaming with a warm luster under the sunlight. Supreme Cultivation Pill. After multiple enhancements, the success rate of child formation was nearly perfect, significantly improving the quality of the nascent soul, with a high probability of producing a high-quality nascent soul. Using the pill as an aid would further elevate his limits, and he would definitely take advantage of this opportunity. He was eagerly anticipating the effects of this triple plus cultivation pill. As the pill melted in his mouth, a warm medicinal force flowed down his throat and sank into his dantian. In that instant, the purple-ringed golden core trembled violently as the medicinal power surged in. The originally slow rotation abruptly accelerated, and the purple ring patterns on the pill body were stripped away layer by the medicinal force, as if something deep within the golden core was pushing outward. The golden core spun faster and faster to the point where the boundary between the pill and the dantian space began to blur, and the entire dantian was engulfed in a golden-purple spiritual light. The external world was also changing. Within the great formation above the farm, the spiritual energy from the entire farm, spanning thousands of miles, was drawn away by an invisible force in an instant, frantically gathering above the lake's surface. The concentration of spiritual energy rose too quickly, causing the air to ripple visibly, layer upon layer, spreading outward. The mist from the waterfall was pushed in the opposite direction by the spiritual pressure, and the flower petals on the lake's surface were lifted by an invisible force hovering in midair and gently trembling. Suddenly the sky within the formation darkened as a massive vortex of spiritual energy began to form above the lake, a funnel-shaped cloud slowly rotating with a blinding golden-purple core at its center. Arcs of electricity danced silently at the edges of the cloud, and a low hum rolled out from deep within the clouds, not thunder of tribulation, but rather spiritual lightning generated from the extreme compression of spiritual energy. Each arc of electricity illuminated half the lake's surface as it passed through the clouds. Employees and managers of the farm in the distance looked over in shock, their faces illuminated by the flashes of electricity. Qing He and Mu Yu were also taken aback. Is the impact of the young master's child formation really this great? Qing He murmured, I can hardly find such a sight in the information database. The young master is truly impressive. Chen Guang was unaware of everything happening outside. All his divine sense was immersed in his dantian. The purple ring patterns on the surface of the golden core had completely shed, and a fine crack appeared on the body of the pill, extremely thin, yet the sound of the crack was like the entire dantian space being torn apart. Then came the second third. Countless cracks erupted simultaneously on the surface of the pill, and golden-purple spiritual light gushed forth from the fractures. The golden core shattered. At the moment of the shattering, Chen Guang's consciousness was forcefully pushed outward by a tremendous force, and in the next instant, it was abruptly drawn inward. The golden core shattered. At the moment of the shattering, Chen Guang's consciousness was forcefully pushed outward by a tremendous force, and in the next instant, it was a brilliant and pure golden light burst forth from the center of the collapse, causing the dantian space to violently expand. After reaching its limit, it slowly contracted, ultimately stabilizing into a vast space, dozens of times larger than before. As the golden light gradually receded, a small figure about an inch tall sat cross-legged in the center of the dantian. Its facial features resembled Chen Guang exactly, but its entire body radiated a warm golden-purple hue with a faint purple pattern at its brow. The small figure's breathing rhythm completely synchronized with the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world. The nascent soul opened its eyes, glanced upward, stood up, and took a step out of the dantian, appearing directly in the center of his sea of consciousness. The great sun in the sea of consciousness continued to rotate slowly, its golden light illuminating the entire space. The small figure sat cross-legged again in the center of the sea of consciousness, the great sun hovering perfectly behind it. The golden purple spiritual light emanating from the nascent soul intertwined with the great sun's crimson golden radiance gradually merging into an indescribable solemn halo. From a distance the great sun appeared as a divine ring behind the nascent soul, accentuating its inch-tall figure with an imposing presence that belied its size. At the moment the nascent soul returned, Chen Guang's perception changed. Previously his divine sense had limits. He could cover a certain number of zhang, or li penetrate certain barriers, and was blocked by others, all within clear boundaries. But now those boundaries blurred. With the nascent soul in control of the sea of consciousness and the great sun behind it, his perception no longer extended outward. Instead it expanded like a vortex, growing fainter with distance, yet without a distinct dividing line. However, within the farm, everything was instantly perceptible and crystal clear. More remarkably, the visualization images he had contemplated countless times, mountains, oceans, starry skies, and Kunping, now appeared around the nascent soul, without him needing to actively visualize them. Under the illumination of the great sun's golden light, the phantoms of towering mountains rose from the sea of consciousness, and an endless ocean spread out at the foot of the mountains, where the Kunping soared, splashing water for 3,000 miles. These phantoms were no longer static images, but flowed and transformed with the breathing of the nascent soul. He attempted to activate the visualization images, and the great sun behind him trembled slightly. A beam of crimson golden light carrying the heavy pressure of the mountain phantoms swept outward from his body. The golden light shone on the lake, causing the entire body of water to depress several zhang, as if an invisible giant hand pressed down on it. Ripples spread out from the depression, crashing against the shore before rebounding. The floating peach blossom petals were pushed upward by this force, rising 2 or 3 zhang, yet remained intact before gently falling back onto the water's surface. The golden light of the great sun simultaneously broke through the farm's grand formation, and a resonant sound, like a sacred chant, rolled over from deep within the clouds at an altitude of thousands of zhang. Then the phantom of the endless sea spread across the lake's surface, blending with the real water, making it indistinguishable where the illusion ended and reality began. The phantom of the Kunping leaped from the sea, its colossal wings casting a shadow over the waterfall, creating a gap in the waterfall's curtain. The mist exploded outward, and the sky, filled with white foam that slowly dissipated deep within the peach blossom forest. Qinghe at the lakeside looked up at the golden purple light dust in the sky, feeling the jade hairpin in her hair tremble slightly as the spiritual energy passed by. Muyu stood on the opposite shore, her deep purple pupils reflecting the still dissipating phantom of the Kunping. Her lips moved slightly, but she remained silent. Chen Guang opened his eyes, remaining seated, feeling the nascent soul breathing slowly in sync with the rhythm of the world's spiritual energy. The power he felt was not only from the spiritual power itself, but also from the great sun above him and the circulating stars around him. He had visualized these scenes for years, and now they finally began to respond to him. He felt that just a slight invocation of the great sun's golden light could heavily injure, or even kill, any ordinary nascent soul. At this moment a faint golden mist suddenly surged from deep within his dantian. Chen Guang's mind stirred. It was the medicinal force. When he had taken the thousand-fold enhanced Xiao Huitian Dan to reshape his foundation, most of the medicinal power had integrated into his meridians and dantian, but a small portion had remained settled in the deepest part of his dantian, barely detectable on ordinary days. Now that the nascent soul had just formed and the dantian space was reopened, this long-dormant medicinal power was awakened, slowly rising from the depths of the golden mist silently permeated throughout his body and into the nascent soul. The golden purple glow surrounding the small figure became even purer after the medicinal power merged the originally shimmering spiritual light, gradually consolidating into a calm and warm luster, and the purple pattern at its brow deepened a few shades, as if traced with bold ink. The outlines of its limbs solidified further, and with each breath the resonance with the great sun's golden light intensified. The medicinal power of Xiao Huitian Dan acted like a final tempering, refining the nascent soul from the inside out, making every minute structure denser and more stable under the medicinal power's infusion. The golden mist circled around, showing no sign of thinning before retreating back to the dantian to await the next infusion. He suddenly had a thought. With a slight mental shift, the nascent soul in the sea of consciousness opened its eyes again and stood up. This time it did not remain in the sea of consciousness. Instead it took a step out, poking half of its body out from the Baihui point on his head. The sensation was incredibly wonderful. It was neither divine sense projection nor spiritual power transformation, but rather a self with independent perception was detaching from the physical body. The nascent soul fully flew out from his head, spinning in midair. In that moment his perspective split into two. His physical body sat on the blue stone, able to see the lake's surface waterfall Qing, he and Muyu. At the same time, he could also see the back of his own body, sitting on the blue stone, viewed from the perspective of the nascent soul hovering in the air. The two perspectives existed simultaneously undisturbed, yet completely synchronized. The nascent soul flipped in midair, gliding over the lake's surface, hovering directly in front of the waterfall. The mist passed through the nascent soul's body, allowing it to feel the temperature, humidity, and the sensation of each water droplet brushing against its spiritual form. These sensations returned to the physical body as vivid as if he had personally experienced them. Chen Guang felt an indescribable excitement. According to the materials he had previously researched, the separation of the nascent soul from the body was a hallmark ability of nascent soul stage cultivators. However, ordinary nascent souls were exceptionally fragile, and separation would result in a distinct feeling of weakness, with the physical body slipping into a semi-sleep state. Moreover, the nascent soul could not leave the body for extended periods, whether for a few hours, or at most 3 to 5 days. The longer it remained detached, the greater the sense of weakness. The nascent soul was a newborn entity, as tender as an infant, requiring the protection of the physical body as its womb. Forcing it to remain detached for too long could damage the nascent soul's origin, or worse, cause the nascent soul to dissipate, and the physical body to become a shell. But after his nascent soul detached, he felt none of the weakness described in the materials. The nascent soul hovered in front of the waterfall for a while before gliding back to hover above his physical body, as light as a breeze. The cool sensation of passing through the mist, the fragrance of flowers while gliding over the peach blossom forest, and the strange feeling of seeing his physical body seated. All these perceptions were clear and strong, and the nascent soul showed not the slightest hint of weakness. He even felt that the nascent soul could easily remain detached for a month or two. It was incredibly comfortable, and the nascent soul itself was sufficiently solid, unlike what was commonly said about being as tender as an infant. This was undoubtedly the effect of the system. With countless resources enhanced thousands of times, and even the Shao Huitian Dan, these factors created his unique nascent soul. He believed that the heirs of those great powers also possessed such special nascent souls, but surely none were as impressive as his. The nascent soul returned from the Baihui Point to the Sea of Consciousness, sitting cross-legged, once more the great sun still hovering behind it, bathing everything in golden light. Chen Guang took a deep breath, and the two perspectives merged back into one. The advantages of the nascent soul could be explored slowly later. He noted this mentally, and then redirected his thoughts to the familiar system panel before him. Infinite System Host Chen Guang, Realm Early Nascent Soul, Record Count 8080 Reset Daily, Enhancement Count 1616 Reset Daily, Copy Count 1616 Reset Daily, Enhancement Multiplier Nascent Soul Realm, can enhance by 100 times. Copy Quantity Nascent Soul Realm, can copy 100 copies. No surprises with the 10000-fold enhancement. The enhancement multiplier was something that could never be enough. He wouldn't mind a billion-fold. However, he still needed to focus on the tasks at hand. Qing He and Mu Yu could be further enhanced, and other aspects could also become stronger. His path to invincibility had sped up by another third, which was excellent. The distant mountains were in sight. He just needed to keep moving forward. The waterfall continued to roar, and the ripples on the lake's surface had calmed down, with only the abundance of flower petals still swirling gently. In the distance, the farm employees by the spiritual fields were still gathered, with a few pointing at the slowly dissipating vortex of spiritual energy above the lake, murmuring to each other. Chen Guang returned to the Zizai residence, and Qinghe followed him inside, her mouth never ceasing. Young Master's nascent soul departure is utterly unlike any others. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators are so frail upon leaving the body, they seem unable to withstand even a gentle breeze, yet yours tumbled midair with perfect ease. And that golden solar radiance piercing through the formation. Enough. Chen Guang slumped into the rocking chair, and took a long sip of tea handed to him by Murain. Not at all dry. Qinghe replied calmly, then headed to the kitchen to fetch a plate of tangerines. Murain sat beside him in silence, offering no commentary, only a faint knowing curve at the corner of her lips. Leaning back in the rocking chair, Chen Guang sipped his tea. En route home, he had already enhanced both Qinghe and Murain by a factor of 1,000 to 10,000. Though technically only another tenfold amplification, the shift was not earth-shattering, yet their cultivation tiers had each ascended one level. Qinghe advanced from latest-stage nascent soul establishment to peak nascent soul establishment, her core formation runes denser, and her spiritual energy circulatory pathways markedly more efficient. Murain rose from mid-stage integration foundation establishment plus to peak integration foundation establishment, her outward appearance unchanged. He withdrew the 9-pupiled heaven-scrying mirror from his spatial bracelet. Its obsidian gold frame shimmered with an eerie luster beneath the morning light, while its 9 pupils rotated slowly. Applying the same tenfold enhancement, white light surged forth and receded. The ancient inscriptions on the mirror's frame grew denser, its surface deepened in resonance, its penetrating power sharpened, but its tier remained fixed at supreme grade 8, merely appended with a plus sign. The gulf between a sovereign-level Tao artifact and a celestial sovereign-level Tao artifact was simply too vast to bridge by mere multiplicative enhancement. Chen Guang felt no urgency. He turned the mirror over in his hands, examined it closely, then returned it to his spatial bracelet, and reclined once more, eyes closed in quiet repose, until night slipped seamlessly into dawn. When he opened his eyes again, morning had arrived. The golden finches sang joyously among the peach branches beyond the window. Murain refreshed his teacup with steaming hot tea. Uchingha had already arranged breakfast and several small dishes upon the terrace table. Chen Guang remained reclined in his rocking chair, drawing forth the 9-pupiled heaven-scrying mirror to test it thoroughly. Ripples spread across the mirror's surface as Haojing unfolded at dawn, beginning from the eastern district. Shops were just opening their doors, several cultivators squatted by the roadside eating steaming bowls of congee, whose vapors curled upward like spectral breath. The mirror's gaze glided past Tay Lake, toward the Imperial Palace's front court, the Zichen Hall, the central hall of the Great Zhou Imperial Palace and seat of daily audience. The entire hall rested atop a stone platform over 10 zhang tall, its foundation hewn from solid starlight radiant stone, a deep ink blue mineral studded with countless specks of silver-white luminescence. Bathed in morning light, the platform shimmered as if draped in a river of stars. The hall spanned 9 bays crowned with a double-eaved hipangable roof glazed in brilliant yellow. Bronze bells hung from each eave. Before it stretched a plaza adorned with 12 jade pillars coiled with dragons, their surfaces etched with luminous formation arrays that softly gleamed in the dawn light. Inside the hall, the morning audience was halfway underway. Emperor Pei Yingxian of the Great Zhou sat motionless upon the dragon throne, clad in a Blackhandizer imperial robe embroidered with serpentine dragons, his expression serene and inscrutable. Civil and military officials stood in 2 rows, none below nascent soul rank, and several venerable elders in the front ranks having long attained the divine transformation realm. At the center of the hall stood Minister of Rites, Zhou Wenli, reporting on the impending visit of the young lord of the Chaohai Hall. Young Lord Jiang Bugue of the Chaohai Hall will arrive in Haojing half a month hence. His entourage totals 120 individuals, arriving in 3 processions, the first a vanguard bearing 10 carts each of millennium coral crystals and abyssal ice marrow, both rare treasures of the Chaohai Hall, the second attendants and guards, the third the young lord himself conveyed in his personal palanquin. In addition, the gift list alone includes hundreds of carts of grade 4 spirit materials, and several carts of grade 5 materials. A murmur rippled through the hall. Minister of Revenue Zhao Huan stroked his beard, voice edged with wry amusement. 3 processions, conveyances laden with spirit materials, hundreds of carts. Has this young lord carted away half the Chaohai Hall's treasury? Not quite, laughed Vice Minister of War Zhou Bowen. Still, the scale is indeed extraordinary. Even the Eastern Extremity Hall's last delegation brought... The nature differs, observed Vice Minister of Rites, speaking unhurriedly. The Eastern Extremity Hall's visit was incidental, a passing courtesy. This one is deliberate, purposeful, and thus carries infinitely greater weight. Deliberate or not, why bring so much? And before the young lord himself arrives, his gifts, retinue, and ceremonial guards flood in, loudly, repeatedly. Zhao Huan shook his head. That gift list exceeds the Ministry of Hospitality's entire reception budget in length. I've spent the whole morning auditing it, and still haven't finished. Zhou Wenli, having just returned to his position in the formation, turned and smiled. Minister Zhao need not complain. What they bring is tribute, not accounting ledgers. Zhao Huan shot him a sharp glance. As Minister of Rites, you naturally welcome abundance. But when the inexpenses exceed projections, every spirit stone the Ministry of Revenue must cover will be clawed back from elsewhere. Vice Minister of War Zhou Bowen added, grinning. Or perhaps you might petition His Majesty to have young Lord Jiang cover his own lodging fees at the Imperial Guest House. Zhao Huan fixed him with a blank stare. I recall the Ministry of War's annual military budget still has 1 allocation pending final approval, Vice Minister Zhou. Shall we discuss it now? Zhou Bowen instantly sobered, bowing deeply. Minister Zhao is busy. I shall not intrude. A young censor standing in the rear row suddenly straightened, voice grave. This young lord's arrival is unusually grand. Surely more than mere diplomatic Silence fell for a breath. Vice Minister of Rites tilted his head slightly toward the young man. What do you mean by that? With over 100 souls arriving in 3 waves, and such staggering quantities of precious spirit materials, the scale vastly exceeds ordinary diplomatic protocol. The young censor remained composed. If goodwill were the sole intent, such elaborate measures would be superfluous. I venture a hypothesis. Zhao Huan didn't lift his eyelids. Speak. Rumors have circulated widely these past days. I've heard whispers, though cannot confirm their veracity. It is said the Chaohai Hall seeks formal alliance with our great Zhou, and the most enduring bond between realms is marriage. Should this rumor hold truth, such a union would prove a felicitous match beneficial to both state and people. Silence descended once more. Several elder ministers exchanged fleeting glances, none hastening to speak. Vice Minister of War Zhou Bowen cleared his throat, tone cooler. Rumors are best left to taverns, not debated on the imperial dais. Yet if rumors proliferate unchecked, would it not be wiser to deliberate them openly here? The young censor bowed respectfully and stepped back into formation, his words concluded. Zhao Huan watched the young man retreat, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Zhou Wenli glanced sideways, exchanging a brief, silent look with Vice Minister of Rights. No one resumed the topic, but all understood once spoken before the full court, such words could not be retracted. Formal deliberation was now inevitable, merely a matter of timing. Emperor Pei Yingxian remained silent upon the dragon throne, observing his ministers below with quiet, unwavering stillness. His gaze drifted briefly to the rear of the civil officials' line, where several fresh-faced youths stood, including the young censor. Their expressions were solemn, yet beneath their composure burned the sharp, prepared intensity of those poised to strike at the precise moment. The emperor said nothing, merely withdrew his gaze, and declared the audience adjourned. From the Zichan Hall, ministers dispersed in twos and threes. Zhao Huan continued muttering about the interminable gift list, as Zhou Bowen trailed behind, teasing him lightly. The young censor walked with peers likely conversing via divine sense, their demeanor calm assured. The two senior ministers of rights exited the hall side by side, neither mentioning the earlier exchange not once. These were ministers forged in the crucible of a trillion cultivators competition, refined over millennia. Every one was a master of subtlety, even their eyelashes held no weight. None knew better what to say and what to leave unsaid. Chen Guang leaned back in his rocking chair and sipped the freshly poured tea. The Song family's blade had been drawn, first whispered into the world, then stirred among the populace, finally guided onto the imperial dais. Its execution was flawless, measured precise. Its traces were faint, so faint few could discern who truly orchestrated it. Any prince remained plausible, and as tensions with the sixth princess escalated, all those opposed to her would amplify the momentum, making further inquiry into the prince's identity meaningless. Jiang Bugui, young lord of the Chao Hai Hall, though not yet arrived, his grand procession had already reached Haojing. Such spectacle was staged for the great Zhou, but possibly also for those ministers still hesitating in the shadows. This young lord may well have struck a pact with the second prince. Chen Guang found himself growing ever more eager for the young lord's arrival. In the following days, Chen Guang stayed indoors as the exhilaration from his breakthrough gradually settled, replaced by a fresh sensation that required quiet. Every meridian in his body had widened a little, and as the spiritual power flowed through the meridians, it no longer needed guidance. Each breath of the nascent soul, in the sea of consciousness, would naturally complete a small circulation of spiritual power flowing smoothly, as if there were an everlasting heart within him. These were minor changes, what truly occupied his time for contemplation was the visualization diagram. After the nascent soul took residence in the sea of consciousness, the visualization diagram no longer required active retrieval. The sun hung behind the nascent soul, and the ethereal figures of majestic mountains rose from the sea of consciousness, while the boundless ocean spread out at the foot of the mountains, and the image of the Kunpeng flickered in the waves. These scenes were not much different from what he had seen during his breakthrough, but the feelings they evoked had changed. The wild and primal aura had intensified. When the sun shone, it was no longer a quiet, warm light. Deep within the golden radiance, delicate solar flares danced. If one stared long enough, they could sense that this great sun was not an inanimate object, but a projection of some ancient star, vast and scorching, carrying the weight of time itself compressed to its utmost. The ethereal figures of the mountains were no longer just silent heaps of stone, whose subtle tremors continued to occur within them, resembling a slow and profound pulse. In the sound of the waves from the ethereal ocean, there was a deep chant coming from afar, indistinct, yet becoming briefly clear each time a wave crashed against the rocks, only to fade into obscurity again. The wind generated when the Kunpeng swept across the surface of the sea had also changed. It was no longer mere wind pressure, but a type of oppressive force carrying the breath of ancient times. Each flap of its wings caused the entire sea of consciousness to tremble, slightly resonating on a soul level. And he could touch them. The nascent soul reached out to press against the ethereal image of a mountain peak. The sensation transmitted through his fingertips was cold and solid, as if he were genuinely touching the rock, even leaving shallow indentations on the mountain surface. He could also touch the golden light of the sun. The nascent soul raised his hand and drew a strand from the sun, behind him holding it in his palm. The golden light felt warm to the touch with a profound and steady weight, as if he were not grasping a beam of light, but a fragment of daylight compressed to its essence. He could even touch the splashes of waves from the ethereal ocean. Standing by the shore, he felt the faint coolness of the waves spreading along his spiritual body as they crashed against him. The cultivation method had clear descriptions regarding the changes in the visualization diagram. During the nascent soul stage, the ethereal image gradually solidifies, and one can touch it, the oppressive force doubles. For ordinary practitioners in the early nascent soul stage, the ethereal image of the visualization diagram could probably only achieve the gradual solidification stage. They could see it and harness some of its oppressive force, but they were still far from being able to touch it. He was different despite being in the same early nascent soul stage. His visualization diagram had already reached the point of touch and leave marks. The wild and primal aura was much denser than what was described in the cultivation method's gradual solidification stage. All of this was a good sign indicating that he was strong enough and extraordinary. He withdrew his perception from the sea of consciousness and leaned back in the rocking chair. The breakthrough was merely the first step. The changes following the nascent soul needed to be slowly digested through daily nurturing. At that moment, he was waiting for another matter. The formal visit of Jiang Bugui, the deputy master of the Tide Sea Palace. On May 1st, Jiang Bugui officially arrived in Gaojing. The news had been released days in advance, so early that morning the area outside Yunzhou Square in the northern part of the city was already crowded. Chen Guang did not go to the scene. He simply lay in the rocking chair watching the live broadcast through his good mirror, which reflected the scene in the square. The city guard forces formed two walls along the edges of the square with layers of practitioners crowding behind them. Those in the front row craned their necks, while those in the back hovered on their swords, having been scanned by the city guard's divine sense several times before reluctantly lowering to the designated height. The windows of the tea houses surrounding the square had long been booked out, with several heads sticking out from every window. Even on the rooftops opposite the square, people stood. A few young practitioners in the foundation establishment stage squatted on the roof ridges munching on fruit, while glancing toward the north. The center of the square had been arranged. The ceremonial troops from the Ministry of Rites began to line up before dawn. 12 black, dragon-patterned flags fluttered in the morning breeze, while 2 rows of musicians holding chimes and jade plates stood on the eastern side of the square dressed in solemn ceremonial attire. The welcoming officials from the Honglu Temple flanked both sides, with the Minister of Rites, Zhou Wenli, and the chief of the Honglu Temple standing at the forefront. A massive cloud boat slowly descended from the horizon. The boat was over 100 feet long, deep blue in color, with an ancient design and no unnecessary decorations. Its hull was covered in intricate formations, layered and dense like a woven net, radiating a heavy dark blue glow under the sunlight. The bow was carved with a proud, azurite water qilin, holding a slowly rotating water-avoiding spirit pearl in its mouth. That cloud boat must be over 100 feet long, right? A fruit nearly dropped from the mouth of a foundation establishment practitioner on the rooftop. It's clear you haven't seen much. There are plenty of 100-foot cloud boats. However, this one is of a high grade, a 5th-tier supreme cloud boat. Just the crafting of this one would cost a sect thousands of years' worth of resources from a transformation stage sect. A middle-aged practitioner beside him said with a smug expression. The 12 black, dragon-patterned flags from the Ministry of Rites are the highest standard for a welcoming ceremony. They haven't been used for several hundred years. The weight of this deputy master is indeed considerable. Someone from the tea house below chimed in. The cloud boat hovered above the square as the musicians from the Ministry of Rites began to play. The sounds of the chimes and jade plates intertwined and ascended toward the sky, the melody solemn and dignified, with each note falling in sync with the fluctuations of the cloud boat's spiritual pressure. The noisy voices in the square were subdued by the music, and without realizing it, they lowered in volume. The latter descended, and 2 teams of armored guards came down first, all at the nascent soul stage, their armor a deep blue glimmering, with a faint scale-like sheen under the sunlight. Then Jiang Bugui appeared at the top of the ladder wearing a dark blue brocade robe, his long hair tied with a black jade crown. His features were striking, his stature tall. He scanned the grand setup of the square, a faint smile gracing his lips, and his cultivation level was also reflected in the mirror. Late nascent soul. Zhou Wenli stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. I am Zhou Wenli, the Minister of Rites of the Great Zhou, here to welcome the Deputy Master. The Deputy Master has traveled a long way, it must have been arduous. Jiang Bugui returned the greeting with measured courtesy. Thank you, Minister Zhou, for your welcome. I am honored. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Wenli stepped aside to lead the way as the royal welcoming cloud boat had already been waiting on the eastern side of the square. The entirely golden 5th-tier cloud boat was engraved with the sun emblem of the great Zhou royal family, and the bow displayed the black dragon-patterned flag. At that moment, the ceremonial team, brought by the Tide Sea Palace, also moved. The musicians began to play the welcoming tune, which was quite different from the Ministry of Rites chimes. It was an extremely distant and lingering melody, like ocean waves pushing in layers from afar. 2 teams of dancers dressed in azure gauze skirts slowly emerged from behind the musicians, each holding glowing coral branches that shimmered with a warm fluorescence under the... Someone in the observing crowd exclaimed, "Those coral branches are 4th-tier spiritual materials, blue cherry coral. They actually brought them to dance." A companion beside them did not respond, their eyes still fixed on the dancers' flowing azure skirts. The music and dance moved in perfect harmony before the tail end of the Ministry of Rites chimes had faded. The welcoming tune seamlessly took over without the slightest gap. Zhang Bugui only brought a few personal attendants aboard the royal cloud boat. As the boat slowly ascended, the musicians from the Ministry of Rites finished playing just as the cloud boat reached a certain height, and the welcoming tune from the Tide Sea Palace's ceremonial team also ceased. The cloud boat flew over the city walls, heading toward the palace along the main waterway of the city. Practitioners on the street raised their heads to watch, some pointing at the cloud boat and whispering, while others had already started making their way toward the relay station. The ceremonial team and dancers in the square lined up neatly after the music stopped, retreating along the street toward the relay station as passers-by continued to stop and observe. Chen Guang leaned back in his rocking chair, watching the cloud boat's trail fade in the mirror, finishing the last sip of tea. The arrangements were ample, with the highest standard welcoming ceremony from the Ministry of Rites, the royal fifth-tier cloud boat for the reception, and the Tide Sea Palace's own performance, making a timely statement. Receiving guests was just the beginning. There would be a welcoming banquet later that night. Zhang Bugui and the Dagui Fei's mother and son had pinned their hopes on him for the marriage alliance, and tonight's welcoming banquet would officially mark the beginning of this game. As an outsider, he sat on the side watching the game, wondering if someone would draw him into the board. He was looking forward to it. The invitation had arrived at the farm days ago, and the royal family had specifically instructed the owner of the Huaxiao farm to ensure attendance. At dusk, Muyu took out a newly tailored dark blue brocade robe from the wardrobe. The fabric was fourth-tiered dark patterned cloud silk, with intricate flowing water patterns embroidered with azure silk threads at the collar and cuffs, fitting for the occasion as they were from the Sea Palace. The clock tower outside chimed several times. Half an hour remained until the banquet. Muyu and Qing, he followed closely behind him, pushing the door open. The cloud boat was already waiting at the entrance. The welcoming banquet was held at the Taiwa Palace. Located on the west side of the Imperial Palace, Taiwa Palace is specifically designed to receive foreign guests. It is slightly smaller than the Ziqing Palace, yet its decor is more exquisite. A massive glazed lotus lamp hung from the dome of the hall, radiating warm golden hues from the intricate patterns on its petals, enveloping the entire hall in a soft glow. The floor was laid with large pieces of moonlit white jade embedded with extremely fine silver thread patterns. Walking on it was silent, yet faint spiritual light seeped upwards from beneath one's feet. A line of palace maids entered, each carrying spiritual fruits and exquisite wine. Dozens of round tables made of red sandalwood were scattered throughout the hall. A main table was set in the true north direction, slightly taller than the other round tables, adorned with a pair of jade. The guests had not yet taken their seats, but many people were already moving between the round tables, exchanging pleasantries in small groups, creating a relaxed atmosphere. When Chen Guang arrived, Lu Yunhe and Lu Yunqi were already seated at a round table by the window, with Ji Mingwei also present, holding a bag of honeyed bayberries, stuffing them into her mouth. Han Lingsu sat beside her, lazily peeling a neon orange. Chen Guang, over here. Ji Mingwei called to him, her words somewhat muffled. Chen Guang walked over and sat down, while Muyu and Qing, he silently retreated outside the hall. He glanced around at the hall's arrangement and casually remarked, "Tonight's event is quite grand." "Not just grand." Lu Yunhe gestured toward the main table with his chin. "The Prime Minister is personally presiding over it. All the princes and princesses are present, and quite a few heads of the 8 great families and deputy sect leaders have come, not to mention the 30 or so divine envoys from Guanghua. This banquet tonight is not merely a welcoming feast." Lu Yunqi rarely spoke, his tone considerably calmer than in the past 2 years. "The delegation from the Tide Sea Palace this time has a high profile, clearly not just a courtesy visit. They are looking for a reliable ally to pave the way for future advancements in the combined Dao forces, and our dojo is quite suitable." "You little brat understand quite a bit," Ji Mingwei said, tossing a bayberry into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. "Who are you calling a little brat, you glutton?" Before Ji Mingwei could respond, a long chime sounded at the entrance, prompting everyone in the hall to rise. Prime Minister Shun Wenyuan stepped through the entrance, followed by the 6th Princess, Pei Yuning, the 2nd Prince, Pei Yuheng, the 5th Prince, Pei Yush, and several other princes and princesses, along with Zhang Bugui. Zhang Bugui was dressed in a deep blue ceremonial robe with the Tide Sea Palace's tidal pattern insignia embroidered on the collar and cuffs. His long hair was tied back with a black jade crown, and a faint smile graced his lips. Pei Yuning wore a camellia red palace garment, cinched at the waist with a golden silk ribbon, her long hair secured by a vermilion phoenix crown, her expression composed. Shun Wenyuan approached the main table, raised his glass, and said a few ceremonial words merely representing the royal family in welcoming distinguished guests and expressing the long-standing friendship between the two. Zhang Bugui stood and raised his glass in thanks. The two clinked glasses from across the table, and Shun Wenyuan announced the commencement of the banquet. The toasting segment began with Zhang Bugui as the host, first toasting each of the princes and princesses at the main table. Pei Yuning slightly nodded as she raised her glass, saying some polite words like, "The young master has come from afar and endured much on the journey." Her expression remained unchanged. Pei Yuning said a few more words while clinking glasses with him, his tone calm. "I heard that the young master brought hundreds of carts of spiritual materials for this visit. The Tide Sea Palace's sincerity is evident to all in Dazhou. Your Highness speaks too highly of me. I Jiang have come on my father's orders to foster goodwill with Dazhou. Bringing a few small gifts is merely a token of sincerity," Jiang Bugui replied, leaving no gaps in his words. The ninth princess, who had been quietly holding her glass, suddenly interjected with a smile. "The young master has traveled so far. My sixth sister is both talented and beautiful. You two sitting together truly looks like a match made in heaven. If you could unite in marriage, it would be a beautiful tale." At these words, there was a moment of silence at the main table. Pei Yuning paused with her teacup suspended in the air, then steadily set it down, her face still bearing a faint smile, although the mirth did not reach her eyes. "Ninth sister, you jest," she replied, her tone as calm as usual. "The young master is here representing the Tide Sea Palace to discuss an alliance with Dazhou, yet you are only focused on whether he is available for marriage. Isn't that a bit narrow-minded? Dazhou's alliance with the Tide Sea Palace is for a long-term plan, not something that can be measured by a mere marriage." Ninth sister's words are amusing, the ninth princess said, her smile faltering as she laughed awkwardly and raised her glass to cover her face. Pei Yuheng calmly glanced at Pei Yuning without speaking. Jiang Bugui, however, appeared quite at ease, seemingly oblivious to the subtlety in the conversation. He raised his glass to toast Pei Yuning, saying, "The sixth princess is right. I Jiang am here solely to foster goodwill, not to discuss anything else." With the toasting segment concluded, the banquet officially began. Guests rose and moved about, their glasses in hand, mingling between the various round tables. Minister of Revenue Zhao Huan remained seated at his table, holding a list of gifts, shaking his head with each glance. Beside him, Minister of Rights Zhou Wenli laughed as he patted Zhao Huan's shoulder. The two exchanged a few quiet words, with Zhao Huan's expression seeming to reflect his concern about the reception expenses at the inn. He glanced over at Jiang Bugui, who was conversing with Qin Wangchuan, then turned another page of the list and continued shaking his head. Chen Guang was watching that direction when a voice suddenly echoed in his consciousness. "Young Master Chen," it was Pei Yuning's voice. She remained seated at the main table, holding a teacup, her expression showing no signs of unusualness. "Princess Yuning, is there something you need?" He responded using the same mental communication. "You should have heard the rumors. You saw it just now. Those officials on the court have been escalating matters in recent days. Tomorrow's morning court session will likely see someone formally propose a marriage discussion. I cannot agree to the marriage, but I lack the weight to oppose it alone." She paused for a moment. "Last time the Minister of Revenue recommended me to oversee the distribution of spiritual mining rights. This matter has been pressing in the ministry for quite a while. It was initially scheduled for a formal discussion next month, but I've moved it up. Tomorrow's morning court session will address it faster than those officials pushing for marriage discussions. At that time, I will publicly announce that Huaxiao Farm has agreed to fully support the distribution plan for the mining rights. All it takes is this statement. There's no need for young Master Chen to be present." Chen Guang took a sip from his glass, not responding immediately. If the sixth princess secured the rights to distribute the mining rights, she would have virtually no rivals in the court, let alone a marriage proposal. Those who propose would meet their demise. Using the name of Huaxiao Farm to achieve her own goals, while perfectly avoiding the marriage issue. Brilliant. In truth, Chen Guang was quite interested in being involved in such matters. The struggles within the court were fascinating. Previously, he could only watch them on television, but now he could participate firsthand, even if it's merely using a name. However, even though he was eager, he couldn't agree too readily. Pushing too hard is not the way to conduct business. "Your Highness, this strategy of leveraging indeed shows great skill, but why should I assist you?" His mental response was measured. Pei Yuning fell silent for a moment. When the mental communication resumed, her tone remained steady, but carried a hint of lightness. "Tomorrow evening, young Master Chen should visit the Linghua Mansion. I will have a feast prepared. At that time, if you have any conditions, you can present them face to face, and I will surely satisfy you." This statement could lead one to think too much. "All right, I'll check the sincerity of the princess tomorrow evening." Ji Mingwei's voice suddenly echoed in Chen Guang's consciousness. "Is the sixth princess communicating with you? I saw her glance toward you while holding her tea. You must be mistaken." "Impossible." Ji Mingwei stuffed another bayberry into her mouth. "What did she say to you?" "She invited me to her residence for a meal." Ji Mingwei paused for a moment in her chewing, and then responded with an understanding tone. "Oh, the princess is asking you to dinner, just the two of you. Do you need me to help analyze this?" "Analyze what?" "Analyze why the princess would invite you to dinner alone." Ji Mingwei's tone held a teasing lilt. "As far as I know, she has never invited any man to dinner alone during her years in Guqing." Chen Guang was uninterested in listening to Ji Mingwei's complaints, and she was soon called away by the sect. He observed Zhang Bugui, who at this moment walked up to the moon god sect's seating area and began to exchange pleasantries with Li Qingyue, the deputy sect master. Li Qingyue was a figure of considerable power within the moon god sect, holding a seniority that surpassed even that of the sect master. After a few exchanges of niceties, he turned his gaze towards Lu Rumei. I presume this is Fairy Lu. Zhang Bugui raised his glass, a warm smile on his face. Though the Tide Sea Palace is not on Wanghua Island, we still receive news of the Dao Discussion Conference. Fairy Liu's remarkable achievements with the full moon will have reached my ears long ago. Lu Rumei returned the greeting, her tone calm. The young palace master is too kind, it was merely luck. Zhang Bugui did not pursue the conversation further, merely smiled, and turned to the Qingxian sect's seating area. Ji Mingwei quickly swallowed the bayberry in her mouth, and raised her teacup to cover half her face. I have heard that the sword techniques of your generation at the Qingxian sect have made significant advances. Although I do not practice the sword path, I hold the sword intent of the Qingxian sect in the highest regard. If the young palace master wishes to spar, my senior brother is also here today, Ji Mingwei said with a smile, shifting aside to reveal a young sword cultivator behind her, who had been bowing his head to eat. The senior brother still had his chopsticks raised in midair, looking bewildered, as he raised his head, a piece of osmanthus cake still in his mouth. Zhang Bugui raised his glass and apologized for the interruption, smiling as he stepped back. Chen Guang slowly turned his wine glass at the table, watching Zhang Bugui as he made his way from the seating of the 8 great families, exchanging pleasantries. The eloquence of this young palace master was quite impressive. While discussing pills with the Qin family, he could mention the year and formula of several signature pills. When talking about weapon forging with the Han family, he accurately pointed out the array patterns of their last batch of standardized magical tools. And while discussing the Dao Discussion Conference with Lu Rumei, he could precisely state the spiritual energy conversion points of the full moon will technique. This was not an improvised performance. He had thoroughly researched the 8 great families before arriving, showing great dedication to this visit. Zhang Bugui walked around the circular tables with his wine glass. After exchanging pleasantries with several family heads, he turned his attention to Chen Guang. Zhuang Master Chen. Zhang Bugui approached and raised his glass, his smile more pronounced than when he faced the other family heads. I have heard at Tide Sea Palace that a Huaxiao farm has opened on Wanghua Island, showcasing top-grade foundation establishment pills at the entrance. On the opening day, it was a bustling scene with crowds everywhere. It's all thanks to everyone's support. Zhuang Master Chen is too modest. After arriving in Gukjing, I specifically sent someone to your farm to purchase a few bottles of pills. They indeed looked good. In all my years in business, I have never seen another place achieving such quality at this price point. The young palace master is too generous in his praise. I am merely looking out for my master, the goods are allocated by my master, and the prices are set by my master. Chen Guang clinked glasses with him. Zhuang Master Chen is too humble. Zhang Bugui downed his drink in one go, his tone carrying a hint of natural intimacy. To be honest, Zhuang Master Chen, I have come to the Great Zhou representing Tide Sea Palace to foster a good relationship, but I also wish to see the Huaxiao farm with my own eyes. Our Tsangyuan Sea is not well known in the Jianian Sea, and having a Huaxiao farm is truly a blessing for us. The young palace master is overly flattering, but is already quite difficult for the farm to establish itself on Wanghua Island, let alone radiate across the entire Tsangyuan Sea. What did this kid mean by that? Are you suggesting I develop in the core of Tsangyuan Sea? Zhuang Master Chen is still being modest. You do not regard me as a friend, I believe we should address each other as friends. What does Brother Chen think? Brother Jiang, feel free. In fact, I wanted to call you Old Jiang. Zhang Bugui smiled, and nodded, his gaze becoming more serious. I have personally verified the quality of the pills from your farm. There is no issue with their quality, and the prices are indeed astonishingly low. This indicates that your farm either possesses unique alchemical techniques, or has special channels for spiritual materials. Regardless of which, both are worth my special visit to learn from. If Brother Chen is convenient one day, I would like to formally visit your farm to take a closer look at your business model. Tide Sea Palace has much to learn from the farm. Brother Jiang is too polite. Chen Guang smiled. The door of the farm is always open, you can come anytime. However, to speak of learning, Tide Sea Palace is an established power with a history of over 100,000 years, while the farm has only been operating for a few years. If Brother Jiang's words were to spread, some might say, I am overreaching. Even an ancient power of over 100,000 years has its flaws. Having too vast an enterprise can lead to some things becoming unmanageable. Zhang Bugui spoke frankly, sounding less like a mere courtesy. On the other hand, new forces like the farm do not carry as much baggage, and can undertake some unexpected ventures. He paused, and added, Brother Chen need not worry, I am not here to undermine you. Business relies on mutual exchanges. Tide Sea Palace has some spiritual materials that can be useful here in the Great Zhou. The farm's business approach is also something Tide Sea Palace wishes to learn from. A mutually beneficial arrangement is far more practical than those superficial marital alliances and pacts. You think too much. The farm has no business strategy and purely relies on luck. If Brother Jiang's words reach those in the court, they might be disappointed. Jiang Bugue chuckled, not pursuing the subject further, and raised his glass towards Chen Guang again. Then I will await a convenient time for Brother Chen. I will make it convenient as soon as possible. This sounds a bit strange. Jiang Bugue nodded, turning towards the adjacent seating area with his empty glass. After he left, Lu Yun's voice transmission sounded, "This young palace master is quite straightforward. Earlier he exchanged pleasantries with the 8 great families, but with you he directly mentioned wanting to learn the farm's business model, not one hint of circumlocution. Because he knows that it is pointless to beat around the bush with me." Chen Guang leaned back in his chair, his fingers slowly tracing the rim of his wine glass. He has investigated the farm's details and knows that there is the uncertain factor of my master behind it. He can spar verbally with the 8 great families, but if he were to do the same with the farm it might backfire and become unpleasant. It is better to speak frankly. So you agreed to let him visit. Do I have a reason to refuse? If he wishes to come, let him come. Our chatting might lead to collaboration, which would benefit everyone. You guys are really complicated, but it's quite exhausting to watch. Lu Yunqi complained. Complicated nonsense, you just lack experience. After you return you should socialize more. I will mention it to the family, and let them take you wherever they go. No, I don't want to go. Regardless of Lu Yunqi's lamentations, the banquet continued. Ji Mingwei nearly got drunk, and the gluttonous senior brother had to physically restrain her to prevent her from making a spectacle. Chen Guang competed with Lu Yunqi in drinking, and the outcome was predictable. Lu Yunqi lay on the table murmuring, "Brother Chen, you cheated, you must have cheated. It's impossible." Lu Yunhe looked at his somewhat silly cousin with a face full of exasperation. By the time the banquet broke up, it was close to midnight. Jiang Bugue chatted privately with Shan Wenyuan for a while before rising to take his leave, nodding in acknowledgement to Chen Guang as he departed. The people of the Qingxian sect escorted Ji Mingwei away early. Han Lingsu helped her pack her snacks into her storage bracelet, while Lu Yunqi was awakened by his brother, still a bit dazed. As he exited the hall, the palace loomed grand and solemn, and the night breeze was cool and refreshing. Chen Guang walked out on his own, anticipation building for tomorrow's court meeting and the prince's banquet. The next morning in the Ziqing Hall, Chen Guang watched as the ministers of the great Zhou clashed verbally. Within less than half an hour of the court session, the atmosphere in the hall had grown tenser than usual. Several routine matters were swiftly passed over, and Sun Buqian, the right minister of rights, stepped forward from the ranks holding a tablet and spoke loudly. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." Pei Yingxian on the dragon throne nodded slightly. The young master Jiang Bugue of the Tide Sea Palace arrived in Hagjing yesterday, accompanied by over 100 attendants, bringing with him hundreds of carts of spiritual materials and treasures. This shows great sincerity. Moreover, the Tide Sea Palace is an established force in the Tsang Sea region with a legacy of over 100,000 years and has maintained friendly relations with our great Zhou for several thousand years. I believe that with the young master personally visiting this time, the level of formality is unprecedented, making it an excellent opportunity to further solidify our alliance. He paused briefly, maintaining his tone. I have heard that the young master of the Tide Sea Palace is exceptionally talented and handsome, and he is still unmarried. Our great Zhou's 6th princess possesses both virtue and talent. If we can unite the two families through marriage, it would elevate our alliance and be beneficial for both the nation and its people. I implore your Majesty to include this matter in the court discussions. The hall, already quiet, became even quieter. Several senior ministers in the front row exchanged glances, but did not rush to speak. The left minister of the Ministry of Household stepped forward from the ranks, his voice not loud, but firm. Minister Sun's words are rather novel. The young master of the Tide Sea Palace has traveled a great distance, bringing spiritual materials and treasures, discussing friendship between our two families. Why do you start with these irrelevant remarks? The Ministry of Household deals with finances, and should not interfere in the matters of the Ministry of Rights. But if Minister Sun wants to tie marriage to diplomatic relations, then I must ask, has the young master himself ever mentioned the marriage proposal in any context during this visit? They have come courteously to discuss friendship, yet here you are before they even leave, eager to play matchmaker. The duty of the Ministry of Rights is to host foreign guests, not to act as a marriage broker. Have you perhaps mistaken your office? A low chuckle erupted in the hall as several young ministers burst into laughter. It was unclear whether it was intentional or accidental, but Chen Guang certainly laughed on purpose. These sharp-tongued individuals were amusing. Sun Boqian's expression darkened, and his voice grew louder. This matter concerns the national integrity. I propose this discussion for the long-term interest of Great Zhou and the Tide Sea Palace. How can you speak of matchmaking? National integrity. The Minister of War Zhou Bowen sneered. Great Zhou has stood for tens of thousands of years without relying on marriage alliances to solidify agreements. During the previous emperor's reign, when the master of the eastern extreme hall visited, no one even suggested marriage. How is it that now, with minister's son the princess must marry to make friends? Was this proposed by the Tide Sea Palace, or is it minister's son's own idea? Sun Boqian's face flushed. I haven't finished speaking yet. Zhou Bowen raised a hand to stop him. The young Master Jiang's visit brings spiritual materials and treasures which are evident. They bring spiritual materials for gifts and business discussions, yet minister's son speaks of marriage. Is this truly about solidifying our alliance, or just embarrassing Great Zhou? Before Sun Boqian could respond, a cold voice from the back row interjected. Diplomatic relations have historically included marriage as a means to solidify alliances. Just because it wasn't mentioned during the previous emperor's time, doesn't mean it can't be proposed today. Minister, are you being too harsh in your judgments? Harsh, the right Minister of Justice replied slowly. Then let me put it another way. If the young master himself hasn't opened his mouth to propose marriage, why is Great Zhou in such a hurry to push the princess forward? What does that imply? Can our Great Zhou's princess not find a husband? You let. The hall was suddenly filled with waves of shouting and cursing, with ministers supporting and opposing the marriage alliance, exchanging barbs. Some argued that marriage alliances were a legitimate means of solidifying agreements, while others countered that Great Zhou did not need to rely on marriage to maintain its status. Some questioned why the Tide Sea Palace had not suggested marriage, while others retorted that to propose one showed greater sincerity. The uproar bore the grandeur of a major nation, reminding Chen Guang of a drama he had watched before, the magnanimity of a great power. However, the core of the argument, the sixth princess did not participate in the debate, standing calmly, as if nothing was happening. The other princes and princesses also remained silent, merely observing. The emperor also sat motionless, neither intervening nor siding with anyone. They likely had grown accustomed to it, but Chen Guang found it interesting. Zhao Huan stood in the ranks without joining the dispute, simply glancing at the Minister of Rites Zhou Wenli. Their eyes briefly met in the shadows of the hall's pillars before each averted their gaze. Just as the two sides were about to come to blows, the Minister of Household Zhao Huan cleared his throat, lightly stepping forward from the ranks with a tablet in hand. Your Majesty, I also have a memorial to present. The hall fell silent, and all eyes turned towards him. Regarding the distribution plan for the spiritual mine exploitation rights presented by the Ministry of War, last time I, together with the Ministry of Household and the Ministry of Industry, have completed a joint review. It is time to discuss the allocation of these rights. If the spiritual mine exploitation rights can be replanned, it will not only increase national treasury revenue, but also provide an opportunity to rectify the chaos of private mining across various regions. Sun Boqian's brows furrowed. Zhao Huan continued, completely oblivious to Sun Boqian's gaze. After repeated calculations, our new plan is expected to yield over 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones annually, accounting for 11% of the national treasury's income. A detailed allocation ratio for the various mines has been drafted for your Majesty's review. He presented a jade slip, which Pei Ingxian received, and scanned with his divine sense, nodding slightly. The issue of spiritual mine exploitation rights is broad in scope. Can the Ministry of Household ensure its implementation? He did not mention the marriage proposal at all. In response, your Majesty, if this plan can be implemented, it will benefit not only the treasury of various small to medium forces across regions, will also have the opportunity to participate in legitimate mining, thus naturally reducing the chaos of private mining. Furthermore, Zhao Huan paused. The Huaxia farm had informed the Ministry of Household last night that if the sixth princess is responsible for the distribution of the exploitation rights, they are willing to provide long-term supplies of necessary pills and spiritual materials at prices below market rates after the rights are redistributed. Their capacity and quality are evident, and their support would sufficiently guarantee the new plan. I believe if the exploitation rights can be overseen by Her Highness the Sixth Princess, both efficiency and credibility would be ensured. As soon as he finished speaking, someone from the back row voiced a doubt. Minister Zhao, the reallocation of spiritual mine exploitation rights is a significant matter. Although Her Highness the Sixth Princess is virtuous and talented, her experience is still lacking. Shouldn't this matter be handled by more experienced ministers? Zhao Huan did not turn around, his tone steady. I would like to ask this esteemed minister about experience. When Her Highness presided over the commercial tax reform, many also said she lacked experience. Yet now the reform has been implemented for decades, and the numbers reflecting the Treasury's increased revenue are clear in the Ministry of Household's ledgers. The proposal for military grain dispatch in the northern region was also drafted by Her Highness, and during these few years, with the war in the north intensifying, the grain dispatch has never faltered or caused confusion. Do these not count as experience? The person was momentarily speechless, trying to find a rebuttal. Another minister nearby, seeing this, changed his angle. The spiritual mine exploitation is not like commercial tax. It involves the tangled interests of local forces in various mining areas. A slight misstep could lead to local unrest. Though Her Highness is capable, this matter involves too many parties. Precisely because it involves many parties, it requires Her Highness to preside over it. Zhou Bowen interjected. Just now Minister's son claimed that Her Highness is an excellent choice for marriage. Why is it that when it comes to an important matter she suddenly becomes inexperienced? Could it be that in your eyes her worth is only in marriage and not in state affairs? As soon as these words were spoken, the ministers who had questioned fell silent, and no one dared to respond. Zhao Huan and Zhou Bowen exchanged glances and returned to their places. A low murmur of discussion erupted in the hall, with more people participating than when Sun Buqian had mentioned marriage. If Minister Sun's marriage proposal was merely using the princess as a bargaining chip, then Zhao Huan's move laid out an alternative path for everyone to see, discussing how the princess overseeing the new policies could bring substantial spirit stones to Great Zhou, increasing treasury income, from which they all could benefit. Sun Buqian's expression darkened completely, and those supporting the marriage fell silent as well. Pei Yuning stood in the ranks, her expression neutral, merely curving her lips slightly. Pei Yingxian glanced at Zhao Huan, placing the jade slip on the dragon table. As for the issue of spiritual mine exploitation rights, since the Ministry of Household already has a detailed plan, let it be overseen by Ninghua. The support from Huaxiao Farm is both sincere and a guarantee this matter must not be mishandled. As for the marriage proposal, he paused, maintaining a calm tone. Since the Tide Sea Palace has not mentioned it, Great Zhou need not bring it up proactively. Let this matter be temporarily shelved and discussed later. This son obeys the decree. The sixth princess stepped forward and bowed to accept the order. Your Majesty is wise. Zhao Huan bowed and returned to his place, while Sun Buqian opened his mouth, but ultimately bowed in acknowledgement and retreated. The court session dispersed amidst the undercurrents. Sun Buqian left quickly, almost the first to step out of the hall. Zhao Huan and Zhou Bowen walked out side by side, quietly exchanging a few words. Zhao Huan was still holding a copy of the spiritual mine exploitation rights document, flipping through it as he walked. Pei Yuning stood by the hall pillar, watching Sun Buqian's figure disappear outside the hall, then turned and walked with her maid towards the palace exit. Having watched the entire process, Chen Guang felt it was truly wonderful. Each round of challenges and breakthroughs was expertly timed. These experienced old foxes and seasoned politicians made such a court session worth watching frequently, providing rich experience for an invincible life. As for now, it was time to tidy up and prepare for the evening banquet hosted by the sixth princess with a hint of anticipation. In the evening, Chen Guang arrived at Ninghua residence with Mu Yu and Qing He. The butler was already waiting at the entrance, guiding them through the courtyard's plum garden, around the island and the lake, and along the lakeside heading west. At the end of the path stood a moon gate covered with climbing wisteria flowers blooming profusely in the twilight. Upon entering, they found a standalone water pavilion surrounded on three sides by water and backed by a grove of purple bamboo. Inside there was a small round table made of purple sandalwood, already set with several plates of cold dishes and 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks. Mu Yu and Qing He silently stepped outside the pavilion. Just after Chen Guang sat down, a faint sound of footsteps came from behind him. The sixth princess had Pei Yuning wore a light gauze dress in begonia red tonight, the neckline cut very low, revealing a substantial expanse of fair skin beneath her collarbone, which was accentuated by the tightly wrapped dress, deepening the shadow of her figure. A very thin golden silk belt cinched her waist, accentuating her slender figure. The skirt flowed smoothly from her hips with a slit that ran from the root of her thigh down to the hem, revealing her long fair legs, as the fabric swayed with her movements. Her long hair was loosely styled in a bun with a golden hairpin, the tassels swaying gently at her ears with each step. A very thin layer of powder adorned her face, and her lips were painted with just the right amount of rouge, while the corners of her eyes were slightly raised, capable of captivating anyone who met her gaze. She seemed like an entirely different person from the dignified and imposing sixth princess in the court, whom one dared not gaze directly at now. She looked at him unabashedly and said, "Young Master Chen, I apologize for keeping you waiting." She approached the table, but did not sit down. Instead, she picked up a wine jug and poured a cup for both Chen Guang and herself. "Last time I only treated you to tea. This time I will make it up with a meal, but before we feast I have a dance for you to enjoy." "Oh, I have yet to see the princess dance, please proceed." Pei Yuning smiled charmingly, setting down the wine cup and stepping back 2 paces to the center of the pavilion, taking a deep breath, as if to gather her courage, or perhaps to make a decision. The spiritual light stones in the corners of the pavilion dimmed simultaneously, leaving only the last traces of twilight filtering through the bamboo curtains. There was no musician, no accompaniment. She stood barefoot on the bamboo floor, her footsteps barely audible. She stood with her back to Chen Guang for a moment, her body moving quietly like distant mountains. Then she slowly shifted her weight to her left leg, extending her right leg back, raising her calf upwards, her entire body taking on a crescent shape, arms gracefully unfurling, one high and one low, resembling a goose about to take flight. This movement stretched her body to its limits, the skirt sliding down along her raised leg, revealing her long fair calf. She gradually retracted her movements, turned around, and traced a smooth arc with her hands in front of her chest, as if stirring clouds and mist in the water, her actions flowing seamlessly, twisting her waist in rhythm. Then her upper body leaned forward, one leg acting as a support while the other kicked sharply upwards and backward, bending backward and raising her head, her hands moving gracefully through the air. In that instant her body seemed to freeze in midair, embodying the union of strength and grace. After a series of dynamic movements, her breath became slightly hurried, and she began to shuffle and place her body, swaying rhythmically, causing her skirt to gently flutter. Subsequently, her steps quickened, her body gradually squatting down in a swirling motion, ultimately resembling a weary begonia flower curling up in the center of the bamboo floor. She lay there sideways, her back to Chen Guang, her bodice curve creating a gentle silhouette against the twilight. She remained in this curled position for a moment, then slowly rose, still facing Chen Guang. She gradually lifted her right leg, her toes pointed, the leg emerging completely from the slit of her skirt, inching upwards until her ankle brushed against her ear. Her right leg was straight against her side, the skirt entirely opened at the slit, revealing her long fair leg unobstructed in the twilight. She held this split position for a moment, her chest gently rising and falling before slowly lowering her leg and returning to the table to sit down. A small token of my appreciation, not a formal greeting. She lifted her wine glass and raised it towards Chen Guang, a faint smile in her phoenix eyes. Chen Guang clinked his cup against hers. The wine was a pale gold, soft on the palate. He set down his cup on the table, leaned back in his chair, and slowly scanned her face. The dance is beautiful, but beauty alone cannot be a sufficient bargaining chip. Talking to an intelligent person saves effort. Pei Yuning also set down her wine cup, leaning slightly forward with her hands crossed on the edge of the table, causing the neckline of her dress to slide down half an inch. It seems she was entirely unaware. The matter of the marriage alliance is merely postponed, as long as Jiang does not return it could be revived at any time. I need more resources to solidify my advantage. High-grade elixirs, rare spiritual materials, items that cannot be found on the market. Huaxiao Farm has this capability, which is why I need you. As she spoke, her phoenix eyes fixed intently on Chen Guang, her tone candid with no hint of concealment. Chen Guang took a sip from his wine cup, not responding immediately. He paused in silence for a moment before placing the cup down. It's easy to discuss resources, but Your Highness, rather than pouring all your energy into guarding against external pressures, shouldn't you first see clearly who your true opponents are in the court? The roots of the marriage alliance lie within the harem, when the virtuous concubine Da and the second prince were secretly discussing matters in Yaohua Palace. The game was already afoot. Pei Yuning paused with her hand holding the wine cup in midair. She stared at Chen Guang for a long moment, her phoenix eyes first flashed with a fleeting surprise, then gradually turned into a deeper determination. So it was the virtuous concubine Da and the second prince. My mother only found some vague shadows. I have no She set down her wine cup, her tone growing more serious. Young Master Chen seems to be more informed than I am. Since you have this channel, I need not only resources, but also information. The things Your Highness desires are increasing, and so must the price. Can you afford it? Chen Guang leaned back in his chair, his tone still casual, but his gaze did not leave her face. Pei Yuning raised an eyebrow at his words, leaning back against the chair's backrest, one hand casually resting on the edge of the table, a semblance of a smile on her face, her tone laced with a hint of languor. I haven't even stated a price yet. How does young Master Chen know I can't afford it? Then let's see what Your Highness can offer. Some things cannot be measured by spirit stones. She lifted her wine cup, gently swirling the pale golden liquid inside her, gaze looking at him from above the rim. I would never bring you things that can be measured by spirit stones. What I intend to give you naturally is something that cannot be bought with spirit stones. She stood up, took the wine jug, and walked around the table to Chen Guang's side, bending down to refill his cup. The begonia red skirt brushed lightly against his knee, that cool fragrance wafting back to him. After filling his cup, she did not immediately leave, but stood beside him, looking down at him, the tassels of her golden hairpin swaying gently in front of Chen Guang's eyes. Young Master Chen has helped me so much, merely providing resources and information feels like I owe you something more. She lowered her head, her phoenix eyes shimmering faintly. After saying this, she did not return to her own seat, but pulled out the chair next to Chen Guang and sat down. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo curtain, illuminating her slightly flushed cheeks and the now faded rouge on her lips. The distance between them had unknowingly narrowed significantly, close enough to feel each other's breath. She downed her drink in one gulp, then leaned back in her chair, turning her head to look at him. Before long, a night breeze blew open a crack in the bamboo curtain, letting moonlight spill and landing on the nearly empty round table. One of the wine cups had toppled, and a golden hairpin lay on the floor by the table leg. Pei Yuning leaned back in her chair, her hair falling loosely over her shoulders. The neckline of her begonia red dress had been pulled down, exposing her fair shoulders and delicate collarbone. The rouge on her lips had long been smudged, leaving a faint trace of red at the corners of her mouth. She raised her hand to gather her scattered hair, her motions languid, her fingertips gliding slowly over her collarbone, pausing briefly at the open neckline, before sliding down to her throat, feeling the warmth there, and then she smiled softly. That smile expressed a languor and satisfaction that only comes after indulgence. She bent down to pick up the fallen golden hairpin, spinning it twice on her fingertip, then casually placed it back on the table, her gaze landing on the empty chair across from her, the curve of her lips deepening. Outside, the wisteria flowers rustled gently in the night wind. As Chen Guang stepped out of the moon gate, the cool night breeze welcomed him. Mu Yu and Qing, he silently followed behind him. He adjusted his robe and turned back for a glance. The bamboo curtains of the water pavilion still hung down, no lights were on inside, only the wisteria flowers on the trellis swayed gently under the moonlight. He did not linger, turning to walk along the stone path they had come, passing through the plum garden and exiting the gate of Ninghua residence, where the cloud boat was already waiting. What a delightful banquet. Jiang Bugui lingered in Haojing for over 10 days, his schedule tightly packed. First, he formally paid homage to the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty in the Zichen Hall, presenting his state letter and renewing the maritime trade agreement. In the following days, his cloud ship frequently ascended and descended across Haojing, visiting the Qin family, the Han family, the Moon Goddess sect, the Qingxian sect, and all 8 great clans. At each residence, he presented lavish gifts and held private extended discussions with the respective clan heads or sect masters. Most of these visits were public knowledge, providing ample fodder for idle conversation among Haojing's cultivators. At a tea house south of the city, 2 patrons sat by the window chatting over their tea. Jiang Bugui has gifted well over 100 offerings these past few days. Just the gift list alone would cover an entire table. The tall, slender man tapped the table twice with a soft cluck of admiration. The coral crystals he delivered to the Moon Goddess sect were of astonishingly high grade. I heard sect master Su Wanyue herself came out to receive them. When has the Moon Goddess sect ever shown such courtesy? The middle-aged cultivator across from him, sporting a short beard, lifted his teacup with a faint smile. While he arrives backed by formidable influence and bearing generous gifts, courtesy is only natural. Still, you mentioned he's visited every one of the 8 great clans, yet the Huaxia farmstead remains untouched. Is there significance in that? Of course there is. The tall man tossed a peanut into his mouth. What status does the Huaxia farmstead hold now? It's the 3rd most powerful force in the Great Zhou, weightiest of all. Naturally, it must be saved for last. True enough. But I wonder, what could Jiang Bugui possibly discuss with the farmstead? They're certainly not short of spirit stones. That's none of our concern. Indeed, the tall man drained his cup in one long sip. They're negotiating deals far beyond our reach. At the orchid garden of the inviting Immortal's pavilion, 2 nascent soul cultivators sat by a stream sipping tea, both regular patrons of the pavilion. You've just returned from outside? Haven't heard the news yet. Jiang Bugui has traversed all of Haojing these past days, presenting gifts at every major house. This morning I passed by the Huaxia farmstead on Qingwu Street, and noticed far more people loitering near its gates than usual. It's likely their turn will come within the next couple of days. Understood. His visit to the farmstead is perfectly reasonable. Still, weren't certain court ministers recently clamoring for a marital alliance? Yet not a single word about it has crossed Jiang Bugui's lips. Why mention it at all? He's here to negotiate commerce, not matchmaking. Besides, Princess Six has just secured exclusive rights to a spirit vein mine. Jiang Bugui isn't foolish. Pressing for marriage at this juncture would only invite trouble. Fair point. Chen Guang observed these casual speculations with quiet interest. Gossipers loved dissecting great powers. Their insights were sharp, their networks wide, and they'd strike up conversation with strangers without hesitation. Chen Guang himself enjoyed listening, especially hearing how outsiders perceived the farmstead. On the 13th day of the 5th lunar month, Jiang Bugui formally visited the Huaxia farmstead. His formal invitation had been delivered 3 days earlier, and the time of arrival prearranged. That morning his cloud ship descended onto Qingwu Street, its arrival as grand and imposing as ever. 8 attendants disembarked in precise sequence, each cradling a spirit-sealing casket. Jiang Bugui descended last. A figure clad in azure brocade robes, his long hair bound by a jet-black jade crown. He paused briefly to gaze upward at the farmstead's plaque. Chen Guang stood waiting at the gate. The 2 exchanged solemn bows. Welcome, Brother Jiang, to the farmstead. Brother Chen, I hope my visit does not disturb you. Brother Jiang possesses exceptional perception, Jiang Bugui replied with a warm smile, lowering his gaze from the plaque. The characters carved upon it carry unmistakable vigor, each stroke infused with sword chi. Brother Jiang's discernment is unmatched. Please step inside. Chen Guang stepped aside to usher him in. Waist-high spiritual mist curled gently around their ankles, while 5 flowing cloud spirit crystal pillars rose like sentinels from the fog. Within each pillars rotated slowly, bathed in soft, radiant light. Is this the Peerless Foundation establishment pillar? Jiang Bugui halted before the pillar, gazing upward for a long moment, then glanced down at the price inscribed on its base, pausing in silence. At this price, even my Chowhai Hall couldn't cover production costs. The farmstead operates at a loss, just to draw attention. Jiang Bugue shook his head. Brother Chen, you've shattered the upper price ceiling for premium foundation establishment pills. Didn't the Qin family protest when they saw this? The Qin family is now one of our largest clients. Jiang Bugue blinked, then burst into laughter, shaking his head again as he followed Chen Guang deeper. On the second floor, several patrons browsed the spirit wine shelves. Jiang Bugue paused in the wine section, picking up a jar of Qingzhou ferment and examining its label closely. I first heard of this vintage at the welcoming banquet, from Senior Immortal G. She claimed yours is the finest Qingzhou ferment in all Haojing. Even her great-uncle secretly purchased several jars. Senior Immortal G's words should be taken with caution, but the wine truly is exceptional. Should Brother Jiang wish, I'll have several jars delivered to your inn. Then I shall accept without hesitation. Jiang Bugue set the jar down with a smile. The third floor housed the golden core section, shelves brimming with pills, spirit materials, and spirit wines meticulously categorized. Jiang Bugue selected several pill bottles from the pharmaceutical section, inspecting each carefully for quality and craftsmanship, then returned each to its place with deliberate reverent care. As they ascended to the sixth floor, conversing all the while, they had seen everything, from ground level to the topmost tier. The eastern wing of the sixth floor was Chen Guang's private domain. The western wing displayed goods reserved for transcendent-level cultivators. They seated themselves on opposite sides of a low tea table. Mu Yu served tea while Qing He arranged delicate pastries upon the table before retreating silently into the background. Jiang Bugue lifted his teacup and took a slow, thoughtful sip, his gaze returning from the street view beyond the window to settle steadily upon Chen Guang. Brother Chen, today's visit has proven more valuable than any of the dozen places I've toured in Haojing these past 10 days. The 8 great clans possess immense depth, but the Huaxiao farmstead stands alone in Haojing, the sole establishment capable of supplying the full spectrum of resources, from foundation establishment through transcendence, entirely in-house. And at such remarkably low prices. Though the Chowhai Hall lacks for no spirit stones, what it lacks is a reliable long-term channel for consistently high-grade resources. Thus I am here today, to ask you directly, would the farmstead consider establishing a lasting partnership with the Chowhai Hall? Chen Guang leaned back in his chair and raised his teacup for a measured sip. Brother Zhang's interest in our wares is most welcome. Yet for a long-term alliance, both parties must demonstrate genuine sincerity. What sincerity can the Chowhai Hall offer? Jiang Bugue set his cup down, his tone shifting instantly into sober gravity. Networks, channels, connections. For over 10,000 years, the Chowhai Hall has cultivated influence across the Zhongyuan realm, an intangible web no amount of spirit stones can purchase. Should the Huaxiao farmstead ever wish to conduct business anywhere within that vast expanse, the Chowhai Hall pledges unwavering support. Chen Guang did not reply immediately. He simply turned his teacup slowly in his palm. Jiang Bugue's proposal aligned precisely with his expectations. This young hall master possessed remarkable clarity. No superficial inventory lists, offered to a power already overflowing with resources. Connections were precisely what the farmstead lacked. Spirit stones could resolve 99% of challenges, but Chen Guang sought absolute certainty. That required something beyond mere wealth. Such networks would take time to cultivate organically, but time was the farmstead's scarcest resource. Founded only a few years prior, its foundations remained shallow. Partnership was not merely beneficial, it was essential. Brother Jiang speaks with admirable candor. The farmstead indeed lacks neither spirit stones nor rare materials, but connections and channels are never excessive. He set his cup down decisively. Since Brother Jiang has brought sincerity to the table, the farmstead accepts your proposal. All goods, pills, spirit materials, spirit wines, shall be made available to the Chowhai Hall on priority basis subject to availability. Specific categories and quantities may be finalized between Elder You and your representatives. Jiang Bugue gave a slight respectful nod, and raised his teacup once more, his voice now imbued with solemn weight. The broad framework is settled. Brother Chen's forthrightness caught me pleasantly off guard. Brother Zhang's directness merits equal honesty. Jiang Bugue chuckled softly, lifting his cup in salute. They touched rims in silent ceremonial toast. With business concluded, Jiang Bugue visibly relaxed, leaning back in his chair, his tone shifting subtly. Brother Chen, I've long wished to ask you to face recent court agitation over a marital alliance between myself and Princess Six was framed as destined harmony. How do you view this matter? Chen Guang's hand holding the teacup stilled, briefly. The question had circled back, arriving exactly when it should. The matter has been temporarily shelved in court deliberations. Whether it resurfaces later depends entirely upon your own intentions, Brother Jiang. And if I decline? Jiang Bugue reclined, teacup cradled loosely in hand. His voice casual, yet his gaze unflinching. Should you decline, no force could compel you. The Great Zhou has reigned for tens of thousands of years. The marriage of a princess has never been dictated by ministers' petitions. Nor would Princess Six herself consent. Chen Guang mirrored his posture, leaning back, voice equally unhurried. Jiang Bugui did not respond immediately. He rotated his cup once slowly, then set it down. His voice dropped quiet, but resonant with conviction. Truthfully, I did contemplate the alliance before arriving in Haojing. For the Chaohai Hall to expand its network across the Tsang realm, marriage offered the swiftest path. Yet upon reaching Haojing, my perspective shifted. The weight of the farmstead eclipses that of any political union. Thus I sit here today to forge partnership, not entanglement. He paused, then added quietly, definitive, commerce is commerce. Friendship is friendship. This distinction I keep crystal clear. Chen Guang said nothing, only raised his cup in silent acknowledgement. They touched rims once more, finishing the tea remaining in their cups. Jiang Bugui placed his cup upon the table and rose. Chen Guang rose in turn. Their eyes met for a fleeting instant. Then both broke into quiet mutual laughter. I shall not detain you further. My representatives will coordinate the first shipment with Elder Yu. Whenever they arrive, the farmstead's doors remain open. Chen Guang escorted Jiang Bugui downstairs. At the main entrance, Jiang Bugui's gaze lingered once more upon the pillar displaying the Peerless Foundation establishment pill. Items requiring background verification are sold exclusively to individuals, not to factions. Chen Guang anticipated his thought, offering explanation before the question formed. Very well, I'll leave those for the independent cultivators. They exchanged formal bows at the gate. Jiang Bugui boarded his cloud ship with his 8 attendants. Just before the hatch sealed, he turned and cast one final glance toward Chen Guang. Brother Chen, the greatest gain of my Haojing visit was not the maritime agreement, but meeting you. Should you ever journey to the Tsang realm, the Chaohai Hall welcomes you as honored guest. I shall certainly accept that invitation. The cloud ship ascended smoothly, gliding along Qinggu Street toward the Imperial Inn. Chen Guang remained at the gate, watching its vapor trail fade beyond the street's bend. A voyage to the Tsang realm might never materialize, but powers like the Chaohai Hall operated across multiple realms. And even if unused, such alliances were never wasted, merely prudent strategic moves held in reserve.